On the freshman registration day at Jinghai No. 4 High School, the school gates rumbled open. Crowds surged forward in a mad rush, pouring through the entrance like an army storming a fallen city. Clutching his school bag tightly, Song, he charged ahead, feeling his blood pressure soar. A new war had begun, an intense battle at Jinghai No. 4 High. As the tide of people pushed forward Song, he craned his neck, curiously looking left and right. On both sides, brand new teaching buildings towered solemnly, their imposing silhouettes faintly exuding a grim slaughterhouse aura. Over the years of repeated college entrance examination tribulations, countless study gods had ascended here, while innumerable pitiful slackers had been blasted into figurative blood and gore. It was break time. Second and third year students crowded along the windowsills, layer upon layer of faces, with various expressions, looking down at the sea of freshmen below. The freshmen looked so tender. Time for the merciless beatings of missing homework. I wonder if there are any immortals skipping grades this year. Last year, a god from Class 8 took the college entrance exam early and ascended straight away. Kids, run while you can. High school is full of horrors. All that talk about grinding through practice papers to become a top student is a damn trap. When I entered the school last year, I still dreamed of getting into Tsinghua. Half a month after term started, I was already sleeping soundly in class. Give each freshman a whole crate of test papers, 1 crate per head. Otherwise, the school across the street will think we can't afford them. Song He's face darkened. The seniors were practically seething with resentment. The campus broadcast suddenly blared to life, drowning out the noisy chatter that filled the school. Attention, all freshmen. Ordinary class students, please report to Teaching Building No. 1 on the east side. Elite class students, report to Building No. 2 on the west side. Rocket class students, please proceed to the principal's office in the administrative building to complete your registration. The crowd split instantly into different streams. Song He glanced at the building numbers, then sped toward Building No. 2. On the very first day, the hierarchy was already carved into 3 tiers. If high school was hell, then even hell had 18 levels. High school truly resembled the sects in a fantasy novel. This was a place where only hard strength spoke, where scores were like cultivation levels, and those with higher cultivation enjoyed exalted status. He had barely taken a few steps when a hand suddenly clapped down on his shoulder. Song He, you actually came to know. For High 2. You're going the wrong way. This side is for the elite class. Ordinary classes are in the opposite direction. Song He turned around, eyes filled with surprise. It was his junior high classmate Zhao Yi. After just 1 summer, she had become noticeably prettier. Her small face was fair and delicate, her high ponytail swaying, and her figure had clearly grown more alluring. Even in a loose tracksuit, her curves could not be concealed, like mountains gathering in peaks and waves surging in fury beneath the cloth. I'm not going the wrong way. I'm heading to the elite class, Song He said with a smile. That can't be right. Didn't you score 620 on the high school entrance exam? You need at least 640 to get into the elite class. Startled by his words, Zhao Yi froze for a moment. You should be in an ordinary class. Check your registration papers again so you don't mess it up. Song He immediately pulled out his registration form and unfolded it. Song He 620 points, elite class 2. Zhao Yi was dumbstruck. What the? I'm also in elite class 2. Wait, how can you get into the elite class with that score? Do you have some special talent? Song He gave a meaningful smile. My surname is Song, and the vice principal just so happens to be surnamed Song as well. Zhao Yi stared at him dumbfounded. Come on, since fate lets us be classmates for another 3 years, we should hurry and grab good seats in the classroom. Song, he said, smoothly changing the subject. Suddenly, lines of text appeared before his eyes. Accumulate 10 points of top student resentment to activate the system. Song, he rubbed his eyes in alarm, and the words vanished. Activate a system. Was he hallucinating? He really needed to read fewer web novels. If a system actually showed up, it would be nothing but trouble, daily missions, endless tasks, living like a slave. After completing the registration procedures downstairs, the 2 of them hurried upstairs and found their classroom. Their classmates were astonishingly fast. The room was almost completely filled. Only in the very front row were there 2 empty desks by the window. A middle-aged man built like a tiger sat beside them, his expression severe, cold air practically puffing from his nostrils. He radiated the terrifying aura of a homeroom teacher who looked as though he might devour someone at any moment. Bracing himself, Song, he walked over. Hello, teacher. The homeroom teacher said nothing, simply stood up and stepped aside. 3 desks were lined up in a row. Zhao Yi slipped into the innermost seat by the wall, and Song, he took the middle one. To his surprise, the homeroom teacher sat down again, his tiger-like frame nearly brushing against Song Yi. A stack of freshman registration checklists lay on the desk. The teacher was busy ticking them off with a pen like the king of hell, marking names in the book of life and death. It looked like he would be at it for quite a while. Song, he nervously drew his elbows in and silently took out his math textbook. During the summer after the entrance exam, he had been fiercely determined, ambitiously previewing high school courses. From dawn till dusk, he studied like a demon, his diligence nearly insane. He had already mastered the math book in his hands. Its pages were dense with notes, soaked through with the sweat of study. From between the pages song, he drew out a test paper, clicked his gel pen, and began to write in rapid strokes. The light tapping of his pen against the desk drew the homeroom teacher's attention. A pair of tiger-like eyes turned toward him, brows twitching slightly. Studying on your own during the vacation? The teacher glanced at the test paper, a trace of surprise flashing in his tiger eyes. How much have you studied? I've covered compulsory 1, 2, 0, and 3, plus elective 1. Song, he replied confidently. I've basically mastered them. Sitting beside him, Zhao Yi was secretly listening in. She jolted in shock and turned her head to stare at Song, he in horror. School hadn't even started, and he'd already mastered 4 textbooks. Boasting like this right in front of the homeroom teacher. Did he have a death wish? Wasn't he afraid of being chewed out on the spot? The teacher's brows furrowed, the faint hint of a smile that had appeared vanished without a trace. Mastered them. Then tell me the basic steps for drawing a frequency distribution histogram. The homeroom teacher, face calm as still water, asked in a grave tone, quietly building up a reservoir of anger as he prepared to reprimand this arrogant freshman. On the first day of school, he had been fretting over how to establish his authority with a show of killing one chicken to warn the monkeys. This cocky student had presented the perfect opportunity to scare the rest of the class straight. Zhao Yi cast Song a sympathetic look. Now that the teacher was really grilling him, wasn't he doomed? Surely he was panicking inside. First, find the range. Second, decide the class width and the number of classes. Third, group the data. Fourth, create a frequency distribution table, including the class intervals, cumulative frequency, and relative frequency. The total frequency equals the sample size, and the total relative frequency equals 1. Song, he answered at high speed, sketching a sample diagram on scrap paper with brisk strokes. Finally, draw the frequency distribution histogram with the horizontal axis as the sample data and the vertical axis as frequency divided by class width. Zhao Yi went dumb. This wasn't how the plot was supposed to go. Wasn't Song he supposed to stutter and get scolded brutally? How was he actually answering properly? A flicker of surprise flashed through the homeroom teacher's eyes, and the anger he had been accumulating suddenly dropped by half, leaving his big move stuck in his throat. What are the basic steps for finding the equation of a curve? He pressed on. The teacher continued his questioning. Establish a coordinate system and use ordered real pairs x, y to represent the coordinates of an arbitrary point M on the curve. Write the set of points M that satisfy the condition P, express the condition PM in terms of coordinates, and set up an equation fx, y equal to 0. Then simplify the equation to its simplest form. Song, he replied fluently. There are 2 key points to note here. In general, the solution sets of the equation before and after simplification are the same. If there are special cases, they need to be stated clearly. Also, depending on the situation, we can sometimes omit the second step and write down the curve's equation directly. The way the homeroom teacher looked at Song, he changed completely. It was as if a craftsman had casually chipped open a stone and discovered a large vein of jade within. This student was something else. The questions he had asked were all major problems from the college entrance exam, yet the boy had answered the procedures flawlessly. His self-study really was thorough. Even some second and third year students would struggle to respond so smoothly to such questions. For a first year to show this level already was truly remarkable. One last question: how many methods are there in total to find the eccentricity? After a brief pause for thought, the homeroom teacher threw out another question. This last one was unlikely to be answered. It wasn't in the textbook, and supplementary materials rarely mentioned it. Only by grinding through a large number of problems could one accumulate the experience. Students who sprinted ahead too early were prone to getting cocky. He was intentionally tossing out a question the boy probably couldn't answer as a gentle reminder: kid, you still need to work hard and grind problems. The homeroom teacher stared at Song, he hoping to catch a flicker of confusion in his eyes. But there was none. Song, he opened his mouth ready to reply. I know 2 methods. I've previewed this too. Unable to hold back, Zhao Yi suddenly cut in from the side, interrupting him. There are more than 2 methods. I've seen at least 5. Song, he shook his head. 5 methods. Zhao Yi froze, her voice shrinking with uncertainty. Fear, are that many? The first is to find A and C directly, then divide to obtain E. The second uses formulas. For example, the eccentricity of a hyperbola is given by the square root of 1 plus b squared over a squared, while for an ellipse, it's with a subtraction instead. The third is to construct homogeneous expressions in A and C, especially quadratic homogeneous expressions. The fourth is what's called the second definition method. Eccentricity is the ratio between the distance from a moving point to a focus and its distance to the corresponding directrix. This method is suitable for problems involving focal radii. Song, he paused. The last method I've only seen before and haven't learned to use properly yet. Constructing an inequality in E and solving for the range of E. A flash of astonishment crossed the homeroom teacher's eyes. Not only had he had answered exhaustively. Damn, a real talent. Who would have thought that in an elite class there would be a student comparable to the rocket class? At this level he would rank near the top, even among the rocket class freshmen. Hand out these forms for me. I'll go to the office and get you a booklet of math competition problems. Pushing the stack of registration sheets across the desk, the homeroom teacher spoke in a much gentler tone. In the rocket classes I used to lead, 3 students got into Qing Bay through math competitions. Each elite class has only 1 math competition slot. You can give it a try if you're interested. Song he was taken aback. He had not expected such a stroke of fortune to fall into his lap. He hurriedly expressed his thanks. The homeroom teacher left the classroom in a rush. Song he picked up the stack of forms on the desk and was just about to head out to distribute them when a small hand grabbed his arm. Zhao Yi stared at him in open horror. Holy, Song He, you previewed that much. Are you insane? Did you spend the whole vacation eating, sleeping, and doing nothing but math? Of course not. Besides math, I also focused on biology, Song He replied lightly. Song He saw an unfamiliar name flash across his mind and paused for a heartbeat. Right then the bespectacled boy sitting behind them extended a hand. You're fierce, man. I'm Ding Yangza. I scored 670 on the entrance exam. Missed the rocket class by a single point. Ding Yangza looked at him with open respect. I previewed math too, but I'm nowhere near your level. Could you teach me math problems sometime? No problem. I'm Song He, 620 points. Song He said, shaking his hand before heading out with the forms. Ding Yangza sat frozen in his seat. Only 620. He had scored 50 points higher than this guy on the entrance exam, yet now the other was this strong. Was this the legendary curve overtaking over a single summer break? Or was this guy extremely unbalanced in his subjects? Full marks in math and failing in some other subject. Hey, you came in with Song He, right? Do you two know each other? Ding Yangza asked, turning to Zhao Yi. We were in the same class in junior high. Zhao Yi replied, blinking, feeling an inexplicable sense of pride. Is he heavily skewed toward math? Full marks in math and really weak in some other subject? Zhao Yi shook her head. Song He is skewed in math, but not on the strong side, on the weak side. His other subjects were pretty good on the entrance exam, but his math only just scraped past the passing line. Just barely passing. Ding Yangza was completely blindsided. Are you serious? I'm serious. Math was his worst subject on the entrance exam. Zhao Yi said, her face filled with something like fear. I never thought he'd go all out on math over the vacation, and so brutally at that. Now that his only shortcoming is gone, Song, he might actually become unbeatable. Grinding away for one summer and turning a weak subject into a strong one. Damn, that's terrifying. Goosebumps prickled all over Ding Yangza's arms. On the other side of the classroom, Song, he was busy handing out registration forms to his classmates. With the forms they could go pick up dorm supplies. Suddenly text popped up in front of his eyes. Ding Yangza, upon hearing that math used to be your worst subject, feels fear. Resentment 6. Total resentment value 10. Activate the top student resentment system. Song He blinked hard. The subtitles were still there. It was real. The system had arrived. Would he have to work like a slave every day from now on doing missions? System, you're going to ruin me. Scholarly resentment system, there are no fixed missions. Whenever a top student has their mentality shattered by you and develops resentment toward you, such as jealousy, anger, fear, hatred, and so on, it all accumulates as resentment points. Resentment points can be used for black-tech lotteries or to purchase items from the system shop. Current available resentment points 0. While handing out registration slips, Song, he kept his eyes fixed on the system subtitles hovering before him. The resentment points had been reset. The 10 points he had previously accumulated had all been consumed as the activation fee for the system. 3 function tabs emerged before his eyes: Subject, Combat, Power, Black-tech Lottery, and System Shop. Song He first tapped open the Subject Combat Power tab. Biology Bronze level 22. Mathematics Bronze level 02. Chinese Black Iron level 80. English Black Iron level 75. Physics Black Iron level 74. Chemistry Black Iron level 74. The display was stark and crude, like ranked tiers in a game. It was clear that his strongest subject at the moment was biology, followed by mathematics. Both had already broken into the bronze tier. The remaining subjects were roughly on par with one another, all hovering around the 70s and 80s of Black Iron. There was no display for liberal arts combat power. Apparently the system knew that Song He planned to specialize in the sciences in high school. After finishing handing out the slips, he returned to his seat, pretended to stare off into space, and continued examining the system. The system shop was actually empty. It seemed that its goods would have to be unlocked later. The Black-tech Lottery interface was nothing more than a simple, unadorned spinning prize wheel. At the bottom, the price was marked 100 resentment points for a single draw. 10 consecutive draws came with 2 extra spins. He would have to figure out a way to harvest some resentment from top students. Song He turned his head toward Zhao Yi, falling into deep thought. How should he make her angry? Zhao Yi was leaning over her desk, buried in a math test paper. She seemed to be stuck on a problem, quietly gnawing the cap of her gel pen with a small tiger tooth. Song He craned his neck to glance at the problem and whispered, "You can't even do a question this simple. What a little trash." Startled, Zhao Yi punched his thigh twice, then turned her head away and continued working on the problem. Zhao Yi felt mocked. Resentment points 1. Song He brightened at once. So it worked. The core of harvesting resentment was to mess with a top student's mindset. Cold sarcasm had an immediate effect. Puffing her cheeks in anger, Zhao Yi scribbled furiously across her scratch paper, finally deriving an answer. Confidently, she wrote a single number in the blank: 63. Song He gave it a glance. Wrong again, idiot. The answer is 68. 7,122. I've done this problem before. Song He, don't be ridiculous. Listen to yourself. Does that sound like a serious answer? Zhao Yi curled her lips in disdain. Why don't you check the answer key then? Want to bet? Song He said, if the answer really is 68. 7122, you're treating me to the cafeteria this week. Deal. And if the answer isn't that number you said, I'll treat you to eating crap this week. Zhao Yi cheerfully flipped open the answer key. Then her smile suddenly froze. Answer key: 68. 7,122. What the hell, this makes no sense. How can a fill-in-the-blank question have such a freakish answer? Zhao Yi stared dumbfounded. Was the person who wrote this question an idiot? I'm not someone who eats only the best. I only eat the most expensive, Song He said solemnly. You have to be solid when you do problems. Write my little meal card. Who's your little meal card? Zhao Yi exploded in impotent fury. Zhao Yi felt distressed over the meal money. Resentment points 1. Zhao Yi felt you were bullying her. Resentment points 1. Zhao Yi felt distressed over the meal money. Resentment points 1. System notifications kept floating across his vision. Song He was delighted. Indeed, happiness could be built upon the suffering of others. On the system panel, the resentment points surged in one go to 18 and then stopped. Song He glanced at Zhao Yi's test paper again. Wrong again. Zhao Yi bared her teeth, glared at him viciously, and changed her answer with an angry stroke of her pen. That's way off, Song He said. If we kept this bet going, by the time you finish this paper, my meals for the next 3 years of high school would all be covered. On the system panel, the resentment points started soaring. 20, 40, 60. Song He was taken aback. She was truly furious now. Anger was great. He would be able to draw the lottery soon. Just then the classroom door suddenly swung open. The homeroom teacher strode in, brisk and imposing, a thick book in his hand. He walked straight to Song He's desk and placed it on top. Mathematical Olympiad analysis of past problems, internal materials. Song He hurriedly expressed his thanks and impatiently flipped it open, only to be stunned by what he saw. The pages were crammed with problems, each more bizarre than the last, exuding a dense, eerie aura. After reading several in a row, Song He had no idea where to even begin. They were nothing like anything within the scope of ordinary high school math. What a demonic book. It ought to be burned. The homeroom teacher walked up to the podium and snapped 3 large characters onto the board with chalk. Banjanya. I am your homeroom teacher and math teacher, Banjanya. I have 3 things to say. All of you perk up your ears and listen carefully. Banjanya's presence was overwhelming, his voice tiger-like. His severe gaze swept across the class, and all the students, frightened, straightened their backs at once. First, today you will collect your dormitory supplies, textbooks, and school uniforms. Hold on to the slips in your hands. If you lose them, you're on your own. Second, military training starts this afternoon and will continue until the end of this week. You'll be training during the day. In the evenings, there will be teachers giving you classes. Your instructor is an old classmate of mine. Anyone who dares doze off during evening self-study can look forward to extra physical drills during the day. Third, competitions. Our school is most renowned for 2 contests, the math competition and the biology competition. Many students in the class had a shift in their eyes. Even their breathing seemed to pause for a moment. Everyone had already heard rumors about competitions. They were an absolute shortcut. Winning a national prize could guarantee admission to a top 985 university, and even a provincial prize could earn a huge score reduction. Calling it a chance to change one's fate was no exaggeration. Strong schools across the entire city were clustered together, yet no. 4 High's competition success rate was the highest because it had professional competition coaches training its teams, star teachers the school had hired at great expense. Of course, such a so-called shortcut came with an extremely high threshold. If you want to take the competition route, you must first be selected for the school's competition team. The competition team will keep holding exams to eliminate people. Only by surviving multiple rounds of brutal weeding out tests can you truly obtain the right to compete. Banjanya's gaze swept across the entire class. For the math competition team, each class in the rocket program has 10 slots. Our elite class has only 1 slot, and it will be decided by exam alone. It's the same for the biology competition team. The selection exam for our class's math slot is set for 10 days from now. Make good use of these 10 days. Miss it, and you'll be waiting another year. Ban Jianye's gaze settled on Song, he clearly filled with expectation. In an instant, several hostile looks in the classroom converged on Song He. With only one slot, it was a life-and-death struggle. A wave of pressure crashed over Song He. His feelings were complicated, the competition book in his hand was absurdly difficult, but the quota had to be contested. He could only grit his teeth and fight. There were more than 50 students in the class, hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There would definitely be math prodigies whose level defied reason. The battle would be fierce. Suddenly system subtitles appeared before his eyes again. Ning Mo regarded you as a formidable math competition rival. Seeing the teacher value you, jealousy arose in his heart. Resentment points 5. Zhang Zhilei regarded you as a formidable math competition rival. Seeing the teacher value you, jealousy arose in her heart. Resentment points 5. Song He was taken aback, then saw those two names continually generating resentment points. He hurriedly opened the system panel and watched the resentment counter climb. 80, 90, 100. He finally had enough for a lottery draw. Calling up the system a high-tech lottery. Let's draw. The virtual wheel spun rapidly and stopped after a moment, revealing the result. Congratulations on obtaining the mental calculation capsule purchase qualification. The mental calculation capsule has been placed in the system mall and can be purchased at any time. This system is something else. Song He gasped. Mental calculation capsule 100 resentment points bill. After consumption, it can significantly enhance brain calculation ability within 1 hour, improving sensitivity to numbers and geometric spaces, making mathematics a breeze. This capsule can be taken in multiples, doubling calculation ability, but it consumes a lot of energy, so please supplement with food promptly to avoid fainting from exhaustion. Although it's a good product, the price is too steep. 100 resentment points for one pill, only effective for an hour. Enhancing for an hour in certain aspects is indeed extraordinary, but learning math is time-consuming. An hour disappears in the blink of an eye. Ning Mo and Zhang Zhilei contributed another minute of resentment points, finally stopping at 80. Song He silently remembered these two names. With such high resentment, they must be formidable opponents in the math competition. On the podium, Ban Jianye's expression was blank, and he suddenly spoke. Lastly, I want to call out a student's name. All eyes in the class immediately turned to the homeroom teacher. Calling names. Judging by the teacher's expression, it didn't seem like good news. Which one is Song He? Ban Jianye scanned the class. Stand up. Song He was startled and nervously stood up. A look of surprise flashed across Ban Jianye's face. Why this child? Your score shouldn't be in the elite class, but since you're here, I don't like students who think they are exceptionally talented. Let me be clear, if you come to my class, you must follow my rules no matter who you came with. Ban Jianye said sternly. Song He hurriedly nodded, his expression humble, indicating that he was just an innocuous connection and not the kind of spoiled rich kid who rides on the teachers' backs. Originally, I planned to move you to the back of the classroom sitting next to the trash can. But seeing your good preparation in mathematics and your eagerness to learn, I'll give you a chance. Ban Jianye spoke aggressively. For the math selection exam in 10 days, do you dare to guarantee that you will come in first? Song He shivered. Was this a public oath? Can't win and be killed. I will do my best to come in first. Song He declared decisively. Damn it, it's just a gamble. How can a man be cowardly? Very well, in the selection exam in 10 days, if you can secure a spot in the math competition team, you can choose your seat freely in class. Ban Jianye nodded. If you can't, you'll sit at the back with the trash can. Class dismissed. The new students surged out of the classroom towards the dormitory to collect their mattresses and sheets. Carrying the mattress, Song He hurriedly found his dormitory 309. The dormitory was a double room with 2 beds on either side. Upon entering, Song He was shocked by the scene before him. Several peachwood swords hung on the wall, yellow talisman papers fluttered by the bedside, and a few red threads hung in the air, clashing back and forth with a mountain spirit flower. What? Did I get assigned to a haunted house? Has someone died in this dormitory? Suddenly, a classmate popped out from the balcony, holding 3 burning incense sticks and chanting something. My name is Song He, and we will be roommates from now on. Song He forced a smile, feeling scared. I'm Yuan Guang. Yuan Guang smiled and shook the incense in his hand. The feng shui in this dormitory has a return dragon kill, which is not conducive to gathering academic energy, but I have already resolved it, and it'll pack up soon. Thank you, thank you. Song He was dumbfounded. This roommate is a half-immortal. Did he get into high school by reading fortunes? No need to be polite. We'll be brothers, sharing the same bed in the future. Yuan Guang smiled. Once the return dragon kill is resolved, our dormitory will gather wind and energy, and academic energy will flow continuously. Even while we sleep, our scores will increase, and getting into a prestigious school will be just around the corner. Song He made his bed while Yuan Guang packed up various magical tools. The two worked in perfect harmony to clean the dormitory, sweeping, mopping, and wiping the cabinets, clearing the incense ash from the corners. The awkward atmosphere of just meeting soon dissipated as they chatted happily while working. "Bro, you want to join the math competition, right?" "Be careful of Ning Mo and Zhang Zhilei," Yuan Guang said. "What do you mean?" Song He perked up instantly. These two had contributed a ton of resentment points to him. "I transferred from the 9th middle school, and both Ning Mo and Zhang Zhilei are also from there. They are incredibly famous in our school, like two math gods." Yuan Guang said seriously, "I didn't expect them to end up in our class. I originally wanted to try for the math competition, but seeing them I gave up directly. I can't compete with them at all." "Math gods. Many can score full marks in middle school math, but why are they famous?" Song He inquired. "Ordinary exam questions are simple and full marks are indeed common, but during inter-school competitions the questions are incredibly difficult." Yuan Guang displayed a look of lingering fear. "There are Olympiad questions and out-of-syllabus questions. Once in a 5-school joint exam the math paper was deadly difficult. The first major question was about the intersection of elliptical curves and parabolas. Isn't that high school content? We middle school students could only stare blankly. The following questions were just as bad, and when the bell rang to end the exam, everyone hadn't even finished the first side. After exiting the exam room, everyone was cursing the question setter for being an idiot," Yuan Guang said indignantly. "And then what?" Song He listened intently. "We couldn't solve the out-of-syllabus questions, but there were people who could." Yuan Guang's expression changed dramatically. In that exam, after 40 minutes, Ning Mo and Zhang Zhilei submitted their papers one after another. After they submitted their papers, they were downstairs playing table tennis. We were left in the exam room, our faces turning red, staring at questions we couldn't understand while looking out the window at them playing table tennis. "Do you know that feeling? I still remember that terrifying pressure," Yuan Guang said, looking fearful. Later, when the results came out, Zhang Zhilei got full marks. Ning Mo lost 2 points, while the average score across the school was only in the 30s. Song He was speechless, his brows tightly knitted. His math scores in middle school were poor, and he had to cram during the summer to catch up, being a slow starter without practical experience. Ning Mo and Zhang Zhilei had always been math gods. Surely they would also preview high school math during the break, rendering his advantage null and void. In short, life was at stake. Two fierce rivals. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly there was a knock at the dormitory door. Yuan Guang stood up to open the door, and upon seeing the visitor, he was taken aback. A slender young man stood at the door, his glasses thick as beer bottle bottoms, expressionless, exuding a strong vibe of a top student. "Hello, classmate, I'm Ning Mo. I heard that Song He is in this dormitory." Ning Mo pushed up his glasses, and the lenses glinted like blades. "Hello, I'm Song He." Song He looked wary. "Speak of the devil and he appears. Was this guy here to pick a fight? I asked the head teacher for the competition problems. She said she'd give them to me this afternoon. I heard you have a set of competition problems. I'd like to take a look first if that's okay." Ning Mo inquired. Song He hesitated for a moment, then nodded. He pulled a thick book of competition problems out of his backpack. Ning Mo took the problem book, thanked him, and sat down at the dormitory table. He pulled out some scratch paper and a pen from his pocket. "Can I do problems here for half an hour?" Ning Mo asked. Song He couldn't figure out the guy's intention, but still agreed. "Of course. You can work on the problems with me, and we can exchange ideas." Ning Mo moved aside, leaving a space. The dagger was revealed. Song He suddenly understood. This guy wasn't here to look at the problems at all. He was here to test his mathematical prowess. Yuan Guang, standing nearby, was also startled. His face paled with tension as he exchanged a bewildered glance with Song He. Ning Mo's attitude was clear. It was a challenge. The dormitory instantly crackled with tension. Song He, wanting to gauge Ning Mo's depth as well, decisively sat down beside him and laid out his own paper and pen. Ning Mo took off his watch, set a timer for half an hour, and pressed start with a beep. The watch was placed in the middle of the table. Without another word, Ning Mo picked up his pen, and it flew across the scratch paper, listing a series of problem numbers. Song He also began working quickly, entering a focused state, calmly scrutinizing the problems, and doing rapid calculations on his scratch paper. Yuan Guang silently closed the dormitory door, hardly daring to breathe. He watched from afar in the background, feeling the tension of a mere mortal witnessing a clash of titans. In his heart, he hoped Song He would win. After all, Song He was his roommate. But reason told him that Song He's chances were slim. Ning Mo, who had come to challenge him, was overwhelmingly strong. It was possible Song He's problem-solving speed wouldn't even reach half of Ning Mo's. 10 minutes passed quickly. The gap in progress between the two had already become apparent. Song He's expression darkened. After 10 minutes of grueling calculation, he had only managed to advance to the second problem. It was excruciatingly slow, like a tortoise crawling. The problems were several times harder than expected, severely exceeding the syllabus. Each problem had a vast scope, often hybridizing knowledge points from different fields. Every step was a trap exceptionally nasty. His brain was overheating, about to burn out. Beside him, Ning Mo's brow was also furrowed. The difficulty of the competition problems had taken him by surprise as well. But Ning Mo's progress was much faster. He had already rapidly advanced to the 10th problem, a full 5 times the difference. If Song He's problem-solving speed was like a puttering 3-wheeled scooter, Ning Mo was comparable to a roaring Wuling minivan. Their scratch papers were in stark contrast. Song He had filled 2 large sheets while Ning Mo had only used a palm-sized piece. He seemed to need no written calculations. When encountering a problem, he would just pinch his fingers like a fortune teller and then produce the answer faster than a handheld calculator. Yuan Guang was secretly astonished. Indeed, the great Ning Mo was still strong, invincible at mental calculation. Song He was ultimately weaker, still relying on clumsy, primitive written calculations. Weakness was expected, but Song He's speed wasn't even half of Ning Mo's. It was too weak, and that still disappointed Yuan Guang a little. 20 minutes. Song He had advanced to the 4th problem and was starting to get dizzy. His thoughts felt like they were moving through chest-deep mud. His pen labored through calculations on the scratch paper. Dense rows of formulas had already covered 4 sheets, with most of them crossed out, indicating his train of thought had gone into dead ends, performing much useless work. Ning Mo's finger-pinching became faster and faster. He hadn't even used up his first sheet of scratch paper, but had already written up to problem 18. Yuan Guang gasped in awe. Ning Mo's mental calculation ability was terrifying. Was there a computer built into this guy's brain? In comparison, Song He seemed a bit pitiful. He was desperately writing formulas with his pen, his hand shaking so fast it left afterimages, yet his speed couldn't even catch up to half of his opponents. He looked like a struggling, pathetic dog. Detected mathematical progress. Upgraded from bronze level 02 to bronze level 03. Song He was stunned. The competition problems were truly valuable. He had actually leveled up just from this. He glanced at the time. There were only 10 minutes left. If this continued, he would inevitably be mercilessly crushed by Ning Mo, not even seeing his taillights. Maybe he should cheat. Song He opened the system shop and decisively spent all his resentment points to purchase the mental calculation capsule. A red capsule appeared in his palm, plain and unremarkable, like a fever reducer. Song He rubbed his temples, which were throbbing from overexertion, quickly drank a sip of water, and discreetly swallowed the capsule. A few seconds later, a chill suddenly shot up from his spine straight to his brain. His overheated brain felt as if it had been instantly plunged into ice water, and his thoughts suddenly became light and agile. Song He hurriedly looked at the problems, and an expression of disbelief gradually spread across his face. Before, when looking at a problem, it was like it was wearing a thick fur coat. He had to peel off layer after layer to see what was inside. Now, with a single glance, each problem was reduced to a 3-piece swimsuit. With a gentle tug, the core of the problem was laid bare. The key points on the problem were even bouncing around. Song He habitually put pen to paper, ready to list out formulas and calculate. But then he lifted his pen again, a look of shock on his face. In the brief instant of putting pen to paper, 7 or 8 formulas had automatically appeared in his mind as effortlessly as if blown in by the wind. The medicine from the system was incredibly potent. This feeling wasn't like his brain had become more agile, it was as if he had grown several extra heads. Song He took a deep breath and began to accelerate. The answers to each problem were written on the scratch paper faster and faster. The gap between the two was also shrinking with every stroke of Song He's pen. The watch on the table suddenly let out a soft beep. Half an hour was up. Song He and Ning Mo stopped writing at the same time and quickly glanced at each other's scratch paper. Song He had solved up to problem 23. Ning Mo had just finished problem 26. Ning Mo scanned Song He's scratch paper, saw the messy formulas, all simple childlike calculations, and couldn't help but let out a slight derisive smile. The competition problems are indeed very difficult. Thank you, Brother Song. He'll be going back now, Ning Mo said as he stood up. Take care, Brother Ning. You are very skilled, Song He said sincerely. Ning Mo left the room. Song He quickly sat back down and continued working on the problems. The effect of the medicine had just started. He couldn't waste such an expensive drug. Yuan Guang stood behind him, watching Song He continue solving problems at high speed, a puzzled look in his eyes. What was going on? He was so weak in the first 20 minutes. How did he suddenly accelerate as if he had cheated? Had Song He been pretending all along? Yuan Guang was bewildered. He couldn't figure out his roommate's true skill level. In the corner of the playground at the ping-pong table, Ning Mo and Zhang Zhilei were swinging their paddles vigorously. The white ping-pong ball bounced back and forth. Both were strong players, engaging in dozens of intense rallies, drawing the attention of many passing students. Did you test Song He's skill, eh? Zhang Zhilei asked. I did. He's just a weakling. The spot on our class math competition team will probably be decided between the two of us. Ning Mo's eyes flickered with the image of the low-level formulas on Song He's scratch paper and a contemptuous smile curled on his lips. A weakling? Really? Would the head teacher value a weakling? Jean Gelet was surprised. He wasn't playing you, was he? Pretending to be weak to let your guard down so he can crush you in the exam 10 days from now. Impossible, because he was copying me. Ning Mo recalled the scene from their problem-solving session and couldn't help but snicker. Cheat off you? Jean Gelet was puzzled. What exactly is going on? He and I were working on competition problems together with a 30-minute time limit. For the first 20 minutes I was far ahead. He only managed to solve a few problems, and he kept doing basic calculations on scratch paper, the kind of math I could work out in an instant. Ning Mo recalled, and the more he thought about it, the more certain he became that Song he was hopeless at math and posed no threat. You're a mental calculation freak. Normal people need scratch paper. Math isn't just about calculations, the approach is more crucial. Jean Gelet didn't underestimate their opponent rashly. He even had to do 3-digit multiplication by hand. Ning Mo chuckled. Jean Gelet was taken aback. Well, that is a bit weak, right? A total noob. Ning Mo said. In the last 10 minutes, he took a sip of water. Probably feeling that losing so badly would be too embarrassing, he started copying from me. Sneaking glances at your answers? Probably. I was focused on the problems and didn't notice him, but he didn't touch his scratch paper in the last 10 minutes. He just scribbled down answers, and the speed of his writing made it obvious he was copying. When time was up, Head somehow reversed his slump from the first 20 minutes and nearly caught up to me. Ning Mo smirked disdainfully. He's just too proud for his own good. If he hadn't cheated, I'd have respected him. Exactly. What's the point of copying in a private spar? When the exam results come out in 10 days, and he bombs, he'll only humiliate himself. Jean Gelet flashed a mocking smile. I bet he'll claim he wasn't informed, made mistakes or something. Profit. Ning Mo laughed heartily. In middle school, you and I were the only rivals in math exams. Now that we're in high school, it's still the same. The math level of the other students is truly disappointing. Rivals? Who's your rival? Have you ever beaten me? Jean Gelet taunted mercilessly. Ning Mo was left speechless while Jean Gelet across from him laughed triumphantly. In the cafeteria, at a table by the window, Zhao Yi pouted and glared, her face full of grievance. Song, here you a pig in human form. How can you eat all that? Song, he didn't reply, eating ravenously. The side effects of the mental calculation capsule were no joke. Doing the problems had drained him. After downing a bowl of knife-cut noodles, devouring 2 chicken legs, 4 sausages, and an ice cream in record time, Song, he looked up still unsatisfied. Little meal card, could you get me a glass of orange juice? Song, he grinned. Thanks a bunch. Who's little meal card? Call me classmate. Don't give me stupid nicknames. Zhao Yi bared her teeth in anger like a spitting kitten. Hurry up, classmate, little meal card, Song, he said. The competition problems wore me out. I need to eat more to recover. They'll probably eat this much every meal this week. Hope I don't max out your meal card. Zhao Yi snorted, but obediently got up to queue for orange juice. Song, he belched, and resentment points began floating before his eyes. Zhao Yi hates the nickname you gave her. Resentment 20. Zhao Yi feels you're bullying her. Resentment 20. Zhao Yi feels sorry for the money on her meal card. Resentment 60. Song, he was overjoyed. Little meal card was really contributing a lot of resentment points. He'd have to bully her more in the future. If someday he became a great academic, sweeping international awards, founding a tech giant, and creating groundbreaking technologies to advance human civilization, he would never forget little meal card, who had made the initial contribution. Drink up, choke on it. Zhao Yi returned and slammed a large cup of orange juice onto the table. Song, he inserted a straw, exchanged a mental calculation capsule from the system shop, and secretly swallowed it with the juice. He pulled out math competition problems and a pen from his backpack, his eyes burning with determination as he began solving. Damn, you're such a tryhard. Why aren't you napping at noon? Doing problems in the cafeteria? Zhao Yi was shocked. Math competition. If I don't get first place, I'll go sit with the trash can, Song, he said without looking up, scribbling answers. Zhao Yi rested her chin on her hand, looking worried. They say Ning Mo and Jean Gelet are incredibly strong, 2 math monsters. Jean Gelet is in my dorm. She buries herself in math problems as soon as she gets back, and she's already doing college entrance exam papers. Do you get it? She's already finished all of high school math. Song, he frowned. It sounded like Jean Gelet might be even stronger than Ning Mo. The Golden Horn King and the Silver Horn King. He didn't dwell on it. Time was tight. He had to focus and study without distractions. With the mental calculation capsule, Song, his brain operated at full speed, solving one problem every 30 seconds at a rapid pace. Long strings of equations rolled through his mind, flowing like a stream toward the final answer. After a few minutes, he was fully immersed. The noisy cafeteria became silent. His concentration was entirely on the problems. Song, he even felt a thrill of satisfaction from solving them, as if his thoughts were about to take flight. His solving speed increased even more. 1 problem per minute. One problem every 30 seconds. One problem every 20 seconds. If Ning Mo's solving speed was a wooling minivan Song, he was now a roaring Ferrari. Zhao Yi muttered for a while, then realized Song, he was in the zone. She wisely stopped talking and silently watched from the side. After a few minutes, Zhao Yi got goosebumps. Were these the legendary competition problems? The difficulty was terrifying. If she had to do such problems, she'd probably just stare blankly. Yet Song he could solve one every 20 seconds. Zhao Yi knew Song he had improved in math, but witnessing this scene, she realized he was far stronger than she had imagined. Almost unbelievably so. In a corner of the cafeteria, a tiger-like man devoured lamb pao with an aura reminiscent of a Qin dynasty soldier. It was none other than Ban Jianya. A waft of fragrant perfume arrived as a graceful long-haired beauty placed her tray opposite him. The beauty wore an elegant white dress, yet her figure remained striking. Her demeanor was bright and graceful, quite eye-catching. Teacher Ban, we're working together again. I just got my schedule. This semester, I'll be teaching biology to your class. The beauty smiled as she sat down. Teacher Lulu. Ban Jianya's stern face showed a rare smile. It's Class 2's fortune to have you teach. You are the top biology competition coach in our school. Teacher Ban flatters me. I wouldn't dare claim that title. There are many teachers better than me. Lulu chuckled softly. Have you met the students? Are they well behaved this year? You'll need to observe more to see if they're obedient, but I've come across a math competition prospect named Song He. He can already solve several college entrance exam problems. Ban Jianya's eyes lit up with delight. I plan to nurture him. Winning a prize in the competition as a freshman is unrealistic, but by next year, he might have a shot at a provincial award. Teacher Ban has found your protege. I haven't yet. He'll give a class during evening self-study. I've prepared the test papers to scout for biology competition talents. Lulu stated her purpose. Sure. Hopefully there's a lucky student in the class who catches your eye. Ban Jianya was in high spirits. The two teachers chatted about work, finished their lunch without realizing it, and left together carrying their trays. As they walked, Ban Jianya stopped and gazed in one direction. What's wrong? Lulu looked over curiously. There's a boy doing problems over there. Isn't that Song He? Ban Jianya said. A freshman? Working this hard on the very first day? Is he really doing problems? Lulu was surprised. Let's go have a look. The two teachers quietly approached Song He. Zhao Yi turned and saw them startled. She immediately stood up about to greet them. Ban Jianya raised a finger to his lips, signaling her to be quiet, and gestured for her to sit down. Zhao Yi sat back, down nervously, watching helplessly as the two teachers stood behind Song He, silently observing him solve problems. Song He was deeply engrossed in solving problems, completely unaware of the teachers behind him. His eyes burned with intensity as he continuously wrote down answers, maintaining a speed of one problem every 20 seconds, charging through the sea of problems as if there was no one else around. After silently observing for a few minutes, Ban Jianya and Lulu exchanged glances, both visibly stunned. Although Lulu is a biology teacher, she is also a top student with excellent math skills. The competition questions are quite unconventional and peculiar, possibly involving knowledge that isn't particularly advanced. However, the angles are tricky and the calculations are cumbersome. Just looking at the problems makes her feel overwhelmed. Such difficult questions are certainly not something an ordinary high school student can easily solve, let alone a new freshman. Yet this new student named Song, he is an exception, solving the problems at an astonishing speed. He doesn't even need to use scratch paper. Everything is done mentally, showcasing a terrifyingly impressive calculation ability. A math prodigy. Lulu immediately defined him in her mind, unable to resist glancing at Song He's profile, a rather handsome young man. Lulu then looked at Zhao Yi, who appeared anxious beside her, seemingly understanding something, a knowing smile appearing on her face. It's understandable, aback when she was in school, she too couldn't help but be attracted to handsome academic achievers. In high school, Song He is undoubtedly part of the high-risk group for early romance. Ban Jianya furrowed his brow, feeling even more shocked. After all, he is a math teacher and is well aware of the difficulty of the competition questions. Moreover, he remembered the answers to the questions, and when comparing them to Song He's answers, the accuracy rate was astonishingly around 70%. Achieving 50% accuracy on this part of the questions would almost guarantee qualification for the competition. With 70% accuracy, there is a great hope for provincial awards. Ban Jianya thought to himself, this child seems to be even more impressive than expected. It has been 5 or 6 years since he has seen such a talented math student. Oh, perhaps there is no need to wait until the second year, and with some effort this year, he could win an award. Suddenly, Song He jolted, took a deep breath, and wearily put down his pen. Detected math progress upgraded from bronze level 03 to bronze level 06. The effect of the mental calculation capsule wore off. What had just flowed smoothly became sluggish in an instant, as if a Ferrari had skewed and crashed into a muddy pit. Little food cart, I'm hungry again, go buy me a hamburger. Song, he turned his head. Zhao Yi's expression turned fearful as she raised her hand to point behind him. Song, he turned back startled and hastily stood up saying, hello teacher. Lulu revealed an appreciative smile, while the usually serious Ban Jianya's expression softened. Have you looked at the table of contents for this set of competition problems? Ban Jianya asked. Not yet. Song, he hurriedly flipped to the table of contents. He had dived into the problems without checking it. This set of competition problems is divided into 3 parts: beginner questions, intermediate questions, and advanced questions. Ban Jianya pointed to the table of contents. Song, he's back felt cold, judging by the page numbers. He had been working on the beginner questions. Clearly the difficulty was already very high, yet it was still only the beginner level. How challenging must the intermediate and advanced questions be? Did the question setter want the students to fail? Seemingly reading his thoughts, Ban Jianya began to explain. The beginner questions are basically knowledge points from the high school stage, and during the competition, these types of questions account for 1/3 of the total. In other words, if you only learn high school mathematics, you can at most score over 30 points in the competition, which is far from enough. To tackle the intermediate and advanced questions, you need to learn knowledge beyond the syllabus. Are the intermediate and advanced questions related to university-level mathematics? Song, he asked in surprise. Exactly. The school library has university mathematics textbooks. You can explore them. The green cover of the Higher Mathematics by Tongji University, the purple cover of Linear Algebra, and the blue cover of Probability and Statistics. Also, there are supplementary materials by Tang Jiafeng Zhang Yes 30 lectures, and Li Yongless Linear Algebra notes. You can start by looking at these. Ban Jianya casually listed out the resources. Song, he turned pale, saying, Teacher, these sound like books for graduate entrance exams. Indeed, if you master all of them, you won't have to worry about graduate-level mathematics. Ban Jianya nodded. Song, he felt startled, saying, Teacher, I am just a freshman. Isn't it a bit too early to be studying for graduate mathematics? Tao Zhishuan won the gold medal at the International Mathematical Olympiad at the age of 13, became a bachelor at Flinders University at 16, a master's at 17, and a PhD at 21, Ban Jianya said. He self-studied calculus when he was 7 years old. Calculus was also included in the Soviet Union's high school textbooks back then, he added. How could a student compare themselves to mathematicians? Song, he was bewildered. Do you want to get into one of the top 10 universities? Ban Jianya patted Song He's shoulder. Yes. Song He's dazed expression instantly sharpened. Then study hard, as long as you grasp it. University mathematics is actually quite simple. Ban Jianya encouraged with a smile, patting Song He's shoulder again before turning to leave. Song He stood frozen in place, watching the 2 teachers leave, his thoughts a jumble. As long as I grasp it, university mathematics is actually quite simple, Teacher, please check your conscience. Are you really not deceiving me? If you're not deceiving me, I might really go study. Wow, Song He, your image in my mind has become grander. The teacher actually wants you to learn advanced mathematics. That shows how much they value you. Zhao Yi exclaimed in astonishment, her face full of admiration. Then let's buy a hamburger for the grand Song He, little food card classmate. Damn it. Evening self-study. The camouflage-clad freshmen swarmed into the teaching building, drenched in sweat after an afternoon of military training. Many freshmen were frolicking in the hallway, clearly becoming familiar with one another. 1,000-year kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Quadruple kill. Damn it, everyone, let's go all out. We must take this guy down today. The students of Elite Class 2 entered the classroom, suddenly falling silent, their smiles vanishing in an instant as they obediently returned to their seats. A beautiful teacher in a white dress stood at the podium waiting, holding a thick stack of test papers, seemingly like an ambushed soldier holding a heavy machine gun. Song He took his seat and heard Ding Yangza whispering with his deskmate behind him, his tone excited. She's here. She's here. I came to 4th middle school just for this teacher. She actually teaches our class. Our ancestors must be spitting fire. Ding Yangza excitedly slapped his thigh. This teacher is so beautiful. Why are you so eager for her? Is she your relative? What relative? This is the renowned teacher Lulu. She is the top person responsible for the biology competition at our school. Over the past few years, she has been in charge of our school's biology competition team, managing to secure 4 or 5 spots for Qingbei each year and over 20 spots for 985 universities. Ding Yangza was so excited he was nearly incoherent, saying, hugging teacher Lulu's thigh is like hugging a prestigious school. Song He felt a jolt. He had seen this beautiful teacher at noon in the cafeteria, thinking she was a new intern due to her youth and beauty, not realizing how impressive she truly was. The top person in the biology competition. 4 or 5 spots for Qingbei, over 20 for 985. Ding Yangza behind him was still excited, but his tone had taken on a hint of aggression. This summer I've been studying biology at home like crazy, learning to the point of being dizzy. I must secure a spot in the biology competition for our class. No one can stop me. Ding Yang's tone was resolute. This time I will fight like a god against gods, and like a Buddha against Buddhas. Song he felt another jolt, pulling up the system's subject combat power ranking: biology bronze level 22, mathematics bronze level 06, Chinese black iron level 80, English black iron level 75, physics black iron level 74, chemistry black iron level 74. Song, he had long heard that the math and biology competitions at 4th Middle School were very strong, so he had been diligently studying these two subjects during the summer vacation. In the high school entrance exam for biology, Song, he easily scored full marks, which was already his strong subject. After a summer of hard study, his biological combat power had dramatically increased. From the combat power ranking given by the system, it was clear that his strongest subject was not mathematics, but biology, with a gap of over 10 levels. Therefore, he must seize the opportunity in the biology competition. The teacher brought the test papers, preparing to select students right. Ding Yangzi became a bit fanatical, clicking his pen loudly. Come on. I am ready. I just want to either defeat everyone here or be defeated by them. Wow, you are really arrogant, his deskmate exclaimed in shock. Arrogant? If I go to the rocket class, I will definitely keep my head down. In the elite class, Ding Yangzi glanced at Song, he's sitting in front, and momentarily stuttered. In the elite class, I may not be good at mathematics, but for biology, I still haven't put anyone in my eyes. The entire class had assembled. Lulu closed the classroom, door shutting out the noisy corridor, and the room fell into silence. Good morning, class. I am your biology teacher, Lulu. Some of you may have heard of me. I've been in charge of the school's biology competitions for the past few years. Lulu introduced herself with a smile, her warmth like a spring breeze, her voice soft and enchanting, melting many students' hearts. Compared to the tiger-like class teacher Ban Jinya, Lulu was the image of a beautiful, gentle older sister. First, let me ask, how many of you want to join the biology competition? Raise your hands. Instantly, over half the class shot their arms up. A forest of hands, a spectacular sight. Song he raised his hand firmly too, while Ding Yangzi sitting behind him frowned and poked Song he's back. Dude, aren't you doing the math competition? You're so good at math, Ding Yangzi whispered. I'm better at biology than math, Song he replied. Ding Yangzi heard you're better at biology than math, felt shocked and fearful, resentment value 20. Ding Yangzi recalled, you're a connection student, grew afraid, resentment value 30. Song he was taken aback. This Ding Yangzi had quite an imagination. On the podium, Lulu's gaze swept the room and suddenly landed on Song, he who was raising his hand in the corner. Oh, Song he right. Aren't you in the math competition? Lulu smiled. Teacher, I'm actually better at biology than math. Song, he said confidently. In middle school biology exams, I almost never lost points. Really? We'll test that later. Lulu nodded, but her smile betrayed skepticism. As soon as she spoke, a flood of subtitles exploded before Song he's eyes. Ding Yangzi discovered the teacher knows you feared your strong connections could secure a spot, resentment value 50. Chu Zhongqing worried you have influence to secure a spot, resentment value 30. Li Yuming thought you had a relationship with the teacher, grew angry, resentment value 30. Song he was stunned as dozens of resentment messages flashed before him in an instant. Names of over half the class scrolled by, some students contributing multiple times due to their strong resentment. Turning around, he saw many faces staring at him with complex expressions. The whole class atmosphere had shifted. Song he quickly pulled up the system to check his resentment balance. 1,700 points. Jackpot. That could buy 17 hours of mental arithmetic capsules. Today we'll do a small test. Not a formal selection, just a baseline. No need to cheat because your neighbors probably won't know either. Lulu began handing out papers, half joking. If anyone can answer a question or two and score points, they'll give a special mystery gift worth 888 yuan. The papers quickly reached every student. But most didn't pick up their pens, staring blankly at the test. The classroom filled with an eerie silence. Everyone looked bewildered, not because the questions were hard, but because they'd never even heard of them. 1. What is the off-target effect that the CRISPR-Cas9 technology is widely criticized for? 2. Where was the world's first human trial of CRISPR-Cas9 launched, and what was its target? 3. Why is the open platform for assembling zinc finger nucleases notoriously time-consuming? 4. What does epigenetics study? Why is it said that epigenetics deviates from Darwin's theory and revives Lamarck's? 5. Please give an example of the Red Queen effect in evolution. There were 20 questions in total, all short answer with large blank spaces awaiting responses. The students looked utterly lost, exchanging bewildered glances like idiots. Murmurs spread. What the hell is all this? It's like they deliberately avoided everything in the textbook. Who could possibly answer these divine questions? No one can. This isn't a test, it's a show of force. If anyone gets even one right, I'll eat my deskmate on the spot. Are you a cannibal? I won't let you eat me. Suddenly, the crisp sound of a pen writing broke the silence, firm and resolute. Someone was answering. Amid such impossible questions, someone was actually writing. The whole class excitedly craned their necks, searching for the divine answerer. Finally, all eyes settled on the front row. Ding Yangzi was writing furiously. Low gasps of amazement arose, and students in the back began asking Ding Yangzi's name. How was this guy so exceptional after 9 years of compulsory education? Where there is a Wulong, there is a Fengqiu. Another soft sound of pen on paper echoed, harmonizing with Ding Yangzi's writing. The rhythmic scratching of 2 pens in the silent classroom was eerily distinct, like 2 lone machine guns firing on a battlefield littered with corpses. The whole class excitedly stretched their necks, searching for the second divine answerer, their gazes circling back to the front row. In front of Ding Yangzi's song, he was also writing. The two wrote as if in a race, and the surrounding students felt a rising murderous aura. But their writing lasted only 10 minutes before both stopped. These two could only answer a few questions, not the entire paper. Lulu walked down from the podium and collected Ding Yangzi's and Song He's papers. Anyone else answer? The classroom was dead silent. Lulu seemed to have anticipated this, smiled, returned to the podium, and looked down at the 2 papers. What a coincidence. Song He's paper answered questions 2 and 3. Ding Yangzi's answered 1, 4, and 5. The 2 of you perfectly covered the first 5 questions. Lulu looked surprised. Excellent. Now let's see the accuracy. Song He and Ding Yangzi watched the teacher on the podium with tense expressions. The entire class attention was fixed on them, like chickens staring at 2 cranes that had wandered into their flock. Question 1. Ding Yangzi's answer. The off-target effect refers to when the guide RNA sequence in trying to modify a specific gene mistakenly cuts gene sequences outside the target range. Lulu read aloud. Correct. Ding Yangzi gets 1 point. The class burst into applause. Though they didn't understand, it sounded impressive. Ding Yangzi clenched his fist, staring at the back of Song. He's had his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Question 2. Song He's answer. The world's first human trial of CRISPR-Cas9 was launched at West China Hospital of Sichuan University, targeting lung cancer. Lulu nodded. Correct. Song He gets a point. Song He exhaled. He had stumbled upon that answer in a science magazine long ago, his memory hazy, though luckily he got it right. Another round of applause, even louder. Watching gods clash, the students' excitement soared. The score was now 1-2. Question 3. Still Song He's answer. A look of surprise crossed Lulu's face. This answer really caught me off guard. Ding Yangzi's expression was grave. Did Song He's answer surprise the teacher? Was it shockingly correct or absurdly wrong? Lulu cleared her throat and continued to read Song He's exam paper under the watchful eyes of the entire class. The process of applying the open zinc finger nuclease method is quite aggressive. If scientists want to obtain a series of 3 zinc fingers to recognize a segment of 9 DNA bases, they need to first split the 9 bases into 3 segments of 3 bases each. For the 3 sequences of 3 bases, 95 zinc fingers must be prepared, and then 95 zinc fingers must be randomly combined to generate 95 to the power of 3, which equals 857,375 combinations, and then their ability to bind to the target DNA sequence must be tested. Thus it is extremely time-consuming. Lulu finished reading and looked up, finding the class filled with expressions of shock and disbelief. To the freshman, this answer sounded like an ancient script. The answer was correct and even more detailed than the reference answer. Lulu nodded in approval. Song He scores an additional point. After a moment of silence, applause erupted. Song He suddenly saw a stream of resentment values float before his eyes. Ding Yangzi feels you are formidable, as if facing a great enemy. Resentment value 100. Chu Zhengqing feels despair over your strength. Resentment value 50. Li Yuming's confidence has been shattered by you. Resentment value 50. With an additional 200 resentment values, the accumulated resentment value reached 1900 points. Song He suddenly realized that the little meal card had a good impression of him. When he bullied her, the resentment values skyrocketed, while the classmates he didn't know in the classroom occasionally produced dozens or hundreds of resentment values. Next, Lulu continued the answer for Ding Yangzi. The 4th question studies epigenetics, which addresses influences that do not affect the DNA sequence but can persist in future generations. Lulu nodded, answered half correct, give 0. 5 points. The 5th question states that when a lion chases a zebra, the slower zebra gets eaten and the slower lion will starve. Thus, zebras and lions have evolved to run faster over generations, but the predator-prey relationship remains. Lulu nodded, that works. 1 point. Final scores: Song He 2 points, Ding Yangzi 2. 5 points. Ding Yangzi has a slight edge, but both students are excellent. Lulu cast an admiring glance. These questions are very difficult. Answering just one correctly shows potential for entering the biology competition team. In the classroom, applause erupted and countless envious and jealous gazes were directed toward the front row. Song He wore a serious expression. He was confident in his biological skills, but never expected to stumble. Fortunately, it wasn't a selection test, otherwise he might have missed out on the competition spots. He suppressed the urge to glance back at Ding Yangzi. Why was Ding Yangzi so strong? Though Ding Yangzi won narrowly, his expression was grim. A mere 0.5 difference was too reliant on luck. If a different paper were given Song, he could have won. The grading process was too haphazard, different difficulty questions, all scored 1 point. Song He's question on zinc fingers was profoundly complex. In a formal exam, questions like zinc fingers would surely carry more weight, potentially elevating Song He's total score significantly. Ding Yangzi warily stared at the back of Song He's head. This person was certainly not an easy opponent. Song He and Ding Yangzi come to my office to receive a mysterious gift worth 888 yuan. Lulu smiled. The rest of you continue studying. Amidst the envious and jealous gazes of their classmates, Song He and Ding Yangzi left their seats. A stream of jealousy, resentment values floated before Song He's eyes. His accumulated resentment value just reached 2,000 points. Office. Song He and Ding Yangzi entered, unable to suppress their astonishment. Other teachers were crammed into a single office, and the space was as cramped as an Indian train. Lulu's office, however, was spacious and luxurious, with a large air conditioner and plush sofa. It was comparable to the principal's office, truly deserving of being the top female in the biology competition. Here are your little gifts. See if you like them. Lulu opened her desk drawer and pulled out 2 tote bags. Song He and Ding Yangzi hurriedly took them, and as expected, the bags contained thick biology workbooks. There's only one spot on the biology competition team for our class. The selection exam is scheduled for 10 days later and will be more difficult than this mock exam, so if you want to participate in the competition, prepare well, otherwise you might not be able to answer a single question then. Lulu earnestly advised. But these books don't even add up to 888 yuan a song, he said, pulling out each workbook and checking the barcode price, only 355. 5 yuan. Lulu paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. You little rascal, still picky. My signature is on them. Isn't that worth 888 yuan? Ding Yangzi nervously asked, Teacher, if we finish these books, can we score high on the selection test? Yes, the selection test will be based on these books. Lulu nodded. Ding Yangzi, are you planning to pursue the biology competition path? Yes, teacher, I have been preparing it. During the holidays, I completed over 10 biology papers and reviewed several years' worth of competition questions. Ding Yangzi said with determination, I am confident I can win an award in the competition. Very good. Lulu turned to Song He. What are your plans? I also want to pursue the biology competition, Song he said seriously. Lulu looked surprised. Then what about the math competition? The class teacher has high hopes for you. I want to try the math competition as well. I want to join both competition teams. As the saying goes, children make choices, but adults. Song He answered without hesitation. Suddenly his expression changed slightly. Oh no, I'm still underage. Song, you are being too greedy. You excel in math. Oh, joining the math competition would suit you well. Ding Yangzi's smile froze. Ding Yangzi actually wants you to join the math team. After all, there's only one spot. If you join the biology team, he won't be able to. Lulu sensed the tension between the two students. I maintain a neutral stance. It depends on your scores in the selection exam. Only the strongest will take this year's spot. It's all about the scores. I will give it my all, teacher. Song He replied, decisively ready for a showdown. Ding Yangzi's expression fluctuated. Although he was confident in his biology skills, Song He exuded an aura that made him wary. If Song He focused solely on math competitions, he could easily enter the biology competition team. But why was he so greedy? Did he wish to win awards in both competitions simultaneously? That was too unrealistic and absurdly laughable. Teacher, if Song He participates in both competitions, he will definitely drop one. Winning an award in one competition is already challenging. How could he possibly win in both? In this mock exam, only the two of us have the strength. Why not let me join the biology competition and let Song He take the math competition? Ding Yangzi spoke, anxiously glaring at Song He as a warning. This is better for both of us, otherwise we will definitely waste a valuable spot for the class. Why are you so agitated? What if you don't get selected this time? You can wait another year. Song He deliberately provoked him. Can't you wait another year? I scored high. Ding Yangzi instantly became furious. Song He, don't be so selfish. Ding Yangzi is enraged by your provocation. Resentment value 500. Song He was startled, then overjoyed. Was it possible to earn 500 resentment values from a single sentence? I'm selfish and you're selfless. Why don't you give the spot to me? Song He decisively continued to provoke him. You are going too far, Song He. Ding Yangzi raised his voice in anger. Ding Yangzi is enraged by your provocation. Resentment value 1,000. Enough. You both want to fight for the spot. Let your grades do the talking. Lulu retracted her smile and with a serious expression tapped her desk. Go back and study. Instead of arguing here, it's better to learn a few more points. The two students glared at each other and simultaneously thanked the teacher before storming out. The office returned to silence. Lulu's slender hand supported her jade-like face, lost in thought. A plump female teacher entered with a teacup. "Teacher Lu, did the students argue in your office?" The plump teacher laughed while drinking tea. Lulu smiled helplessly and recounted the events. "Actually participating in both competitions is indeed unrealistic, but that kid's song, he is quite outstanding. Ooh, I have my own selfish motives. If he successfully qualifies and performs well in the biology team, I can let him drop the math team." Let him drop the math team. Wouldn't that waste a spot for the math competition? Wouldn't the class teacher be furious? Let him be angry, I'm not afraid of him. Lulu scoffed. "Last time, I was just a vote short for the position of grade director. The class teacher promised to vote for me, but ended up voting for himself. When I actually steal away the students that the class teacher values, I can't wait to see his reaction." The plump teacher sensed the sensitivity of the topic and awkwardly changed it. "Speaking of dual competitions, it reminds me of Yuanbong." Yuanbong? Lulu asked in confusion. 5 years ago, there was a student named Yuanbong in our school who participated in both the math and biology competitions as a freshman. He won a national award in math and a provincial award in biology, causing a sensation throughout the school. He was a shooting star. By his sophomore year, Yuanbong was directly recommended to the Beijing Institute of Technology for a master's and doctoral program. It seems he signed a high-salary agreement with a military research institute and is now working on explosives research, shifting to a chemistry focus. The principal mentioned just a few days ago, "When will the school produce another Yuanbong?" What a genius. Lulu was surprised. "I came to our school 4 years ago and haven't heard of this person. Can we produce a student this year who can win awards in both competitions?" "Is that Song he capable?" the plump teacher asked. Lulu shook her head and laughed. "Fighting on 2 fronts is not that easy. Although I am somewhat biased towards Song, he might not necessarily surpass Ding Yangzi. With only a few days left, Song he has to prepare for both math and biology. How could he possibly have that much time? Does he plan to study without sleeping?" At 10 o'clock in the evening in the boys' dormitory, Song he sat upright at his desk, facing a high-tech lottery panel. The resentment points had accumulated to 3,500, at least half of which was contributed by Ding Yangzi. "Heartfelt thanks to the top contributor Ding Yangzi. I can perform a 10 consecutive draws now." With a firm resolve, Song he spent 1,000 resentment points to activate the high-tech lottery wheel. "Congratulations. You have one mental calculation capsule 1. The wheel spun rapidly, and one prize after another popped up. Red capsules kept appearing in Song he's palm, and he hurriedly took out a vitamin bottle to place them inside. The system had one downside: the prizes couldn't be temporarily stored, they appeared directly. Moreover, he had no idea what other prizes were in the lottery pool, which was quite thrilling. What if a starship appeared? Wouldn't the dormitory building collapse instantly? However, the explosive prizes that Song he worried about did not appear for a long time, and soon 10 mental calculation capsules appeared in the vitamin bottle. Song he frowned. He originally thought the mental calculation capsule was something impressive, but the result was that all he drew were these items, which felt like the lowest tier prize, akin to a thank you for participating. This 10 consecutive draws also granted 2 extra draw chances. The lottery will continue to spin. "Congratulations. You have one mental calculation capsule 1. Congratulations. You have obtained deep sleep capsule purchase qualification, now available in the system shop." Song he's eyes lit up. Something different finally appeared. Perhaps 10 consecutive draws guaranteed rare prizes. In the system shop next to the bright red mental calculation capsule, a brand new blue capsule appeared. Deep Sleep Capsule 1000 Resentment Points Piece. The Deep Sleep Capsule can compress 8 hours of sleep into 1 hour, accelerating the brain's detoxification process during sleep. There are no significant side effects, but it should not be overconsumed. Taking one before sleeping guarantees ample energy for the next day. Song he excitedly clenched his fist. He had been worried about not having enough study time during the day, but now with the Deep Sleep Capsule, he could gain an additional 6 to 7 hours every day, allowing for all-night studying. Do not underestimate those 6 to 7 hours. This week the daytime was occupied by military training, so there was very little time for actual studying. Suddenly gaining a few extra hours meant doubling his study time, significantly increasing his chances for the upcoming selection exam in 10 days. Song he swallowed a mental calculation capsule and opened the biology textbook provided by teacher Lulu, instantly entering a study mode. The biology textbook in his hands contained many calculation problems. Most of the calculation problems were relatively simple, such as calculating peptide bonds in protein, chains, the number of free amino and carboxyl groups, molecular weight of proteins, and so forth. In the past, encountering such problems would require Song he to calculate them manually. Now he could glance over them, and the answers popped up immediately, the mental calculation speed so fast that he hardly felt the process. There were also more complex calculation problems, primarily genetic questions. Genetic problems appeared chaotic, involving peas fruit flies and a frenzy of hybridization, self-crossing, and test crosses, all highlighted by ethical breakdowns resembling a more chaotic version of Little Days, with the bone orthopedics being relatively fresh. In the past, similar genetic problems would leave Song, he scratching his head for at least 10 minutes before he could untangle the relationships and carefully compute step by step. Now, with the mental calculation capsule in effect, Song, he was shocked to discover that a virtual gene chain automatically appeared in his mind. In just a few seconds, the gene chain rapidly split, crossed over, and rearranged, displaying different colors, with the final calculation results clear at a glance. Wow, there's this kind of mental calculation method. Incredible. Song, he murmured to himself, feeling as if he had opened up a new world. His pen flew across the paper, writing down complex fractions as quickly as a typewriter. What used to take him 10 minutes to solve now was compressed to under a minute. Detected biological progress, leveling up from copper level 22 to copper level 23. Song, he was ecstatic. He decided to take advantage of the drug's effect to tackle a wave of genetic problems tonight, aiming to push his biological prowess to above copper level 30. Study. Study all night. Bang! The dormitory lights suddenly went out, plunging everything into darkness. Song, he was startled and turned to look at his roommate Yuan Guang on the opposite bed. Did the lights go out? Yuan Guang chuckled. What do you mean the lights went out? Look outside the window. Song, he looked outside. The opposite dormitory building was also in complete darkness. He instantly realized that the school had cut the power. Damn, lights out at 10:30. Is high school supposed to be a place for health preservation? I wanted to stay up late to study. Song, he panicked. Is the school library still open now? Yuan Guang yawned. The school turns off the lights at 10:30 to encourage us to sleep early. The dormitory door is locked. You can't go out now. Song, he fell silent for 2 seconds, suddenly grabbed the exercise book and ran to the balcony to face the window. The moon isn't bright enough tonight. Song, he spoke with a tone of grievance. Where's the bright moonlight before my bed? It's not bright at all. Damn, brother, don't be so absurd. Yuan Guang retorted. It's the first day of school, not like the college entrance exam is approaching. Do you know whose dormitory has a night light? The battery-operated kind. Song, he asked. Even the night light won't work. The dorm manager will come around at 12 to check, and any dormitory with light will be reported and criticized. In short, they strictly prevent students from staying up late to study because they won't have the energy for class the next day. Yuan Guang paused. But if you really want to study. What? Song, he perked up, bribing the dorm manager. No, the bathroom, Yuan Guang replied. The bathroom. This is a communal restroom for the floor where many students usually come to relieve themselves. The bathroom has motion sensor lights that turn on with a stomp, but the lighting is dim and insufficient. Song, he entered the bathroom with his biology questions and a pen, frowning. Stinky. It stinks too much. There was urine flowing on the floor resembling a livestock pen. Song, he could only carefully place his feet to avoid splashing. As soon as he entered the bathroom, Song, he saw a familiar figure standing by the window. The figure by the window turned to glance at Song. Then his face showed anger. Ding Yangza. Ding Yangza was holding a biology book that looked very familiar. Song, he looked at the cover of the biology exercise he was holding. It was the same. They were both question sets given by Lulu. Ding Yangza noticed that you were also in the bathroom studying late. Resentment points 100. I must get a spot on the biology competition team. Ding Yangza coldly spoke, his expression filled with killing intent. Song, he smiled. If you really want this spot so badly, call me dad, and I might let you have it. Ding Yangza thought you were humiliating him. Resentment points 200. I don't need you to give it to me. I will defeat you honorably in the exam room. Ding Yangza raised his voice, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. Don't jinx it, you'll regret it later. Song, he smirked, but then couldn't help but laugh. Actually, I was just joking. How could I give you such a precious spot? I just wanted to trick you into calling me dad. Ding Yangza thought you were toying with him. Resentment points 300. They'll go inform the dorm manager right now to catch you studying late and stealing knowledge. Song, he suddenly said again. Ding Yangza glared in anger, clearly agitated. Despicable. Isn't it shameful to report others? Can't you be honorable as a man? Song, he laughed heartily. I also brought a book to study. How could I possibly inform the dorm manager? You're a bit silly, my friend. Let's study together during the exam. You'll be convinced. Wishful thinking. I will definitely get the spot on the biology competition team. Ding Yangza nearly shouted. Ding Yangza developed strong hostility towards you. Resentment points 400. Song, he was overjoyed. Ding Yangza was practically the top contributor, his temper as explosive as a powder keg, and these few words had already contributed a whopping 1,000 resentment points. Tonight, buying the deep sleep capsule was essentially free. Can you stay up later than me? Let me show you what an all-nighter warrior looks like. Song, he ignored him and found a corner, bowing his head to start doing the problems. In the late-night restroom, an intense and thrilling study competition was underway. Song He and Ding Yangza occupied a corner, each fervently solving biology problems. The motion sensor light above them turned off every minute, prompting both to kick the wall, producing a sound that reactivated the light. At first, their actions were chaotic, often kicking the wall simultaneously. However, they gradually developed a tacit understanding without realizing it. Song He would kick once, then Ding Yangza, alternating in a very regular pattern. Those unaware would assume these two study enthusiasts had agreed to take turns keeping the light on. Occasionally, drowsy classmates came to use the restroom, and upon seeing two individuals clutching books in the corner, they couldn't help but exclaim in shock, their expressions akin to having seen a ghost. Song He's mind was filled with resentment points. Du Yuqing was startled by your late-night study behavior. Resentment points 10. Zhang Liao noticed your speed in solving problems and disdainfully thought you were writing nonsense. Resentment points 10. Nie Shuwen assumed the urine on the floor was yours. Resentment points 20. Li Hua, still half asleep, mistook you for a ghost and was frightened. Resentment points 80. Yin Juanji felt insecure due to his size and dared not urinate in the presence of others. Resentment points 60. Ling Wen was too self-conscious about his size and feared scaring you if he urinated. Resentment points 50. Song He was speechless. How ridiculous is this? Time passed without him noticing. Drowsiness began to take over, and his eyelids finally started to droop. Suddenly, his roommate Yuan Guang appeared at the restroom door, staring at Song He in shock. What the hell, Song He? Are you out of your mind? It's already 1 in the morning. Studying at this hour will kill you during tomorrow's military training. Song He was taken aback, surprised that it was so late. Flipping through the exercises in his hand, it seemed that time had indeed flown. He had completed over 40 pages. Detected progress in biology level increased from bronze 23 to bronze 30. The speed of advancement was impressive. He had achieved his study goal for the night. Song He turned to look at Ding Yangza, who was also gazing back at him. Both of them looked exhausted, their faces pale, resembling conscripts dragged to the battlefield. What time did you study until? Song He asked. No matter what time you studied, until I'll study for half an hour longer. Ding Yangza's tired eyes glimmered with determination. You should pull an all-nighter if you can. Song He replied with a cold smile. Yuan Guang and Song He exited the restroom, making their way down the dark corridor, filled with snoring sounds, heading back to their dorm. Song, you can't push yourself too hard. Ding Yangza is just a reckless youth. Yuan Guang lay on his bed, saying, I got up to use the restroom, saw your bed empty, and it scared me to death. I'm done studying you, I'm going to sleep. Song He said as he took out a blue deep sleep capsule and swallowed it with water. The room fell silent, soon filled with the even breathing of both. An hour later, amidst the even breathing, one suddenly changed. In the dark, Song He sat up and stretched. The system shop was truly reliable. The deep sleep capsule worked wonders. Opening his eyes, he felt refreshed, as if he hadn't just slept for an hour, but had enjoyed a full night's sleep. Glancing at Yuan Guang on the opposite bed, who was sleeping soundly, Song He grinned and thought, go ahead and keep sleeping. I'm fully recharged and ready to hit the books hard. Song He pulled out his Mathematics Essentials 4 textbook, quietly opened the dormitory door, and headed to the public restroom. Before reaching the restroom door, he heard the sound of shoes kicking against the wall inside. Someone was activating the motion sensor light. Song He was secretly shocked. Ding Yangza was indeed reckless, still studying at this hour. Didn't he fear a breakdown? Entering the restroom, however, the figure in the corner had changed. It was not Ding Yangza, but a taller, leaner person. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was an old acquaintance. Brother Ning Mo. Up early for some studying. Song He greeted. Ning Mo turned around, a hint of surprise flashing in his thick-rimmed glasses. In Ning Mo's eyes, Song He's math skills were quite lacking, completely no match for him. He had come to study math at this early hour, mainly to prepare for the selection exam and to defeat his rival Zhang Zhilei. However, seeing Song He brought a book to the restroom at this hour was rather unexpected, and a flicker of goodwill arose in him, akin to mutual respect. You're studying too. Ning Mo pointed at the math textbook in Song He's hands with his chin. Hey, can't sleep, just browsing through. Song He chuckled, looked down at the math textbook, and secretly popped a mental calculation capsule. The two fell silent, each standing in their corner, heads down, and solving problems, their postures resembling those playing the pin fairy game. Occasionally, classmates who got up to use the restroom were startled and contributed a series of resentment points to Song He. After a while, Song He suddenly remembered something and turned to ask Brother Ning Mo, your math is strong. Oh, where are you currently studying? I just started learning Kramer's rule. Ning Mo's tone was vague, and his face looked weary, probably due to waking up too early. What the hell is Kramer's rule? Song He was taken aback. Is there such a thing in high school math? I finished all high school math during the holiday. Kramer's rule is a university course from the linear algebra course at Tongji University. Ning Mo mumbled. Linear algebra is a relatively thin and simple book, and it's covered in the competition questions. I plan to finish it before the selection exam. Maybe I can score a few extra points. He laid his cards on the table, telling Song He his study progress without reservation. After all, Song he was quite weak and posed no threat, so there was no need to be cautious. Moreover, Ning Mo felt a tinge of pity for Song He. Clearly having no chance to qualify, he still had to come to study math in the early hours, practically a desperate struggle. Now that he revealed his strength, it was also in hopes that Song He would recognize the situation and go back to sleep. Was this a sign of a strong person's compassion towards the weak? Though I am strong, I still want to be a good person, Ning Mo thought to himself. You're quite impressive, your learning speed is remarkable. Song He was indeed taken aback. There's even content from advanced mathematics in the competition problems. Have you covered that? It's too late. Before the selection exam, I can only master linear algebra. I'll learn advanced math after joining the competition team. Ning Mo yawned. Are you still going to study? Aren't you going back to sleep? No way, you're already studying university math, and I haven't even figured out high school math yet. I have to work hard to catch up. Song He smiled. You can't catch up. It's better to rest early. There's no rush for the competition next year. You're right, Ning Mo chuckled. Even though your math level can't match mine, you stand out. If you study hard for a year, there's hope for a provincial award in next year's competition. By then I should have already won an award and can tutor you. After all, we're classmates. That sounds great. If I win an award this year, I'll tutor you next year. Song He nodded seriously. Ning Mo laughed and left the restroom, taking Song He's words as a joke. Only one person remained alone in the restroom. Song He took a deep breath and pulled out 3 mental calculation capsules from his pocket. Before the selection exam, his progress must surpass Ning Mo. At the very least, he needed to quickly cover high school math, and then linear algebra, and if possible learn some advanced mathematics to ensure his spot. Time was of the essence. He could only increase his dosage. Mental calculation capsules could be stacked right. Let's see how effective it is. Song He gathered some saliva and quickly swallowed the 3 mental calculation capsules. Boom. Suddenly, there was an explosive sound in his mind. While stacking them is so powerful, Song He's face twisted. A surge of intense coolness and refreshment instantly rushed to the crown of his head. It felt as exhilarating as if his soul had left his body. Song He lowered his head to look at the math textbook, and the activity level of his brain had clearly increased. Large strings of formulas and numbers were fully captured in his sight, like lightning streaking across his mind, swift and bright, bursting into brilliant sparks, each spark representing derived knowledge points and answers to exercises. Perhaps due to the surge in mental arithmetic speed, the textbook content suddenly seemed simpler. He had the illusion of revising elementary school math textbooks as the difficulty plummeted. Song He's hand flipping pages began to accelerate. His eyes swept across the pages like a scanner, his brain processing rapidly, finishing a new page in less than a minute. Flip the page. Flip the page. Flip the page. At the same time, dense upgrade prompts flashed before Song He's eyes. Detected progress in mathematics rising from bronze level 07 to bronze level 08. Detected progress in mathematics rising from bronze level 08 to bronze level 09. Detected progress in mathematics rising from bronze level 12 to bronze level 13. Time flew by as an hour passed swiftly. Song He suddenly shuddered, and his hand flipping the pages came to a halt. The effect of the drug had worn off. The numbers sparking in his mind were fading away piece by piece, like a city experiencing a power outage, transitioning from a blaze of lights to utter darkness. Yet the sky outside the window was brightening a hazy white. Song He let out a tired long sigh, but his heart was filled with immense joy. The achievement of the all-nighter warrior was completed. He had outlasted Ding Yangza and Ning Mo, stubbornly standing alone in the restroom until dawn. Tonight's battle could be described as seeking but failing to find a worthy opponent. The math textbook in his hand, compulsory 4, had unknowingly been flipped to the end with only about 7 or 8 pages left, essentially finished. The effect was also quite apparent as his math level had surged all the way from bronze 7 to bronze 13, a leap of 6 levels. Song He muttered an incredulous curse under his breath, wiping the hot sweat from his forehead. His brain had been too excited earlier to realize it, but now that he had calmed down, he belatedly understood just how terrifying a feat he had accomplished. In just half a night, he had successfully self-studied most of a math textbook. This couldn't be described as lightning fast. It was simply a damn miracle in the restroom. According to normal teaching progress, these contents would take at least 2 months to learn, yet he had breezed through them in just a few hours. He wouldn't even dare to speak of such a thing. Who would believe it if he did? After a brief moment of excitement, he suddenly slumped his shoulders. So tired. So hungry. Although the drug had granted him incredible speed, the side effects were also terrifying. A fierce hunger descended, followed by dizziness and stomach pain. In an instant, the adverse reactions felt like being shot in the stomach. He was drained, truly drained. But it was too early. The school cafeteria hadn't opened yet. Where could he find food now? He looked at the restroom mournfully. If only this place were a restaurant. The next day at night, At 10:30 in the evening song, he clutched his biology test papers and entered the restroom. As expected, Ding Yangza was already in the corner working on problems. How late are you studying tonight, old Ding? Song he asked provocatively. He'll study half an hour longer than you. Ding Yangza turned his head, his gaze cold, his expression burning with fighting spirit. Song he chuckled and lowered his head to work on problems. In the stinking restroom, the motion sensor light flickered on and off, and the sound of their feet kicking the wall was as synchronized as the previous night. At 1 in the morning, Song he snapped his biology problems shut. Detected progress in biology, rising from bronze level 30 to bronze level 35. He turned his head to look at Ding Yangza across from him. The guy was so sleepy, he was yawning continuously, his stance already a bit unsteady. But sensing Song He's gaze, Ding Yangza still stubbornly lifted his head, forcing himself to stay alert, wearing a tough expression, as if to say, I can hold on, like a beast baring its teeth in defiance. No can do, old Ding. You're already drained on just the second day. I'm going back to catch some sleep. You take your time suffering. Song He taunted him and then bolted. An hour later at 2 in the morning, Song He was fully recharged, radiant, and spirited, striding into the restroom with a math textbook tucked under his arm. His state was nothing like someone who had only slept for an hour. Rather, he seemed as refreshed as if he had just woken up from a full 8 hours of sleep. You're here. The person in the corner had switched to Ning Mo, his thick glasses reflecting light. I'm here. Song He nodded in greeting, lowered his head, and opened the math textbook. The two kicked the wall in tacit understanding, taking turns to trigger the motion sensor light. At 5 in the morning, Ning Mo finally couldn't hold on any longer, yawning heavily. I'm going back to sleep. You should sleep early too. All right. Song He looked up, his eyes extremely clear. Ning Mo left with a frown, muttering to himself, why the hell is this guy so good at staying up? The third day at night. At 1 in the morning, Song He snapped his biology book shut. Detected progress in biology, rising from bronze level 35 to bronze level 40. Ding Yang's face was haggard, his hair disheveled. He strained to glare at Song He, putting on a show of abundant energy, but his heavy breathing still betrayed his weakness. Military training during the day and staying up late at night, the physical exhaustion was simply too terrifying. No can do, old Ding. Look how ruddy my complexion is. There's urine all over the floor. You don't need to pee to see yourself. Your dark circles are practically making you a relative of the giant panda. Keep at it, come on. You said you'd study half an hour longer than me, so don't you dare run off early. Song He taunted expertly and turned to leave. After a while, Ding Yangza crouched down, wearily, panting heavily. Damn it, why is Song He's complexion so ruddy? He's not eating tiger penis every day, is he? Forget it. He'll grind for a few more days. I have to crush Song He in the biology selection exam. Let the whole class see that I am the king of biology. Ding Yangza staggered to his feet, forcing himself to continue reading. In the past, such high-intensity sprint studying would have broken him, but at the thought of Song He's nightly taunts, his exhausted body would always erupt with renewed energy. At 5 in the morning, Ning Mo packed up his math competition problems unsteadily, his voice trembling. Can't hold on anymore. Going back to sleep. Sleep well, military training is pretty tiring. Song He nodded. Ning Mo carefully examined Song He's complexion, then left the restroom with a head full of question marks. That's not right. This kid stays up just like me every day, so why does he look completely unbothered? Ning Mo murmured to himself. The fourth day? At 1 in the morning, the sound of taunting echoed in the restroom. Old Ding, kidney chi insufficient, both chi and blood deficient. If you keep this up, you'll become impotent. Less of your damn nonsense. Go back to sleep. I need to study half an hour more. I'm definitely getting that spot on the biology competition team. Urging me to go back to sleep. Actually, you can't hold on for another half hour, either can you? If I stay up half an hour later today, how will you handle that? If you stay up half an hour later, you'll stay up a whole damn hour later. I've got plenty of stamina. Ding Yangza was nearly at the end of his rope. Hearing you say you'd continue staying up, he was startled, resentment value 300. At 4:30 in the morning. Damn, I can't do it anymore. I'm going back to sleep. Song He, you should rest early too. Sweet dreams, brother Ning. Brother Song, aren't you sleepy? Ning Mo was about to step out of the restroom, but finally couldn't help stopping. Sleepy? Of course I'm very sleepy. Song He smiled, his face looking completely refreshed. Ning Mo is greatly puzzled by your super stamina, resentment value 300. The fifth day, 10 in the morning, the sun blazing like fire. The playground echoed with the instructor's whistle and shouts. Over a dozen military training squads in camouflage uniforms marched forward in goose steps. In a corner of the playground, the instructor for Elite Class 2 blew his whistle. That last pass was excellent. Take a 5-minute break. The squad, which had been standing at attention instantly, seemed to turn into liquid as the students collapsed to the ground groaning. Song He was quite exhausted. Lying on his back on the playground, he held up a math test paper, using his fingernail to mark choices on the multiple choice questions. In the distance, Ning Mo and Zhang Zhilei sat cross-legged together watching this scene. This song he is so intense. Is he really studying or just pretending? Zhang Zhilei's eyes were suspicious. I'm afraid it's real. He's been staying up late in the restroom doing problems for the past few days. Ning Mo's expression was serious. Although his current math level is not as good as yours or mine with his crazy study drive, maybe in a few months he'll catch up to us. He stays up late in the restroom doing problems. Zhang Zhilei was slightly shocked. How do you know? Because I also stay up late in the restroom doing problems. Ning Mo smiled. Shameless. Studying behind my back. Zhang Zhilei glared. You two sneaky guys, how late do you stay up? I study from 2 in the morning until 5 in the morning, but every time I leave Song, he is still studying. Ning Mo's smile faded, as if recalling an unpleasant experience. I can't outlast him. I've tried to hold on a bit longer, but I really can't take it. You and Song he study late at night. From 2 in the morning until 5 in the morning. Ding Yangze, who had been lying nearby, suddenly sat up, his eyes wide, his face looking as if had seen a ghost. Thighs is impossible. What's impossible about that? Tonight, he'll be studying in the restroom again. Late into the night from 2 to 5 a.m. If you go there at night, you'll surely run into me. And no surprise, Song he will be there too. Ning Mo felt a quiet surge of pride, convinced his relentless diligence had left his classmates awestruck. I study in the restroom too. I go from 1030 p.m. to 130 m. Ding Yangze widened his eyes in disbelief. I study there. And Song he is always there too. Zhang Zhilei and Ning Mo froze in unison. An eerie silence fell over the room. What? Zhang Zhilei blinked, doubting her ears. What time did you say? I study in the dormitory's public restroom, from 1030 p.m. to 130 m. Ding Yangze spoke earnestly. Song he studies only half an hour less than I do. He goes from 1030 p.m. to 100 m. Has this been going on for several days? Ning Mo was utterly stunned. Right? It's been 4 nights straight. Ding Yangze's expression was incredulous. No way. That's impossible. Are you joking? Ning Mo completely lost his bearings. From 1030 p.m. to 100 m. Song he studies with you in the restroom. And then from 200 to 500 m. He studies with me. What is Song he? Beside him, Zhang Zhilei stared blankly, disbelief etched across her face. Absurd. How could Song he possibly stay up both early and late at night? Pulling an all-nighter once is one thing, but surviving 4 in a row. Is he an alien? Zhang Zhilei lifted her gaze towards Song he in the distance, her expression deeply skeptical. Something's off. Song he looks more refreshed than both of you combined. No dark circles whatsoever, as if he slept soundly. Meanwhile, your complexions are sallow, your chi and blood visibly depleted. Are you two colluding to trick me? The three exchanged uneasy glances, trust crumbling in real time. I don't believe it. Ning Mo suddenly locked eyes with Ding Yangze, voice tight. Old Ding, are you messing with me? If you won't believe me, then I won't believe you, old Ning. Are you lying to me? Ding Yangze shot back, eyes wide. They stared at each other, bloodshot, eyes mirroring exhaustion. On the 5th night, Song he strolled casually into the restroom, biology practice test tucked under his arm, as always. Song he paused, faintly puzzled. Was his posture wrong today? Why had the script suddenly deviated from previous nights? Ning Mo, weren't you supposed to appear only in the late hours? Had your habits changed? Ding Yangze glanced sideways at Ning Mo, wearing an expression that said, told you so. Ning Mo stood speechless. He'd assumed Ding Yangze's claim was a joke, yet here's Song, he was at 1030 p.m. walking in with a biology test in hand. The sight was utterly staggering, like seeing a ghost. Yet almost instantly Ning Mo's skepticism rekindled. Could Ding Yangze and Song he have conspired to stage this? Had they coordinated to prank him? Having Song he deliberately shift his schedule tonight? Ning Mo turned slowly, scrutinizing Ding Yangze beside him. Ding Yangze in turn eyed Ning Mo warily, silently thinking, Song, he always arrives at this hour. I've watched him come and go every single day. How could he possibly return again after midnight? Unspoken but mutual, Ning Mo and Ding Yangze reached the same decision: they wouldn't leave tonight. Not until they'd witnessed it firsthand. Would Song he truly study through the entire night? While the two rivals simmered with inner turmoil, Song he, leaning against the far wall, paid them no mind. Unfurling his biology test, he slipped effortlessly into deep solitary focus, lightning flashing across his thoughts. Ning Mo and Ding Yangze quietly pulled out their own problem sets and began writing. Minutes ticked by like heartbeats. Soon the three had even developed an unspoken rhythm, taking turns kicking the wall to trigger the motion sensor lights. Occasionally, students heading to the restroom found its quiet corners increasingly crowded with readers, and resentment swelled. Overachieving in class isn't enough. You bring your grind here at night. At this rate, the restroom will become a study hall. I'll really let loose. Make it stink so badly you can't concentrate. Students ground their teeth in silent fury, and Song He's vision flickered with notifications, resentment points acquired. At last at 100 M. Song He snapped his biology test shut. Biological proficiency detected. Level advanced from bronze rank 45 to bronze rank 50. Song He frowned. Progress remained sluggish. His goal before the selection exam was clear: elevate biology to silver rank and push mathematics beyond bronze rank 80. Only then would he stride into the exam hall with unshakable confidence, ready to dominate without restraint. Yet when he summoned the leaderboard, the outlook was grim: biology bronze rank 50, mathematics bronze rank 36, all other subjects remained stagnant at iron rank. Song He turned, glancing across the restroom at his two rivals huddled in the corner. Both Ding Yangza and Ning Mo bore bloodshot eyes. Compared to their first day of school vigor, they'd visibly wasted away, on the verge of total collapse. Their breaths came heavy and labored as they strained to hold his gaze, defiant, yet barely clinging on. Old Ding, if you sleep at 130 M. and rise at 600 M. you'll end up in ICU sipping millet porridge. Don't make it to the exam hall. Let the ambulance take you instead. Song He teased, habitually sharp. Old Ning, I'm heading to bed. You should rest early too. He gave Ning Mo a warm, friendly nod, then turned and ambled off, yawning back toward the dormitory. In the restroom, Ding Yangza and Ning Mo exchanged a long, complicated look. Every night, it's exactly like this. He gets drowsy by 100 M, heads back to sleep, and tosses me a jab before vanishing. Ding Yangza raised 3 fingers solemnly. If I utter a single falsehood, may I drink millet porridge in intensive care. But he returns at 200 M to study mathematics. I swear it's true. If not, may my whole family join you in drinking millet porridge. Ning Mo likewise raised 3 fingers, sealing his oath. They studied each other warily, then bowed their heads once more to their textbooks. Even now, neither could fully accept that Song He truly studied through the night. Such a feat seemed ludicrous, absurd enough to warrant 10 full episodes of Approaching Science. Half an hour passed swiftly. Suddenly, Ding Yangza staggered, his endurance shattered. For days he'd retreated precisely at this hour, pushing further now with sheer defiance of his limits. If humans had health bars and mana bars, his mana was long drained. Now his health bar was bleeding. Yet the stubborn man pinched his thigh hard to stay awake. Just 30 more minutes, then I'll know the truth. Hold on. I refuse to believe it. Can Song He really pull an all-nighter? Impossible. Ning Mo must be setting me up. Nearby, Ning Mo suddenly crouched low, gripping the wall. Damn, it's burning my stomach. Ding Yangza's legs trembled, and he sank down beside him. Should we go back to the dorm for chairs? Brilliant idea. Ning Mo slapped his thigh. Exactly. We're fools standing when we could sit. Together they left the restroom and headed toward the dormitory, only to return 2 minutes later, each carrying a small chair. They placed them side by side near the window and collapsed into exhausted silence. At 200 M. Song He entered the restroom, alert, energized, mathematics textbook tucked firmly under his arm. This was his final elective math text. Tonight he would finish it and declare high school mathematics complete. It promised to be a triumphant night, a milestone. Once high school math was mastered, only linear algebra remained before he caught up to Ning Mo. His odds of victory would rise significantly. But the moment he stepped inside Song, he froze. 2 chairs sat beneath the windowsill, and Ning Mo and Ding Yangza slumped together like lovers' mouths slightly open, breathing deeply in peaceful slumber. Song, he frowned, baffled. Why abandon comfortable dormitory beds for these cramped, foul-smelling chairs in the restroom? Did they harbor some peculiar kink? Shaking his head, Song, he opened his math textbook and swallowed 3 mental calculations capsules from his palm. Excitement and fierce resolve ignited in his eyes. His knuckles whitened as he gripped his pen. High school mathematics. Tonight you meet your end. The voice-activated light turned off. Song, he was alone, repeatedly kicking the wall. Ding Yangza was startled awake by the sound of the kicks. As he opened his eyes, he caught sight of a familiar figure in the corner of the room, engrossed in a book. It's Song. He really came to study again. Ding Yangza's sleepiness vanished in an instant as he rubbed his eyes vigorously. When he opened them again, Song, he was still there. The scene was truly shocking. Ding Yangza hurriedly twisted his thigh to confirm he wasn't dreaming. Ning Mo cried out in pain, waking up. Who twisted my leg? Ning Mo was stunned halfway through his words, his mouth hanging open, staring blankly at the figure across from him. Ning Mo's pupils trembled, his expression one of disbelief as he stood up abruptly. He really came again. How could this possibly be? Ding Yangza and Ning Mo exchanged glances, both seeing fear in each other's eyes. The shock of encountering Song He in the restroom felt no different than seeing a ghost. Both had thought Song He wouldn't show up again tonight, so seeing him now was akin to the horror of summoning a spirit through a game. The situation was getting increasingly thrilling. Was the Song He before them not a living person? At the same time, a system prompt suddenly flashed in Song He's eyes. Ding Yangza was frightened by your appearance. Worldview shattered. Resentment value 500. Ning Mo suspects you are a vile being. Resentment value 700. Ding Yangza initially thought his study time was long, but suddenly reversed, calling himself careless. Resentment value 900. Ning Mo's thoughts were chaotic, recalling various campus horror legends. Resentment value 1000. Song He was also startled. He turned to look at the two by the window who were clearly in extreme shock, frozen, still not even blinking. In recent days, Song He had been studying intensely, purchasing a heap of mental calculation capsules and deep sleep capsules from the system store, spending lavishly and nearly exhausting his resentment value savings to only 1,000 points. He was still worried about how to obtain more resentment value today to ensure ample battle supplies. Now, opening the system panel, he saw the resentment value rising at an unprecedented speed. 4,000, 4,500, 5,000. Song He was overjoyed, watching the resentment value climb to 5,000, just enough to buy all the deep sleep capsules before the selection test. Thanks to the two elder brothers for the carnival. Song He, do you study like this every day? Ning Mo mustered his courage to speak. Study through the first half of the night, sleep for an hour, and then come back for the second half. That's right. Song He admitted straightforwardly. Aren't you exhausted? Ding Yangza exclaimed in an agitated tone. You always say you go back to sleep, but after I return to the dorm you come back to study. Liar. Old Ding, you can't slander me. I really went back to sleep for an hour. When I say I go back to sleep, it doesn't mean I'm in a deep slumber. I wake up, and then come back to study. Song He looked utterly perplexed. You woke up after just an hour. Ning Mo was stunned, his eyes wide. You only sleep for an hour every day. Are you an alien? Don't you need sleep to live? I am known as the god of all-nighters. It's not a mere nickname. Song He scoffed. How can you sleep at your age? Without real skills, you think you can join the competition team. Do you think I'm not tired? It's true, I'm really not tired. As soon as I see a problem, I become invigorated. Song He smiled wickedly. No matter how strong your willpower is, you must at least conform to natural laws, right? Ning Mo was exasperated. I do conform. You conform to what? No human sleeps for just 1 hour and isn't tired. Ning Mo broke down, holding his head in despair. ADRB1 gene 1 in 25,000 carries it, a rare genetic mutation that have sleep time and makes one more excited when awake. December 2nd gene A, naturally mutated short sleep gene that can cut sleep time by 1.5 hours. Song He scoffed. The distribution of the ABCC9 gene is more common, many people have it, but whether this gene is expressed can also change sleep time. You mutated genetically. Ning Mo was stunned. I evolved. Song He smiled. Still, I am the god of all-nighters, not a mere nickname. Ning Mo and Ding Yangza were completely stunned, unable to utter a word for a while. It turned out there were no miracles in this world. It was merely their own lack of knowledge. Looking at Song He's vibrant spirit, it seemed he truly was the chosen one. The existence before them undoubtedly delivered a huge shock to their worldview. Ning Mo and Ding Yangza felt that their decades of life experience had been overturned, and they suddenly thought of the term seeing something astonishing. Song He continued to study, a slight smile on his lips. The working principle of the deep sleep capsule intrigued him, so a couple of days ago, he specifically went to the school library to look up information on short sleep, and the only clue he found was the short sleep gene he just mentioned. Although the deep sleep capsules might not be based on the same principle, it was sufficient to reassure his classmates. Song He didn't want to be seen as a monster. There were many more nights of all-nighters ahead. He needed a scientifically sound explanation to avoid being thrust into the spotlight of public opinion. Ding Yangza felt fear towards your potential. Resentment value 500. Ning Mo regards you as a terrifying enemy. Resentment value 500. Song He looked up. The two top-ranking brothers had already moved their chairs away from the restroom, seemingly aware that they couldn't endure it any longer, and had decisively retreated to sleep. The resentment value had accumulated to 6,000 points, which felt quite like becoming suddenly rich overnight. In the next few days, if he earned a bit more, it would be enough for the selection test to buy mental calculation and deep sleep capsules, and he should have some surplus. With a thought, since he had ample points, why not go for an exciting 10 consecutive draws? He gritted his teeth, spent 1,000 points of resentment value, and activated the high-tech lottery wheel. Congratulations, you have won mental calculation capsule 1. Congratulations, you have won mental calculation capsule 1. Sure enough, it started with the lowest tier mental calculation capsules. However, it wasn't a loss. Every 10 consecutive draws included 2 bonus draws. Even if all were mental calculation capsules, it would be like buying 12 capsules for 1,000 resentment points, slightly cheaper than purchasing them individually from the system store, a small discount. Especially since the demand for mental calculation capsules was increasingly high for Song, He consumed them like candy while solving problems. Although they were low-end and cheap, they were essential supplies. Soon the results of the first 10 draws were out, 10 mental calculation capsules tucked into his pocket for later. The following bonus draw segment was the real lottery. This 10 consecutive draws earned 2 bonus draw opportunities. The lottery will continue to spin. Congratulations, you have 1 neural growth capsule 1. Congratulations, you have 1 combat power detector purchase qualification now placed in the system store. While the drop rate is really high, Song was thrilled. He had unexpectedly received 2 new items. In his palm was a golden capsule, and as he focused, the system subtitles popped up. Rare item, neural growth capsule, price purchase permission not yet opened, effect after consumption. It can promote the production of more dendrites and axons in brain neurons, slightly reduce energy consumption for thinking, slightly increase thinking speed, slightly delay brain aging, and slightly enhance intelligence. Song seriously suspected that the system was selling medicine, as the items provided were all various colored small capsules. However, the quality of the medicine was indeed astonishing, pure black technology drugs. As Song consumed the golden capsule in his hand, he couldn't help but fantasize if he were to start a pharmaceutical company in the future, reverse engineering the drugs provided by the system. Even replicating the lowest level mental calculation capsules would probably be enough to kick Pfizer and punch Johnson & Johnson out of the market. With just this 1 capsule, there wouldn't be much trouble in becoming the world's pharmaceutical giant. He opened the system store to check the prize for another draw. Combat power detector, 1,000 resentment points per use. Combat power detector capable of assessing an individual's current combat power in a single subject. However, it must be noted that the power level is an estimated composite value, which may vary in actual exams due to differing question sets, thus serving only as a reference. It was indeed a remarkable tool. Simply test an opponent to gauge their strength. Yet the price was exorbitant. A single test cost 1,000. The most infuriating part was that a single test was insufficient. Opponents continuously studied and leveled up. What might appear as a lower level today could surge overnight, necessitating repeated tests, which gradually drove the expense to absurd heights. The next morning on the sports field, during a precious break, a group of students lay sprawled on the field, nearly melted by the scorching sun. In a corner, 3 students huddled together, whispering, Lao Ding, you two are going too far. Do you take me for a fool trying to trick me like this? Zhang Jilei rolled her eyes. How could anyone possibly stay up all night, every night? Song isn't some monster. It's true. We saw it with our own eyes. Song pulled an all-nighter studying. Ning Mo said urgently. He claims he's evolved, that he has some kind of short sleep gene. No lies, I swear we'll be struck by lightning if we're lying. Ding Yangzi vowed solemnly. Zhang Jilei quickly shuffled aside, glancing nervously at the sky. Seeing it was clear, she breathed a sigh of relief. Why won't you believe us? Ning Mo gritted his teeth. If the school didn't ban phone's ID, record a video to show you. Zhang Jilei snorted dismissively, a mocking smile on her face. He evolved into what, a sleepless golden immortal. Who in their right mind would believe that? You two have been up all night and are seeing things, haven't you? I think you're both terrified of Song He. You boasted about securing a spot on the competition team, but now you feel you can't beat him, so you're spinning myths. Lao Ning, you're not up to it. How can you lose heart before even stepping into the exam hall? Ding Yangzi and Ning Mo exchanged a glance and sighed in unison, their expressions filled with helplessness. It wasn't that Zhang Jilei refused to believe them. Had they not witnessed it themselves last night, they too would have doubted it 1,000 times over. The all-night war god at first glance sounded like a cringeworthy joke dripping with adolescent fantasy. But when one actually witnessed the existence of the all-night war god, laughter became impossible. Especially since this war god was an enemy they'd face in a few days. The pressure was immense. Lao Zhang, we're just telling you about Song. He's all-night studying. Ew, it doesn't mean we've given up. Ning Mo's expression turned serious. Sure, Song, he's all-night studying is intimidating, but there are still 4 days until the selection exam. I've already started learning university-level math, while he hasn't even mastered high school math. There's no way he'll get the math competition team spot. In math, you're my only rival, Zhang Jilei. And the biology competition team spot is out of his reach. Ding Yangzi snorted disdainfully. If Song focused solely on biology, he might actually surpass me. But with him fighting on 2 fronts, it's like we're 2 against 1. How can he possibly win? Over the past few days, I've studied biology half an hour longer than him every night. Once I secure the competition team spot, I'll mock him for all the taunts he's thrown at me. Ning Mo and Ding Yangzi exchanged a look. After their declarations, the shadow cast by Song He's all-night studying began to fade, and their fighting spirit reignited. Song He made a mistake from the start by choosing math. Lao Ning and I would crush him in that subject. Choosing both math and biology was stacking errors upon errors. Zhang Jilei nodded confidently, unconcerned by the so-called all-night war god. The 3 of us will join forces to take him down. In 4 days at the selection exam, well, make sure his efforts are all for nothing. The three exchanged smiles as if victory was already assured. In the distance, Song, he sat beneath a tree, pulling up his own power ranking to assess his strength. Biology bronze level 50, mathematics bronze level 39. Opening the system shop, he fixed his gaze on the combat power detector for a moment, then gritted his teeth and made the purchase. A virtual pistol materialized in his hand, seemingly visible only to him. At the base of the pistol were subject options. Song, he selected biology, aimed at Ding Yangza in the distance, and pulled the trigger. Ding Yangza biology bronze level 48. Song, his brows furrowed. This Ding Yangza was no pushover, only a mere 2 levels below him. Such a narrow gap was far too unstable. Just like the previous placement test, if the questions were skewed or unusual, the outcome would be uncertain, with luck playing a decisive role. Song, he reopened the system shop and, gritting his teeth again, bought 2 more combat power detectors. With a pistol in each hand, both set to mathematics mode, he aimed at Zhang Zhilei and Ning Mo and fired both guns simultaneously. Zhang Zhilei mathematics bronze level 44, Ning Mo mathematics bronze level 43. No wonder they were math prodigies. Both were ahead of him. But the lead was limited within 5 levels. Once he finished studying linear algebra, he could catch up. Song, he took a deep breath. The next few days demanded relentless effort. The gap between him and his 3 opponents was minimal, perhaps reversible, with just a few hours of intense study. He could not afford a single moment of slack. Suddenly the sunlight vanished, and the students sprawled on the ground looked up. Lead gray clouds were pushing in from all directions, thick and heavy, seemingly saturated with moisture. Yuan Guang suddenly scrambled to his feet, knelt with both knees together, clasped his hands, and bowed devoutly toward the sky, muttering under his breath. The surrounding students burst into laughter. Yuan Guang, are you praying for rain? Ha ha, Yuan Guang, what are you doing? The forecast says no rain today. Give it up. This is hilarious. If he actually succeeds in summoning rain, won't he lose years of his life? Go for it, Yuan Guang. If you make it rain and spare all the freshmen from military training, we'll each lend you a day of our lifespan. Song, he laughed too. This roommate was always into some mystical nonsense. Suddenly several laughing students froze, looked up at the sky, and stretched out their hands as if to catch water. Then white streaks of rain poured down, and the entire field of military trainees erupted in excited shouts. Holy crap, it's actually raining. Yuan Guang is incredible. Yuan Guang, the high priest. Yuan Guang is a beast. Forget school, go help with drought relief in the northwest. Suddenly the loudspeaker on the field crackled to life. Military training is suspended. All students return to the classrooms. The instructors will soon play war movies for each class. A thunderous wave of cheers erupted as students across the field sprinted joyfully toward the academic buildings. Song, he, however, turned his gaze toward the distant school library building. Under the onslaught of rain, the library's white walls gradually darkened, like a building loading into existence in a game. 10 minutes later, the school library. Each floor of the library had the same layout, the east side lined entirely with bookshelves, the west side filled with long tables for student self-study. Song, he found an empty table by the window and placed 2 newly borrowed books on it, college entrance exam math problems and linear algebra. He pulled up a chair, set down his backpack on the adjacent seat. The backpack was bulging, stuffed to the top with bags of snacks and drinks, with his military training uniform, which he had changed out of in the dorm, stashed at the very bottom. Since all the freshmen were watching a movie in their classroom, Song, he had sneaked off to the library. To avoid detection, he had changed from his training uniform into the school uniform midway. Fortunately, the uniforms for all 3 high school years were identical, so blending in was easy. Several tables around him were occupied by students studying. Most of them at a glance were seniors. The seniors were easy to spot: disheveled hair, drained complexions, dark circles from sleepless nights of studying. A scene reminiscent of a gathering of zombies. Song, he, the only one with a healthy glow, seemed oddly out of place, like a scholar from a ghost story who had wandered into a haunted house crowded with spirits. Suddenly a figure sat down across from Song He. He looked up and nearly had a nosebleed. The senior, with hair cascading to her shoulders, sat across from him, her beauty unquestionably of the campus queen caliber, her features as delicate as a model's, her cheeks as fair as porcelain dolls. Perhaps feeling the heat, she unzipped her school uniform jacket, revealing a pristine low-cut vest beneath. Though it was a perfectly ordinary attire, this senior was exceptionally endowed. The curves of her chest rose like mountain ranges, straining the vest in an exaggerated manner. She pulled out a set of math exam papers and began flipping through them. With each turn of the page, her chest swayed and bounced with an earth-shaking elasticity. Song He was completely dumbfounded. As a young man brimming with vitality suddenly confronted with such a scene, all the blood rushed away from his brain, leaving his mind blank. After a few seconds of emptiness, reason returned to his mind, and Song He snapped back to reality. No, This disturbs my Tao heart. The Buddha said form is not different from emptiness. Emptiness is not different from form. The Buddha said all appearances are illusory. If you see all appearances as non-appearances, then you see the Tathagata. The Buddha said the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara, when practicing the profound Prajnaparamita, perceived that all five aggregates are empty. Barely calming down Song, he hurriedly fished out a mental arithmetic capsule from his pocket, swallowed it, and opened college entrance exam math real questions to divert his attention. Seeing the problems, he felt a slight pang of emotion. He had never imagined that just a few days after enrollment he would already be able to tackle the college entrance exam papers. If not for the system's supply of small capsules, even if he studied with all his might, it would take at least a year to reach this level of progress. Song, he found some scratch paper, instantly entered his zone, and began writing answers at lightning speed. The effects of the pill erupted rapidly in his mind. Tempestuous winds and thunderous lightning flashed, with countless numbers crackling by like blinding bolts stretching across the sky, converging swiftly and fiercely into steaming hot answers. Multiple choice questions, 8 minutes done. Fill-in-the-blank questions, 4 minutes done. Detected improvement in mathematics, rising from bronze level 39 to bronze level 40. Song, he gradually entered a fervent state, his speed of tackling problems so fast that it drove him to a frenzy. An ordinary student would need at least 30 to 40 minutes just to finish the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank sections of a college entrance exam math paper, but Song, he used only a third of that time. Of that third, nearly half was spent on the last 1 or 2 multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank problems. The rest he solved after just a few glances, his speed, like a bolt-action rifle, taking down each question with a single shot. However, when it came to the subsequent long answer problems, his pace slowed down. The solution approach was almost immediately apparent, but the step-by-step points for these problems were critical. He had to write steadily and methodically, carefully ensuring he secured every procedural point, with most of the time consumed by writing. Song, he's right hand wrote furiously, moving so fast it left afterimages splashing the long answer processes onto the scratch paper like a machine gun spraying bullets, his momentum overwhelming. Thinking of the countless nights he had wept over math problems in the past, Song, he felt a secret delight. Damn it, the tables have turned. Math problems look at you now. With more problems solved, the remaining ones dwindled. The first few long answer problems were dispatched cleanly, and he quickly advanced to the 2 most difficult problems at the end. His hand was already cramping, but Song, he gritted his teeth and pushed through, maintaining his high-speed writing. Faster, faster, faster. The final 2 problems were characterized by their tediousness and toughness, requiring heavy computation, convoluted steps, numerous traps, and bizarre variations. In the actual college entrance exam, these final problems are precisely the dividing line that distinguishes top-tier students from average ones. For the first time, Song, he stopped writing, stared intently at the problem statement, and sank into deep thought. It felt like a blitzkrieg assault, slaughtering the enemy infantry across the plains until suddenly encountering a towering fortress. The attacking forces hesitated momentarily, circling the city to observe, searching for a breach. Found it. Song, he resumed his offensive, pouring out answers like a rainstorm. Though his writing speed was not as swift as with the previous problems, occasionally stumbling, he still managed to write the final line smoothly. First college entrance exam math paper completed. Total time 1 hour and 14 minutes. Detected improvement in mathematics, rising from bronze level 40 to bronze level 41. Song, he was somewhat surprised. Just doing 1 paper had earned him 2 levels. Could the college entrance exam math paper be a deluxe experience pack? Could he use it to grind levels? Song, he first checked the answers against the paper he had just completed. Regrettably, he didn't achieve a perfect score, nor did he even break 140 points. He only managed a mere 135. Moreover, this paper was from a local region, one of the easier ones among college entrance exam papers. Failing to score high on the easiest paper was truly inexcusable. Am I really this lousy? Song, he couldn't help but frown deeply. Quickly correcting his mistakes and memorizing the error points, he pulled out a second college entrance exam math paper, fished out a few mental arithmetic capsules from his pocket, swallowed them, and began the battle. Song, he buried his head in the problems, while at several nearby long tables some senior students had already noticed him and began whispering among themselves. Damn, that guy's solving problems like crazy. His hand speed is so fast. Is he writing memorization answers for a liberal arts paper? No, holy shit, it looks like he's doing math. Damn, that's god-tier operation. His hand speed on math papers is this fast, and he barely needs to think. I'm so jealous. If my math were that good, I'd be guaranteed a spot at a first-tier university. A few scattered points of resentment value flashed before Song, his eyes stemming from the envy of nearby seniors, though the amounts were not substantial. The seniors merely regarded Song he as a peer. If they knew he was only a freshman, the resentment value would surely be far greater, and many seniors might have their minds utterly shattered. Paying no attention to the resentment flashing before him, Song, He continued writing furiously until he completed the second paper. Total time 1 hour and 12 minutes. The time had slightly decreased. Checking the answers, his score rose a bit to 137, still failing to break 140. Song he had solved all the truly difficult problems. The points deducted were due to minor oversights. If this were an actual exam, he would have over an hour to review, and he was confident he could catch those errors. However, rather than relying on checking for mistakes, he preferred to train through problem solving to ensure his first attempt scored above 140, ideally hitting a perfect 150. Unfortunately, after finishing this paper, the system didn't show any mathematics level up. It seemed that college entrance exam papers weren't a deluxe experience pack for grinding levels. The double level up from the first paper Song, he speculated, might have been due to some special bonus like a level up for the first completion of a college entrance exam paper. Song he set aside the completed paper with its scratch paper, planning to study some linear algebra. Further grinding on exam papers would unlikely yield another level up, but learning new content from linear algebra surely would. Suddenly, a small fair hand reached over and took the scratch paper Song he had just written on. It was the senior across from him. Song he looked up and immediately felt his blood rush and his mind disturbed. Her figure was simply too alluring. Who could withstand this? Hey, are you really good at math? Could you explain a problem to me? She lowered her voice, a hint of a flattering smile on her face. Sure, Song he nodded decisively. Explaining problems to others was also a process of review. The famous Feynman technique also includes the step of teaching what you've learned to someone else. So Song he was more than happy to explain problems to the senior. As for looks and figure, those were fleeting clouds. He had absolutely no such considerations. The senior smiled, quickly grabbed her exercise book, and came around from the opposite side to sit beside Song he. Song he hastily removed his backpack from the chair beside him to make room for her. Class 1, irregular track, Zhuang Qiyan. The senior extended her fair hand. Elite Class 2, Song he. Song he quickly shook her hand, his heart racing. Cui Yanwei, seeing you on close terms with a goddess-level classmate, feels jealous, resentment value 200. Du Jingqing, witnessing his secret crush taking the initiative to shake your hand, becomes twisted with envy, resentment value 300. Yi Zhou discovers you sitting next to campus beauty, Zhuang Qiyan, envious and jealous, resentment value 100. A string of resentment values suddenly flashed before his eyes. Song he turned to look around, and indeed some envious glances quickly looked away. Song he suddenly understood the term femme fatale. It wasn't the bow tie's fault, but the wolves craving the flesh. Do you know how to solve this problem? Our teacher gave it to us, and there's no answer key. Zhuang Qiyan pulled her chair closer and opened a notebook of collected mistakes, pushing it in front of Song he. Song he quickly glanced at the question, which was a very standard problem, likely modified from the final question of the college entrance examination. Such problems are difficult for ordinary students, but for Song he they posed no challenge at all. Within seconds of reading the question, a string of steps sprang to mind, and he calculated the final answer in his head. Do you understand how to find monotonicity for the first question? Song he asked. I do, Zhuang Qiyan nodded, but I don't know the second question. For the second question, I'll teach you a conventional approach, a method of separating variables. The conventional method is cumbersome, while separating variables is simpler, but it requires practice, Song he said. Zhuang Qiyan quickly grabbed paper and pen, adopting a listening posture, clearly a diligent student eager to learn from the teacher. In the conventional method, first set gx equal to fx, paying attention to the range of x. Here it is, one part. Song he picked up his pen and quickly sketched on the draft paper. Then differentiate once to get g and differentiate again to get g. At this point, it is monotonically decreasing from 0 to ln3 and monotonically increasing from ln3 to positive infinity. Here is another part. Zhuang Qiyan hurriedly followed along, jotting notes on the draft paper, her expression tense. Song he wrote extensively on a large sheet of paper, discussing two cases, advancing step by step, even marking the score for each step, ultimately arriving at a dazzling result. Do you understand this conventional method? Song he turned his head. Zhuang Qiyan propped her chin, lost in thought, lightly biting her lip. Song he felt his blood pressure rise. They were so close their legs almost touched. The fragrance from Senior Zhuang was particularly distinct. Her delicate and fair face made the action of biting her lip even more unbearable. Song he felt a bit pained. Senior, please think, but could you not bite your lip? I think I roughly understand. Wait a moment while I organize my thoughts, Zhuang Qiyan said with an embarrassed smile. Is the second method simple? The steps are simple in the method of separating variables, but it requires your keen observation. Song, he quickly wrote out two inequalities. The above expression is always valid, so when x equals 2, there is a maximum value and the range of r is determined. Zhuang Qiyan was taken aback as the result came before she could react. I've seen this method before, it's amazing. Method 1 would take a whole page and is prone to mistakes, but this method yields results in just two expressions. Yes, I always use the method of separating variables when answering questions that solves them in an instant. Song he nodded. But I don't know how to determine what exactly to separate. Zhuang Qian looked at him with admiration. I feel that those who can use this method are very clever. Do you calculate it directly in your head? I calculate directly, but there are also techniques to help you determine the variables. He'll teach you, and then he'll write a few problems for you to try out. Song he said. Thank you, Zhuang Qian exclaimed with excitement. Song he quickly wrote on the draft paper listing several example problems using the pen tip to emphasize his explanations. Zhuang Qian leaned in closer, her body naturally tilting towards him, her attention fully on the problems, nodding continuously. As they drew closer, close enough to hear each other's breath, Song, he accidentally brushed against a soft elastic area with his elbow. A loud bang echoed in Song He's mind, and he quickly pulled back his elbow. Zhuang Qian seemed unaware, her eyes fixed on the question as she quietly asked, so what is the range of values for this part? The range of values should be consistent with the above, though there can be special cases. I'll mention a few problems for you to try yourself, Song, he said, almost parched. 4 years ago, the last question of the National Science Paper 1 last year's, second last question of the SU paper last year's, last question of the 5 school joint exam, and the last question of the second mock test from 2 years ago. You can find a red-covered book called 100 Days of Sprint Mathematics Problems on that shelf over there. The questions I mentioned are on pages 66 and 80. Song He's words came out rapidly. Zhuang Qian looked at him with admiration. Wow, Song, you're amazing. You can actually remember the questions and the page numbers. Zhuang Qian took a box of yogurt from her jacket pocket and placed it in front of Song He. I noticed you didn't go to the cafeteria at noon. It must have been tough, so I saved you some snacks. After saying that, she got up and ran to the shelf area to find the exercise book. Song He picked up the yogurt, inserted a straw, and began to gulp it down. Du Zhengqing saw the goddess he had a crush on for a long time, giving you yogurt, breaking down defenses, resentment value 300. Luo Lei saw you getting close to the school beauty and was very jealous, resentment value 400. Zhao Kai saw you drinking the school bowties yogurt and became twisted with jealousy, resentment value 400. A stream of subtitles popped up continuously, densely packed, resembling movie bullet screens. As Song He drank yogurt, he looked on with satisfaction as his resentment value steadily increased. Senior Zhuang is a money tree. In just a few minutes of discussing problems, the seniors around contributed over 3,000 resentment points, and it was still rising. This made Song He feel inexplicably as if he had struck it rich with a wealthy woman. After finishing the yogurt, he lowered his head and opened linear algebra, continuing to study hard. Initially, he thought university mathematics courses would be very difficult, but as Song He studied, he suddenly realized that this linear algebra was actually quite simple. Determinants, matrices, systems of linear equations, vector groups, linear transformations. A wealth of new knowledge flooded his mind, and streams of numerical formulas surged forth. Soon he leveled up. Detected mathematical progress, leveling up from bronze level 41 to bronze level 42. Inner products of vectors, eigenvalues and eigenvectors, similar matrices, quadratic forms, and their standard forms. Detected mathematical progress, leveling up from bronze level 42 to bronze level 43. Song He was excited. Having just learned part of linear algebra, his level had already caught up to Ning Mo at level 43. He didn't expect the speed of catching up to be so fast. With the aid of the mental calculation capsule, learning mathematics truly was like a rapid ascent. The clock on the wall chimed lightly, surprisingly indicating that it was already noon. He hadn't noticed the time while focusing intently on the problems, but now as he lost focus, his stomach suddenly growled with hunger. Song He opened his backpack, pulled out some sweet pastries, and began to munch away, planning to snack through lunch to save time for studying instead of waiting in line at the cafeteria. Dimensions, basis transformations, and coordinate transformations, matrix representations of linear transformations, positive definite quadratic forms. Detected mathematical progress, leveling up from bronze level 43 to bronze level 44. Finally, he surpassed Ning Mo at level 43 and caught up to Zhang Zhilei at level 44. The linear algebra book in his hands was nearing its last pages, but he had not fully grasped it. He had only learned the concepts and looked at examples, and he hadn't done the exercises yet. Based on past experience, if he could increase one level by mastering the textbook's knowledge points, then completing the exercises would at least increase him by 3 levels. If linear algebra were a mind capable of extracting mathematical experience, then Song, he had only scratched the surface, with rich veins waiting to be unearthed deep below. Looking up at the clock, he was shocked to see it was already 1:30 in the afternoon. Time passed too quickly. Song, he almost doubted if the clock was broken. Classmate, I need to go back to class now. Thank you for explaining the problems. Zhuang Qian opened her backpack and took out a few packets of potato chips, placing them on the table. I noticed you didn't go to the cafeteria at noon. It must have been tough. Oh, I saved you some snacks. Thank you. I won't be polite, then it's just right for dinner. Song, he expressed his gratitude. You can't have snacks as dinner, it's not good for your stomach. Zhuang Qian spoke with concern, then suddenly thought of something, her eyes lighting up. Classmate, if I have other math problems I don't understand, can I come to you for help? You explained it particularly well, even better than my teacher. I had asked many people about that problem and couldn't get it. Listening to you finally made it clear. You're in elite class 2, right? Yes, elite class 2, Song, he replied happily. Thank you so much. Goodbye. Zhuang Qian waved goodbye with a smile, shouldering her backpack as she left. Song, he felt great, lowered his head and continued studying linear algebra, immersing himself in the ocean of mathematics, greedily consuming knowledge and increasing his math level. After a while, Song, he suddenly looked up. Oh no. He only told Senior Zhuang that he was in elite class 2, but not that it was the first year. She must think it's the elite class 2 for the third year. Exam day. At 6 in the morning, the sky had already brightened. In the dormitory, Song, he sat at his desk buried in a biology textbook. From the other side of the room came the creak of bedboards as Yuan Guang yawned and sat up. Seeing Song He's diligent study, Yuan Guang felt a trace of admiration. In recent days, waking up early in the morning, he had witnessed the same scene in the dormitory. As his roommate, Yuan Guang had no idea what time Song he got up to study. The selection for the competition team is today. Are you ready? Yuan Guang asked. Almost, Song, he replied quietly, pulling up his own power ranking to check the first 2 entries. Biology, bronze level 90. Mathematics, bronze level 68. His levels had already far surpassed those of his 3 opponents, but it was a slight regret that he hadn't reached his earlier goal. His target was to break through to the silver rank in biology and reach level 80 or above in mathematics. Song, he hadn't slacked off in recent days, but leveling up was getting harder. He could clearly feel that each level required exponentially more practice problems, and upgrading would likely become increasingly difficult. It was a bit of a headache. This tendy, relentless, devilish sprint had left Song he feeling nauseated from studying. It was like eating nothing but pig intestines for 10 straight days. Too much, too fast, causing physical discomfort. What are your chances? Yuan Guang asked with concern. Can you manage a 60% chance? 100%. Song, he replied bluntly. Damn, that confident. Yuan Guang was startled. Brother Song, don't underestimate the competition. Our class is full of hidden talents. Ding Yangza studies like crazy. A couple of days ago, during military training when it rained and everyone watched a movie in the classroom, Ding Yangza was alone in a corner doing practice tests. Guess what tests he was doing? Real college entrance exam papers. Old Ding is a freak. He's already finished all of high school biology. Now everyone in the class respectfully calls him the Emperor of Biology. As Yuan Guang spoke, he recalled the rumors circulating in the class, and a shiver ran down his spine. He hadn't even touched the biology textbook himself. It was hard to imagine how terrifying Ding Yang's strength must be, having mastered all the high school biology texts. Old Ding does college entrance biology papers. What scores does he get? Song, he grew interested. I don't know. Never mind the score. Just being able to do them is insanely strong. We're just first-year high school students. We can only stare blankly at those papers, right? Yuan Guang's face was full of awe, as if he admired Ding Yangza to the utmost. Then earnestly he tried to comfort his roommate. So Brother Song, don't get your hopes up too high. As they say, high hopes lead to great disappointment. Ding Yangza is a god. He'll definitely move up to the elite class next semester. There's no shame in losing to him in the exam. Yuan Guang trailed off mid-sentence, suddenly falling silent. Song, he picked up a practice booklet from the table and handed it to him. It was none other than real college entrance biology exam papers. Yuan Guang's face turned green. Old Song, don't scare me. Don't tell me you've started doing these college entrance papers too. Of course I haven't just started doing them. Song, he shook his head. You scared me. Yuan Guang breathed a sigh of relief. I've already finished them all. Song, he smiled. Yuan Guang was dumbfounded, his face turning even greener. Trembling, he reached out to take the practice book from Song He's hand and opened it. Dense black ink handwriting along with red pen corrections and scores. Flipping through to the back, a complete set of over 30 years worth of college entrance exam papers was filled to the brim. Not only were they finished, but the scores were also impressive. On papers with a full score of 100, Song, he had mostly scored above 90, with only 1 or 2 papers scoring in the 80s. Such high scores were rare, not just among first-year students, but even among third-year high school students. Holy crap. Ruthless. Yuan Guang was so shocked he stood up. Old Song, when did you pull off this big move? How the hell do you study so fast? Are you cheating or something? I am. Song, he nodded honestly. Yuan Guang is terrified by your biology papers. Resentment value 500. I take back what I said. Looks like you really can go toe-to-toe with Ding Yangza. Yuan Guang shakily returned the papers to Song. His gaze toward him completely changed, like a newbie player looking at a boss in awe. But since you've both done the college entrance papers, you're probably evenly matched. Brother Song, don't underestimate him when you're in the exam. Don't worry, I've studied more than that. In this biology selection exam, I'm definitely going to crush Ding Yangza. Song, he was quite calm. Since you're confident in biology, you'll give up on the math competition, right? Yuan Guang assumed. Why would I give up? Song, he laughed. I'm entering the math competition team too. My chances are a bit lower, about 90%. That's not realistic, Brother Song. Ning Mo and Zhang Zhilei are both incredibly strong. Don't you know? Those two math prodigies have been busy studying college-level math. They're terrifyingly intense. Yuan Guang said earnestly. Song, he picked up a book from the table titled Advanced Mathematics and handed it to Yuan Guang. Yuan Guang took the book and opened it. Dense notes nearly covered every blank space on the pages. Silence. Yuan Guang is frightened. Resentment value 800. Damn. Old Song, you're too brutal. Yuan Guang was almost in tears. Biology is one thing, but math is fast too. The classroom. During morning reading, the whole class held their textbooks, their reading voices shaking the room, competing with the reading sounds from other classes in the hallway. But unlike the usual atmosphere, the classroom was clearly filled with tension today, as if a great battle was imminent. Amidst the loud reading, there were also many whispers. At the front of the classroom, the competition team selection is today. I'm so excited. Excited about what? I'm completely unmoved. Our class has too many prodigies, and there's only one spot. When the gods clash later, it's not something us mere mortals can touch. Have some ambition. How do you know you can't do it if you don't try? What if the questions happen to be ones you know, and you stumble onto a spot by luck? You're delusional. Look at Ding Yangza by the window. He can score over 70 on the college entrance biology paper. Can you even understand half the questions if you open a college entrance biology paper? Damn that. And look at the middle row, Ning Mo and Zhang Zhilei. They both score over 130 on the college entrance math papers and are even studying linear algebra. Heard of linear algebra? That's college-level math. Damn hopeless. What kind of monstrous classmates are these? Hopeless is right. I told you our class has too many prodigies. Those precious competition spots aren't something us mere mortals can touch. Only the beast among beasts has a slim chance of being selected for the competition team. In the middle of the classroom, Ning Mo and Zhang Zhilei sat at the same desk. A circle of classmates gathered around them, speaking in hushed tones. The first period this morning is math. The competition team spot should be a duel between the two of you, right? Zhang Zhilei smiled confidently. It's definitely me. Old Ning is forever second, and I'm forever first. He's never beaten me. What do you mean forever second? Ning Mo's forehead veins bulged as he argued. In that monthly exam during second year of middle school, I scored 1 point more than you in math. See, that's all old Ning has to boast about. I had a high fever during that exam, and he seized the chance to win by a tiny margin. He's been holding on to it ever since. Zhang Zhilei mercilessly taunted. Old Ning will remember this for life, and when he dies, hell engrave it on his tombstone for future generations to admire. A ripple of suppressed laughter spread among the surrounding classmates. Ning Mo's face shifted colors, deeply embarrassed. Since middle school, the math rivalry between Ning Mo and Zhang Zhilei had begun. Calling it a rivalry was generous. In reality, it was a one-sided crushing by Zhang Zhilei. In various math quizzes and exams, Zhang Zhilei almost always scored full marks. Even top students from other schools couldn't beat Zhang Zhilei. Ning Mo had participated in several city-level math competitions only for Zhang Zhilei to claim the championship every time. This math demoness was utterly merciless, making the participating experts from various schools cry and howl. No one could ever defeat old Zhang in a math exam. Ning Mo had formed this fixed impression. Having been overshadowed by Zhang Zhilei for too long, Ning Mo was almost ready to give up. Every time he felt like, I've got this, the next exam would have Zhang Zhilei teaching him to face reality. The two were always just 1 or 2 points apart, yet that single step seemed impossible to close. Over time, when Ning Mo tried to talk tough, he could only dig up old history, using that one victory to barely preserve what little dignity he had left. I heard Song, he is pretty good too. Does he have a chance? A classmate whispered. Song, he is very diligent, so of course he has a chance, just not this year. He'll have to wait until next year. Zhang Zhilei smiled. There's absolutely no way this time. Not unless old Ning and I both skipped the exam. Even if I withdrew, old Ning's score would blow him out of the water. Back row of the classroom, strive for a motorcycle from a bicycle. Today, 2 competitions present the opportunity for a carp to leap over the Dragon Gate. It's an annual great chance, everyone must strive for it. Strive for a spot in the competition. The slots are basically already predetermined, we have no chance at all. Predetermined. That can't be, isn't it, based on scores after the exam? It is based on exam results, but the disparity in strength is too great. Ding Yangza has already completed the biology exam for college entrance, while Zhang Zhilei and Ning Mo have also done the math exam for college entrance. We just started learning the first-year curriculum, how can we compare with them? Exactly, I've heard the same. The candidates for the biology competition team will definitely be Ding Yangza, while the math competition team will likely be Zhang Zhilei, with a small chance for Ning Mo. Suddenly a calm voice interjected Song He. The surrounding students turned their heads, and the speaker was Yuan Guang in the corner. Yuan the Great Priest, who did you just mention? Song He has a great chance of securing a spot. I don't know if it will be for math or biology. Yuan Guang said solemnly, his tone unusually firm. How could Song He possibly? The classmates around laughed derisively. Yuan Guang gazed firmly at the front row, his expression like that of a fervent fan of Song He. Just wait and see, I bet 5 bags of spicy strips that Song He will secure a spot. Are you betting or not? The students in the back row exchanged glances, all feeling bewildered. Betting on Song He to win. Was Yuan Guang eager to treat everyone to spicy strips? He'll bet. I bet on Ding Yangza and Zhang Zhilei 3 bags of spicy strips. I'll match that Ding Shun and Zhang Shun 4 bags of spicy strips. I bet on Ning Gu. Why is everyone cheering for Zhang Zhilei? I think Ning Gu is strong too. 3 bags of spicy strips. In an instant, the students in the back row were placing bets, and Yuan Guang pulled out a piece of paper for the gamblers to sign. The scale of the betting grew larger, and by the end of the morning reading session, more than 20 students had placed bets. Yuan Guang calculated that if Song He won a match, he could collect a total of 60 bags of spicy strips, enough to last until the midterm exams. Yuan Guang was excited and quickly tore off several sheets of white paper, spreading them on the desk, quickly sketching a bunch of runes, then making strange gestures with his hands while muttering incantations. What are you doing, Yuan the Great Priest? The students in the back row were all dumbfounded. Setting up a formation. Yuan Guang's expression turned serious. Borrowing luck. Assist my roommate Song He. Whoa, Yuan the Great Priest is cheating using magic attacks. The students in the back row laughed uproariously. The class bell rang. The entire class quieted down, and an invisible tension gradually filled the air. The competition team was undoubtedly a coveted opportunity. Joining the team meant a chance for direct admission to prestigious schools or a significant reduction in admission scores. For high school students who worked tirelessly for a few points, the allure of such a shortcut was naturally hard to resist. Therefore, even if many students felt they had no chance, they still couldn't help but fantasize, what if the top students all flopped? What if the exam questions happened to fall within my area of knowledge? Finally, Ban Jianya entered the classroom clutching a thick stack of exam papers, exuding an oppressive aura. Prepare for the exam. This exam selects the only spot for the math competition team. No one is allowed to cheat. Ban Jianya's voice was thunderous. Now listen carefully. Students in even-numbered rows remain stationary, while those in odd-numbered rows turn around and sit. Move the desks against the aisle outward to create space. The classroom instantly descended into chaos as students hurriedly moved desks, quickly setting up the exam room, heightening the tension. Soon the exam room was ready, and the classroom fell silent. Ban Jianya swiftly distributed the papers, handing them to the first row of each column, then quickly passing them back. This class and the next are math classes. Be sure to work diligently on the problems and seize the opportunity. Ban Jianya's voice boomed. If you miss this chance, you will have to wait until next year. Start answering now. Suddenly, a chorus of writing sounds erupted in the classroom, the sound of pens tapping against the exam papers. However, this spectacular sound only lasted a few seconds before it quickly died down. Everyone finished writing their names, and class then. They found the questions incomprehensible, staring blankly in confusion. This selection exam paper was quite brutal, with not even a multiple-choice question. There were only 2 types of questions: 30 fill-in-the-blank questions that were daunting, followed by 10 major questions that were tough as nails. It was impossible to scrape by with a few points. It purely depended on strength. Half of the students directly broke down, their fantasies shattered. In the front corner, Zhao Yi nervously began to look at the exam paper. She adhered to the principle, if I encounter a question I can't solve, skip it quickly and do the ones I can first. First question skipped, second question skipped, a third question skipped. 30 questions skipped, 31st question skipped. Zhao Yi went through the paper from start to finish, her small face displaying a dazed expression. How come there wasn't a single question she could answer? She clearly had done a lot of preparation. Beside her, the sound of rapid writing echoed, light, swift, and determined. Zhao Yi was startled, glancing sideways, and indeed Song He had begun to write answers. After peeking for a few seconds, Zhao Yi's face turned pale. The scene before her was simply too absurd. Song He was writing answers for the fill-in-the-blank questions, writing one answer every few seconds. Just a few minutes into the exam, he had already zipped through to the 10th question, while the scrap paper beside him remained pristine, not touched at all. Zhao Yi was dumbfounded. Was this the legendary mental calculation for fill-in-the-blank questions? It was already extraordinary for ordinary questions to be solved mentally, and such difficult selection questions could still be done mentally. Brother, are you crazy? Others can't even understand the questions, and you just tackle them heat-in. Zhao Yi gave up, struggling, the flicker of hope in her heart completely extinguished. She put down her pen, propped her chin in her hand, and began to daydream, while secretly observing Song He as he rapidly solved the questions. Snap! Suddenly the sound of a page turning echoed in the classroom. Most students had already given up, and someone turning the page indicated they were still working on the problems and had just completed one side. Instantly dozens of gazes turned toward the page-turning position, and Zhao Yi couldn't help but look back. It was Zhang Jilei. Snap! A few seconds later, nearby Ning Mo also followed suit and turned the page. A chorus of gasps filled the classroom. The impact of this scene was too great, leaving everyone with psychological shadows. While others couldn't understand the questions, there were people completing them at lightning speed. Snap! Song He turned the page. Dozens of astonished gazes turned toward the front row, surprised that Song He was also doing the questions. However, most gazes quickly lost interest and returned, judging from the speed of the page turning that Song He had already fallen behind. His chances slim. Zhang Jilei remained unfazed, her face maintaining absolute confidence. Ning Mo couldn't help but glance up, his expression complex, but he immediately lowered his head to write again. The most confident candidates in the room besides Zhang Jilei included Song He. Song He hadn't even heard the sound of pages turning and was completely unconcerned about the other candidates. With 4 mental calculation capsules down, his focus was sharper than ever, his eyes scanning the questions as his thoughts erupted like flames. He answered the questions with an expressionless face, his hand speed leaving shadows behind. This exam paper was 80% within the scope of high school mathematics, 10% was from linear algebra, and 10% was from advanced mathematics. Overall, the difficulty was not high, mainly assessing knowledge point mastery and a vast amount of calculations. Coincidentally, Song He had mastered the knowledge points, and his calculation speed was equally impressive. Thus, he cut through the problems. 20 minutes into the exam, he had completely solved all 30 fill-in-the-blank questions. Song He took a deep breath, the corners of his mouth curving into a slight smile. He had thought the selection exam would be extremely difficult, but it turned out to be so easy. I find this selection exam paper to be like a clay chicken, just a mere decoration. Now for the last 10 major problems, here I come. Surprisingly, compared to the daunting and treacherous fill-in-the-blank questions, the difficulty of the big questions plummeted. The first few questions were simple determinant calculations from linear algebra, so easy that Song He could get the results with just a glance, yet he still had to write everything down step by step. The subsequent big questions were modeled after the math problems from the college entrance examination, only slightly more difficult. Song He sneered disdainfully, thinking he would encounter some formidable questions, but they turned out to be so weak. Kill them all. On the other side, Zhang Jilei and Ning Mo also began to sprint with all their might, writing furiously like machine guns, the tips of their pens making a rapid sewing machine-like sound on the paper. At first, both struggled with the linear algebra questions as it was new content, and a little clumsiness was understandable. They quickly progressed to the standard big math problems for the college entrance examination, and their speed soared like a rocket. Zhang Jilei smirked, "I'll hand in my paper first." Wishful thinking. I'm faster than you. Ning Mo was sweating on his forehead. The battle quickly intensified, the air crackling with tension as the two old rivals used their pens as weapons, turning the exam paper into a battlefield for a fierce duel. The terrifying pressure from the academic overachievers spread all around, causing the surrounding students to be utterly shocked. Although they knew these two math geniuses were formidable, experiencing the exam atmosphere firsthand still sent chills down their spines. I'm on the 9th big question, Zhang Jilei whispered. I'm also on the 9th big question. Ning Mo gritted his teeth. I'm on the last question. Zhang Zilius' eyes glinted with killing intent. I'm on the last question too. Ning Mo was slow to respond for 3 seconds. Finally, Zhang Jilei wrote down the last line heavily and abruptly tossed her pen. Almost simultaneously, Ning Mo also frantically finished the last line and threw his pen down hard, as if that pen were a bomb. The two of them almost simultaneously raised their arms, looking up at the podium with intensity like assault troops planting their flag in enemy territory. The next moment, Zhang Jilei and Ning Mo both froze. On the podium, Ban Jianya was silently reviewing a math exam paper which was filled to the brim. Someone had already handed in their paper. Zhang Jilei and Ning Mo were dumbfounded, their eyes filled with disbelief, and then they simultaneously recalled something, turning their heads to look in a certain direction at the front row. Song He was leisurely resting his chin on one hand and spinning his pen with the other, yawning boredly, appearing utterly idle. Sensing someone was watching him, he suddenly scratched his ear with a middle finger. Zhang Jilei and Ning Mo's pupils shook. How could Song He have handed in his paper earlier? How could he possibly be so fast? He probably did fewer questions, a lot of them were left blank. Zhang Jilei suddenly remembered something. Let's hope so. Ning Mo's expression darkened, a vague sense of foreboding creeping in. On the podium, Ban Jianya finally noticed the two raised hands and nodded for them to come up and hand in their papers. Zhang Jilei and Ning Mo hurriedly ran up to hand their papers to the teacher. At the same time, both took a couple of intense glances at Song He's exam paper. Not looking wasn't a problem, but once they looked, a chill of horror rushed up their hearts. Zhang Jilei and Ning Mo had only learned high school math and linear algebra and didn't have time to study advanced mathematics, thus leaving some parts blank, with only a couple of fill-in-the-blanks and one big question. However, Song He's exam paper had no blank questions at all. He had written even more. He had completed all the questions related to advanced mathematics. After handing in their papers and returning to their seats, both Zhang Jilei and Ning Mo fell silent, each harboring a serious sense of foreboding. The surrounding students had witnessed the entire process and began to whisper words of comfort. Song He handing in his paper early doesn't necessarily mean he got more right. Oh, let's wait for the teacher to grade the papers. Yeah, it's not about speed, but scores. If it were speed, I would have won long ago handing in my paper for a question I couldn't solve. Don't worry, Jilei, I believe you're the strongest. The long wait ensued. On the podium, Ban Jianya was busy grading the papers, meticulously correcting them, almost reviewing each big question line by line. It was evident that for such a crucial selection, Ban Jianya was also very cautious. Ning Mo and Zhang Jilei were in torment, while the entire class awaited to see who would emerge victorious. Finally, Ban Jianya raised his head. Is there anyone else who needs to hand in their paper? If not, I'll announce the results. The classroom fell into silence as everyone looked up at the head teacher. Zhang Jilei and Ning Mo actually scored the same, both scoring 128 out of 150 on the paper. Ban Jianya smiled. If it weren't for the fact that the questions they got wrong were different and their specific steps were also different, I would have thought they copied each other. Zhang Jilei and Ning Mo stared wide-eyed at each other. Ning Mo's face showed joy. He had actually tied with Zhang Jilei this time. What a significant breakthrough. There could now be an extra line engraved on the tombstone. If only Zhang Jilei and Ning Mo handed in their papers, this would be troublesome. We would have to hold a tiebreaker. Ban Jianya smiled. Fortunately, Song He also handed in his paper, and his score happens to be higher. To be precise, it's much higher. Song He 141 points. Boom. The entire class erupted in a clamor, gasps and exclamations rising, followed by a thunderous applause. What an astonishing high score, 141 points. Oh my God, how could he score over 140 on such difficult questions? I thought it was a life and death duel between Zhang Jilei and Ning Mo, but it turned out they were both outshone by Song He. Math Emperor. Math Sovereign Song He. Damn, the rumors of the all-nighter warrior can't be true, right? I can't believe it, a dark horse. All hail Math Emperor Song He's ascension. Among all the applauding students, Yuan Guang was the most enthusiastic, utterly thrilled. He knew he was set for a month's supply of spicy strips. Song He's roommate was simply a money tree. The surrounding classmates also cast strange looks at Yuan Guang. Unbelievable, did Yuan the Great Priest's earlier rituals actually work? Yuan Guang has some skills. When he asks for rain, it rains, and by lending luck to Song He's scores shot up to the heavens. Yuan teacher, are you still accepting disciples? I want to learn magic. Yuan Guang, the old immortal, boundless in power. On the podium, the head teacher cleared his throat, and soon the class quieted down. Ban Jianya scanned the entire class and spoke. I am very pleased. In previous years with the elite class, the highest score on similarly difficult questions was only in the 60s. When sent to the school's competition team, they were beaten by the rocket class students within a month. This year, our class actually produced 3 math prodigies. Oh, anyone who can score over 100 on this paper will definitely score above 130 on the college entrance exam. In my years of experience as a head teacher, anyone who can score between 130 and 140 in math has a success rate of over 90 in getting into a 985 top university. Song He, Zhang Jilei, and Ning Mo have already put one foot into a prestigious university. The classroom erupted into another round of applause, envy, and jealousy spreading throughout. Song He, there's a competition team establishment meeting in the school auditorium at 8 tonight. You don't have to attend evening self-study, just go to the meeting. Ban Jianya's gaze settled on Song He, filled with admiration. Thank you, teacher. Song He replied straightforwardly. Zhang Jilei, Ning Mo, don't be disheartened. Our Jinghai No. 4 middle school has promotion slots for the final exams. Your math is good enough. If you work hard on other subjects, you might enter the rocket class in the second year. The rocket class has many competition slots, and you could secure a place. The head teacher's gaze shifted to Zhang Jilei and Ning Mo. Delaying a year to compete may not be a bad thing. It's good for honing your skills. Thank you, teacher. Zhang Jilei and Ning Mo echoed in unison. Both wore expressions devoid of emotion, but it was clear they were trying hard to suppress their disappointment. After the results were announced, the two had already accumulated a heap of resentment points towards Song He. Ning Mo's resentment points were slightly less. Having witnessed the might of the all-nighter warrior, he had long realized that Song, he could be a variable, but he had been unwilling to admit it for the sake of self-comfort. Now faced with this result, he could only accept reality with a bitter smile. Zhang Zhilei, on the other hand, was completely stunned. The sudden defeat left her at a loss, and she realized she had never even considered the possibility of losing. Other students, you have also seen the standards of the top students. The serious differentiation began right at the start of the semester. I hope everyone will realize their shortcomings and strive for progress. The head teacher's tone turned cold as he admonished the entire class. Recognize the gap between yourselves and the top students. On this paper, the combined scores of half the class didn't exceed Song. His score, everyone should reflect seriously. As soon as he finished speaking, a flood of resentment points notifications floated before Song, he coming from all the classmates. In the afternoon during biology class, there are 5 minutes left until class starts. Lulu enters the classroom with an exam paper in her arms. It seems that teacher Lulu is quite wealthy. She wears a brand new outfit every day. Today she dons a white knitted top and a black knee-length skirt. Her calves fair and slender, and her figure is as proportionate as a fashion model. Just standing there, she looks stunning like a fashion photo shoot. Upon seeing the teacher, the class erupted in excitement, whispering, "The thrilling biology selection exam will start in just a few minutes. Everyone get ready. The competition team is a once-a-year opportunity, and those selected are the cream of the crop. Math may not be my strong suit, but I can at least write something for biology right." Such blind optimism. Have you already forgotten the initial assessment at the beginning of the semester? Let me tell you what will happen when you open the paper. Loss. Song, he has already entered the math competition, and Ding Yangza is guaranteed to win the biology competition, so we just need to wait and see Brother Ding perform. What if Song, the math emperor, also secures a spot in the biology competition? That would be quite a show. No way, right? I've never heard of someone competing in 2 competitions at once. Song, he isn't Superman, and how could he possibly manage both? Do you really believe in that rumor about the all-nighter warrior? This rumor is not baseless. Many people have reportedly seen Song, the math emperor, battling late into the night in the public restroom. It's quite terrifying. Fragments of the back row students' discussions drifted into Ding Yang's ears. He lowered his head, faced with a biology error collection, his expression pained. He wished he could stab forward with a knife right now, causing Song he to perish. He had been consoling himself all afternoon. Song, he entering the math competition meant his chances of joining the biology competition had drastically diminished. At least that's how it should logically be. But Song, he was absolutely not playing by the rules. According to logic, there shouldn't be an all-nighter warrior. With the exam looming, Ding Yangza was tortured by an unusually intense pressure. Sitting in front of him, Song, he resembled a beast, inexplicably exuding a fearsome aura that was intimidating. Ding Yangza was unsure why he felt such immense pressure. He had never been this tense even during the high school entrance exam. Was he truly frightened by Song Yi? Or had it been too long since he had properly studied? The class bell rang suddenly. Lulu instantly looked up, her expression serious. This class is an exam. Selecting the biology competition team. There is only one spot for the entire class. Everyone must give their all. Ding Yangza clenched his fist tightly under the desk, cursing, why is there only one spot? Would it kill the school to provide one more spot? Song, he remained calm, taking the exam paper from Lulu, quickly pulling out one sheet and passing the rest back. The moment he received the paper, Song, his expression changed dramatically, a murderous aura instantly enveloping him. Step 1. Overview the questions. There is an overwhelming number of questions, 40 short answer questions, each worth 5 points, making a perfect score of 100. Step 2. Assess the difficulty. The questions primarily cover high school biology, variations of past biology competition questions, cutting-edge research, news in biology, and the usage of various laboratory instruments. Song, he scanned through it and quickly understood the level of difficulty, deeming it easy. I am the all-nighter warrior, and I will dominate all enemies in this exam. Picking up his pen, he began to fight. The classroom scene resembled the earlier assessment. The room fell into silence, with most students staring blankly at the questions, collectively entering a state of mental paralysis. Many students couldn't help but ponder the philosophical trio: who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? But from the front row came the sounds of pens scratching paper, coming from Song, he, and Ding Yangza. Including teacher Lulu at the podium, all eyes in the class turned to the front row to witness the performance of the 2 biology prodigies. In the corner of the back row, Yuan Guang saw his roommate answering questions and felt a surge of excitement. He hurriedly pulled out several sheets of blank paper, writing out strange runes with swift strokes, chanting spells as he began his ritual. Nearby students chuckled derisively, mocking Yuan Daxin, using draft paper and a 0.5 mm black gel pen for your spells. You're the first in history to do that. Don't waste your lifespan Yuan Daxian, whose feudal superstition cannot defy fate. Song he has already secured the math competition, and there's no way he can also win the biology competition. Ding Yangzi has already mastered high school biology. There's no chance of losing. If you succeed with your spells this time Yuan Guang, I might actually believe you have some skill, and will visit your fortune-telling booth later. This is hilarious Yuan Guang. Writing Darwin's name at the center of your formation is useless. Darwin is a foreigner, his real name is Darwin. Even if the god of Darwin has a spirit, he wouldn't understand what you're invoking. Enough noise. If my roommate wins another round you all will have to pay up. Yuan Guang scoffed. Time flew by quickly. Song He and Ding Yang's writing speed increased rapidly, their pens tapping down like sewing machines, filling the exam paper with dense writing. Soon the class bell rang. The next class is self-study. Continue answering, Lu announced. In fact, there was no need for her to say this. Neither Song He nor Ding Yangzi showed any intention of looking up. The two were completely absorbed in the exam paper, as if their consciousness had leaped into the ocean of questions, temporarily oblivious to the changes in their surroundings. Lu couldn't help but step down from the podium, standing in the aisle to take a closer look at their answers. The difficulty of this year's questions was roughly similar to previous years, but elite class students rarely managed to answer more than one class period's worth of questions. Even the best students would typically finish 10 questions after 20 minutes, which is already considered an excellent level. Even for students in the rocket class, they could at most attempt 20 questions, which would be seen as quite competent. Yet this year, two biology geniuses emerged from elite class 2. Currently, both Song He and Ding Yangzi had completed more than half of the exam paper, answering over 20 questions, far exceeding previous levels. They could even compete with the top students from the rocket class. Lu couldn't help but show a look of astonishment. Song He was progressing even faster, having reached question 26, while Ding Yangzi was still hesitating over question 21, seemingly at a loss for words. Given the current situation, Song He had a clear advantage and seemed likely to win, truly unexpected. The class bell rang. Previously, there were two pins tapping on the desk, creating the high-frequency sounds of a competition. Now suddenly one of the sounds had stopped. Ding Yangzi had stopped answering. He had completed question 23, but suddenly got stuck, horrified to discover that he was unfamiliar with the subsequent questions. Questions 24 to 30 all pertained to the operational steps of various laboratory instruments. But not to mention knowing the steps, Ding Yangzi had never even heard of the names of the instruments. What is a laminar flow hood? What is a spectrophotometer? What are the electrophoresis apparatus and the decolorization shaker used for? Questions 31 to the last question were all about unfamiliar cutting-edge biological developments filled with strange terms that dazzled the mind. Ding Yangzi gripped his pen tightly, staring at the questions for a long time. After a while, he suddenly realized that he had finished answering all the questions he could. The answerable questions were all done. However, Song He in front was still continuing to answer. A deep fear gripped Ding Yangzi's heart. The morning math exam was a race to see who could finish first, but the afternoon biology exam seemed to be a competition to see who could finish last. Song He showed no signs of stopping, and victory or defeat seemed to have already been determined. Ding Yangzi's face turned pale, his hands clenched tightly. Could it be that this was truly his disastrous defeat? No, there must still be a chance. Ding Yangzi picked up his pen again, hesitating for a long time before continuing to write, but his strokes had shifted from firmness to uncertainty. One of the supreme rules of examinations: never leave a question blank. Even if you don't know the answer, you can guess, speculate, force a connection, list formulas, or ramble nonsense. Anything but leaving it empty. It's like laying down suppressive fire on a battlefield, or whether it hits the enemy or not, you fire off a few bursts anyway. Ding Yangzi read the questions over and over again, relying on instinct to guess, fabricating answers stiffly and wildly. Though he was making things up, he felt no guilt. Did Song He really know all these questions? Absolutely not. Perhaps Song He had already finished all the questions he knew and had been scribbling nonsense for ages to fill space. Fight until the very last moment. Anything is possible before the paper is handed in. Ding Yangzi temporarily suppressed the fear in his heart and began frantically fabricating, launching into a desperate final struggle. Earlier, the battle had been a thunder of guns and cannons. Now it was like running out of ammunition and being forced to fix bayonets for hand-to-hand combat. 30 minutes until the exam ends. 20 minutes. 10 minutes. Ding Yangzi's forehead beaded with sweat, his face flushed crimson. He had guessed on all the questions he could and scribbled nonsense for everything else, but there were still a few problems he was utterly at a loss for. Yet Song He ahead was still writing, his pen speed not slowing, but growing faster. A low murmur rippled through the classroom. Though no one could see the papers of the two prodigies, their states alone made the outcome almost clear. Song He wrote at a rapid pace with calm composure, barely pausing from start to finish. Ding Yangzi's expression was visibly grim, his pen held in bewilderment. At the back of the classroom, a group of betting students reacted in starkly different ways. Yuan Guang's eyes sparkled, sensing the scent of another fortune. Before seeing Song, he's completed college entrance exam paper this morning. Yuan Guang himself hadn't believed his roommate could be this strong. Now Yuan Guang felt the thrill of insider trading. He knew in advance that his roommate was overwhelmingly powerful, and setting up this betting pool was just a smooth harvest. The other students were dumbfounded, never expecting the battle to unfold this way. When Ding Yangzi was answering at lightning speed, everyone thought victory was certain. But suddenly Ding Yangzi faltered, the situation reversed sharply, and now it seemed on the verge of collapse. Was Ding Yangzi really going to lose? Another major upset. In the middle of the classroom, Zhang Zhilei and Ning Mo were stunned. The impact of this battle on them was no less than the morning's math exam. Song, he is still answering, and old Ding seems to have run out of ideas, Ning Mo whispered in awe. Damn, could Song he really take the biology competition too? No way, fighting on two fronts and winning both. That's absurdly strong. Zhang Zhilei's face paled. There's still a chance. This isn't an essay contest, it's not about who writes more. It depends on who has the higher accuracy, old Song or old Ding. Do you want Song he to win biology or lose? Ning Mo asked. Zhang Zhilei frowned for a long time. I want him to win biology. Why? Ning Mo raised an eyebrow. If Song he wins biology, it proves he's ridiculously strong beyond ordinary. Wouldn't that make us look not so bad? If Song he loses and Ding Yangzi beats him, but we couldn't beat him, wouldn't that mean we're worse than Ding Yangzi? Zhang Zhilei analyzed with a troubled expression. Makes sense. Since we've been defeated, it's better that the one who beat us becomes the champion. Losing to some nobody would be a huge blow to our pride. Ning Mo sighed. Hurry up and win Song he. Then old Ding and I can cry together. Finally, under the gaze of the entire class, Song, he put down his pen with a snap, let out a long breath, and raised his hand. Ding Yangzi hesitated for 2 seconds before raising his hand as well. Lulu, who had been waiting nearby, eagerly took their papers, pulled out a red pen, and began grading. The classroom fell silent, everyone watching the teacher tensely. Lulu graded with remarkable smoothness, scanning each question and assigning scores swiftly. Ding Yangzi did excellently on the first 20 questions, scoring 5 points more than Song he. Lulu paused. But the last 20 questions were the opposite. Ding Yangzi clearly started fabricating, while Song he answered quite well. Final scores: Ding Yangzi 63 points. Song he 90 points. Lulu announced loudly. Congratulations to Song he for being selected for the biology competition team. Applause erupted, mingled with gasps of astonishment. The shock this match brought to the class was even greater than the morning's math exam. Song he became a dark horse for the second time, winning consecutively and single-handedly securing spots on both competition teams. Moreover, in both exams, the whole class witnessed Song he's terrifying academic prowess. Able to achieve a lightning-fast victory in math and maintain patience during the long biology exam, ultimately crushing his opponents by wide margins. His strength was simply terrifying. Monster. That evaluation emerged in many students' minds. In the morning, there had been various murmurs in the class, but now everyone was utterly stunned into silence, mechanically applauding and marveling. Ding Yangzi's expression went blank. Lose. Song he's score was so high. He hadn't been guessing at all, he actually knew every question. In contrast, his own frantic guessing and scribbling at the end seemed like the desperate antics of a dying clown, so feeble and laughable. A crushing defeat. Ding Yangzi clutched his head in pain. The bitterness and exhaustion of staying up late to study for the past 10 days surged like a floodgate opening. His mind went blank, and he sat frozen like a stone statue, motionless. In the middle of the classroom, Ning Mo and Zhang Zhilei exchanged a glance and raised their hands to clap. Damn, he actually did it. Ning Mo was completely numb, goosebumps rising all over. Unbelievable. The all-nighter warrior is indeed strong. The three of us wanted to gang up on him, but forget it. He took us down one by one. Zhang Zhilei sighed. I said I hoped Song he would win, but now that he is, why do I feel so awful? At the back of the classroom, a group of students pulled spicy snacks from their backpacks and passed them to Yuan Guang in the corner. Yuan Guang's desk drawer and backpack were overflowing with snacks, nearly spilling out. Yuan Guang's grin was so wide it nearly split his face. A day of endless riches. At the front of the classroom, Lulu gazed at Song, her eyes sparkling with undisguised admiration and fondness. She had thought Song he might win, but she never expected him to achieve such a high score. If she hadn't just finished creating the exam paper in the office this afternoon, she would have suspected Song he of stealing it in advance. After all, even some students who had trained in the competition team for a month or two found it extremely difficult to score above 80 on this paper. The competition team inauguration meeting is at 8 p.m. in the school auditorium. Got it. Lulu beamed. Yes, teacher, the homeroom teacher told me this morning. Song, he quickly replied. He'll be there on time. The homeroom teacher told you this morning. Lulu paused, then realization dawned, her expression incredulous. You were also selected for the math competition team. Yes, teacher, Song-hee nodded calmly. Lulu was astonished. Had this kid really achieved a grand slam? Then a meaningful smile curved at the corner of her mouth. At tonight's auditorium math competition, students sit on the left, biology on the right. Which side will Song-hee choose? Song-hee was taken aback. The seats were divided left and right. Of course he'll sit on the biology side. Song-hee quickly declared. Good child. Lulu nodded with satisfaction. Evening self-study. Senior year, regular class 1. Zhuang Qian was buried in a math paper, her brows tightly furrowed. Suddenly her deskmate tapped her shoulder and handed over a workbook. Sister Zhuang, can you solve this conic section problem? The deskmate asked, blinking expectantly. What a coincidence. Look at the problem I'm working on, Zhuang Qian said, placing her math paper next to it. The two problems were identical. You can't solve it either, the deskmate said dejectedly. Why don't you ask old Zheng and the others? Zhuang Qian suggested. This problem came from old Zheng. Their group discussed it for half a class and couldn't figure it out, the deskmate continued, crestfallen. Sister Zhuang, you're the top math student in our class. If you can't solve it, who can? Zhuang Qian sighed, feeling quite helpless. The students in the regular class were indeed somewhat weaker. She felt her math skills were only average, yet she consistently ranked first in this class, a perpetual champion only by virtue of being the tallest among dwarves. Whenever she encountered a math problem she couldn't solve, she fell into an awkward predicament. There was simply no one in the class to ask, leaving her no choice but to seek out the math teacher. But their class math teacher had recently welcomed a second child and would rush home after class to take care of the baby, making him impossible to find. Hey, didn't you meet a math prodigy at the library a few days ago? The deskmate suddenly recalled. Why not ask him? Zhuang Qian's eyes lit up just as the bell rang. She grabbed her paper and dashed out of the classroom. Moments later, Zhuang Qian arrived upstairs at senior year's elite, class 2. The elite students seemed to suffer from selective deafness. They didn't come out to play even when the bell rang, instead staying in the classroom to discuss problems. Zhuang Qian had to stand at the door, craning her neck to search for a familiar face. The school beauty suddenly appeared outside the class, looking as if she was searching for someone. Soon the entire class attention was drawn to her, and the discussion of problems quickly shifted to discussions about the beautiful girl. Holy crap, isn't that Zhuang Qian? She's even more stunning in person. Is that figure real? I want to ask her why she's so. Oh my god, who is she looking for? Could it be that some pig in our class has plucked the cabbage? No way. Whoever dares to pluck that cabbage deserves to be killed, sliced into thin little pieces, and fed to the whole class in a hot pot. Finally, someone brave enough went to the door to ask, "How are you looking for someone in our class?" Zhuang Qian, mildly socially anxious, nodded and said softly, "I'm looking for Song-hee from your class. Is he here?" Song-hee. The busybodies at the door looked confused. There's no Song-hee in our class. Are you looking for Song-jiang? Zhuang Qian was stunned. Song-jiang. The outlaw leader of Liangshan's Song-jiang. Before she could deny it, the busybody had already turned and yelled into the classroom, Song-jiang. Song-jiang. A beautiful girl is looking for you. The whole class erupted in uproar. Both boys and girls buzzed with excitement as a wave of admiring gazes converged on the back row. A burly, dark-skinned fat guy stood up in bewilderment, walking nervously toward the classroom door. The dark fatty's heart was racing as if it might fly out of his chest. Am I dreaming? The school beauty Zhuang Qian came specifically to find me. Zhuang Qian looked at the approaching dark fatty and couldn't help but freeze. Is this Song-jiang or Li Kuei? No, I'm not looking for him. I'm looking for Song-hee. Song-hee is thinner, paler, and more handsome. Zhuang Qian stopped mid-description, noticing the face of the Li Kuei opposite growing darker by the second. She quickly corrected herself. Song-hee is great at math. I want to ask him about a math problem. The dark fatty's heart shattered, and he walked away with a look of sorrow. He sat in the back row precisely because he wasn't good at math. This Song-hee seemed superior to him in every way. There really is no Song-hee in our class. You might have remembered wrong. The busybody said eagerly. What's the problem? I can't provide Song-hee, but I can still help with the answer. Zhuang Qian hesitated for a moment, then pulled out her test paper. The busybodies at the door immediately craned their necks to look at the problem on the paper. Unfortunately, we were just discussing this problem in class and haven't solved it yet, the busybodies said awkwardly. Sorry about that. No problem, thank you. Sorry for the trouble, Zhuang Qian said politely before quickly turning and leaving. As she descended the stairs, her face was filled with frustration. There's no way I remembered wrong. Song-hee said he was in elite class 2. He had no reason to lie to me. How could he not be found? Suddenly a thought struck Zhuang Qian, and her eyes widened in disbelief. Song-hee only said he was in elite class 2, but he didn't mention which grade he was in. Perhaps he is not a senior, but rather a second-year student in elite class 2. Students from the rocket class and top performers in some elite classes have already taken the college entrance examination by the second year. So, if Song, he is an early test taker, his strong math skills would make perfect sense. Zhuang Qian felt a sudden realization and quickly hurried downstairs to find the second-year elite class 2. Soon she arrived at the area for second-year students. In stark contrast to the silence of the senior year, the atmosphere in the second-year area changed dramatically, with the corridors bustling with noisy boys and girls filled with laughter and screams reminiscent of a kindergarten. As soon as Zhuang Qian appeared, the corridor felt noticeably quieter. The younger students were dumbfounded, experiencing a delusion that the corridor's lights seemed to shine brighter after Zhuang Qian's appearance, likely due to her porcelain-like delicate skin and radiant beauty. Many students were laughing and playing, but upon seeing Zhuang Qian approaching, they quickly fell silent and silently watched the school beauty leave. Zhuang Qian silently walked forward, searching for elite class 2, ignoring the astonished gazes and the surrounding silence. As more and more people gathered in the corridor, many students peered out from their classrooms, startled by Zhuang Qian's stunning beauty, whispering to each other, "Wow, she's so beautiful. I need all the information on this beauty in 3 minutes." "You don't know our school beauty, Zhuang Qian. Can you be any more ignorant? There are plenty of school beauties, they all get crowned casually. This one is a school beauty, that one is too. The school doesn't even post pictures of them in the bulletin board. How can I recognize them all? Not only is she a school beauty, but she's also a rich girl. The biological laboratory in our school's West Campus was donated by Zhuang Qian's family, and the equipment in there starts from 6 figures. My suggestion is to seize the opportunity with a rich girl and move into a big villa overnight." "That's impossible. This Song, he must have saved the city in his last life. I'm sure my goddess wouldn't be fooled by this guy named Song He. Spread the word, capture Song He and tear him to pieces." In the school auditorium, as Song He stepped through the door, he was immediately dazzled by the luxurious scene. The ceiling was adorned with golden spotlights, the lights sparkling like those in an opera house, with several rows of flowers on stage filling the air with a rich floral fragrance, and a red carpet even laid out along the aisle, making it feel as though reporters were about to arrive. The establishment meeting of the competition team at Jinghai No. 4 High School. A bright red banner hung above the auditorium. A steady stream of students entered through the front and back doors, all looking radiant, as if attending a celebratory feast. A few students even had tears of excitement in their eyes, overwhelmed with emotion. This was the true Dragon Gate, the beginning of being recommended to prestigious schools. Being able to attend the ceremony in the auditorium tonight was undoubtedly the dream of all students in the school. It is no exaggeration to say that many students' destinies would change from this point onward. Students attending the competition team establishment meeting, please take your seats quickly. The math team is on the left side of the venue and the biology team is on the right. Hurry up. An impeccably dressed old man stood on stage, grabbing the microphone to announce with an authoritative tone. The old man was quite stout, with a shiny bald head, prominent veins on his forehead, a fierce countenance, and a gaze like a sword, exuding the aura of a terrifying powerhouse capable of annihilating countless beings like those in fantasy novels. Yi Lianghan, the vice principal and the head of subject competitions. As soon as Yi Lianghan spoke, the overwhelming pressure swept across the auditorium, causing the previously boisterous academic elites to quickly fall silent and quietly search for their seats. Song He felt a bit troubled, since he was participating in both competition teams. Did that mean he had to split himself in half? After hesitating for a moment, he ran to the back row and sat on the biology team's side. Just as he sat down, a notification about resentment value suddenly popped up in front of him. "Zhuang Qian, want to find you in both the senior and second-year elite class 2, but could not find you, resentment value 100. Zhuang Qian suspects you deceived her, resentment value 400. Song He scratched his head, worried that the situation he feared had indeed occurred. Just when he thought the resentment notifications had ended, a whole string of messages began to pop up frantically. And Haoyan heard that the school beauty specifically came to find you, and became so jealous that he nearly lost his composure, resentment value 600. Yan, who witnessed the school beauty specifically seeking you, and became so jealous that his mindset twisted, resentment value 500. Wu Yangbing thinks you've stolen the school bowtie's affection, becoming so jealous that he nearly exploded, resentment value 400. A barrage of over 20 notifications popped up in one breath, all with resentment values in the hundreds, and it wasn't over yet, as smaller resentment notifications began to appear, only a few or tens. Song He was left dumbfounded. He could roughly guess what was happening. Zhuang Qian went to find him in the senior and second-year elite class 2 and mentioned his name, which immediately triggered a wave of resentment from the onlooking classmates, cursing Song He is some kind of loser. Before entering the auditorium, the system's resentment value balance was only 1,000 points, but now it had skyrocketed to 12,400 points. In just a few minutes the balance surged more than tenfold. Wow! Song He exclaimed in amazement. He had never seen such a spectacular explosion of points occur so suddenly. He had always thought that the main source of resentment value came from mocking and ridiculing his classmates' mental state, but he never expected it could also arise from such a lucrative maneuver. Zhuang Qian is truly a benefactor. Song He murmured. Even without meeting her, she could help him rack up resentment value like a cash cow. This friend definitely needed to be befriended more deeply in the future. As more students filled the auditorium, unfamiliar classmates gradually filled the seats around Song He. On his left sat a petite female classmate excited, extending her hand towards Song He. "Hello, I'm Wu Xiao from the Rocket class, one of the senior year. We'll be teammates in the biology competition team from now on. Let's work together to defeat the math team." Wu Xiao emphasized the word defeat with a fierce tone, her expression filled with deep hatred, as if it were no joke. "Hello, senior. I'm Song He from Elite Class 2 of the first year." Song He awkwardly shook her hand and asked, "Why do you want to defeat the math team? You really don't understand, do you? I'm going into my second year. Last year I was selected for the competition team and experienced firsthand the battles between the biology team and the math team." Song He felt that the people around him were a bit abnormal. They were all classmates. Oh, why resort to violence? Taking advantage of the crowd's song, he made an excuse to go to the restroom and hurriedly left his seat, running to the far side of the mathematics team area. Surely the rigorous and calm mathematical thinking would be more rational. Just as he sat down, a large hand reached over. "Classmate, welcome to our mathematics team. Let's defeat the biology team together." Song He was bewildered, and immediately several strong hands reached out from all directions, enthusiastically shaking his hand. "The biology team is just a bunch of fools. They waste school resources. They should disband early. The mathematics grandfathers are here. The biology grandsons stand at attention to be beaten." Last year, the four kings of the mathematics team stormed into Qingbei and crushed the biology team. This year we will crush them again. After the meeting, let's go and pledge brotherhood blood oath. How about it? Good, good, good. The atmosphere around became fervent with shouts rising. Song He was completely baffled. Where was the rigorous and calm mathematical thinking? Is this really a mathematics team? They were clearly a bunch of bandits. Scary. This place is not suitable for long stay. Song He made an excuse to go to the restroom and quickly slipped back to the biology team, returning to Wu Xiao's side. Compared to the bandit nest opposite, his senior sister felt much friendlier. The number of people in the venue was increasing from first to third year, with 4 elite classes and 10 top classes in each grade, theoretically gathering a total of 300 heroes. Soon the students on both sides had taken their seats. On stage, Yi Lianghan surveyed the crowd with authority, suddenly frowning. Both teams should have 150 people. Why is there one less in the mathematics team? Which class is missing someone? The crowd erupted. Laughter came from the biology team, and the mathematics team hurriedly searched for their teammates. In the last row, a weak arm was raised. Yi Lianghan frowned tightly. The student who raised their hand, "Do you know who hasn't come?" "Teacher, everyone should be here. I am from the mathematics team." Song He stood up and shouted, "Nonsense. You're from the mathematics team. Why aren't you sitting in your designated spot?" Yi Lianghan was furious. "Get over there now." Song He was startled and hurriedly ran to the opposite side. Now the biology team is short one again. Yi Lianghan's frown deepened. The crowd erupted again. The mathematics team began to loudly mock, and the biology team hurriedly searched for someone, creating a rather dramatic scene. In the last row, another arm was raised high. "That student, what is it now?" Yi Lianghan scolded into the microphone. "Teacher, the biology team is also complete. I am from the biology team." Song He shouted. Boom. The crowd erupted. Hundreds of eyes focused on Song He, all filled with admiration. While openly teasing the vice principal, this brother is in deep trouble. Awesome, I like this kind of talent jumping around here. Is this guy from the biology team or the mathematics team? On stage, Yi Lianghan's forehead was bulging with veins, infuriated. Song He hurriedly explained, "Sorry, teacher. I didn't clarify it. I am both from the biology team and the mathematics team." "You participated in both teams?" Yi Lianghan was taken aback. "Yes, teacher." Song He replied loudly. "Impossible. In your class selection exam, you came first in both subjects." Yi Lianghan was puzzled. "Yes, teacher." Song He answered. The auditorium suddenly fell silent. Hundreds of astonished gazes were fixed on Song He, some in a daze. Many people hadn't reacted yet, and some who understood still doubted if their ears had malfunctioned. Participating in 2 competitions at once. Being selected for 2 competition teams. What kind of genius is this? In an instant, a notification of resentment value popped up in front of Song He. "Lian Xiang knows you are a dual competition participant. Fears greatly resentment value 300. Zhong Huili is shocked by your strength, feeling inferior resentment value 200. Zhongshin believes that you sitting in the biology team area initially is a betrayal of the mathematics team resentment value 100. Miao Qiao thinks that you running from the biology team to sit in the mathematics team is a betrayal of the biology team resentment value 100. Song he secretly thought this operation really started racking up resentment value. In just a few seconds, over 200 people contributed resentment value, causing the accumulated resentment value to soar from 12400 points to 33800 points. Song he was almost brought to tears. It was a night of fortune. On stage, Yi Lianghan was also surprised, shaking his head, then frowning. Which class are you from? What is your name? Report. I am Song He from the elite class 2 of the first year. Song He replied loudly. Song He, you can sit wherever you want to. I will find your mathematics and biology teachers later for a small meeting. Yi Lianghan said. All right, since everyone is here, the meeting officially begins. Song He sat down, listening earnestly, while curious gazes kept turning towards him as if he were a monster. Song He had a blank expression, but felt somewhat uneasy under the continuous gazes. How dare they freely stare at me? I am so handsome, and you all are staring without paying. Is that reasonable? Congratulations to all of you for entering our school's competition team. Yi Lianghan began to speak, his voice booming. However, the competition team is just the beginning. You will undergo the most brutal selection. From today until the competition registration, you will face dozens of major and minor tests. Minor tests are a sea of questions determining the school's allocation of resources for you, while major tests are cruel eliminations. Anyone who does not qualify will be eliminated. There is no elimination for the lowest rank, only qualified and unqualified. If all of you are qualified, then 299 out of 300 can participate in the competition. If all of you are unqualified, then our school will not send a single student to the competition this year. Many of you here should have been eliminated from the competition team once, or even twice, and know very well that this is not a shortcut, but real devil training. Many students' faces changed, and the atmosphere suddenly became oppressive. Especially for second and third year students, most had been selected for the competition team before, but fell in the unprecedented fierce competition. Being expelled this year was already their second or third attempt. Yi Lianghan's words triggered the dark memories of many students present. Song He sat in the last row unmoved, even secretly crossing his legs. A classmate next to him poked Song He and whispered, Dude, which side are you on? Of course, him from the biology team. Going to the mathematics team is to be a spy. After Song He finished speaking, he thought for a moment. Which team is this? Mathematics team. I just misspoke. I am a mathematics ghost in life, but went to the biology team to be a spy. Song He hurriedly corrected himself. On stage, Yi Lianghan continued speaking, and after a slew of motivational slogans, began to share the real substance. Next, I will introduce the reward mechanism of the competition team, the ranking of academic elites. Students ranking high among academic elites can receive generous rewards from the school. Yi Lianghan pressed the remote control, and the large screen behind him suddenly lit up. Song He perked up, his eyes wide open, staring at the screen. The students in the entire venue unconsciously leaned forward, their faces filled with yearning. A large screen displayed photographs of past competition teams receiving their awards. Conventional rewards were abundant: unknown mentoring by distinguished faculty, access to foreign language academic databases, cartons of expensive reference books, and laboratory usage privileges, among others. Song He's eyes swept swiftly across the images, then paused, sharp and alert. His breath quickened. Cultivation manuals. Zorich's Mathematical Analysis, Fictingle TS's Principles of Mathematical Analysis, the Princeton Companion to Calculus, Single Variable Calculus. Nikolsky's A Course in Mathematical Analysis, Hua Luoging's Introduction to Higher Mathematics, Zhu Dingxuan's Analytic Geometry, Proskuryakov's Problems in Linear Algebra, Faddeev's Problems in Higher Algebra, Filipov's Problems in Ordinary Differential Equations, Fang Qichin's Problems in Mathematical Analysis, Yichang's Examples and Problems in Real Analysis, Basilev's Problems in Geometry and Topology. These legendary titles, long heard of only in whispers, now lay before him in plain sight, and Song He's breath caught in his throat. At his current level, many of these texts and problem sets remained impenetrable, veritable celestial scriptures. Yet their presence among past teams' prizes meant he was already standing at the threshold of that divine realm. An impulse surged within him to swallow a handful of mental calculating capsules right then and tear through those mathematical tomes with ruthless fervor, solving problem after problem until exhaustion claimed him. As the images on the screen shifted, an audible wow rippled through the auditorium. Many students stared stunned. Such rewards truly existed. Song He gazed at the photos, astonishment flickering across his face as he silently read the captions beneath them. Zheng Ruxue, recipient of the National First Prize in Mathematics and a cash award of 1,000. Members of the biology competition team awarded a free summer camp expedition to Sichuan and Tibet. Xiao Han, who signed an employment agreement with the school and will return post-graduation as a coach for the competition team. Mathematics competition team members enjoying a group dinner at the Bird's Nest Stadium after the contest. Song Hee blinked in disbelief. Was this really how they played? The school had invested heavily indeed. On stage, Yi Lianghan pressed a remote control. The screen now showed a crate of smartphones. As you all know, Jinghai know. 4 high school strictly prohibits students from bringing mobile phones onto campus. Any violation results in immediate confiscation, a 1-month suspension for reflection, and a formal reprimand. Yi Lianghan declared sternly. But, for our competition team members, online learning is indispensable. Thus, each shall receive a dedicated study device. These devices have restricted functionality, yet permit unrestricted access to academic resources and educational applications. The school has prepared 100 such study devices. Quantities are strictly limited, allocated only to those with the greatest academic need. Next Saturday, we will administer our first qualifying exam and rank students accordingly. The top 50 scorers in both the biology and mathematics teams will each receive a study device usable freely across campus. A wave of exhilaration swept the auditorium. The smartphone reward was irresistibly enticing. Watching historical dramas or short films was practically a necessity. Of course, researching academic material would also be remarkably convenient. A classmate nudged Song Hee. Hey, have you heard the legend of the competition team's smartphones? The competition team's smartphones. Song Hee paused, puzzled. What legend is that? These phones aren't brand new. They're hand-me-downs from previous year's competition students. And the school doesn't perform factory resets. They merely wipe the surfaces and replace the tempered glass film. Song Hee's mind raced. So, you mean there's content left behind by past competitors? Exactly. Rumor has it the material is breathtaking. Those who've seen it describe it as utterly awe-inspiring. His classmate flashed a sly, wistful grin. Really? How breathtaking could it possibly be? Song Hee's imagination soared. It depends on your skill and your luck. Of the 100 devices, perhaps a dozen contain truly extraordinary content. The rest are rather unremarkable. Song Hee's heart leapt. He'd already wanted a phone for research, but now, lured by the promise of mysterious hidden treasures, he resolved to fight fiercely for one. Yet the upcoming qualifying exam would inevitably be several degrees more difficult than the classroom selection test. After all, no ordinary student sat among them. Each had emerged victorious from a grueling crucible of talent. There will be no unified competition instruction this week. Instead, the school has prepared specialized problem sets which will be delivered to your homerooms shortly. Please study diligently and independently. Yi Lianghan announced loudly from the podium. Meeting adjourned. Minutes later, in the vice principal's office, Yi Lianghan stood beside the desk. Ban Jianya and Lu Lu sat at opposite ends of the sofa. The atmosphere taut and charged. What's going on with your class? Both departments selected the same student. Yi Lianghan frowned deeply. Isn't that a waste of a quota? Adjust your nominations promptly, before the official list is submitted. Song Hee excels in mathematics. I declare first claim. This exceptional talent won't slip away. Ban Jianya replied instantly. Song Hee's biology is outstanding, truly unparalleled. I'm claiming him for biology without exception. Lulu arched an eyebrow, her tone sharpening. Are you two deliberately clashing over one child? Yi Lianghan interjected. Can he realistically handle both competitions? One competition guarantees steady success. Splitting his focus risks losing both prizes. How does that serve the student? Let's proceed professionally. Ban Jianya bristled slightly. I secured Song Hee for mathematics first. Surely precedence matters, eh? In the biology selection exam, Song Hee's score surpassed the combined total of the entire class. Lulu shot Ban Jianya a sidelong glance and gave a disdainful snort. If Song Hee competes in biology, he's destined for Tsinghua or Peking University. Who bears responsibility if he's misdirected? If Ban teacher accepts that responsibility, then I have nothing further to say. Song Hee's mathematics is equally Tsinghua or Peking bound. Ban Jianya's voice rose sharply. Mathematics is the core discipline. Biology is secondary. Lu teacher, please recognize the hierarchy. The 21st century belongs to biology. Even the finest mathematics cannot surpass supercomputing. Lu countered fiercely. With your teaching caliber, Ban teacher, do you seriously imagine producing a mathematician? Preposterous. Lulu. Ban Jianya roared. Ban Jianya. Lulu refused to yield, slamming her palm hard against the armrest. Enough. Yi Lianghan thundered. You'll quarrel in my office. Your audacity knows no bounds. One more word, and Song Hee loses both quotas entirely. Ban Jianya and Lulu erupted in unison. Revoke my student's quota. Your audacity knows no bounds. Yi Lianghan froze, utterly unprepared. Am I the vice principal? Or are you? After their outburst, both teachers faltered, turning away in silence. Are you speaking in anger or in earnest? Is Song He truly Tsinghua or Peking bound? Yi Lianghan softened his tone. Did you bring the exam papers? Ban Jianya pulled a crumpled math paper from his trouser pocket and smoothed it out on the desk. Lulu unzipped her backpack, withdrew her biology textbook, and from within extracted a neatly folded exam paper which she laid beside the math paper. Behold, this is how band teacher treats student assessments, she remarked coolly. She jabbed a finger contemptuously at the math paper. Lulu, you dare steal my student and claim justification. Ban Jianya exploded. Both of you forfeit this month's Spiritual Civilization Award. Quarrel on, by all means. Yi Lianghan retrieved his spectacles and bent over the desk to examine both papers. Ban Jianya and Lulu exchanged a startled glance, then glared at each other with renewed ferocity. Song He was relieving himself in the restroom when a notification suddenly appeared before his eyes. Teacher Ban Jianya suffers acute financial distress for staunchly defending you. Resentment value 300. Teacher Lulu suffers acute financial distress for staunchly defending you. Resentment value 300. Principal Yi Lianghan's authority is severely undermined by his subordinates' insubordination toward you. Resentment value 300. Song He paled. His urine stream abruptly ceased. Damn, it's a 900-point resentment windfall courtesy of 3 esteemed educators. What on earth are you teachers doing? What did I even do to provoke such resentment? I'm innocent. After a long shaky pause, he finally regained composure, finished, zipped up, and walked out. It was just after evening self-study. The campus pathways teemed with students. Amid the throng heading toward the dormitory, Song He moved quietly, deeply unsettled by the sudden surge of resentment points. This resentment bounty felt unervingly high, drawing ire from teachers and even the vice principal. Perhaps it was better never earned. The more he pondered it, the more ominous it seemed, as if calamity loomed just around the corner. Suddenly a hand clapped firmly onto his shoulder. Song He, why did you deceive me? A mournful voice whispered. Song He turned around, and indeed it was Senior Zhuang. Zhuang Kaiyan's eyes were filled with reproach, her jade-white face full of dissatisfaction, her delicate brows deeply furrowed. The surrounding crowd flowed like a river, with students constantly passing by on their way to the dormitory. Many curious gazes gathered, and upon seeing Zhuang Kaiyan's resentful expression and then the embarrassed Song He opposite her, they all jumped to misconceptions. Didn't you say you were in elite class too? Why did I go to their classroom, and they said there was no such person at all? Zhuang Qian said aggrievedly. I not only looked for the senior year's elite class too, but even the sophomore year's elite class too, and it made me so embarrassed. Then did you look for the freshman year's elite class too? Song He asked. Zhuang Qian was instantly stunned. Freshman year? You. What do you mean? Song He smiled helplessly. This is my fault, I didn't make it clear. Zhuang Kaiyan's eyes widened, a hint of panic in them. Don't tell me you're a freshman. Freshman elite class too, Song He. Song He nodded, pulling out his cafeteria card from his pocket to show the class name. Zhuang Qian suddenly covered her mouth with her hand, unable to suppress a small gasp. Oh. Zhuang Qian, shocked that you are only a freshman, realizes that as a senior her math skills are inferior to yours. Resentment value 100. Zhuang Qian feels a touch of inferiority, slightly angered by your overwhelming strength. Resentment value 100. Damn, you're really amazing, being able to solve college entrance exam math papers right after enrollment. Zhuang Qian was stunned into a daze. Damn, I thought people like you only existed in movies. Zhuang Kaiyan's gaze was filled with admiration as she stared blankly at Song He. After a moment, she inexplicably grew angry and reached out to punch his shoulder twice. Instantly, the resentment value notifications exploded. Ling Quan, witnessing the campus belle acting intimately with you, is consumed by jealousy. Resentment value 100. Zhang Wenkong, seeing the bowtie's adoring gaze towards you, feels a twinge of envy. Resentment value 50. A stream of fragmented notifications kept popping up, the resentment value ticking upward. Suddenly, a bold-faced resentment value appeared. Lung Xiangwen considers you a romantic rival and harbors hatred. Resentment value 1000. Song He was startled. A passerby he didn't know triggered over 1,000 resentment points. What intense emotion must that be? He quickly looked around, but amidst the flowing crowd, he couldn't find an obvious hateful glare nor anyone lingering. He couldn't tell who was the top donor, Lung Xiangwen. Never mind, as long as the stranger didn't actively seek trouble. But judging by that 4-digit contribution, trouble seemed highly probable. Did you come to me because you have a problem you can't solve? Song He got back to business. Did you bring it? Let me take a look. There was a problem, but it's not needed anymore. Zhuang Qian shook her head. Solved it? Song He asked. Not yet, but when I went to find you, the senior year elite class students looked at the problem, and even they couldn't solve it. You definitely wouldn't be able to either. Zhuang Qian said with a wry smile. The senior elite class can't handle it. Song He grew interested. Let me see which problem. Zhuang Qian crouched by the roadside, unzipped her backpack, pulled out a notebook of wrong answers, and flipped through it quickly. Song He took the notebook and squinted at the problem. It is a bit difficult. See, Zhuang Qian said, reaching out to take it back. Since the senior elite class couldn't solve it, she didn't expect a freshman like Song He to figure it out. But I have 2 methods to solve it, Song He suddenly added. Zhuang Qian froze instantly. Hand me the pen. Song He extended his hand. Zhuang Qian hurriedly found a pencil. She didn't offer a ballpoint pen, afraid that if Song He couldn't solve it, he'd scribble all over her notebook. At least pencil marks could be erased. Once Song He got the pencil, he immediately began writing the answer in the notebook with swift, flamboyant strokes. His writing was incredibly fast, jotting down the steps and complex results without a second thought. The smoothness left Zhuang Qian beside him utterly dumbfounded. There are 2 methods. Pick whichever one looks easier to learn. Song He returned the notebook and pencil. I'm heading back to the dorm. If you have any good problems like this, feel free to come find me. Good night. Zhuang Qian was stunned by his display, standing there in a daze with the notebook in hand, watching Song He walk away. Were freshmen this strong these days? A problem that the senior elite class couldn't figure out in half a lesson, and a freshman solved it in a few glances, even offering 2 methods. Ridiculous. We're all human, so why are some people's brains a different version? Pushing open the dormitory door, Song He was startled by the scene before him. An ocean of spicy sticks. Yuan Guang was lying on his bed counting spicy sticks. Various brands and flavors covered the entire bed, at least 100 packs. Are you going into business? Song He asked. Come pick some. Pick whatever you like, it's on me. Yuan Guang gave a charmingly evil smile. Oh, then I won't be polite. Song He went over to take a look and grabbed a pack. Yuan Guang immediately grabbed over a dozen of the same kind and dumped them all on Song He's desk, making him feel flattered. Don't thank me, I won all this thanks to you, didn't spend a cent of my own money. Yuan Guang said excitedly, slapping his thigh with joy. 1 thanks to me, eh? Song He was bewildered. During morning reading today, the guys in the back were arguing about who would get the competition team spots. I said you'd definitely get one. Those clueless fools didn't believe me and even mocked me. My temper flared, so I set up a bet and made them sign it. Yuan Guang said smugly, bro, you really came through. Every time you secure a spot, I rake in dozens of packs of spicy sticks. Song He hadn't expected such a slick move and couldn't help but exclaim, what a guy. The guys in the back were all blown away by you today. They gave you nicknames, the Emperor of Mathematics and the Emperor of Biology. By evening study, everyone agreed to call you the Emperor of Math and Bio. Yuan Guang said. Song He was mortified, his scalp tingling. Isn't Shinibu supposed to hit in sophomore year? We're just freshmen. Isn't this a bit premature? Emperor of Math and Bio, I heard competition students get study phones. Yuan Guang changed the subject. There's an internal team exam next Saturday. The top 50 will be awarded a study phone. Song He nodded. I plan to go for it, but the competition will be fierce. Go for it, bro. Yuan Guang's eyes were full of longing, his tone mysterious. I heard this phone is a heavenly artifact containing a wisp of divine sense left by competition students from previous years. Song He laughed. I've heard that too. They say past competition students left some really exciting stuff in the phones. You work hard and get one back so I can have a look too. Yuan Guang chuckled. And I want freeload. They'll give you a big surprise later, guaranteed to blow your mind. Song He agreed with a smile. Just then the dormitory light clicked off. He fumbled for the vitamin bottle on the table, poured out a handful of mental arithmetic capsules into his pocket, grabbed his exercise book, and headed to the public restroom. Only Yuan Guang was left in the dormitory. He quietly packed away the spicy sticks and went to bed. Just as he was about to fall asleep, the dormitory door was suddenly knocked on, then pushed open. A burly figure held up a phone for light. Yuan Guang looked up and immediately sat up in bed, startled. Hello, teacher. Standing at the door was none other than Ban Jianya. Yuan Guang panicked. The homeroom teacher making a late-night visit to the dormitory. Could it be a surprise raid to confiscate the spicy sticks? Had some snitch reported him? Ban Jianya shone the phone light around the dormitory and asked grimly, where is Song He? He didn't skip the dorm, teacher. He went to the public restroom to study, Yuan Guang quickly said. Studying in the public restroom. Ban Jianya was taken aback, never expecting such an answer. The lights in the dorm are turned off at night, but the restroom has motion-activated lights, so Song He goes there to study by the light, Yuan Guang explained. Has he been doing this all along? Yes, ever since the semester started, he stays up every night studying until very late. Yuan Guang quickly put in a good word for his roommate. He noticed the homeroom teacher's grim expression and felt that a late-night visit to find Song He might mean trouble, so he tried to ease the tension with some flattery. Ban Jianya's eyes flickered with a hint of relief. This kid is so diligent. Then losing my civility award wouldn't be so bad. Go back to sleep. They'll go find him. Ban Jianya closed the dormitory door. At the public restroom, Song He had just walked in with his exercise book when he unexpectedly spotted two familiar figures in the corner. Ning Mo and Ding Yangza both clutching books. The three of them stared at each other, the atmosphere starkly different from a few days ago. The outcome was decided, and their relationship had instantly shifted from rivals to a victor and two losers. The tense confrontational air of silent combat had vanished, for the battle was over. Ning Mo and Ding Yang's eyes were filled with a complex mix of envy, disappointment, reluctance, and even a trace of admiration. Indeed, though neither would admit it, deep down they felt a genuine respect for Song He. Pulling all-nighters and triumphing on two fronts was something no ordinary person could achieve. Here, Song He broke the awkward silence first. He didn't taunt them with, "Oh, look who's here, my defeated foes," even though saying so would surely rake in a fortune of resentment points. But if those two got overly agitated, and this being a restroom, a fight could lead to some truly disgusting situations. Enemies could still become friends. They were classmates after all, and Song, he didn't want to be overly sarcastic. "We'll work hard and catch up to you." Ning Mo suddenly spoke, his gaze resolute. "And don't think you've already won, Song He. We've heard that first-year competition students are just cannon fodder." Ding Yangza said. "Cannon fodder?" Song He was startled. "The ones who actually win competition prizes are the sophomores and juniors. The elimination rate for first-year competitors is over 90%. They get weeded out after a few internal exams, and only 10% make it to the actual competition." Ding Yangza explained. "And that 10% just go to gain experience. We've never heard of any of them winning awards. After all, we're just freshmen. We can't compare to the upperclassmen who've had an extra year or two of training." Ning Mo nodded in agreement, looking at Song He. "I heard your first internal exam is coming up. After that, you'll see. All the first years will be at the bottom of the rankings. They'll be culled like weeds in the big internal test." Song He listened and nodded. "Thanks for the intel, both of you. They'll try to hold on until the end." Ning Mo and Ding Yangza exchanged a glance, suddenly at a loss for words. They had said all this just to dampen Song He's spirits and regain a bit of their psychological edge. But Song He's calm, composed reaction only made them feel worse. All they could do was gather rumors while Song He was actually fighting on the competition team. Even if Song He got eliminated later, he would still have gained more experience in the competition team than they had. No matter how you looked at it, Song He was still the winner. Losing, losing, losing. Ning Mo and Ding Yangza fell silent, their spirits sinking. "We're about to get our competition team textbooks. I can lend them to you." Song He changed the subject. The two were stunned, looking up at Song He in disbelief. "You guys just said it yourself. First years don't win awards. So joining the competition team as a freshman is just about gaining experience." Song He said with a smile. "If I let you read the competition team materials, it's like you're gaining that experience too, isn't it?" Ning Mo and Ding Yangza couldn't help but be moved. They had been rivals, and Song He's sudden magnanimity left them feeling a bit embarrassed. After a moment, the atmosphere began to thaw, carrying a hint of reconciliation. "Thank you, brother Song," Ning Mo said earnestly. "Thanks," Ding Yangza murmured. "He'll lend you the competition team textbooks. Then when you can't solve the problems, and I can, you'll both be completely convinced that you lost fair and square." Song He grinned, then lowered his head to start working on his exercises. Was that another dig? The two across from him were speechless, but surprisingly no resentment points notification appeared. They realized that although Song He liked to be domineering with his sarcasm, he didn't seem to have a bad heart. The sound of slapping footsteps echoed as Ban Jianya suddenly walked into the restroom. The three students snapped to attention. "Hello, teacher." Ban Jianya nodded, standing before Song He with a stern expression. Song He was panicked, recalling that his homeroom teacher had previously racked up resentment points and felt a sense of impending doom. "Song He, there's bad news. I just came back from Vice Principal Ye's office. He made it clear one student can't handle two competition tracks. You have to drop one." Ban Jianya said with a grim face. Song He was shocked and immediately grew agitated. "I earned my place through hard work. Why should I drop one? Vice Principal Yi is going too far." "Don't worry, teacher. I can go to Vice Principal Song to protect me." Ban Jianya was stunned. This student had that much pull, even more connections than me. Vice Principal Song is on an overseas inspection trip, and he doesn't oversee the competition teams. "He might not be able to protect you," Ban Jianya said. "But all hope isn't lost. Teacher Lu and I have already argued with Vice Principal Yi. Now race the result." Song He was tense. In the corner, Ning Mo and Ding Yangza watching were even more tense. Next Saturday's internal quiz, your rankings in both math and biology must be in the top 80. Ban Jianya stated. "If you're in the top 80 for both subjects, the vice principal agreed to keep observing you and let you stay on both teams for now. If you fall out of the top 80 in one subject or fail to make it in both, then you'll have to drop the subject with the lower ranking." Song He suddenly understood. "I get it, teacher. They'll definitely work hard to get both subjects into the top 80. "You don't get a damn thing," Ban Jianya snapped irritably. Song he was bewildered by the scolding. The math and biology competition teams each have 150 members. Among them 100 are sophomores and juniors who basically occupy all the top 100 spots. Under normal circumstances, first years are stuck in the bottom 50. Ban Jianya said sternly. Only a very few elite first years can break into the top 100, and they usually hover around the 90s. Getting into the top 80 is extremely rare. Song he fell into deep thought. Ning Mo and Ding Yang's faces lit up with glee. Do you understand what I'm saying? Ban Jianya continued. Even breaking into the top 80 in one subject is unrealistic. Getting both into the top 80 is impossible. So my requirement for you is this: focus all your energy on math this week and put biology on the back burner. I got my bonus docked by the vice principal just to protect you. Ban Jianya suddenly fumed. Let me make this clear: if you get kicked off the math team, you're moving your seat next to the trash can. Song He's face fell. Teacher, you can't keep threatening me like this. If I pass the class selection exam, I don't have to move next to the trash can, right? You have to keep your word. Fine, then I'll move the trash can next to you, Ban Jianya said darkly. Song He was speechless. He was truly fed up with this homeroom teacher. Ban Jianya gave Song He's shoulder a firm patted gesture that was both encouraging and threatening, then turned and left with his hands behind his back. The restroom fell silent. Song He felt immense pressure. The internal quiz originally held no great peril, but Vice Principal Yes meddling had elevated it into a matter of life and death. Ning Mo and Ding Yangza exchanged a look and turned away to whisper. This is our chance, brother Ding. Got it. We stop Song He from studying. If he gets dropped from one team, we can take his place. Ah, but isn't that a bit too much? Song He was exasperated. You two stop your loud scheming. I can hear every damn word. Ning Mo and Ding Yangza burst into snickers, clearly joking. At 1 a.m, Song He returned to the dorm. His roommate Yuan Guang was already fast asleep. He summoned the system. His resentment points balance was 37000. He felt a fleeting illusion of wealth and freedom. Dropping out was not an option. Wasn't it just about breaking into the top 80 in 2 subjects? Charging ahead was his specialty. A tough battle lay ahead, and he needed to stock up on ammunition. It was time to go all out on the lottery. Song He first bought a 10-day supply of deep sleep capsules for backup, costing 100 resentment points each, spending 100 and leaving him with 2700. Ha ha ha. Gazing at his balanced Song, he couldn't help but let out a strange chuckle. When he first obtained the system, even buying a mental arithmetic capsule costing 100 resentment points had pained him. Now he could afford to eat mental arithmetic capsules like candy. He opened the Black Technology Lottery and decisively pulled a 10 draw. Congratulations on obtaining mental arithmetic capsule 1. Congratulations on obtaining mental arithmetic capsule 1. As expected, the familiar common prizes. No matter, the thrilling bonus draw was about to begin. Congratulations on obtaining mental arithmetic capsule 1. Congratulations on obtaining the qualification to purchase master capsules, now available in the system mall. Song He quickly opened the system mall and a purple capsule appeared. Master capsule 500 resentment points per pill after consuming a master capsule for 1 day. Whenever the host explains problems to others and they learn, the host will receive double the new knowledge in return. The return new knowledge comes from the edges of the host's existing knowledge base, effectively enhancing academic combat power. Another capsule. System, are you sure you're a pill peddler? The item was good. Explaining problems to others would no longer be a waste of time, and he could gain some knowledge himself. But wasn't the price a bit outrageous? Coincidentally, more and more classmates had been coming to ask questions lately. He could try the master capsule's effects tomorrow. If the results were stunning, he could forgive the exorbitant price. Song He rubbed his hands together, his face full of anticipation as he initiated his second 10 draw. The lottery wheel spun and mental arithmetic capsules appeared one by one in his palm. Finally, the bonus draw yielded something new. Congratulations on obtaining the qualification to purchase brain neuron growth capsules, now available in the system mall. Brain neuron growth capsule 100 resentment points per pill after consumption. It promotes the growth of more dendrites and axons in brain neurons, slightly reducing thinking energy consumption, slightly increasing thinking speed, slightly delaying brain aging, and slightly enhancing intelligence. He had taken this before and felt nothing afterward. Song He suspected it was a health supplement and muttered quietly, "It's not a scam, is it?" Complaints aside, the temptation of enhanced intelligence was still irresistible. If the human brain were a laptop, mental arithmetic capsules only temporarily activated beast mode, and deep sleep capsules merely shortened charging time. But the brain neuron growth capsule directly upgraded the processor and graphics card. It boosted performance from the hardware level, effective for life. Damn it, forget it. When you're rich, you spend. After a brief internal struggle, Song He gritted his teeth and spent 200 resentment points to buy 2 gleaming golden brain capsules, carefully swallowing them. After taking them, his mind felt no different from last time, unlike the mental arithmetic capsules that instantly refreshed him. His resentment points dwindled to just 5000. Damn, broke again. Brain capsules, you'd better be worth it. Song-hee growled through clenched teeth. The next day, during morning reading class, Song-hee was hunched over his desk, slaying math problems with swift strokes. Whether it was a placebo effect or not, after taking the brain capsules last night, his problem-solving felt a tad smoother today. Zhao Yi arrived late with her backpack, and as soon as she sat down, she patted Song-hee's shoulder. Song-hee, I ran into the biology teacher on the way. She wants you in her office. Now, Song-hee sighed. He had expected this, given that the math teacher had chased him to the restroom last night. Yes, she's waiting for you. Zhao Yi nodded. She seems a bit upset. Be careful and don't talk back. Interrupting my self-study. He'll go and slap her twice. Teach her some manners. Song-hee bragged, then slammed his pen down and stood up. 2 minutes later, at the biology office, Song-hee entered and bowed obsequiously. Teacher, you wanted to see me. Come in and close the door, Lulu instructed. She sat at her desk in a pink dress that accentuated her figure. Her fair legs crossed her hair, cascading like a waterfall. Quite a pleasing sight. Sit, Lulu said, pulling up a small stool beside her leg. Song-hee sat down cautiously, looking attentive. Sitting so close to a teacher made him nervous. He could smell a faint scent of shampoo. Which do you prefer, math or biology? Lulu rested her chin on one hand. Biology, of course. Song-hee quickly replied. How can math compare to biology? Then don't study math this week. Focus on biology, Lulu said seriously. Next Saturday's competition team exam. You need to ensure your biology rank is in the top 80, understand? Song-hee was stunned, thinking as expected. Last night, Ban Janya ordered him to study math and ditch biology. Today, Lulu commanded him to study biology and abandon math. The two teachers were at war, neither believing he could rank in the top 80 for both subjects. The two teachers were like towering mountains, and he felt he was surviving in the crack between them, worse off than Sun Wukong. Don't worry, teacher. If I don't make the top 80 in biology competition, I'll bring you my head. Song-hee vowed. Lulu smiled and suddenly reached out to pat his head gently, her tone warm. Such a good student, not in vain that I had my bonus doc to protect you. Song-hee's heart stirred, as if a faint electric current passed through his scalp, suddenly feeling the teacher's tenderness. But then came the threat. Do well, and there's a reward. But if you fail, I can be quite petty. I vouch for you to the vice principal, saying you're a promising student. If you bomb, I'll lose face. If I lose face, how could I let you off? If you're cut from the biology team, you'll have to stand through my biology lessons from now on. Lulu smiled with a hidden dagger. Song-hee's head ached. But standing through class wasn't torture. Aside from being embarrassing, it was actually good for health, as sitting too long caused hemorrhoids. Think that's all. Besides standing in class, your competition team results will also determine the lab materials allocated to you. Lulu seemed to read his mind, raising an eyebrow to intensify the threat. Lab materials? Song-hee didn't understand. Biology competition involves lab work, like cell culture and animal dissection. In the final round, practical skills are worth 10 points. Lulu explained with a smile. The school's budget is limited and materials barely suffice for top students. If you perform poorly and want extra practice, you'll have to pay out of pocket. If you're cut from the biology competition team this time, even if you make it back in sophomore year, you won't be given much lab material. Hearing, pay out of pocket, he tensed reflexively. Are lab materials expensive? Very expensive. Lulu nodded emphatically. To get full marks on the 10-point practical, even with luck, you'd need to practice with tens of thousands of yuan worth of materials. Song-hee's face paled, and he quickly declared solemnly, I understand, teacher. There's no turning back. It'll break into the top 80. That's right. Put math aside for now and focus on biology. Lulu reached out and patted his head again, smiling gently. Go study. Song-hee left the office with a chill down his spine, feeling that teacher Lulu was like a beautiful female ghost from a ghost story. Gentle and charming when smiling, but merciless when devouring people. During the 4 morning classes, he didn't listen for a single minute. While the teacher lectured, he secretly worked furiously beneath the desk, grinding through math and biology problems, fully preparing for the competition team exam. Finally, the 4 classes ended, leaving only the last self-study session of the morning. As soon as the bell rang, Ban Janya appeared with a thick book in hand, walking straight to Song-hee. Song-hee hastily put away the biology paper he was writing and switched to a math one. Hey, race the math competition problem set before the exam, Ban Janya said, placing the thick book on the desk in a deep voice. It's 300 pages total. Based on past years, freshman competition students typically get through 100 pages before the exam. Sophomores and juniors manage 200. To rank in the top 80, you need to do at least 230 pages. Understood, teacher. I'll work my ass off. Song-hee opened the math competition textbook. After delivering the problem set, Banjanya didn't leave, but stood there with a stern gaze clearly intent on keeping Song he from studying other subjects. Under the homeroom teacher's intimidating presence, Song he dared not act out and dutifully buried his head in math. Suddenly Lulu appeared at the classroom door holding a thick book. She walked straight to Song. He slammed the biology competition problem set on top of the math one and then turned to look at Banjanya standing nearby. The two teachers exchanged glances, their eyes blazing with hostility. Banjanya didn't back down at all and shot Song he a threatening look as if to say, "Dare to skip math and he'll kill you." Lulu's face turned cold and she too refused to leave, standing nearby with her arms crossed, glaring fiercely at Song, he clearly meaning, "Dare to skip biology and he'll kill you." The two teachers lingered like the black and white impermanence radiating intimidation from close range. The classroom quickly buzzed with excitement as dozens of astonished gazes converged on the front row. The whole class was dumbfounded. Two teachers watching over a single student during self-study was a bizarre sight. What the hell was going on? What crime had Song he committed? The man himself was paralyzed, caught in a dilemma. Hesitantly, he opened the math competition textbook. My. Lulu's face turned cold. Song he quickly opened the biology competition textbook. My. Banjanya's face flushed with anger. Song he. I'm so freaking done. Could you two teachers please give me a break? After a long stalemate, Song he silently put away the competition problems and pulled out a Chinese textbook from his bag. Giving up. He would no longer study math or biology. Time to study Chinese, the great traditional culture. Right in front of both teachers, Song he brazenly began silently reading the text. He had figured it out. Banjanya and Lulu could never overpower each other. Rather than offend one, it was better to offend both, which was as good as offending neither. The Marquis of Jin and the Earl of Qin besieged Zhang because it was discourteous to Jin and had double dealings with Chu. The state is in peril. If we send Zhu Jiwu to see the Qin army, their forces will surely retreat. If they annex Zhang to the east, they will want to expand their western borders. If they do not weaken Qin, where will they get the land? Song he swayed his head as he read with the demeanor of someone who couldn't care less about the consequences. His deskmate, Zhao Yi, was dumbfounded, staring in shock. Song he, you're so amazing. Both the math teacher and the biology teacher are giving you death glares, and you're studying Chinese. If the Chinese teacher found out, wouldn't they be thrilled? Banjanya and Lulu exchanged glances, both stubborn and seething with anger. But under the watchful eyes of the whole class, they couldn't openly curse each other out. A shouting match between two teachers would be too ugly. They had to maintain their professional dignity. After a brief spark-filled stare down, Banjanya and Lulu turned their heads in unison to look at the classroom. Over half the students were curiously watching, their faces full of the joy of being spectators. What are you looking at? Study properly during self-study, Lulu shouted. If you're not studying, get out. Get out. Banjanya roared furiously. The two teachers unleashed their oppressive auras, and the classroom atmosphere plummeted. In an instant, the whole class lowered their heads, too scared to make a sound. A flurry of resentment prompts appeared before Song. His eyes. Xiaoshiran was scolded by the teacher for watching your spectacle, resentment 20. Higulan was scolded by the teacher for watching your spectacle, resentment 30. Most of the class quickly racked up resentment points. To them, this scolding was an undeserved calamity, purely the result of the two teachers having nowhere to vent their anger and taking it out on the students. The source of their anger was undoubtedly the slacking Song he. Many classmates cursed inwardly. Song he slacks off and we get scolded. What kind of rotten world is this? For a time, the entire classroom was shrouded in Song he's shadow, with resentment points fluctuating continuously. Evening self-study. The school library was brightly lit. Song he went upstairs with his backpack and let out a long, relaxed sigh. During the morning self-study, being stared at by two teachers for half a class had numbed him. For evening self-study, he simply slipped out of the classroom and moved his base of operations to the library. Here he could study math whenever he wanted and biology whenever he wanted. No one, not even the gods, could control him. It was great. The desk he used last time was conveniently empty. Song he placed his backpack there to save the spot and turned to go to the restroom. Standing at the urinal, he was relieving himself. He heard hurried footsteps behind him. Then with a slap, his shoulder was suddenly struck hard by a hand, and an unceremonious, questioning voice rang out. Hey, you're Song he, right? What's your relationship with Zhuang Qian? A surge of anger flared in Song he's heart. He turned his head to glare at the newcomer. Being suddenly slapped hard during such a private moment as using the restroom made it hard not to be angry. The dark-faced, bespectacled man stood beside him, also starting to relieve himself, and turned his head to stare fiercely at him. First, we have no relationship. We were just going over some problems, Song, he said, a fierce glint in his eyes enunciating each word. Second, whatever our relationship is, what the hell business is it of yours? The atmosphere instantly intensified. I saw you two last night. Going over problems by the roadside late at night. I'm warning you to stay away from her. You're an ordinary person not on her level. I am Lung Xiangwen. Zhuang Qian and I are engaged. It was arranged by our families long ago, and both sets of parents have agreed. Lung Xiangwen declared his sovereignty with an arrogant expression and a contemptuous tone. Both sets of parents agreed. Did they ask me? Song, he asked with a look of surprise. Lung Xiangwen was taken aback, then realized he had been made a fool of, and flew into a rage. Who the hell do you think you are? Small package, big temper. Song, he said nonchalantly, glancing sideways. Where the hell are you, big? Lung Xiangwen started to roar, then glanced down and suddenly fell silent. He was dumbfounded, staring blankly at a certain part of Song He. This? How is this possible? Shocked and enraged, Lung Xiangwen hurriedly pulled up his pants, turned around, and glared at Song He aggressively. Lung Xiangwen was shocked by your size, causing self-doubt, resentment. 800. Zhuang Qian came to me last night because I could explain problems to her. Would an underachiever like you even get a glance from her? Song He mocked mercilessly. In high school, grades are king. Your mind isn't on studying, so how can you expect to do well? Instead of coming to the restroom to pick a fight, you should go do some practice tests. I have excellent grades. I'm on the math competition team. I've been selected for the math competition team for 3 years straight. I know you're on the team. If you're not convinced, let's compete in the exam. Lung Xiangwen erupted, veins bulging on his forehead. Huh, a scumbag like you is on the competition team. Song He was taken aback. He quickly opened the system store, bought a combat power detector, and set it to trigger on math. Lung Xiangwen math, silver, grade 01. Song He pulled up the power rankings to check his own math level. Math, bronze, grade 75, a 26 level gap. But Lung Xiangwen was already a senior, purely relying on his age to accumulate levels. He wasn't a true powerhouse. A true powerhouse wouldn't need 3 years to surpass the competition. They would have won awards and ascended long ago. With 9 days left until the exam, catching up by 26 levels was easy. Song He was even confident he could surpass him by a few levels. The only variable was the rank. He wondered if there was some kind of bottleneck when advancing from bronze to silver. Song He snorted disdainfully. You want to compete with me in the exam? During this team's internal test. Do you dare to bet? Lung Xiangwen's face was dark and sinister. What's the stake? If your rank is lower than mine, stay away from Zhuang Qian. Lung Xiangwen said bluntly. If my rank is lower than yours, I'll back off voluntarily. Back off my ass. I have no relationship with her. Song He shook his head. Aren't you from some family? A wealthy clan, right? If you lose the bet, you pay for the materials I use in the biology lab. Whatever materials I use, you buy. That's it. Deal. Lung Xiangwen said decisively. Song He turned and left the restroom, both angry and amused. He had a feeling he wouldn't lack materials for his biology experiments, as he was confident he could achieve a top ranking on the competition team. But since it was a bet that fell into his lap, why not use it? Getting a rich kid to reimburse his material costs would allow him to be even more reckless in the lab in the future. With the system's assistant Song, he suspected he had a chance of creating something extraordinary in the lab, provided he had enough materials. Winning this bet meant more possibilities on the experimental bench. Returning to his seat, he wasted no time pulling out the math competition problem book, grabbed a handful of mental arithmetic capsules, and began writing answers fluently. Perhaps it was due to adapting to high-intensity studying or the pressure of this upcoming team test, but Song, he could now fully enter a state of focus within 2 seconds, blocking out external distractions and immersing himself entirely in the problems. The newly issued competition problem book had a total of 300 pages. The teacher required them to complete up to page 230 to have a chance of ranking in the top 80. Given Song He's temperament, he would of course finish all 300 pages to be safe. The 300 pages were divided into 30 units, with every 10 pages being 1 unit. The first page contained theoretical knowledge explaining a certain type of problem, followed by 9 pages filled with exercises. The difficulty gap between the knowledge pages and the problem pages was classic. Knowledge page, a rabbit plus a rabbit equals 2 rabbits, so 112. Got it. Now try the exercises below. Problem page, ln 88041 2 superscript 3 2926 1 superscript 2 pi superscript 2 sin 77. 3 cos 58. 5. Flipping through the book, it was mostly like this which drove Song He crazy. To prepare for the competition team test, he had to grit his teeth and study. When his head ached, he would take a mental arithmetic capsule, which worked much better than ibuprofen. He solved the problems page by page in an orderly manner. The first 3 units went relatively smoothly. But when he reached the 4th unit, he suddenly got stuck. The 4th unit covered the Cauchy convergence principle. At first glance, Song He's mind instantly understood it, as if, after a certain term, the terms and their absolute values tend towards 0, then the sum of the series equals a preceding constant plus a number that tends towards 0. Therefore, the series has a limit and thus converges. Armed with this understanding, he tried to solve the problems, but found himself unable to start. The problems were set up very oddly. He had encountered similar temporary blocks before, and usually reviewing the knowledge points a few more times would clear things up. He thought this time would be the same. But after a full 20 minutes having read the knowledge points over a dozen times, he still couldn't solve the problems. This is weird. What's going on? Is the textbook wrong? It's only the 4th unit. I haven't hit my intellectual limit, already have IA. For the first time, he felt a pang of panic scratching his head in frustration. He took 2 more mental arithmetic capsules, and his brain felt like it was overheating, but he was still at a complete loss. The few lines of knowledge were so short, yet they just wouldn't sink in. Slap. The white problem book was suddenly slapped onto the desk and pushed towards Song-hee. So you are here. A familiar voice rang out. Song-hee turned around, and indeed it was Zhuang Qian. She seemed to have just finished running and her small face was flushed, glistening with a hint of sweat, giving her a somewhat alluring appearance. Pulling over a chair, Zhuang Qian naturally sat next to Song-hee and blinked, saying, "Do you have some time now? I've compiled several pages of wrong questions." "I have time." Song-hee quickly accessed the system store, gritting his teeth as he spent 5,000 resentment points to purchase a master capsule. It was time to test the effectiveness of this item. Taking advantage of Zhuang Qian's inattention, he swallowed the capsule, clapped his hands, and took the wrong question book to review the problems. He had just learned about Cauchy's convergence theorem, but his mind was in a muddle. At that moment, seeing the normal high school problems in the wrong question book, his thoughts became incredibly clear. He swiftly explained the problems, easily laying out the steps on the draft paper, guiding Zhuang Qian through the ocean of mathematics. These ordinary high school problems were almost like leisure entertainment for Song-hee. Zhuang Qian widened her eyes desperately, trying to keep up with Song-hee's explanation speed, striving to understand each problem. What were hard problems for her felt as malleable as clay in Song-hee's hands, solving them with almost no obstacles, easily clarifying the key points for her. As Zhuang Qian understood the questions one by one from the wrong question book, her mood became ecstatic, deeply comprehending the thrill of being guided by a master. Just then, Song-hee's expression changed. "You taught Zhuang Qian some problems, returning double the mathematics knowledge, detected mathematical progress, leveling up from bronze level 75 to bronze level 76. A surge of unfamiliar knowledge flooded into his mind as the master capsule refunded him. Song-hee stopped explaining, silently counting the new knowledge in his mind. It was actually related to Cauchy's convergence theorem. Weight combined with the new knowledge returned from the master capsule. The points he hadn't understood before seemed to have clicked. Wait a moment. Song-hee tossed out this line and suddenly turned his head to rummage through the math competition question book. Zhuang Qian didn't know what was happening, but patiently waited silently beside him. "Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. So that's how it is. Cauchy's convergence, you were just a little loser." Song-hee was ecstatic, suddenly understanding the problems that had baffled him just minutes earlier. A quick glance at the problem revealed the steps flowing through his mind like water, where the key steps just happened to incorporate the refunded knowledge from the master capsule. Song-hee was overjoyed. The previous 20 minutes of confusion had undoubtedly been a small bottleneck. Normally, breaking through a small bottleneck would take a long time. But the master capsule violently returned knowledge points, directly breaking through it. Song-hee suddenly realized, could this be considered a cheat bug? When encountering a learning bottleneck, using the master capsule to help push through was incredibly efficient, akin to using a cheat engine. This was the correct way to utilize the master capsule. It was not just an auxiliary capsule, but a powerful tool to break through bottlenecks. Indeed, there was a reason why it was expensive. "I just broke through a knowledge point and want to do some problems while the iron is hot. I'll explain to you when I get stuck." Song-hee looked at Zhuang Qian, suggesting this. Okay, it just so happens that I need to digest what you just taught me." Zhuang Qian was reasonable. Song-hee buried himself in quickly solving problems, continuing to work through math competition materials. With each new unit learned, he inevitably faced some hurdles. So he casually pulled Zhuang Qian over from the side, quickly explaining 1 or 2 problems to her. Immediately, he fully understood the new unit of knowledge, then tossed Zhuang Qian aside and continued to race through the problems. The same operation was repeated, yielding remarkable results, with upgrade notifications coming one after another. Detected mathematical progress, leveling up from bronze level 76 to bronze level 77. Detected mathematical progress, leveling up from bronze level 77 to bronze level 78. Within a single evening study session, he finished explaining all the pages of wrong questions that Zhuang Qian had accumulated. He also gained a huge return of knowledge points, and his mathematics level soared straight to bronze level 81. This was an unprecedented upgrade speed. After all, it became harder to level up as one progressed. He was extremely delighted, feeling as if he was riding on the coattails of someone else, as such a high upgrade speed was largely due to Zhuang Qian being his tool. Fortunately, she was sufficiently clueless with plenty of problems she couldn't solve, and also fortunately she was smart enough to understand with just a little explanation, like a sponge soaking up knowledge points, making her the perfect tool. This exhilarating feeling of leveling up just by explaining problems made Song he extremely addicted. The next day, during the morning reading class, Zhao Yi's reading voice grew quieter, suddenly flattening her textbook and burying her face in it. Are you dead? Song he turned his head. Sleepy. Zhao Yi turned her face, her eyelids heavy with dark circles under her eyes. Did you stay up late? Why are you up all night? Song he asked, puzzled. I heard you were studying in the bathroom at night, so I went to study last night too. This problem has 3 methods of solution. Song he immediately grabbed a piece of draft paper, not hesitating for even a second. Zhao Yi's squinted eyes suddenly widened. What? You've only glanced at the problem and already know 3 methods. Listen carefully and learn well. Song he wrote down the steps in a grand manner. A few minutes later, Zhao Yi understood, glancing sideways at Song he muttering softly. You're a freak. Song he was busy tallying the knowledge points returned in his mind, momentarily taken aback. What? You're a big freak. You make me feel like a fool. I couldn't solve it in half an hour, but you glanced at it and said there were 3 methods. It makes me feel terrible. Zhao Yi's confidence was shattered by you resentment points 80. Zhao Yi grew angrier as she thought about it, turning around and angrily stepping on Song He's foot. Math monster die. Zhao Yi, feeling drowsy, murmured softly. Don't mess around, I'm solving problems. Song He dodged. No way, we must eradicate the math monster. Zhao Yi stretched her legs even further. Song He dodged a few times, but couldn't escape seizing her extended leg and placing it on his own. This movement was purely instinctive. He felt it was inappropriate as soon as he placed it. He expected Zhao Yi to freak out, but to his surprise, she remained unfazed, casually resting her leg on Song He's lap, then burying her head on the desk to doze off. Song He was also stunned, glancing down at Zhao Yi's leg. Not throwing it away felt comfortable. Zhao Yi slept through most of the morning reading and slowly woke up, withdrawing her long leg and flipping through the math test paper to continue. The class bell rang. The classroom became noisy. Zhao Yi felt a bit more awake after her nap, reaching out to pat Song He's shoulder. Math monster, teach me a problem. During the class, Song He no longer spoke softly. He spoke loudly, instantly attracting the attention of many classmates. Halfway through, Zhang Zhilei suddenly popped up from the side. I didn't understand this problem either. Then you can listen too. If you don't understand anything, just ask me. Song He welcomed them all, even with a bit of enthusiasm. Ning Mo quietly appeared, standing by to eavesdrop. In just a few minutes, the area around Song He's seat was crowded with people, with 7 or 8 classmates rushing over with their homework, lining up to seek the true teachings from the math emperor. The effect of the master capsule he took yesterday hadn't worn off yet, and the system notifications for the knowledge points returned kept ringing. You taught Zhang Zhilei some problems, returning double the mathematics knowledge. You taught Ning Mo some problems, returning double the mathematics knowledge. You taught Yuan Guang some problems, returning double the mathematics knowledge. As he was explaining Song, he suddenly discovered a new bug. When explaining a problem, if several people learn it at the same time, the renowned teacher capsule actually provides multiple knowledge points. This bug made him daydream. If he could be a teacher, it would be fantastic. Teaching the whole class's upgrade speed would probably be comparable to riding a rocket. Wait, be a teacher. Although he couldn't directly become a teacher, he could try following the teaching model. For example, forming a study group and directly explaining problems to everyone in the group. Or he could be an online teacher, posting problem explanations online, with each post continuously viewed by netizens, bringing him an endless stream of knowledge points. The more Song he thought about it, the more excited he became. If he utilized this bug, well, he could even upgrade while sleeping. In his dreams, he could see knowledge point prompts and upgrade notifications. Like those pesky pop-up ads that can't be cleared. Recalling when he first entered the dormitory, Yuan Guang said he had changed the dorm's feng shui and knowledge was flowing endlessly. Oh, lying down, he could still gain points. Was Yuan Guang a prophet? Could it be that my roommate really has something? Tomorrow is Saturday. I will be studying on the 3rd floor of the school library. If you have difficult questions, you can find me math in the morning, biology in the afternoon. Song he announced to the classmates who gathered around. Is there anyone signing up? Instantly, the classmates around him erupted, all raising their hands. Me. Song Gu, I'm signing up. What's Song Gu? This is Teacher Song. What Teacher Song? This is the Emperor of Numbers. Mighty Emperor, take us to learn through endless heavens. Song he was both surprised and delighted. The level of enthusiasm for signing up exceeded his expectations. At least 20 people raised their hands. Almost half of the class wanted to go. If it weren't for a sudden idea, this scene would be like hiring a tutor. Since the start of school, Song he had been burying himself in hard study, hardly socializing with classmates. Even now, most of the classmates coming over with questions were just familiar faces he couldn't name. Not being familiar with everyone, yet so many classmates were willing to listen to him explain problems. This trust was genuinely touching and showed that after being selected for the competition team, he had indeed established his reputation as a top student in class. While everyone eagerly signed up, Ding Yangzi shrank back in his seat. His expression was hesitant, rubbing his hands anxiously. He felt restless. Having watched Song he explain problems for half a day, it was clear he had some skills explaining quickly and well. However, he found it hard to directly sign up, after all their previous relationship had been very tense. Although it had eased somewhat, there were still resentments. Ding Yangzi looked up and happened to meet Zhang Zhilei and Ning Mo's gazes. The three exchanged awkward smiles, all understanding each other's mindset. Just days ago they were rivals, yet now they were asking him to be their teacher. Finally, it was Zhang Zhilei who couldn't help but break the ice. She had never had a direct conflict with Song, he only an implicit competition with very little hostility. Teacher Song, will there be a tuition fee for your problem explaining class? Zhang Zhilei asked. Ning Mo and Ding Yangzi looked nervous, eagerly staring at Song He. They weren't hoping for it to be free, rather they hoped he would charge. If he charged a fee, they would have no psychological barriers. If it were free, they would feel awkward about attending. Song He was momentarily taken aback. He had gathered his classmates to explain problems mainly to harvest knowledge points, never considering collecting anything else. What kind of students were they asking to pay tuition? But on second thought, if I don't charge and let everyone get it for free, wouldn't I be the league teacher? In ancient times, there was the gift of food. Students bring something to eat for the teacher. Song He smiled. You can come to me with questions, just bring some snacks with you. The surrounding classmates all agreed, bursting into cheerful laughter. Just a little snack in exchange for the top student's guidance was a great deal. On Saturday morning, the third floor of the library. While other floors were quiet, the third floor was traditionally the noisy floor. Students discussing problems always gathered on the third floor, mostly speaking in low voices, though occasionally there was shouting and even physical fighting, often among some hot-tempered top students, especially those in the top 50 of the grade. It's a stereotype that good students don't fight. Historically, many great figures had remarkable martial prowess, such as Pythagoras, who was an Olympic boxing champion. Kolmogorov participated in a Soviet academic conference and, angered by a failed debate, punched his own mentor. There was also a famous cabinet boxer from the Ming Dynasty, a talented scholar in the imperial examination who would have surpassed today's top liberal arts students and still wasn't hesitant to throw a punch. Song He arrived early to occupy the corner position, which was the safest spot as fights rarely affected the corners. Soon classmates from his class came over with questions, bringing snacks with them. As more and more classmates filled the nearby tables, the pile of snacks in front of Song, he grew higher. His service attitude was hard to evaluate. While explaining problems, he dedicated himself to ensure you understood. However, when someone brought an easy question, he would make a sarcastic remark. You come to disturb me with such a simple problem. I won't explain such a low-level question again. If you need to ask such a question, my advice is to repeat your first year. Just focus on first-year studies for 2 more years. Amazing. I Song have traveled far and wide, and this is the first time I've seen such an absurd proof process. Thank you for broadening my horizons. The classmates who encountered Song He's sarcasm felt awkward, yet they could only endure it silently for the sake of their questions, feeling very humble. In fact, Song He wasn't someone who liked to mock others, he only did so to harvest resentment points. However, after bragging for a while, Song He suddenly realized, this felt so good. No wonder teachers enjoy mocking students in various ways. As the explanations continued, the renowned teacher capsule kept providing knowledge points, and new knowledge continuously appeared in Song He's mind. New knowledge accumulated, and his mathematical prowess began to explode. Detected progress in mathematics, rising from bronze level 84 to bronze level 85. Detected progress in mathematics, rising from bronze level 85 to bronze level 86. In just one morning, Song He's mathematics level surged from level 84 to level 90. This upgrade speed truly astonished him. It was at least twice as fast compared to grinding problems all morning. At this speed, by the time of the competition team's small test, he would easily crush Lung Xiangwen in mathematics. As long as Lung Xiangwen didn't back out of their bet, there would be no worries about the materials for the biology experiment. In the afternoon, it was the biology special session. Song He switched to biology competition problems. Compared to the morning's bustling math session, the biology session was deserted. After all, the biology curriculum for first-year high school is simple. Most of the content consists of memorization, and the answers can easily be found by flipping through the textbook. There were basically no questions that couldn't be answered. It was just a matter of how well one memorized. With no classmates coming to ask questions, Song He felt a bit lonely. In the morning, explaining problems to a bunch of classmates allowed him to earn knowledge points, resentment points, and snacks, achieving 3 streams of income simultaneously, which was a true win-win-win. By afternoon, with no one seeking his help, he actually ended up losing out. Thus, he could only rely on practicing problems to upgrade in biology. Currently Song, his biological prowess level was bronze level 99, just one step away. The layout of the biology competition question booklet was the same as that of the mathematics booklet, also consisting of 300 pages and 30 units. However, within the 10 pages of each unit, there were a full 4 pages of dense knowledge points, and the remaining 6 pages contained questions. Song he had already studied 4 units, so he started memorizing the knowledge points from the 5th unit. While memorizing, a notification suddenly popped up, leaving him bewildered. Detected decline in biology level, dropping from bronze level 99 to bronze level 98. Song he was dumbfounded. How could there be a drop at this level? What on earth was going on? Shouldn't my knowledge points increase my level? Could it be that there are errors in the knowledge points? Song he furrowed his brow and began to scrutinize the knowledge points of Unit 5. The knowledge points of Unit 5 mainly relate to the origins of life, a part that is elusive and almost every year has new interpretations, thus constantly changing, making the answers quite unstable. If the teacher overlooked the latest developments when compiling and failed to update the knowledge base in time, it could lead to errors. Song he read the knowledge points carefully several times, frowning slightly, circled a few points with his pen, and then got up to leave. 5th floor of a library. Compared to the previous floors, the 5th floor had the fewest people. This level housed academic journals subscribed to by the school, covering cutting-edge results from various disciplines. But high school students found studying textbooks and exercise books sufficient, and no one cared about the latest research. Teachers also rarely came to browse through books. Song he quickly searched through the shelves, most journals still wrapped in plastic. It seemed quite wasteful for the school to subscribe to these journals, as most of them went unread and turned into waste paper. However, thankfully the money was wasted, otherwise he wouldn't know where to find the latest literature. Song he, what are you doing here? A short-haired girl suddenly appeared at the door and then curiously walked in. Senior Wu Xiao. Song he looked at the girl, recalling her name, Wu Xiao, from the senior class Rocket 1, a veteran of the biology competition team, whom he had met during the competition team establishment meeting. There are no exercise books on this floor, stop looking. Wu Xiao walked over. I'm not looking for exercises. It seems there are errors in the biology competition papers we received, and I want to verify it. Errors? Wu Xiao was taken aback for a moment, then laughed lightly. There shouldn't be any errors. The biology competition papers are compiled by renowned teachers hired by the school, with 3 rounds of review and proofreading. Have you studied Unit 5? Didn't you feel there were any issues with the knowledge points? Song he asked. I've already studied up to Unit 12. Wu Xiao tilted her head proudly. Issues? What issues are there? Just study hard. Upon hearing Wu Xiao's progress, Song he was shocked and immediately bought a combat power detector from the system shop, secretly taking a shot at her. Wu Xiao, biology silver level 68, no wonder she is a senior, such a high level. It's simply terrifying. Actually, the biology competition papers are similar every year, they just adjust the number of questions based on last year's competition results. For example, if there were many genetics questions last year, this year's materials would add a few more genetics questions. Wu Xiao spoke in a tone of enlightenment. The knowledge points don't change every year. I studied them last year, so I can solve the problems quickly this year, which is like a repeat, you understand. Song he caught the key phrase, the problem lies here. The knowledge points in the question bank remain unchanged every year, but biological research is always advancing. Many facts that were correct a few years ago may no longer hold true this year. You're overthinking it, little brother. How could there be that many overturned theories? If there are indeed knowledge points that need to be updated, the teachers will revise them. Wu Xiao shook her head and smiled. There are several teachers in the question-setting group and many teachers in the review process. Could none of them point out the errors, and it would have to be you, a freshman, who does it. They'll keep searching to make sure. Song he insisted on looking. Stubborn little brother, you're just wasting time. Wu Xiao said helplessly, suddenly remembering something. By the way, I heard you made a bet with Lung Xiangwen. Is this news already spreading to you? Song he was taken aback. I'm in the same class as Lung Xiangwen. He said you are his rival in love, and you two decided to duel in the exam room. Wu Xiao asked with a gossiping expression, is this true? I'm not his rival. I simply explained questions to Zhuang Qian, and he got jealous and came to find trouble with me. Song he scoffed. He came to me, so we'll take him down. Once I win the bet, he'll owe me the materials for the biology experiment. No, little brother, I advise you to find a way to make peace with Lung Xiangwen. Wu Xiao shook her head. Why? You can't win. Wu Xiao concluded decisively. To surrender before the battle hasn't been my style. Winning or losing, let's fight it out. Song he smiled nonchalantly. Calm down, little brother. Lung Xiangwen is in the rocket class. He's a veteran of the competition team and has studied for 2 more years than you. Even relying solely on his past experience, he could easily overpower you. This is pure bullying, and if you really bet against him, you would be falling for his tricks. What kind of competition is there between a senior and a freshman in the exam room? When you lose, Lung Xiangwen will definitely announce everywhere that you are his defeated opponent, which would be quite humiliating. Wu Xiao earnestly advised, so hurry up and make peace with him. No rush, who defeats whom is still uncertain. Song He said confidently. Not. Do you really think you can beat him? Wu Xiao was taken aback. Song He did not answer, but suddenly brightened up, reaching out to pull out a few copies of Nature from the shelf, hugging them to his chest. Wu Xiao watched in a daze for a long time, and seeing him immersed in finding books, she shrugged and quietly left. She originally had a good impression of Song He, as he was a rare duel competition participant and a pretty handsome junior. However, after the recent exchange, that good impression was greatly diminished. He was simply a stubborn little brother, clearly unable to find errors in the competition question bank, yet stubbornly searching. He clearly couldn't defeat Leng Xiangwen, but still wanted to make a bet. Oh, wasn't that just self-humiliation? A student fantasizing about picking out a bunch of teachers' errors, a new student in an elite class dreaming of defeating a senior in the rocket class during the exam. To put it bluntly, there was something wrong with his head. It's hard to persuade a stubborn ghost. Wu Xiao felt she had done her best. Since Song He was such a stubborn mule shed, just wait to see him make a fool of himself. In front of the bookshelf, Song He continued to search for books, quickly finding over 10 journals and placing them on a nearby table. Wu Xiao didn't believe him, which she completely understood, and there was no need for excessive talk. He could just prove it with results. He pulled out a copy of Nature and opened it. The dense English made him feel a bit dizzy. His English level was still at black iron, and even reading textbooks was challenging, let alone reading foreign journals, which was simply asking too much. Especially these highly specialized foreign journals with various obscure words. After a long time, it felt almost physiologically uncomfortable. Song He sighed. Oh, Qin Shi Huang, if only you had a world map, I wouldn't have to suffer through this now. Zheng He, if only your ship could sail a little further, I wouldn't have to endure the torment of these foreign texts. Moments later, Song He gritted his teeth and brought over an English dictionary, comparing it to seek out target vocabulary, painstakingly sifting through the index. 10 minutes later. Found it. Song He exclaimed joyfully, pulling out paper and pen from his pocket to record the journal page numbers and article titles. In the knowledge points of Unit 5 of the biology competition papers, there was a line stating all Asgard archaea have a mixed nutrition or heterotrophic metabolic model. This statement was correct a few years ago, but later Professor Li Meng's team discovered a more ancient Asgard archaea, naming it Wukong archaea, which is a unique type with the potential for chemolithoautotrophic metabolism significantly different from other archaea. Detected biological progress rising from bronze level 98 to 99. Song He clenched his fist. The system had confirmed it. Indeed, this was the error point. He continued to look through the journal, and the errors in the biological competition materials turned out to be more than one. The materials stated that eukaryotes originated from ancient unknown archaea, but the latest development indicates they originated from Heimdall Wukong's common ancestral branch. The system really doesn't let me down. Damn, the teachers at school are not up to par with so many errors, yet they are renowned teachers. Isn't this misleading the students? Song He muttered to himself. Beside a thick stack of journals, he was sweating profusely, busy. A difficult search, a difficult translation. He brought over the biology competition papers, learning as he went while hunting down suspicious knowledge points. Unit 6 has errors, Unit 7 has errors, Unit 9. Almost every unit's knowledge points contain errors. On a blank sheet of paper, it gradually filled up with corrections of erroneous knowledge points, each correction followed by a source detailed to the journal page number. Finally, the system subtitles popped up, giving Song He a surprise. Having read a vast amount of cutting-edge biological literature, the host now possesses a vague understanding of the latest advancements in biology. The silver rank has been awarded. Current biology level silver 01. A breakthrough. Song He was ecstatic. He flipped through the thick biology competition exercise book in his hands, almost wanting to kiss it. If error correction could boost his biology combat power, then this exercise book riddled with mistakes was a treasure. Once all the errors were tallied, he could report them to the teacher, forcing all biology competitors to relearn the correct content. At that time, taking a master's capsule should yield a substantial return of knowledge points. Song He grew more excited the more he thought about it, and he worked with even greater fervor. 3 days later, during the morning self-study session, on the 5th floor of the library, Song He let out a weary sigh and placed the last journal back on the shelf. The work was done. On the error correction paper in his hand, he had meticulously recorded a full 16 mistakes. He had finished all 300 pages of the biology competition exercise book. These past few days he had been grinding away at biology relentlessly, his very soul feeling shredded. Finally, he had managed to pinpoint these 16 errors. Only he knew how grueling the effort had been. Usually a freshman couldn't solve problems very quickly. Before the competition team's mock exam, completing 100 pages was considered outstanding. Sophomores and juniors in the competition team were faster, but they could at most finish over 200 pages. Song He had plowed through all 300 pages in one go, which was remarkably fast in itself. On top of that, he had been correcting errors as he solved problems, making his speed utterly astonishing. If news of this got out, it would probably shock countless competitors. Of course, his efforts were not in vain. His level had increased significantly. His biology level had surged from Silver 01 3 days ago to Silver 20. This level should be enough to get into the top 50. He was done with biology study before the mock exam. He would spend the remaining few days cramming mathematics, which was still stuck at Bronze 91. Now only one thing remained: reporting the 16 errors in the biology exercise book to the teacher. Once the teacher corrected the errors in the exercise book, all biology competitors would inevitably have to relearn the relevant knowledge. At that time, swallowing a master's capsule should allow him to devour a huge wave of return knowledge points. Song-hee tucked the error correction paper into the exercise book full of anticipation and dashed out of the library with great energy. 5 minutes later, he stood at the door of Lulu's office. Song-hee knocked on the door and waited for a moment. He leaned in, pressing his ear close to the door to listen. There was no sound from inside. He reached out and turned the doorknob. It was locked. Song-hee, are you looking for Teacher Lulu? A familiar voice came from the stairwell. Song-hee turned his head and saw Senior Wu Xiao, who was carrying a biology competition exercise book and happened to be passing by. Yes, I've listed all the errors in the biology exercise book and want to report them to the teacher. Song-hee nodded. Wu Xiao's expression immediately turned surprised, and she looked at Song-hee with an odd gaze. Why are you still hung up on this? I thought you had given it up. There really are a lot of errors. I found 16 of them. How can I not report this? The whole school's competitors are learning from the wrong material. Won't they all fail if they go into the exam like this? Song-hee opened the exercise book in his hand and pulled out the error correction paper. Wu Xiao didn't even glance at the error correction paper. Instead, she looked at Song-hee with an even stranger expression, as if she wanted to say something but held back. After a moment, Wu Xiao let out a helpless sigh and said, Teacher Lulu isn't responsible for setting the questions. The competition exercise book is the work of specially hired expert teachers from the school. They usually work in the exam setting room on the top floor of the office building. But I advise you to think twice. It's possible that the errors you found are actually correct. Wu Xiao shrugged mid-sentence. Forget it, I know you won't listen. Go ahead and try. Thank you, Senior. Song-hee thanked her and hurried downstairs. Wu Xiao watched his retreating figure and shook her head helplessly. It seemed that stubborn Junior was about to hit a wall. It was good for young people to experience setbacks. People teach, but fail to instruct, but events teach a lesson that sticks. Wu Xiao had a clear premonition that this stubborn Junior's trip would not end well. On the top floor of the office building, in the biology competition exam setting room, it was a huge, spacious, and luxurious office furnished with 3 enormous desks. Boxes of books and materials were piled in the corners, all covered in dust, as if they hadn't been touched in a long time. 2 female teachers lounged comfortably on a reclining chair, their faces covered in white sheet masks. A soap opera was playing on the computer screen in front of them. These were Teacher Ruan Xian and Teacher Tong Xian, both responsible for setting the biology competition questions. The 2 teachers were completely absorbed in the soap opera, occasionally sighing or slapping their thighs, clearly lost in the plot. Teacher Tong Xian was the most immersed. She breathed rapidly in anger, occasionally pointing at the computer screen and cursing, then irritably scratching her hair. On the other side, at a desk in the corner of the room, a middle-aged, bald, fat man stared at his computer with a tight, strained face. The computer screen displayed a fluctuating stock market as green as a lawn, with stock prices falling relentlessly. A cigarette was pinched between his fingers, and he took deep drags from time to time to soothe his nerves. His nostrils flared like a bull's, his eyes barely containing anger and disappointment. The ashtray on his desk was filled with the corpses of cigarette butts. This was Jia Jingye, the review team leader for the biology competition exercise books. All new exercise books had to be reviewed by him before being printed and distributed to the students. Suddenly, the office door was knocked on 3 even and polite times. The 2 female teachers, engrossed in their show, said in unison, "Come in." The door opened, and a male student carrying a competition exercise book entered. "Hello, teachers. I am Song-hee from Class 2, Elite Grade 1. I'm looking for the teachers who set the biology competition questions." "We all are. What can we do for you, classmate?" Teacher Ruan Xian turned her head to look at him and asked with a smile. Teacher Tong Xian clicked the mouse, pausing the soap opera. She was in the middle of an exciting part, and the sudden intrusion of the student annoyed her, but she couldn't vent her anger easily. So with an impatient expression, she pulled out her phone and started scrolling. "I've finished the entire exercise book. I found 16 knowledge point errors and have come to report them to the teachers. Please take a look," Song-hee said, opening the exercise book and pulling out the error correction paper. Teacher Ruan Xian took the error correction paper with surprise. The nearby teacher Tong Xian frowned slightly, slammed her phone down with a clatter, snatched the error correction paper, glanced at it with a look of disdain, then handed it back to Song-hee. "There are no errors in the exercise book. We checked it repeatedly when we wrote it. Teacher Tong Xian said impatiently. Just memorize the knowledge points in the book directly. Don't worry about this. Teacher Wan Xian smiled and explained kindly. We went through 3 rounds of writing and 3 rounds of proofreading when we made the exercise book. There shouldn't be any errors. Your earnest attitude is good classmate, but you can trust your teachers. Both teachers were perfunctory, wanting only to get rid of the student as quickly as possible. But teacher, the content in the exercise book really does have errors. I looked up the relevant literature and listed the journal names and page numbers. Song, he explained sincerely. Many of them are from new research in the last year or 2 that has overturned older studies. I hope you can take the time to verify them. Teacher Tong Xian let out a cold laugh, looked back at Song, he with a speechless expression, her tone growing more irritated. I've been setting competition questions for 6 years. Teacher Wan Qian has a master's in biology from the University of Toronto. Team leader Jia is currently pursuing a Ph.D. in biology. Do you think the 3 of us teachers are inferior to a freshman? When you get the exercise book, just memorize and study it diligently. Writing the book is our job as teachers. Your role is that of a student. Out of the 150 biology competitors in the entire school, you are the only one saying the book has errors. 16 errors. Is that even possible? Why are all the other students learning just fine? Why are you the only one causing trouble? After a torrent of scolding, Teacher Tong Xian glanced at the paused TV show, sighed heavily, and picked up her phone again, her movements clearly laced with anger. In the corner of the office, Jia Jingya also showed an unhappy expression. He glanced at Song He irritably before fixing his eyes back on the computer screen. Wan Qian reached out and patted Tong Xian's shoulder to calm her down. Then she looked up at Song He, helplessly, a wry smile on her face, as if to ask, aren't you going to leave, classmate? Song He frowned. How could the exam-setting teachers be so aggressive? Wasn't it just a matter of verifying the errors in the book? Was that so difficult? Teacher Wan Qian decided to give the student a way out. She looked serious and explained to Song He, the knowledge points in the biology competition exercise book touch on some cutting-edge areas of biology that are beyond your high school textbooks. Spending time looking up relevant literature shows a good learning spirit. But consulting academic literature is not what high school students should be doing. You don't understand the landscape of the academic world. For example, a single puzzle might have 7 or 8 different conflicting theories. We teachers choose the most mainstream one. You might have found a niche theory. Furthermore, the academic world is full of predatory journals filled with the nonsense of pseudoscientists. We teachers can identify these journals, but you wouldn't know them. So go back and study the exercise book properly, Teacher Wan Qian said with a smile. Teacher, Nature and Cell can't be predatory journals, can they? Song He sighed, feeling a deep sense of powerlessness. I've already listed all the references. I hope you can verify them. I looked up these references from the school library. The journals in the school library are all legitimate academic publications. I am certain there are real errors in the exercise book. Teacher Wan Qian was taken aback. The impatient Teacher Tong Xian frowned deeply. Why won't you let this go, child? Teacher, I've even listed the page numbers of the references. Song He felt a profound helplessness. Why was this teacher so obstinate? Bang! A loud bang on the desk echoed through the room. Jia Jingya in the corner flew into a rage, pointing at Song He and bellowing. You student! Get out! Get out of here! Is this a place for you to blabber nonsense? Wan Qian, there's no need to waste words on him. I've seen plenty of students like him. Half-baked themselves, they suspect the questions are wrong. It would be a miracle if a lousy student like him could do well in an exam. Song He was stunned for a moment, then anger quickly spread across his face. Wasn't it perfectly normal for a student to come to a teacher with a problem? What was this unwarranted scolding all about? Wasn't ensuring the accuracy of the exercise book the teacher's job? With so many errors, instead of feeling ashamed and correcting them, they were being so arrogant and overbearing. Rage rushed to Song He's head. In an instant, any reverence for the teachers vanished. He pointed at Jia Jingya and cursed back. What the hell? Setting questions is your job. I worked hard to find your errors, and this is the attitude you give me. Just one exercise book and 16 errors. What the hell have you been doing? You're leading the students astray. Jia Jingya stood up with a crash, his face flushed with fury. How dare you curse at a teacher? Which class are you in? What's your student number? Are you even fit to be a teacher? I'm cursing you, and you deserve it. Song He roared, rolling up his sleeves. What's your student number? Jia Jingya slammed the desk with a thunderous sound. What's your student number? The office door suddenly swung open. Teacher Lu Lu entered, looking shocked, her gaze shifting between Song He and the other teachers. Teacher Lu Lu, is this your student? Look at how you've taught him. Coming here to provoke the teachers. Jia Jingya bellowed. But Lu Lu remained silent. Her expression turned strange as she sidestepped respectfully, looking towards the door with awe. What's going on here? A dignified voice came from outside the door. The moment those words were spoken, the entire atmosphere in the office changed. The teachers Wan Qian and Tong Xian, who had been wearing face masks, hastily tore them off, slammed their computers shut, and stood up in panic. Zha Jingya also frantically tapped his keyboard, urgently closing something. "Principal, what brings you here?" Teachers Wan Qian and Tong Xian said in unison, their faces plastered with ingratiating yet fearful smiles. Song He's eyes widened. Holy crap, the principal had arrived. The silver-haired elder stepped in, commanding respect without anger, radiating a powerful aura. Ren Ziyuan, the principal of Jinghai 4th High School. "I just passed by and heard a lot of noise inside. What's going on?" Ren Ziyuan spoke calmly. "Principal, this student is disrespectful to his teachers. He came here causing trouble and even insulted the teachers. It's utterly unacceptable." Zha Jingya's face was filled with rage. "I request that this student be given a disciplinary record." "Oh, why is he disrespecting his teachers?" Ren Ziyuan turned to look at Song He. "Hello, principal. I am a biology competition student. The biology question booklet we received has many errors. I spent 3 days reviewing over 100 authoritative journals from the school library and compiled all the corrections to report to the teachers. Only this teacher patiently communicated with me." Song He gestured towards teacher Wan Qian. "This teacher was extremely impatient and kept trying to dismiss me." Song He pointed at teacher Tong Xian. "This teacher even rudely slammed the table and cursed at me, telling me to get lost with a very terrible attitude." Song He raised his arm and pointed at Zha Jingya. Ren Ziyuan remained silent, pointing at the correction paper in Song He's hand. Song He hurriedly offered the correction paper with both hands. Ren Ziyuan examined it seriously for a moment, frowning. "Teacher Zha, have you seen this correction list?" "No." Zha Jingya's expression flashed with a hint of nervousness, but he quickly calmed down and asserted, "The biology competition booklet has been reviewed and revised 3 times by several of us teachers. There can't be any errors." Teacher Tong Xian glanced at Song He with displeasure, then put on a flattering smile towards the principal and chimed in, "We produce the question book every year, and there have been no issues in the past. How could there be so many errors this year? With 150 biology competition students, why is it only this student who has an issue?" The biology teachers in each class also review the question book for their competition students, yet none of them have raised any objections. Lulu stood at the back, frowning slightly as she looked at Song He, her eyes filled with reproach and helplessness. She probably understood what was happening and felt a headache coming on. She couldn't believe that a mere first-year student could have the capability to review cutting-edge journals and find so many errors. In her view, Song He was simply being reckless and stubborn, causing such a huge trouble. Lulu sighed lightly. This situation was simply a disaster. She hoped it wouldn't implicate her, and that merely punishing Song He would suffice. "I think this matter is quite simple." Ren Ziyuan scanned the crowd. "Since this student has provided detailed corrections and cited the references, let's go to the school library to verify. If the student is right, the teachers must face severe penalties. If the teachers are right, the student must be punished. Do you have any objections?" Ren Ziyuan's tone contained a hint of anger. "No objections. Thank you, principal. I came here just for this," Song He firmly stated. The teachers exchanged glances, their smiles stiff, unsure how to respond. "All right, everyone agrees, then let's go now." The principal adjusted his glasses, and the lenses glinted sharply like blades. "It just so happens that I have no urgent matters today. Oh, I will help you look up the literature." Everyone's expression changed in shock. The principal, personally intervening, doubled the seriousness of the situation. Whoever was wrong would face a significantly heavy punishment. The group left the office building, rushing towards the school library. As the principal, Ren Ziyuan walked at the front, greeting teachers along the way with respect. Usually he was amiable, exchanging pleasantries with the teachers he encountered. But today he was unusually stern, either nodding curtly or passing by without any greeting. This made the teachers he encountered along the way feel anxious and fearful, wondering if they had done something wrong to provoke such a change in the principal's attitude. Song He followed closely behind the principal, and as they walked, Lulu suddenly pinched his arm. Song He looked up. Lulu was frowning at him, her eyes filled with reproach and urgency, wanting to say something, but hesitating. "Trust me, teacher," Song He said softly. Lulu sighed, feeling helpless as she pinched Song He again. This child was truly worrisome. How could a student find errors that all the teachers missed? Where did Song He get his confidence? The Spiritual Civilization Award last month was deducted because of him. Was he going to lose it again this month? Could it be that this child was cursing the teachers? At the back of the line, 3 question setters followed closely behind. Zha Jingya had an angry expression, glaring at Song He with an aura of resentment. Teachers Tong Xian and Wan Qian looked anxious, whispering at the back. What if many errors are truly found in the question book? The principal would surely be angry, right? Wan Qian said nervously, "Calm down. I refuse to believe a mere first-year student has such capabilities." A group of us teachers worked hard to set the questions. Could we not be as good as him? Tong Xian's eyes were cold. The principal knows what to do. The one to be punished will definitely be this student, not us. Yuan Qian hesitated to speak, her face full of worry. She had seriously looked through Song He's correction paper, and it indeed seemed like he had done his homework. Moreover, the question book hadn't updated much in the past 2 years, and perhaps there would indeed be mistakes. Suddenly, she felt a bit regretful. Perhaps this matter didn't need to become so serious. They soon arrived at the school library. Ren Ziyuan pushed the door open, and the guard quickly stood up. Principal, you're here. Tell Director Zhao that we need to go to the 5th floor to check the literature. The bookshelf area on the west side of the 5th floor will be temporarily closed for an hour. Ren Ziyuan instructed in a deep voice, turning to head toward the elevator. The guard nodded, eagerly, quickly picking up the intercom to convey the message. The library had escalators, and the principal led the group upstairs, witnessed by many students as the news spread quickly amid their curious discussions. The once peaceful school library, like a stone thrown into a pond, rippled with waves. The ripples quickly spread throughout the entire school. In Class 2 of the first-year elite program, during self-study, all the students were focused on their assignments. Suddenly, the class leader from the neighboring Class 1 rushed in, shouting excitedly, "This is huge. A super big scoop. Your classmate Song He is in a conflict with the teachers, and the principal has stepped in." The classroom erupted in chaos. All the students looked up in shock, and some even rushed to the door to inquire about the news. "What happened? What's wrong with my roommate?" Yuan Guang asked anxiously. "Details, please." Zhang Zhilei exclaimed, shocked. "I heard rumors that Song He is part of the biology competition team. It seems he pointed out a pile of errors in the competition question booklet and reported it to the teachers, resulting in both sides angrily cursing at each other." The class leader from next door said with admiration, "Wow, what is Song He doing?" Zhao Yi covered her face, feeling a sense of foreboding for her deskmate. "How did the principal get involved, eh?" Ding Yangza asked. When Song He and the teachers were heatedly arguing, the principal happened to pass by and intervened to mediate the situation. The class leader from next door exclaimed excitedly, "Now the principal is taking Song He and the teachers to the school library. It seems the principal will personally check the books to verify who is wrong. Song He is in trouble. He actually dared to question the experts in the question-setting group. He must have been drunk, right?" Zhang Zhilei said in surprise. "With the principal involved, the punishment will likely be severe. But what if Song He is right? Doesn't that mean he won't be punished?" Zhao Yi said anxiously. "I also hope Song He is right, but how is that possible? With so many teachers, could they not be as good as him? The senior students in the 2nd and 3rd years haven't found any errors either." Ning Imo turned back to Ding Yangza. "Old Ding, you might have a chance." Ding Yangza was stunned. "What do you mean? If the principal is furious, it's not impossible for him to revoke Song He's qualification for the biology competition." Ning Imo analyzed. "Cursing a teacher is too serious." Ding Yangza's expression was complex, and he didn't speak. He felt the opportunity was coming, but this opportunity was created by Song He's own mischief, not earned by his own strength. He still wanted a fair chance, not this kind of unexpected fortune. "Not necessarily." Yuan Guang pinched his fingers as if calculating something. "I predicted the result is very auspicious. Song He might be fine, or instead something good might come out of this." "Very auspicious. How is this situation auspicious? It's more like a disaster." The class leader from next door laughed. "Song He is definitely in trouble. It's just a matter of whether it's major trouble or minor trouble. Minor trouble means canceling his competition qualification, while major trouble could mean going home for reflection, and it might even implicate Lulu. How can it be very auspicious? The principal is already involved." Zhao Yi said with a sad face, "Please don't expel Song He." I calculated once more. It's still very auspicious." Yuan Guang pinched his fingers. "Instead of waiting in the classroom, why don't we skip class and go to the library to watch?" "Let's go," everyone replied in unison. On the 3rd floor of the library, a sudden commotion stirred the study area. Some students ran to alert their friends, and soon droves of them abandoned their pens, faces alight with excitement, and dashed toward the elevators. In a corner, Zhuang Qian looked bewildered, watching the study area empty out. "Yin Yan, come on, let's go see the excitement." A girl suddenly ran over and grabbed Zhuang Qian's arm. "What's going on? A fight?" Zhuang Qian remained seated, refusing to move. "I'm not going to watch the commotion. I have to study." "It's your little master Song He," the girl said. "He's made a huge scene." Zhuang Qian froze, instinctively stood up, and was then dragged by the arm toward the elevator. The escalator was packed with students, all chattering excitedly. "Damn, this guy is so brave." He went to the teacher's office and yelled at them. My classmate was next door in the math office asking a question, and even through the wall they heard him cursing. The math teachers were stunned. What a madman. The last student who insulted a teacher, wasn't he from class 6? He was sent home for a month. This time the principal got involved. It might not be just a suspension. He could be expelled. Zhuang Qian grew anxious and tugged at the girl beside her. What exactly happened with Song He? He claimed he found errors in the biology competition questions, over a dozen of them. The question writer started arguing with him, and the principal happened to pass by. The girl said, "The principal is now with Song He and the teachers on the 5th floor looking up references to verify who's right. Everyone's flocking there to watch the drama. It's a onsenadicade spectacle." Zhuang Qian was worried. So there's still a chance, right? If Song He is correct, then everything will be fine. How could that be, Yin Yan? Don't be naive. Song He is just a freshman in high school. Is he more professional than the school's expert question writers? Impossible. The girl beside her shook her head with a wry smile. They reached the 5th floor. The crowd of onlookers was unexpectedly massive, a sea of people. The western bookshelf area was cordoned off and students squeezed into the eastern study area to watch from a distance. Zhuang Qian craned her neck desperately and indeed spotted the principal Song He and several teachers all busy searching the shelves. Both Song He and the principal and teachers wore grim expressions, and a tense atmosphere hung over the bookshelf area. Her heart tightened, and Zhuang Qian couldn't help but sigh. Song He is probably going to be expelled this time. A familiar voice suddenly sounded beside her. Zhuang Qian turned to look at the speaker, and disgust immediately welled up in her face. It was Lung Xiangwen. Lung Xiangwen looked smug, arms crossed, and chin raised as he peered into the distance, his face beaming with glee. "I told you before, don't hang out with Song He. He's no good." Lung Xiangwen sneered disdainfully. "Now you see I was looking out for you, right? Go to hell, Lung Xiangwen. The result isn't out yet, so stop with the snide remarks." Zhuang Qian suddenly cursed. Lung Xiangwen was startled. Why had she suddenly flown off the handle? In his memory, Zhuang Qian had always been gentle and refined. This was the first time he had heard her swear. "The result isn't out yet. You really think Song He could be right? All those question writing teachers, all those specially hired experts, none of them are as good as a freshman." Lung Xiangwen said in surprise. "Let me call an expert for you." He waved toward the distance. A petite girl pushed through the crowd and came over. "Let me introduce you. This is Wu Xiao, the biology overlord of our class. Last year, she was just 1 point shy of winning a provincial award. This year, she's guaranteed a provincial award and aiming for a national one." Lung Xiangwen said with a smile. "Wu Xiao, you've seen the biology competition question booklet too. Are there really that many errors?" "Not at all. The knowledge points in last year's and this year's booklets are basically the same. Could they be wrong 2 years in a row? That's absolutely impossible," Wu Xiao said with a helpless laugh. "Song He told me a couple of days ago that he wanted to correct the booklet. I advised him not to stir up trouble, but he wouldn't listen. I've seen plenty of people like Song He, full of wild ideas and stubborn as a mule," Lung Xiangwen said scornfully. "I was planning to beat him in the competition team's small test, but now he probably won't even make it to the exam room. He'll be expelled and sent home soon." "Shut up, Lung Xiangwen. The result isn't out yet." Zhuang Qian fumed, then turned and left to watch from a distance. Lung Xiangwen's face turned completely cold, his jaw clenched tight. He stared at the distant bookshelf area, his eyes filled with hatred. It was the first time he had seen Zhuang Qian show such an attitude toward any boy, an almost unconditional trust and support. With the situation so clear, the principal personally intervening, clearly intending to make an example of a troublemaker, Zhuang Qian was still foolishly hoping Song He would get off scot-free. She had completely lost her mind. But thinking that Song He would soon be severely punished and become the laughingstock of the entire school, Lung Xiangwen couldn't help but smile. He was already growing impatient, craning his neck and standing on tiptoe to look at the bookshelf area, hoping to see the principal and teachers suddenly start berating Song He. Being publicly scolded by the principal and teachers in front of everyone would be a public execution. Such a humiliating spectacle would likely make Song He a pariah for all 3 years of high school, someone everyone would avoid. The corners of Lung Xiangwen's mouth involuntarily curled upward. Meanwhile, gossips were spreading the news to every class in the school. High school life was dull and high pressure. Students were immersed in a sea of problems from morning till night, their minds nearly numb. The school banned novels, phones, and almost all forms of entertainment. Thus, the biggest entertainment for high school students was campus gossip. A minor rumor like a boy and girl from a certain class possibly becoming a couple could excite neighboring classes for days. In such a monotonous school atmosphere, Song He's challenge to the teachers was like a thunderbolt. Even if a student had detonated an atomic bomb on the playground, it couldn't have caused more of a stir. Within a very short time, the news spread across most of the school, thrilling countless students. The math and biology competition team members got wind of it first and eagerly spread the gossip to their entire classes. Song He instantly became a campus celebrity, but for now, it wasn't a good reputation. Most students thought his challenge to the teachers was like a rock hitting an egg, and his fate would be grim. So Song He was temporarily a name of ill repute. Thousands of students across the school were waiting to see Song he make a fool of himself. In the tedium of high school life, the spectacle of a stubborn guy going head-to-head with a teacher and ending up expelled was quite amusing. On the 5th floor of the school library, found it Principal Ren Ziyuan suddenly said. Ren Ziyuan spread an English journal on the table, and all the teachers immediately gathered around. Song he politely stood at the back, glanced at it from a distance, confirmed it was the article he had found, and a fleeting smile crossed his lips. Despite his age, Ren Ziyuan's foreign language skills were still intact. He extended a wrinkled hand, pointed at a passage, and began to translate. Professor Li Ming's research group has discovered the 6th Asgard archaeal phylum in the sediment of our country's mangrove wetlands. Among them, Yukong archaea possesses the chemolithoautotrophic metabolic potential for hydrogen oxidation, which is significantly different from the mixotrophic or heterotrophic metabolic patterns of other Asgard archaea. The 3 question-writing teachers standing by turned pale, while a gleam of surprise lit up Lulu's eyes. Ren Ziyuan finished the translation unhurriedly, then took out the correction sheet and marked a check next to the first item. The first item has been verified. Student Song, he is correct. The competition question booklet is wrong. Ren Ziyuan said expressionlessly. Don't just stand there. Continue with the verification. Ren Ziyuan didn't show anger. He was merely expressionless. But the 3 question-writing teachers grew paler by the second. They knew the principal well. He was the type whose fury grew in inverse proportion to the calm on his face. The principal's blazing rage was like fire wrapped in paper, ready to burn through at any moment and erupt. In the bookshelf area, the teachers quietly dispersed. Ren Ziyuan stood alone in front of a shelf, busily searching for journals, his expression blank, but his face faintly turned blue as his knuckles bulged when gripping the books, clearly suppressing intense anger. Lulu and Song he arrived at the corner bookshelf, whispering to each other. Are you sure your corrections are accurate? Lulu asked softly, her face filled with delight. Don't worry, teacher, my correction sheet is absolutely precise. Song he replied calmly. Lulu hesitated for a moment and conspiratorially said in a low voice, Song he, I need to discuss something with you, teacher. You have my command, teacher. Song he was surprised as Lulu's tone seemed to imply she had a request of him. If the principal asks later, just say that I have reviewed all your corrections and I am certain they are correct, encouraging you to report them to the question-setting group. Lulu spoke with a tense tone, her smile almost ingratiating. Is that all right? Song he immediately guessed what was going on and nodded repeatedly. Teacher, you can rest assured I am your student. Any credit will definitely be shared with you. If you can bring down the question-setting teacher this time and earn the principal's praise, I will reward you greatly when I return, Lulu said, affectionately patting Song he's head. Song he was her prized student. If he made a mistake, she would bear some responsibility for inadequate teaching. However, if Song he was correct and the question-setting teacher was wrong, the situation would be entirely reversed. Although Lulu was the top figure in the biology competition, her main job was still the arduous task of teaching, training, and lecturing the competition students each year until she felt dizzy. Compared to teaching, she had always aspired to join the question-setting group, which offered additional subsidies and bonuses, and it would also increase her chances when running for the position of grade director. The principal's anger and Song he's composure made her see a glimmer of hope for entering the question-setting group. If she could truly succeed this time, this student would be like a stroke of fortune. At the end of the bookshelf area, 3 question-setting teachers huddled together. Teacher Wan Xian was so scared that she lost her composure, speaking with a trembling voice. What should we do? The principal has already pointed out the mistakes. Teacher Tong Xian also turned pale, her hands trembling slightly as she held the book. What should we do? Are you asking me what to do? You two were the ones who set the questions. Zha Jingye's face was filled with anger, desperately trying to suppress his volume. What were you two thinking? Why didn't you check the latest research when setting the questions? Now you've implicated me. Zhao Laosher, I don't like what you just said. There are inevitably oversights when setting questions. Shouldn't you take responsibility as the reviewer? You didn't catch it during the review, so you bear at least half the responsibility. Teacher Tong Xian, both afraid and angry, said, when the principal questions us, don't think you can push the blame onto us. What do you mean by that, Tong Xian? Zha Jingye's eyes flashed with fear. The literal meaning is Zha Jingye, don't try to use us as a shield. Teacher Tong Xian glared fiercely, don't think we don't know. You haven't reviewed the question papers for years, you do nothing in the office. What have you two done? Last year you copied the question paper from the year before, and this year you copied last year's. Did you think I wouldn't know? Zha Jingye trembled with anger. The primary responsibility lies with you two. Teacher Wan Xian's face turned pale. Both of you calm down. This is not the time for infighting. The principal has only pointed out one error. There is still hope. We don't necessarily have to face punishment. Tong Xian and Zha Jingye exchanged sharp glances, turning their heads away to continue searching the bookshelf. Teacher Wan Xian, are you saying there is still hope? Do you mean we should hide the reference journals? Tong Xian suddenly asked. Hiding them isn't realistic. If the principal can't find the journals, one phone call, and the librarian will bring them from the warehouse. Wan Qin shook her head. We can find opposing conclusions. You mean if Song He finds a journal that overturns the knowledge points of the question paper, we then find another journal to refute Song He's knowledge points? Zhao Jingye frowned. Exactly, Wan Qian nodded. The three question-setting teachers, like grasping a lifeline, abandoned their previous idleness and began to frantically flip through journals, actively seeking to save themselves. The class bell rang. The fifth floor of the library grew increasingly crowded, filled with students from various classes rushing to see the commotion. The security guard had to come out to maintain order, urging the students to leave. But just as one batch of students left, another batch arrived immediately, leaving the security guard feeling helpless. Yuan Guang mixed in with the crowd, busy making business. Anyone need lunch delivered? 5 yuan delivery fee. I can bring food from any canteen window. Order takeout, fellow students. I guarantee the food will be delivered to the 5th floor. If you go to the canteen now, you won't find a seat when you come back. Such a historic spectacle, how can it be missed? How can one watch the fun on an empty stomach? You watch the fun, or run errands, eat lunch first, and then enjoy the gossip. A group of curious students crowded over, offering cash to Yuan Guang for lunch delivery. Yuan Guang called over more than 10 classmates, wrote down names and meal types on paper, then began to collect money frantically. In just half an hour, over 100 students had come to him for lunch, and Yuan Guang made more than 500 yuan in an instant. He divided 100 yuan in profit among his classmates, sending them to the canteen to buy food, while he remained on the 5th floor to attract business. Soon the entire 5th floor smelled like the canteen, as study tables had become dining tables, and many students stood eating. All of it was takeout ordered from Yuan Guang. Time passed second by second. By 1 in the afternoon, the students on the 5th floor were growing weary. Suddenly, the principal left the bookshelf area, not looking back as he took the elevator down. Song He closely followed the principal, quietly saying something to him. Soon after, several teachers also left. The surrounding students on the 5th floor began to stir, their voices filled with confusion. What's going on? Didn't you see Song He following the principal? He's probably going to be scolded in the principal's office. So disappointing. Ew, I thought we were going to see a passionate scene of teachers scolding students, and it ended up like this. Just as the students felt bored, the school broadcast suddenly rang out. Attention! Attention! All competition students, please report to the school auditorium immediately for a meeting. All competition teachers, please gather in the school auditorium at 2 p.m. The principal will personally preside over the meeting, and all personnel must arrive on time. The broadcast repeated twice. The students on the 5th floor were once again in an uproar. Clearly something significant had happened. In the school auditorium, competition students entered through the front and back doors, all with excited expressions. The noise filled the auditorium as students eagerly discussed, with hundreds of gossiping spirits burning fiercely. Where's Song He? Has he arrived? Look for him. Where is he? He hasn't come. Oh, I've counted. Everyone from the biology team and math team is here except for Song He. Haha, it seems Song He won't be coming. He confronted the teacher and even questioned the question paper. That's pure self-destruction. With such a scene startling the principal, there is no way he would be allowed to remain in the competition team. He's probably already expelled. Bringing us here for a meeting is just for public criticism and to serve as a warning. Laughable. During the establishment meeting of the competition team, I thought to myself, Song He entering 2 competition teams at the same time was a formidable warrior. I didn't expect him to be so reckless, even daring to confront the question-setting teachers. As glorious as he was during the establishment meeting, he will be equally embarrassing in this meeting. Haha, who knows, maybe Song He is already walking out the school gate with his backpack. The competition students gossiped maliciously. For them, having one less member in the competition team meant a reduced probability of elimination. Moreover, since no one knew each other well, there was no emotional burden in mocking him. In the crowd, Lung Xiangwen laughed particularly happily, believing this meeting would surely serve as a criticism of Song He, and once the meeting began, Song He's reputation would be thoroughly tarnished. Could Zhuang Qiyin really get too close to a boy with such a bad reputation? That simply cannot happen. Song He, oh Song He, weren't you quite arrogant? I wonder how you will be arrogant now? Lung Xiangwen was overjoyed. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, an elderly and a young figure sat by the desk, engrossed in their lunch. The elderly man was, of course, Principal Ren Ziyuan, while the youth was Song He. The entire school was waiting to see Song He make a fool of himself. His classmates would never have imagined that at that very moment he was sharing a meal with the principal. On the table lay several takeout containers filled with dumplings from Zijiade. The principal had ordered the food, even specifically requesting a double portion. The school banned takeout deliveries, but a single phone call from the principal had the head of the first-year faculty running to the gate to pick up the order. The head of the first-year faculty was brimming with excitement as he ran the errand. Noticing the meal was for two, his mind raced with possibilities. Could the principal be inviting him to lunch? Was a promotion in the cards? He bounded joyfully into the office, but upon seeing Song he beside the principal, his heart sank with a foreboding sense of dread. After setting down the takeout, he glanced at the 2 pairs of chopsticks in the bag, then at Song, he who calmly picked up 1 pair. His ominous premonition was confirmed. The principal truly intended to dine with this student. The head of the first-year faculty tactfully withdrew, casting a lingering envious look at Song, as he closed the door. In nearly 8 years at the school, he had never had the chance to share a meal with the principal in the office. Who was this student to receive such favor? To be granted such an honor? Song, as he ate his dumplings, felt a swell of pride. The principal paying for the meal, the head of the first-year faculty personally delivering it. It gave him the illusion of being a favored minister attended by Gao Lisher and Yang Guifei. For a student, to reach such heights was the pinnacle of success. Song, are your parents scientists or university professors? The principal suddenly asked with a smile. No, my parents run a mutton restaurant. Neither of them has much education. Song, he quickly explained. Oh, then what about your grandparents? Any intellectuals among them? The principal was surprised. Pure farmers at most, middle school graduates. Song, he shook his head. My grandfather fought in the war against Vietnam as an artilleryman, loading shells into the cannon from dawn till dusk until he was exhausted and urinated blood, probably rhabdomyolysis. He always urged me to study hard, become a scientist, and build cannons for the army. So no one in your family is in scientific research or education? The principal pressed further. You were deeply influenced by your grandfather and aspire to build weapons. Song, he nodded. Remarkable, truly remarkable. The principal sighed with a wry smile. Students selected for dual competitions. Our school has only produced 3 in all these years, 1 Yu Anbang, 1 Xiao Xinyue, and then you. Yu Anbang's family grows corn, Xiao Sinyu's does renovations, and yours runs a mutton shop. None of you come from scholarly families. A mutton-scented family. Song, he joked. Principal, whenever you're in Beijing, you must visit our mutton shop. Song's Mutton at the intersection of Jianxi Road and Bin Road. They'll treat you to some lamb. Haha, wonderful. The principal nodded with a laugh. How did you discover the errors in the competition workbook? During the break, I read some reports on the latest advances in biology. When I found discrepancies between the workbook and those reports, I asked Teacher Lulu, and that's how I learned the school library had access to journals. Teacher Lulu helped me a lot. After I made the corrections, I had her verify them all. Once she reviewed them, she supported me in reporting them to the question-setting team. Song, he lied without a flicker of hesitation. The principal nodded thoughtfully. So did you and Teacher Lulu uncover these errors together? The principal asked. Yes, I found the literature, and the teacher verified it. Song, he nodded. How long did it take? About 3 days. Song, he said. I think I found all the errors in this first workbook, but after the competition team's test, a second workbook will be distributed. Would you be willing to partner with Teacher Lulu to review the subsequent workbooks? The principal suddenly asked. Song, he froze, then a reluctant expression crept onto his face, as if he were unwilling. Of course he was eager to review the workbooks. More than eager, he was desperate for it. After all, the process would let him rapidly level up his biology skills and learn ahead of the other students. A win-win. But such an opportunity to drive a hard bargain couldn't be accepted too readily. It was best to squeeze out some benefits, so a reluctant expression was necessary. It won't be for nothing. The principal, a seasoned fox, said, Our school does have a principal's scholarship. Song, he's face instantly lit up with a grin. Contributing to the school is a student's duty. Good, then, after you finish eating, come with me to 2 assemblies where we'll award you some recognition. The principal nodded. You've worked hard and endured some unfairness over this workbook issue, but it's only right to compensate you. In the school auditorium, all the competition students, except Song, he had already gathered, filling the space in a bustling crowd, their chatter incessant. Suddenly the front rows began to fall silent, many students sitting upright. Those in the back quickly followed suit, straightening their postures like a line of toppling dominoes. Sure enough, seconds later, Principal Ren Ziyuan hurried into the auditorium. Immediately, hundreds of gazes converged on the figure behind the principal. Song he, with an expression as calm as ever, casually took a seat in the empty first row. The hundreds of competition team students were taken aback. After not seeing Song he for so long, they had assumed he was expelled and sent home. How could he still be here? A negative example. They'll probably call him up on stage for a public scolding, Lung Xiangwen said with a cold smirk, shrewdly assessing the situation. The students around him nodded in agreement, all endorsing Lung Xiangwen's prediction. If there's any booing later, let's all join in loudly, Lung Xiangwen said excitedly. The students beside him wore gleeful, malicious smiles. Absolutely. Ren Ziyuan stepped onto the stage, switched on the microphone, and his kind yet authoritative voice resonated through the auditorium. Students, I've called this emergency meeting to discuss the competition workbook. As members of the competition team from the moment you joined until you officially step onto the competition floor, the school will issue many competition workbooks to guide your stage learning. Most of the questions in these workbooks are specially written by experts hired by the school because competitions have no fixed scope of assessment. The questions for the math competition change trends each year, and the experts design them accordingly. For the biology competition, the questions relate to new research and breakthroughs in the field of biology. Normally, compiling the workbooks is the teacher's responsibility. Students can only follow the workbooks to learn without the ability to question their accuracy. You all train according to the workbooks issued by the school and eventually head to the exam hall. Lung Xiangwen, listening from the audience, couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from curling up wildly. The principal's speech was crystal clear. Compiling the workbooks was the expert's job, and students only needed to follow them. Lung Xiangwen fixed his gaze on Song He in the front row. Now it was time for the criticism of the negative example, right? Principal, don't you dare go soft. A disrespectful student like this deserves to be crushed. Ren Ziyuan paused, then suddenly shifted his tone. But students, have you ever considered what if there are errors in the workbooks? Ren Ziyuan deliberately let a long silence hang in the air, giving the students time to ponder. The atmosphere in the hall shifted abruptly, and many students, sensing something, saw their expressions change. Lung Xiangwen's smile froze on his face as he turned in shock to look at the principal. What does this mean? Principal, what are you implying? Students with keen instincts began to stir, whispering among themselves. Holy crap, the principal's speech is taking a weird turn. How did it veer off like this? Damn, could it be that Song He actually succeeded in standing up to the teacher? Is this not a criticism meeting, but an awards ceremony? Hundreds of gazes once again focused on Song He, who sat composed and unruffled, listening to the principal as if nothing out of the ordinary was happening. A greater uproar began to spread, and then Ren Ziyuan laid his cards on the table. None of you noticed this, but one student did. Song He from the top elite class 2 of grade 10. Last week's biology competition workbook, Song He, while studying, keenly detected errors in certain knowledge points. What is most commendable is that Song He did not ignore or gloss over them. Instead, he consulted numerous journals in the school library and corrected up to 16 detailed mistakes. After deliberation, the school has decided to award Song He a special scholarship. At a standard of 100 yuan per error, a total of 1600 yuan is hereby conferred. Please invite Song He to the stage to receive the award. Ren Ziyuan announced loudly. Song He rose and strode swiftly to the stage, accepting the stack of crisp banknotes from Ren Ziyuan's hand. Then, guided by Ren Ziyuan, he turned to face the hundreds of competition students displaying the scholarship money. The long-awaited photographer quickly approached, capturing photos with a series of clicks. The pictures would be published in the school newspaper and on bulletin boards next week. Boom. The auditorium erupted instantly. Dozens of people couldn't help blurting out expletives of amazement before snapping back to reality and clapping vigorously. Thunderous applause surged from the back rows to the front, wave after wave, rapidly elevating the atmosphere to its climax. Lung Xiangwen's face contorted as if he had swallowed a dead fly, his eyes betraying uncontrollable shock. How could this be? Defying a teacher instead of being punished, he was publicly awarded. The excited chatter of students around him quickly drowned out his thoughts. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Who would have guessed this outcome? I hail him as a legend. Cursing out a teacher and walking away scot-free. That takes some serious skill. Damn. Song He finished the entire biology competition workbook and found 16 errors. I've been grinding these past few days and only made it to page 250. How did he move so fast? I've been burning the midnight oil till my liver aches, and I've just reached page 230. Now you're telling me there are 16 errors. So what the hell have I been studying? Wow, this guy is a beast. He even won over the principal. If he becomes a big shot someday, this could be a story for his biography. Is this grade 10? Where does that leave us old-timers in grade 12? The applause lingered for a long time. Everyone had come expecting a trivial gossip piece about a student being expelled for talking back to a teacher. Instead, they got a blockbuster, talking back and winning an award instead. The sheer delightful surprise left the students clapping spontaneously for ages, thoroughly entertained. Song He descended from the stage, happily counting his money. Lung Xiangwen's hope of seeing you ridiculed has failed. Resentment points, 500. Lung Xiangwen feels dejected at your award. Resentment points, 500. 2 lines of resentment points flashed before his eyes, the only contributor in the entire venue. Reminded of the bet with that young master Song, he knew he had to grind math relentlessly in the coming days. Once he crushed Lung Xiangwen in the exam, the resentment points he'd contribute would surely far exceed this amount. On the stage, the principal continued speaking. While thanking Song He for identifying the errors, we must also question our faculty and every student in the competition team. Why couldn't the question setters detect these mistakes? Why couldn't hundreds of students spot them either? If Song He hadn't corrected them in time, wouldn't all of you here be taking the exam with flawed knowledge? Another long pause followed as Rin Ziyuan swept his gaze across the hall. To eliminate errors during the learning phase, I hereby announce a reward mechanism. Any student who finds mistakes in the competition workbook will receive 100 yuan on their campus meal card per error. Students are encouraged to review the workbook and correct errors. The 16 corrections made by Song He will be printed and distributed to everyone tonight. You must study them carefully. This concludes the meeting. Dismissed. Another round of applause ensued as the competition students rose to leave. Song He remained seated, yawning lazily. He had to wait for the next session. Many unfamiliar students cast admiring glances his way as they passed. Wu Xiao paused in front of him and gave a thumbs up. Awesome. You actually succeeded in correcting errors. Good thing you didn't listen to me earlier. When the next workbook comes out, you'll find mistakes to earn a scholarship too. Wu Xiao said with fighting spirit. Want to compete on who finds them faster? Finding errors? No chance, senior. You'll be reviewing the next workbook before it's printed for you. Song He said lazily. The principal assigned you to review it. Wu Xiao was taken aback. Yeah, I'm teaming up with a teacher for the review. Song He nodded. You'll probably see my name on the info page when the next workbook comes out. Wu Xiao paused, quite surprised. Had this junior managed to sneak into the teaching ranks? Then she broke into a smile. But can you guarantee it's error-free? I don't believe it. They'll definitely find mistakes you missed. Dream on, senior. The workbook I review won't have a single punctuation mark out of place. Song He said with unwavering confidence, slow and deliberate. Wu Xiao was stunned again. Song He was just a grade 10 junior, yet when he said that, he momentarily exuded the imposing aura of a grandmaster. She suddenly felt that this junior seemed somewhat handsome. Don't get too cocky. Just wait. Wu Xiao's face flushed, and she made a fingergun gesture before hurriedly turning away. The students quickly dispersed, leaving only Song He and Rin Ziyuan in the vast auditorium. 5 minutes later, the first teacher arrived for the meeting, followed by more entering one after another. Soon all competition teachers were present, over 40 in total. The head supervisor, Yi Lianghan, sat at the front. Having apparently caught wind of something, he frowned deeply with a stern expression. Lu Lu and Ban Jianya were both there, but the two teachers were at odds and sat far apart. Zha Jingye, Wan Qian, and Tong Xian were naturally present, as well, their faces pale, as they sat in a corner, their expressions frighteningly grim. Before the meeting, they had frantically searched through materials, hoping to find research that could overturn Song He's corrections, but a whole afternoon yielded nothing. Now seated below, looking up at the principal, they were utterly unsettled, trembling almost uncontrollably. Everyone's here. The meeting begins. On stage, Principal Rin Ziyuan's demeanor shifted drastically. When addressing the students earlier, Rin Ziyuan had been genial. Now his eyes burned with a beastly ferocity, his expression terrifying, his wrinkles brimming with rage, exuding a suffocating pressure. Bang! Rin Ziyuan slammed the table violently. The white porcelain teacup clattered and jumped with a jarring sound. The entire room flinched, and Song He shuddered too. We have a major teaching accident. The first volume of the biology competition workbook contains 16 errors. Question setter Wan Qian. Tong Xian, stand up. Rin Ziyuan's voice thundered, his aura stormy and fierce. Wan Qian and Tong Xian rose, almost trembling, paralyzed with fear. Review teacher Zha Jingye, stand up. Rin Ziyuan slammed the table again with a bang. Zha Jingye stood up, his face ashen, sweat beading on his forehead. He glanced up at Rin Ziyuan, his expression instantly fearful, and quickly averted his gaze. Finding that improper, he mustered courage to look up again, only to be cowed by the principal's terrifying glare and drop his head once more. The other teachers present were terrified too. They had rarely seen the principal so furious. The entire faculty was at a loss. Some stared at the table, others turned to look at the three standing colleagues, and a few gazed fearfully at the principal. Song He was dumbfounded, his eyes wide with shock. So even the usually imposing teachers were like timid chicks before the principal. On the podium, Rin Ziyuan's gaze was icy cold, every muscle on his face brimming with ferocity, his fury sweeping through the venue like a storm. Song He couldn't help but feel terrified. This. The aura was too terrifying. So this was the principal's true form. His previous affability had been a deliberate suppression of his presence. You three, do you have any explanation? Speak now. Rin Ziyuan thundered. The three teachers were almost paralyzed with fear. After a long pause, Zha Jingye finally mustered his courage, but it was limited, so he spoke in a trembling, hushed voice. I'm sorry, principal. We were negligent. We'll rectify it immediately. It won't happen again. You're apologizing now. Where was that spirit when you were scolding students in the office? Rin Ziyuan erupted in rage, roaring. The school pays you a handsome salary to hear you say sorry. Your apology is useless to me. Are you worthy of your students? Are you worthy of their parents? Zha Jingye's complexion shifted visibly, cycling through shades of blue-white, and read his blood pressure in turmoil. Yuan Xian and Tong Xian fared no better. After standing for just half a minute, they were drenched in sweat. The terrifying pressure unleashed by the principal fell mostly on them. Others felt only a faint ripple, yet their hearts raced. How much worse must it be for the three teachers at the storm center? Song He's mind was a constant stream of expletives. Thank heavens this wasn't aimed at him, or head of what himself by now. The teachers had decent mental fortitude. Teacher Yuan Xian, your attitude towards students is acceptable. Deduct 1 month's bonus. Tong Xian and Zha Jingye deduct a year's bonus. All eligibility for this year's Excellence Awards is revoked. Write a 5,000-word self-criticism and read it aloud at next week's staff meeting. Ren Ziyuan took a deep breath, pulled out a vial of emergency heart medication, swallowed 2 pills, and drank a large glass of water. The auditorium was shrouded in a terrifying silence. No one dared to breathe, and the sound of Ren Ziyuan drinking water was clearly audible. Zha Jingye, I think you should step down as the review team leader for the Biology Olympiad. You'll join Yuan Xian and Tong Xian on the question-setting team. Ren Ziyuan continued his merciless decree of punishment. This penalty is just a warning for you 3. If there are more large-scale errors in the questions, you need not stay at Jinghai No. For high school. I'm unaware of the situation with the math competition question book. They'll have it inspected soon. If problems are found, the punishment will be the same. The teacher's hair stood on end. The principal was truly enraged this time, even threatening to fire teachers. To all the teachers present, let me reiterate. Ren Ziyuan said in a deep voice. The competition teams are the flagship of our Jinghai No. 4 high school. They represent the hope of hundreds of students to change their destinies. Widespread errors in competition questions are absolutely intolerable. This is a severe teaching accident. We are fortunate that student Song He checked and found the errors for us. But what if there were no Song He? Would all the students have gone to the exam with a load of mistakes? Ren Ziyuan rarely cursed. For the next 20 minutes, he bombarded the podium with demands for work standards and swiftly announced a slew of new punitive measures. The teachers below were numb, frantically scribbling meeting notes. Song He watched silently, utterly astonished. So this was what teacher meetings were like. How miserable. This meeting is adjourned. Let this be a lesson to everyone. Ren Ziyuan finally said. Oh, and one last thing. I need to announce 2 personnel changes. For the Biology Olympiad question-setting team, Teacher Lulu will temporarily serve as review team leader. Teacher Lulu, I didn't notify you in advance. Any issues? A group of teachers turned astonished gazes toward Lulu. Lulu rose in surprise, struggling to contain the joy on her face, and solemnly assured, no issues, principal. I will strictly review everything. I guarantee no more errors. Very good. Ren Ziyuan nodded, then shifted his gaze to Song He. Song He, act as an assistant to your teacher. In your spare time, review the biology question book. ITLL serve as a preview. Song He quickly stood up. He'll get it done. Ren Ziyuan, who had been stern for half an hour, finally cracked a smile, clearly showing his appreciation for talent. Director Zhao. Ren Ziyuan turned to the other side of the venue. Issue Song He a new meal card with the benefits of a teacher's card. The teachers were all stunned, gazing at Song He in amazement. This kid was so favored. The school's teacher meal card allowed free meals up to 30 yuan per day in the cafeteria. Considering most meals cost under 10 yuan, it was essentially a free meal card. Even some substitute teachers without official positions didn't enjoy such a card, yet it was specially approved for a freshman like Song He. Song He quickly expressed his gratitude, inwardly delighted. The principal was indeed generous. First the money, now the meal card. What a good sport. 10 minutes later. In Lulu's office. Song He glanced left and right down the hallway. It was still before afternoon classes, and the corridor was empty. He slipped into the office and swiftly closed the door. Lulu's eyes lit up at the sight of Song He, her smile radiant with joy. In all her years as a teacher, she had never liked a student so much. He had effortlessly helped her secure the position on the question-setting team. Not just an ordinary question writer, but the review team leader. Teacher, you mentioned a big reward for me earlier. Song He looked expectant. What is it? I was planning to give you a meal card loaded with money so you could eat for free at school, but the principal beat me to it. Lulu said with a smile. So I haven't decided what to reward you with yet. Just give me money. Song He pulled out 1600 yuan in cash from his pocket. Even though the principal already rewarded me, I wouldn't mind if you did too. Giving money directly is a bit vulgar, don't you think? Lulu raised an eyebrow. Vulgar is good. Who doesn't like a little vulgarity? Song He pleaded with puppy dog eyes. Is there anything else you want besides money? Lulu tilted her head. Song He thought for a moment. A penthouse in Thompson Riviera. Selling me wouldn't even buy you a closet there. Lulu was speechless, then her eyes lit up. I just thought of what to give you. Something very useful, and I'm sure you'll love it. It's not another set of practice problems, is it? Song He's face fell. Of course not. You've helped me a lot. I won't be stingy. Lulu said. This reward will remain a mystery for now. They'll give it to you after your little exam in a couple of days. Come on, teacher, just tell me what it is. Making me wait and guess for days is torture. Song-hee said with a wry smile. Then suffer the torment. It'll be good for you. Lulu covered her mouth with a light laugh. While Song-hee was pleading for his reward in Lulu's office, gossip about him was spreading like wildfire across the school. It was just before afternoon classes. Students gathered in their classrooms, and the competition students who had just returned from the meeting were immediately swarmed by classmates eager for juicy details. In a certain sophomore class, a biology competition student had barely sat down when classmates crowded around enthusiastically asking for news. How was the meeting? Was that freshman Song-hee expelled? Did the principal yell at you guys? It's not fair if you take the blame for his mistakes. What was said at the meeting? I bet when the principal mentioned a negative example, he didn't name Song, he just said a certain student. Spill it already. We're dying for the gossip. The biology competition student shook his head fiercely, raising his hand to interrupt the surrounding noise. You wouldn't believe it even if I told you it's a super big scoop. The students' eyes brightened like light bulbs as they collectively held their breath. Song-hee is not a negative example, he is a positive one. He corrected 16 mistakes verified by the principal, all spot on. The principal personally awarded him a scholarship of 1,600 yuan in cash. After our meeting, the teachers had their own meeting. Someone was eavesdropping outside, and the principal slammed the table in anger, berating the teacher, who set the questions for half an hour. The students were momentarily stunned, but soon became even more excited, displaying expressions that showed they were relishing the drama. The teachers pressured the students, only to find themselves being pressured by the students. Such antics were welcome entertainment for all. Wow, what a roller coaster. I thought Song-hee was finished at noon, but it turns out the teachers are the ones in trouble. Does that mean all the biology competition students will have to relearn their knowledge? With a reward of 1,600, I'm feeling sour. I've been so broke these days that I can't even recharge my meal card. In class, one of the senior year Lung Xiangwen walked into the classroom, and instantly many classmates gathered around him. During the lunch break, when everyone was gossiping, Lung Xiangwen was enthusiastically promoting the events, subtly encouraging his classmates to wait for the show. Lung Ge, how did the meeting go? What punishment did Song-hee receive? Haha, do you even need to ask? Of course it's expulsion. That seems a bit harsher. Probation is very likely, since insulting a teacher is a serious crime. That kid Song-hee is so reckless, he dared to offend even Lung Ge. Now he must face divine retribution. It truly is divine retribution. Lung Ge doesn't even need to lift a finger. The principal has already wiped out Song-hee. The students were excitedly chatting for a while when they suddenly sensed something was off. Lung Xiangwen's expression was devoid of joy, instead showing a gloomy demeanor. He had not spoken to anyone during this time, and quietly returned to his seat to open a book and study. The students fell silent for a moment, realizing that things seemed to have gone in an unexpected direction. Was there some kind of mishap? But how could such a thing really go wrong? Wu Xiao suddenly entered from the door, and someone called out, causing everyone to rush over. Wu Xiao glanced at Lung Xiangwen, then lowered his voice, summarizing the results briefly. Upon learning the truth, everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. What the hell, is Song-hee really that impressive? He outperformed the teacher, and he won. A slow-witted student couldn't help but exclaim loudly. Nearby students quickly patted his shoulder, and the slow-witted student suddenly remembered something, turned to look at Lung Xiangwen, realizing he had misspoken, awkwardly searching for words to amend. Finding a few errors isn't a big deal, getting high scores is what counts. The competition team has a small test this Saturday. How many points can Song-hee score? A chorus of agreement immediately erupted around, as everyone was from the same class as Lung Xiangwen. Even though many admired Song-hee in their hearts, they still sided with their classmates. Yeah, that kid Song-hee is just showing off. He got into the competition team as a freshman and became arrogant. He doesn't know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. He'll find out his place when the exam comes on Saturday. Have you heard? It's rumored that Vice Principal Yi issued an order that Song-hee must score in the top 80 in both subjects to stay out, otherwise he must drop one competition team. Then he's finished. He's been busy correcting biology mistakes this week, and probably hasn't studied math at all, so it's inevitable he'll drop the math team. This is hilarious. He won't even have a chance to compete with Lung Ge. In the small test on Saturday, Lung Ge can easily crush Song-hee. Just Song-hee. He's nothing but an ant. Lung Ge could crush him with a single finger. The speaker was unaware, but the listener was attentive. Lung Xiangwen's vacant gaze refocused, and he earnestly began to tackle math problems. Whatever corrections or gossip were merely interludes. The real bet lay in the exam. The competition team's small test must firmly step on Song-hee. There could be no mistakes. In Class 2 of the freshman elite class, Song-hee's seat was still empty. The atmosphere in the class was somber as they mourned their classmate. It was hard-earned to have a genius math student rise in their class, yet like a meteor, he had swiftly fallen due to triggering divine punishment, leaving the classmates feeling disheartened. Especially those who had approached Song He for problem discussions. They had formed some bonds, and their moods were even heavier. Many students whispered to each other occasionally, letting out a sigh. Zhao Yi rested her head on the desk, feeling a bit depressed. At this moment, she suddenly realized that if Song He could avoid expulsion, she would be happy to continue being his little meal card. Although this deskmate frequently teased her, Song He's relentless spirit of striving for knowledge was incredibly infectious. Zhao Yi had been studying hard lately, largely influenced by her deskmate. Ding Yangzi sighed, his mood a mix of emotions. He opened a workbook in front of him, but had not written a single word for a long time. If Song He was expelled, he might inherit his spot in the competition team. But such a legacy was hardly honorable. Akin to eating blood buns, Ding Yangzi would prefer to forgo it. Recalling the time spent studying in the restroom, Ding Yangzi suddenly realized that without the top student Song, he wouldn't have studied so diligently. In the middle of the classroom, Zhang Zhilei and Ning Imo also felt down. It's hard to come by a rival, and now he's gone. Zhang Zhilei sighed. He's not gone yet. Let's wait for news. He might not be directly expelled, but could be sent home for reflection for a month or something. Ning Imo was more optimistic. Old Ning, do you have any connections at the school? Can you say a good word to the principal to save Song He? Zhang Zhilei was frantically looking for help. The highest official I know at school is our homeroom teacher. Ning Imo thought for a moment, and then his eyes lit up. What if we write a joint letter with the whole class signing it? Would that make the principal reconsider? Hey, don't you say that you might be onto something. Zhang Zhilei pulled out an A4 sheet. Your handwriting is beautiful, you write it. Write what? Ning Imo picked up a pen. Just write, principal. Listen up, student Song. He is helpful, noble in character, and has been assisting classmates with difficult problems. If Song He is expelled, the entire class grades will plummet. Who will take responsibility? And let the principal think twice, show mercy, and spare him. Don't be ungrateful for the kindness offered. If anything goes wrong, Class 2 of the elite freshman class will march to the principal's office and seize your position. Ning Imo nodded, starting to write, Dear Principal. Only one person in the class was in a good mood, Yuan Guang. Yuan Guang had somehow obtained a lottery barrel, shaking it constantly in the back row, occasionally dropping a stick of fortune. Hey, why are they all good fortunes? Yuan Guang was surprised. This matches my predictions exactly, Song. He is turning misfortune into good fortune. Great luck ahead. It would be great if he really could turn misfortune into good luck. Nearby students sighed. Why don't you, Yuan Guang, do a ritual to cast a spell and kill the principal? What nonsense are you saying? I am a proper person. How could I practice such evil arts? It's very draining for one's lifespan. Yuan Guang retorted angrily. Moreover, according to my divination results, the principal seems to be Song He's nobleman. What nobleman? They're about to expel Song He. Students in the back row shook their heads. Just as the class was feeling dejected, the class leader from the next class suddenly appeared at the door, looking shocked. Wow, your class, Song He has defied the heavens. This has made waves everywhere. The class leader from the next class exclaimed. In an instant, all the students in the class looked up, their gaze fixed on the door. Many students rushed over, surrounding the class leader from the next class. Is there news? What punishment did Song He receive? He wasn't expelled, right? Expelled. The principal did threaten expulsion, but not Song He. He threatened the exam-setting teachers. The neighboring class monitor said, trembling with excitement. Huh. The students were dumbfounded. Song He corrected 16 errors in the biology competition exam. The principal verified it and confirmed Song He was right. During the meeting of competition students, the principal publicly awarded Song He a scholarship of 1600 yuan. He called on all competition students to learn from Song He. Then the teachers held a meeting. Someone eavesdropped outside the auditorium. The principal scolded the teachers like a fire-breathing dragon, saying that so many errors constituted a major teaching accident. He said it was fortunate Song He was there and asked what would have happened without him. After the neighboring class monitor finished, the students were collectively stunned. The news was too shocking, a plot twist so dramatic that everyone was frozen in disbelief. So Song He is fine? Zhang Zhilei asked. Of course there's something. Rumor has it that next week's flag-raising speech will feature Song He as a positive role model, giving a speech to the whole school. The neighboring class monitor's tone carried a hint of envy. Flag-raising speeches are mostly given by school leaders. Student speeches are monopolized by top seniors. A freshman getting a chance to speak there is incredibly cool. The whole school will know your class has a celebrity. What speech? I don't know about it. Don't spread rumors. A voice suddenly sounded from behind. You don't know because your intel is slow. The neighboring class monitor stopped mid-sentence, then widened his eyes when he saw who was speaking. The students turned around in a rustle to find Song He, who had arrived unnoticed, lurking at the edge of the crowd, eavesdropping furtively with a gossipy expression. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the entire class erupted. Song he smiled, and everyone knew at once that he was truly fine. They clapped excitedly, a wave of applause like welcoming a hero's triumphant return. Surrounded by the crowd, Song he returned to his seat, which was immediately besieged. The students demanded to hear the whole story. Song he tried to decline, but had to give a brief account. He told them about having lunch with the principal, the scholarship, and the teacher's meal card, and his future role in reviewing competition exam papers. He alone omitted the reward promised by teacher Lu, as taking credit for her was somewhat gray and not to be publicized. Yet this was enough to astound the students, sparking waves of admiration. "That's insane," Yuan Guang exclaimed excitedly. "I knew my calculation was right. The outcome was great fortune." "Ridiculous, they gave you a teacher's meal card." "My cousin has been a substitute teacher for half a year and still hasn't gotten one," a student complained. "Damn, Song you're now the principal's protege. If you weren't a student head, probably give you a minor official post." I'm floored. "At noon in the dorm, we were discussing whether you'd be expelled, and you were eating the principal's food." "Oh, speaking of food, I saved you a braised pork leg rice. It's in your desk cubby." Yuan Guang suddenly slapped his forehead. Song he quickly looked down at his desk cubby and let out a gasp. The cubby wasn't just one meal. It was stuffed with packed plastic containers. He took them out, each with a sticky note attached. The first was Yuan Guang's pork leg rice, the second Zhao Yi's fried noodles, then Ning Mo's 2 hamburgers, Ding Yang's stinky tofu, Zhang Zilius 3 delicacy dumplings. And that wasn't all. 4 more boxed lunches were from other classmates, all familiar names, likely those he had tutored. A total of 9 lunches filled the cubby. Now it was Song he's turn to be shocked. "Damn, this is touching. Such heartfelt offerings." "Song he, someone's looking for you at the door," someone suddenly called. The crowd parted, looking toward the classroom door, and everyone froze. A strikingly beautiful girl stood at the door. Though she wore a loose school uniform, her figure was evident, her skin glowing dazzlingly white under the bright noon sun, a face like a celebrity. Song he rushed to the door. "Old Zhuang, why are you here?" Zhuang Kaiyan's face flushed slightly, and she glared at him reproachfully. "What kind of weird nickname is that? Who calls a girl Old Zhuang?" "Call me senior sister, okay?" "Old Zhuang, senior sister, Song," he quickly corrected. Zhuang Qiyin sighed in exasperation, then pulled a plastic container from behind her back. "Did you eat lunch? I packed you some pan-fried dumplings." Thanks. I ate with the principal." "The principal?" Zhuang Kaiyan's eyes widened. "You had lunch with the principal?" "Not just that. He treated me." Song he boasted. "Damn, that's something." Zhuang Qiyin was stunned, then broke into a smile. "I was worried you'd get punished at noon, but instead you took down the teachers. Now your legend is echoing through the school. You've made a name for yourself. Keep the dumplings for yourself. I can't eat too much, I'm still on a diet." Zhuang Qiyin shoved the container into Song he's arms, then turned and ran. "I'm off." Song he watched her leave. Just as he was about to return to class, he turned around and jumped in fright. The entire class was standing neatly behind him, wearing strange expressions, grinning mischievously at him. Song he blushed. "Don't get any ideas, everyone. Just a regular friend." "Who asked you?" "You're confessing without being prompted," someone shouted from behind. A huge chorus of teasing instantly erupted, followed by thunderous applause. Dozens of thumbs up were pointed at him. Song he was mortified. Stop, don't joke around. It's really not what you think. Spreading this would be bad for her." The students kept teasing, even more excited than when they heard about Song he dining with the principal. "I give up." Song he returned to his seat, sighing as he ate the dumplings in silence. The bell rang, and the teasing finally subsided. This period was history. Song he secretly took out math competition problems to work on. In the past few days, he had focused on biology, leveling it up high, but math still lagged. The upcoming exam was the real priority. No matter how sensational campus gossip was, it wouldn't add a single point to his score. This exam had 3 major tasks. First, rank in the top 80 in both math and biology to avoid being kicked off the team. Second, beat Lung Xiangwen in math ranking, forcing that fool to pay for the biology experiment materials. Third, aim for the top 50 in biology to win the phone reward. A high biology score wasn't a big problem. The error checking had thoroughly familiarized him with the exam booklet. The test would likely draw from it, ensuring a stable high score. Math was more stressful. He had only done 60 of the 300 pages of math problems. Taking the exam like this would be a disaster. With only 2 days left, he had to finish the entire math booklet, 120 pages a day. Song he picked up his pen and began his assault, wiping out math problems one by one. Compared to the fixed pattern, simpler college entrance exam papers, the math competition booklet was hellish. Bizarre, unpredictable question types, insane calculations, and nearly every problem had a chain of traps. After 10 minutes, Song he felt vaguely nauseous. He had only finished 1 page. Such a snail's pace would never do. System. Opening the system mall, he selected the neural growth capsule. With 5280 resentment points remaining, Song He hurriedly bought 5 capsules, each costing 10,000, leaving him with only 2800. 5 golden capsules appeared in the palm of his hand. He poked them with his fingers, reluctant to consume them. Damn, these things are too expensive. More expensive than gold. Song, he tore a small opening in a fried dumpling, hiding the neural growth capsule inside. Awkwardly lowering his head under the table to avoid the teacher's gaze, he sorrowfully consumed the 5 dumplings, feeling as if he was eating a property deed. Oil just got on my pants. Zhao Yi complained angrily in a low voice. No way, don't blame me. Song, he said, wiping the oil spot on his deskmate's thigh, feeling quite nice. Zhao Yi's face flushed red as she shot him a glare, but said nothing. After swallowing the 5 capsules, Song, he still felt no difference in his brain, frowning as he continued doing his problems. As soon as he began to solve problems, he instantly felt different. His thought process was noticeably more flexible, even if just a little. He could already sense it. Song He's brows gradually relaxed. It seemed the neural growth capsules were not just a money trap, but indeed effective. If nothing unexpected happened, the effects would last until many years later, when his brain began to decline. He needed to earn more resentment points. If he saved enough, he could buy another neural growth capsule and eventually reach the pinnacle of human intelligence. Song He was busy working through problems while his deskmate, Zhao Yi, started to feel bored. After being bored for a while, Zhao Yi couldn't help but create some trouble. She pulled out a fruit knife and poked Song He in the waist with the back of the knife. What the hell are you doing? Song He was startled. Little kid, lend me some money. Zhao Yi squinted her eyes and twisted her mouth, pretending to be a little thug. To be honest, her acting was quite convincing, instantly transforming from a pretty classmate into an evil little hoodlum. But Song, he didn't have time to play along. I don't have money, just a worthless life, Song, he said as he lowered his head to continue working through problems. Zhao Yi felt bored and put away the fruit knife, resting her head on the desk while staring blankly at the textbook. Suddenly, Song, he came to his senses and punched her thigh with a serious expression. What's wrong with you, Zhao Yi? Why aren't you studying in class? I see you're trending toward becoming a study slacker. Learn now and stop this bad habit. No, I want to play. Zhao Yi shook her head, leaning on the desk with her cheeks puffed out like a dumpling. If you don't study, I'll take you out. Do you hear me? Song, he reached into her desk cavity to grab the fruit knife, slapping it down with a vicious expression. If you want to live, study. Zhao Yi was stunned, fearfully flipping through her textbook. I'll study. I'll study right now. The fruit knife is confiscated and stays with me. Oh, don't let me catch you not studying, or I'll come at you with it. Song, he threatened, fiercely, resembling a bandit. The class bell rang, but the teacher cruelly extended the lesson until the next class began. The second period was chemistry, and Song, he was still buried in math problems, his gaze intense. Zhao Yi had lost interest again and lay down yawning. Song, he glanced at her and decisively threw a punch, hitting her thigh twice. Zhao Yi's little face showed grievance as she curled up. Song, you really hit me, it hurts so much. Study or take a beating. Song, he looked fierce. Zhao Yi's eyes were stubborn and a hint of blush appeared on her face. I won't study. Keep hitting me. Did you not eat? It doesn't hurt at all. Doesn't hurt. Song, he decisively threw 2 punches again. Damn, are you really going all out? Zhao Yi clenched her small fist and retaliated. The two engaged in a brief and intense scuffle, but their fighting power was not on the same level. Zhao Yi's resistance quickly crumbled, wincing in pain and calling for surrender. Are you still talking big? I won't talk big anymore. I was wrong. I'll study now. Zhao Yi hurriedly opened her chemistry textbook, gritting her teeth as she began studying. Song, he felt relieved and continued to focus on his problems. For an entire afternoon, he pushed through math, leveling up 3 times from level 90 to 93 in bronze. He also progressed through 30 pages of the competition workbook, writing from page 60 to 90. The pace was relatively slow. After all, the teacher was still lecturing above, and Song, he couldn't be reckless. Occasionally, he had to cover his math workbook with the textbook like guerrilla warfare, with his thoughts constantly interrupted, leading to extremely low efficiency. During evening self-study, just as Song, he started writing math problems, a loud shout rang from the door. Song, he, come out. All the students looked up. Ban Jianya stood at the door, his face filled with anger, exuding a fierce aura. Song, he felt a bit panicked, immediately guessing the reason for the homeroom teacher's anger. Just as he stood up to go outside, he heard another loud shout. Bring your math workbook. Song, he turned pale, picking up his math workbook from the desk and walking to the door. Ban Jianya snatched the competition workbook, flipped through it, and discovered he had only completed up to page 90, his anger intensifying. What did I tell you before? Ban Jianya shook the workbook violently, the pages rustling. The exam is the day after tomorrow, and you've only done up to page 90. Have you been studying biology all this time? Even correcting errors in the biology workbook. How impressive. Have you improved your math? Please don't be angry, teacher. I promise to finish the workbook before the exam. Song He quickly said, studying biology doesn't affect math. I will definitely make it into the top 80. You think you can? Ban Janya slammed the workbook back into Song, his arms glaring like a fierce deity. Teachers do not tolerate nonsense. Song He shrank his neck, internally complaining. The exam is the day after tomorrow. You can't finish this workbook without food or water. If you don't complete 230 pages, don't even think about the top 80. And about that warning from the dormitory bathroom. I specifically went to tell you to throw biology aside and study math. You just let it go in one ear and out the other. I'm very disappointed in you. Ban Janya scolded in a low voice like a machine gun. He had never seen the homeroom teacher so furious. His emotions were out of control, perhaps feeling betrayed. Song He shrank back under the storm of rage that rushed toward him, mixed with a hint of rain. Teacher, please calm down. I can really finish it. I not only want to complete 230 pages, but also the entire 300-page workbook. What will you use to finish? You've only reached page 90, and with less than 2 days left, how do you plan to do 210 pages? Do you think competition problems are child's play? It's normal to get stuck on a problem for half an hour. Ban Janya was furious. Teacher, please believe me. I have a plan. I'll do 30 pages during evening self-study, stay up late to do 80 pages, and finish 100 pages tomorrow. It will be easy, and I'll even have time to review. Song He sighed. Teacher, please don't be anxious. I really can finish it. Still unrepentant. Stubborn. Ban Janya exploded in anger, pointing fiercely at Song, his nose holding back from hitting him. You are coming with me to the office now. I will supervise you writing. Let's see if you can finish 30 pages in an evening self-study session. If you don't complete them by the end of self-study, see how I deal with you. In the mathematics office, Ban Janya's treatment was clearly inferior to Lulu's. 6 math teachers were crammed into a single room. Song He sat down behind his desk, flipped open his problem book, and silently began solving problems. Hurry up and do it. Ask me if you don't know. I want to see how many pages you can finish in one evening study session. Ban Janya gnashed his teeth as if he could devour someone. The math teachers at the nearby desks looked up at the sound, their faces full of curiosity, as if watching a spectacle. Lao Ban dragging a struggling student for unknown tutoring. Guan Qingfu chuckled. Guan Qingfu was the homeroom teacher of the regular class 1, short and stout like a sphere. The moment Song He saw him, his mind filled with formulas for the surface area and volume of a sphere. He's not a struggling student. He's our class math ace, Song He. Ban Janya's face turned red with anger. The competition team exam is the day after tomorrow, and this brat has only done 90 pages of the problem book. And he lied to me saying he'd finish before the exam and could cover 30 pages in one evening study session. What nonsense. 30 pages of competition problems in one evening study session. Truly worthy of an elite class student daring to think and act. Guan Qingfu laughed heartily, clearly disbelieving such a speed of problem solving. My regular class slow students can't even finish 10 pages of the simplest homework over a weekend. Pile after pile left undone. What? 30 pages of competition problems in one evening study session. A fearless newborn calf. This kid is too arrogant. The speaker was Chu Zhu, a bespectacled female teacher in the corner who taught the high school accelerated class. Even the math competition students in my accelerated class consider 5 pages per class period quite fast. If they get stuck on a problem, it's normal not to move for half an hour. Chu Zhu laughed. If you didn't study hard earlier and try to cram before the exam, it's definitely unrealistic. This brat is driving me crazy. I told him, but he wouldn't listen. He kept guaranteeing he could finish. So I dragged him over to see how many pages he can actually do. Ban Janya grabbed his water cup and drank heavily, trying to quench his fury. 10 pages a night at most, Chu Zhu laughed heartily. 30 pages is a pipe dream. Teacher Chu, you're too optimistic. 10 pages is for your accelerated class. Song He is just from the elite class. 7 or 8 pages is about right. Guan Qingfu chimed in with a smile. The entire math office was filled with laughter, as if the teachers all regarded Song He as a joke. The mocking discussion about Song He didn't last long. After all, the teachers had seen all kinds of eccentric students and were no longer surprised. Soon the office fell silent as the teachers buried themselves in their work. Song He sighed inwardly, thinking, finally, these chattering teachers have shut up. All that noise really interfered with my lightning-fast problem solving. On the way here, he had secretly consumed 6 mental arithmetic capsules, boosting his calculation speed to an unprecedented intensity. Coupled with the brain-boosting capsules he had taken recently, his intelligence had improved slightly. The mental arithmetic capsules layered on this foundation, making his speed even faster. With lightning flashing in his mind, Song He gripped his pen and charged through the competition problems, quickly entering a state of fierce engagement. Page 91, 2 minutes done. Page 92, 2 minutes done. Page 93 entered the territory of big problems. Song He's offensive slowed down, but still advanced steadily. The tip of his pen crackled as he listed steps on the problem book, black handwriting quickly filling the blank spaces like enemy corpses scattered across a snowy field. 5 minutes later, all the big problems on page 93 were conquered. Song he caught his breath and immediately attacked page 94, a full page of fill-in-the-blank questions which made his pace much faster. Banjanya's phone suddenly vibrated. He unlocked the screen, glanced at the message, and patted Song He on the shoulder. "I'm going to a meeting. He'll be back before the evening study session ends. Do your problems well, and circle any you can't solve. He'll explain them to you later." "Thank you, teacher," Song He said without looking up. Banjanya sighed and hurriedly left the office. Song He, with undivided attention, grew increasingly excited as he solved problems a state akin to being bloodthirsty in battle. His pace accelerated, and system notifications kept ringing out. Detected progress in mathematics upgraded from bronze level 93 to bronze level 94. Detected progress in mathematics upgraded from bronze level 94 to bronze level 95. Detected progress in mathematics upgraded from bronze level 95 to bronze level 96. The bell for the end of class rang, and the bell for the start of class rang. Song He didn't hear the bells at all. His sense of time had blurred, all his attention was focused on the problems. Hundreds of knowledge points and solution strategies tangled in his mind like a mass of writhing snakes. Finally, his mathematics level rose to bronze level 99. He had reached the bottleneck for a breakthrough. 2 days ago, his biology rank had broken through from bronze to silver by correcting a large number of errors in the competition problem book. Song He had translated a pile of cutting-edge biology papers using a dictionary, smoothly breaking through the bottleneck and entering the silver realm. But mathematics couldn't be approached this way. So far, Song He hadn't found any erroneous math problems, and the cutting-edge literature in mathematics was far beyond his comprehension. It was all heavenly scripture, an abyss where mortals dare not tread. With no other recourse, Song He could only grit his teeth and continue madly solving problems. Once a certain number of problems were solved, quantity would transform into quality, and perhaps he would automatically break through to silver. On the other side, teacher Guan Chengfu stretched lazily. His short, stout body wobbled like a Roly-Poly toy. "I'm done with work. Time to go home." Guan Chengfu rose cheerfully. "Take care, teacher Guan," said teacher Chu Zhu, pushing up her glasses as she continued working at the computer. Guan Chengfu strolled leisurely toward the door, but suddenly noticed Song He still hard at work at a nearby desk. Driven by curiosity, Guan Chengfu stopped and stood behind Song He, stealing a glance. Not glancing would have been fine, but this glance startled Guan Chengfu. Song He had already reached page 121. Earlier, Banjanya had said the kid had only done 90 pages, and now he was at page 121. The evening study session wasn't over yet, and this kid had written 31 pages in no time, already exceeding the task. How could it be so fast? Guan Chengfu's first instinct was that the kid must have skipped some pages. But after holding his breath and watching for a minute, his expression changed. It really seemed like the kid was just that fast at solving problems. Fill-in-the-blank questions were solved in seconds without even pen calculations. For big problems, after a few seconds of reading, he scribbled steps, without hesitation, filling the page as smoothly as flowing water. If it were ordinary math homework, it would be normal for a top student to solve problems this fast. But these were competition problems. The difficulty of competition problems was enough to baffle even the teachers. Guan Chengfu asked himself and was shocked to realize he couldn't match this speed. "Teacher Guan." Teacher Chu Zhu looked up, surprised to find he hadn't left yet. Guan Chengfu gestured for her to be quiet, pointed at Song He, who was still solving problems, and then gave a thumbs up. His expression clearly said, "This kid is something else. Come take a look." Teacher Chu Zhu raised an eyebrow in surprise. She had never seen Guan Chengfu behave this way, and curiosity about Song He grew within her. Silently, she rose and tiptoed over to stand beside Guan Chengfu, both of them sneakily watching Song He solve problems. Soon Chu Zhu's face also showed astonishment. This speed was too absurd. How could this kid be so fast? As a mathematics teacher in the rocket class, Chu Zhu was well aware of the daunting nature of competition problems. She had attempted them herself, and her performance fell far short of Song He's speed, not even half of it. Even the top mathematics students in the rocket class paled in comparison. Could it be that this student from the elite class possessed extraordinary mathematical talent? "He didn't use scratch paper," Guan Chengfu whispered. "Don't competition problems require scratch paper?" "That's impossible." Chu Zhu finally noticed her expression, puzzled. "These problems involve extensive calculations. How could he not use scratch paper? Could he be writing nonsense, making up answers to fool the homeroom teacher?" Guan Chengfu frowned. As an experienced teacher who had spent years outsmarting students, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. Chu Zhu hesitated for a moment, then reached out and tapped Song He on the shoulder. Startled by the sudden tap, Song He turned around to look at the two teachers. "Why aren't you using scratch paper?" Chu Zhu asked sternly. Teacher, I do all the calculations in my head, Song he replied calmly. What was all the fuss about? Mental math. You can solve competition problems with mental math. Guan Chengfu looked skeptical. Don't tell me you're just scribbling nonsense. Are you really that good at mental math? How about I test you? Chu Zhu probed. Song he nodded, his expression utterly indifferent, as if anything was fine. What is 753 multiplied by 951? Chu Zhu asked. 716103. Song he answered without hesitation. Chu Zhu and Guan Chengfu stared wide-eyed. Song, his answer came so fast that both of them were taken aback. The two teachers simultaneously pulled out their phones to calculate. A few seconds later, the result confirmed it was perfectly correct. What about 44 cubed? Guan Chengfu suddenly fired off a question. 85184. Now divide that by 22 squared. Guan Chengfu pressed on immediately. 176, Song, he answered calmly. Both teachers frantically punched numbers into their phone calculators again, then gasped in unison. The look in Chu Zhu and Guan Chengfu's eyes changed completely, as if they were staring at a monster. Was this even human? Not an alien disguised in human skin. Teachers, these are all too simple, Song he said with a shrug and a faint smile. I'll just continue with my work now. Hold on. Let me test your limits. Guan Chengfu snatched a piece of paper from the side and began writing rapidly with a pen. 910866723. 1527810330. 69876211104940. Song, he glanced at the equation, furrowed his brow slightly, and hesitated for 2 seconds. The digits before the decimal point are 3284582287650710753. The digits after the decimal point are 8703416149068322983136. The two teachers scrambled. As Song he announced the answer, Guan Chengfu frantically scribbled it down with his pen. Chu Zhu was busy verifying the calculation using her phone calculator. Song he had completed the mental calculation in just 2 seconds and began reciting the answer. But Chu Zhu took half a minute just to punch the numbers into the calculator, and the two teachers spent another minute huddled together to check the result. The number was so long their eyes were strained. The result was correct. Holy cow! Guan Chengfu cursed, his pupils dilating in shock. Student Song he, you are a genius. In over a decade of teaching, this is the first time I've seen a student with such incredible mental math skills. Chu Zhu was as excited as a little girl, covering her mouth in astonishment. So people like this really exist. This is an eye-opener. During a research trip last year, a teacher from number 8 high school told me that their school's math prodigy could calculate 6 to the 12th power in 5 seconds and could multiply hundreds of thousands in 2 seconds. I didn't believe a word of it at the time. I thought that teacher was bragging. Guan Chengfu looked up and sighed. Who would have thought our school also has such a genius? It's just basic skills, teachers, no need to praise me. Honestly, mental math isn't that useful, it just saves you the cost of buying a calculator. Mathematical thinking is what truly matters. Song he remained completely calm throughout. The office door suddenly opened and Ban Jianya appeared with a stern expression. How many pages have you written? Ban Jianya glared at Song he and asked bluntly. I've finished page 31, teacher. Tonight's task is done ahead of schedule. The problems were simpler than I expected. Song he said, I've only been gone for 2 hours and you've written 31 pages. Ban Jianya was stunned, then feigned anger. You little rascal, are you trying to fool me? The other two teachers burst into laughter, simultaneously looking at Ban Jianya with strange expressions. Sensing something was off, Ban Jianya looked puzzled. Teacher Guan. Teacher Zhai, what's with those looks? You're his own homeroom teacher and you don't know how talented this kid is? Zhai Zhu looked at Ban Jianya with an almost mocking smile. Old Ben, you worry too much. As long as this kid Song he is willing to do the problems, he can ace the exams lying down. A mere set of competition problems, 30 pages in one night, is a piece of cake for him. Guan Chengfu also wore a patronizing smile. What's going on with you two? Ban Jianya was confused. Take a look at this. Song he calculated this in just a few seconds. Guan Chengfu picked up the paper with the equation. His brain performs like a calculator. Faster than a calculator. It took me half a minute just to type this string of numbers, but Song he did it in 5 seconds. Zhai Zhu added her tone, that of a devoted fan of Song he. Ban Jianya looked at the equation on the paper, then flipped through Song he's math workbook. His face changed dramatically, filled with utter disbelief. What is 12 to the 6th power? Ban Jianya asked, suddenly his eyes fixed on Song he. 2985984. Song he answered without a moment's hesitation. Now multiply that by 125648. Ban Jianya's words came out in a rush. 37518291762. Song he sighed. Was this boring mental arithmetic really that entertaining? Holy cow. Ban Jianya pulled out his phone to calculate, and the result was correct. He couldn't help but curse. This student in front of him had surprised him from the very first day of school. He never thought he would continue to have his worldview shattered time and time again. Ban Jianya suddenly had a premonition. Could it be that one of his students was about to become someone extraordinary? Old Ban, don't get too cocky. Song, he will definitely be promoted to the rocket class after the final exams. Your elite class is too small a temple for a god like him. Zhaizhu suddenly thought of something and stared intently at Song He. Song He, you can come to my class. They'll talk to the other subject teachers and give you focused training. Zhaizhu's tone was playful, but her expression was dead serious. Especially when she looked at Song He and extended her invitation, her fervent and sincere gaze was unmistakable. It was like a jeweler encountering a rare, massive diamond desperate to snatch it up immediately. After all, she was a math teacher too, with a strong love for talent. Which teacher wouldn't want to snatch up such a genius? If the student became famous and successful in the future, the teacher would also bask in the glory. School has just started and the finals are still far away. How dare you poach my student right in front of me? Ban Jianya, who had just been fantasizing about nurturing a mathematician, suddenly had his illusion shattered and became furious. Teacher Ban, face reality. Are you going to keep this child in your elite class? Wouldn't that be a terrible waste of talent? Zhaizhu smiled, then turned to look at Song, he unable to resist reaching out to pat his head. Ban Jianya suddenly reached out and slapped Zhaizhu's hand away. What are you doing? Take your paws off my beloved student. Your beloved student is great, but he'll be mine soon enough. Zhaizhu walked directly behind Song. He placed both hands on his shoulders and looked at Ban Jianya with a challenging expression. Ban Jianya was furious, but couldn't say anything. Song, he was indeed qualified to enter the rocket class. Keeping him in the elite class would be a waste of his talent. He understood the logic, but watching his beloved student being taken away felt utterly frustrating. Ban Jianya turned his head and stared at Song He with a complex expression. Zhaizhu also tilted her head and looked at Song He amiably. Caught in the middle, Song He felt incredibly awkward. Ban Jianya was his current homeroom teacher and couldn't be offended. There was also a real possibility he might be assigned to the rocket class under Zhaizhu next semester, so he couldn't offend her either. There had been a similar conflict between Lu and Ban Jianya before. Why were all the teachers fighting over me? Song He's head ached. Was this the trouble of being a top student? He'll just continue with my work, teachers. Song He turned back to his workbook and decisively played the ostrich. At 2 o'clock in the morning in the restroom, Ding Yangza and Ning Mo couldn't stay awake any longer and returned to their dorm, leaving Song He alone to kick the wall and turn on the light. He held a math workbook in his hands, his expression grave, as if facing a formidable enemy. Stuck at the same rank. During evening self-study in the math office, he reached bronze level 99, and now after studying until 1 in the morning, he was still at bronze level 99. Despite working through many problems, his level remained unchanged. System Grandpa, could you please update my level? System Daddy, shouldn't my math be silver by now? Little System is being unreasonable. I've pulled an all-nighter doing 50 pages of problems. I should be silver now. Can't you show some insight? Song He grumbled internally. The system was indifferent to Song He, remaining silent no matter how many questions he asked. Some systems are quite clever, chatty even, and can even insult their hosts. But Song He's system was like a heartless vending machine with only the function to purchase items using resentment points, utterly unresponsive. Unfortunately, he only had 6,000 resentment points left. He needed to spend 5,000 to buy a master capsule, which would leave him broke, so he couldn't attempt to break through by brute force. It was his first time being stuck at a rank, and Song He felt somewhat at a loss. Yet he had no other options. The best materials he had were the math workbooks, so he could only diligently continue working through them. At 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. 150 pages, 180 pages, 200 pages. The voice-activated light turned off again, and Song He suddenly realized that there was light outside the window. He could see the problems without turning on the light. Perhaps eager to break through, the night of studying felt exceptionally immersive, and time seemed to pass particularly quickly. Song He felt anxious. It was Friday, and he would be in the exam hall tomorrow. Last week, when he challenged Lung Xiangwen in the restroom, that guy was already silver level 1. After days of studying, he must have made progress while he himself was still stuck at bronze level 99. Simply infuriating. What frustrated him the most was not knowing how to level up. If the system could just say swallowing the math textbook soaked in water can level you up, he wouldn't have to worry about breakfast. He would just eat 2 books to fill his stomach. Filled with anxiety, Song He studied until 5:30 and left the restroom to head to the cafeteria. While waiting in line to buy buns, he spotted a familiar figure in the adjacent fried dough stick line. Lung Xiangwen. It seemed Lung Xiangwen sensed someone watching and turned to look. Upon seeing Song He immediately displayed a contemptuous expression. Song He remained composed and took out his combat power detector. Lung Xiangwen math silver level 08, that guy indeed leveled up again with a 9-level gap remaining. The action of the combat power detector was akin to pulling a trigger, and Song he thought he was being discreet, but it was noticed by Lung Xiangwen. Lung Xiangwen first paused, then raised his arm and made a fierce gesture as if shooting Song He. Tomorrow we go into the exam hall. Lung Xiangwen declared passionately, don't forget the bet. His actions were too conspicuous, drawing the attention of nearby students who curiously looked over. Song He was sweating. That gun gesture was way too cringeworthy. Lung Xiangwen, are you a fool? If you're not embarrassed, I'm embarrassed for you. But with so many eyes on him, he couldn't lose face, so Song He replied, just don't forget. Lung Xiangwen snorted disdainfully, took the fried dough sticks from the window, and turned to leave. Compared to their last meeting, his dark circles were even more pronounced and blood vessels were visible in his eyes. He must have been tirelessly studying day and night for the bet. Anxious Song, he bought the buns and quickly ran to the classroom, sitting down and desperately cramming problems. One by one, students entered the classroom. Upon entering, they saw Song He frantically working through problems, which put a lot of pressure on them, resulting in a few resentment points being generated. The morning reading class passed in a blur. Ban Jinya hurriedly walked into the classroom, clutching a large stack of exam papers. I have a meeting to attend, so everyone must complete the exam during this class. The questions are quite difficult, and they are also today's homework. I will call on students to explain them in class tomorrow. With a commanding tone, Ban Jinya hastily distributed the exam papers and turned to leave. The classroom was immediately filled with a tense atmosphere. Upon receiving the papers, students began looking at the questions, followed by a chorus of complaints. This is ridiculous. What kind of questions are these? It seems my skills are too shallow. I can't even answer the first question. If I can't answer it at a glance, I'll just wait to copy from the top student. I give up. Why does math have to be so difficult? Can you solve this question? I can. The classroom was filled with grievances. Fortunately, it was daytime. If it were midnight, the accumulated resentment could summon vengeful spirits. Song He took the exam paper, furrowing his brows. He carefully read through it from beginning to end, taking 10 minutes in total, then tucked the paper into his textbook and tossed it into his desk drawer. Zhao Yi noticed her deskmate's actions, her eyes wide with surprise. Why aren't you writing? Don't tell me you can't do it either. I finished, Song He replied without looking up, quickly working through the competition questions. You? Finished? Zhao Yi was taken aback. Have you done this exam before? No, I just calculated it in my head a moment ago. Song He casually said, the answers to the multiple choice questions are act because the fill in the blank answers are cost 60, 1084, 114,514 2. 5, and the answers to the big questions are 77. 5, 8, 206, 95, and 2,600. Zhao Yi was stunned by your speed in solving the questions, greatly alarmed. Resentment value 100. Ding Yangza overheard you announcing the answers and was frightened. Resentment value 300. You're a freak, a math monster. Zhao Yi angrily kicked Song He. Stop messing around. I'm in a hurry to solve the competition questions. The exam is tomorrow. Song He said anxiously. Suddenly a note was passed to him from behind. Curious, Song He unfolded it and saw a line of elegant small characters. Teacher Song, do you know the last 3 multiple choice questions? Please explain. Zhang Zhilei, how audacious. Can you really call him Teacher Song? I am the Emperor of Mathematics. Song He slapped himself in the mind to stop the absurd thought and quickly wrote a reply. Can't even solve such simple questions. When did you old Zhang become so bad? The last 3 questions are DCA. After finishing, he casually passed the note back. Zhang Zhilei was secretly annoyed by your mockery. Resentment value 50. The note came back again. Song He thought it was Zhang Zilius' reply, but it turned out to be someone else. Good roommate, the math exam is way too difficult. Please let me copy. Many thanks. Yuan Guang. Before he could respond to Yuan Guang, several more notes came in, all asking for help. Emperor of Mathematics, I don't know how to solve the multiple choice or fill-in-the-blank questions. Please teach us. Desperately seeking the answers to the math exam. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. This exam left men silent and women in tears. I hope the Emperor of Mathematics can come to the rescue of the masses. The little notes kept piling up, and Song He could barely keep up. Initially, he found it annoying, but looking at the pile of help requests, he suddenly had a change of heart. More trouble means more opportunity. It just so happens that he can use his resentment value to buy a master capsule. Since so many classmates can't solve the questions, why not explain the entire exam paper and promote collective learning? Wouldn't the knowledge points explode? The more Song He thought about it, the more viable it seemed. To break through the silver rank, he had to try a different approach. Without hesitation, he pulled out a large sheet of white paper and quickly listed all the question numbers. There are too many students with questions, and it's inconvenient to explain them one by one. Please mark 1 next to the questions you don't understand, and I will write explanations for the questions with the most marks. Once the survey was complete, Song He quickly handed it to his deskmate. Zhao Yi bit her lip and looked at it, then wrote 1 after the first question number, followed by the second, third, fourth, fifth. Wait, you can't solve the entire exam. Song He watched helplessly as she wrote one for all the questions. Zhao Yi shot him a resentful glare and silently passed the survey back. 20 minutes later, the survey forms were returned. Song He was stunned when he received them. Dense rows of ones covered every single page, an overwhelming sea of ones. Good heavens, the whole class is just like Zhao Yi, isn't it? A bunch of useless, good-for-nothing students, a downright incompetent class. See, I'm not the fool here. Zhao Yi glanced at the survey, a delighted smile brightening her face as her confidence suddenly swelled. A fool among fools thinks himself a genius. Song He retorted without mercy. Zhao Yi shot him a glare, generating 50 points of resentment. Drawing a deep breath, Song He resigned himself. Since no one knew anything, he would have to teach the entire paper from scratch. He planned to attempt a bug-exploiting method, uncertain if it would work, but if it did, breaking through to the silver rank would be well within reach. Rummaging through his backpack, he pulled out several blank answer sheets, each roughly the size of the exam paper, offering ample space for elaboration. He picked up his pen and began writing down the question numbers. He left generous gaps between each question number, even reserving large answer spaces for multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank items, while leaving nearly half a page blank for the major problems. Then he began to write in earnest. The correct answer for this question is A. The typical approach for sequence problems involves 2 steps. First, identify the sequence type, arithmetic or geometric, and second, manipulate the numbers to fit the pattern. First, convert the logarithms in the problem into exponents. Song He's method of explaining was straightforward, akin to the answer keys and study guides. He detailed the thought process, relevant knowledge points, and step-by-step solutions, striving to make everything effortlessly comprehensible for his classmates. If explaining a problem were like feeding someone a bare answer without steps was a raw, bloody piece of meat, forcing students to figure out how to cook it themselves. A guide with steps was a bowl of well-cooked porridge ready to drink. What Song He was writing now was even more meticulous, akin to trimming the sharp ends off the rice grains before cooking, ensuring no one would scratch their throats. It was as if Song He had chewed the food himself, fed it mouth to mouth to his classmates, and even kindly offered a digestive aid afterward. After a long while, he finally finished writing the explanations for the multiple-choice questions. As expected of me, so detailed and easy to understand. Even an idiot could get it right. Song He gazed at his handwritten explanations with satisfaction. He handed them to Zhao Yi. At the same time, he swallowed a master capsule brimming with anticipation. Zhao Yi read them intently. The problem explanations clearly suited her taste, as she frequently let out exclamations like, "Oh, so that's it. Amazing, and I get it now." After a long time, Zhao Yi finished studying the multiple-choice explanations and passed them on. The students in the back quickly huddled together, poring over the explanations with rapt attention, soon emitting murmurs of admiration. The multiple-choice section received excellent feedback. Song He didn't rest. He swiftly wrote out the explanations for the fill-in-the-blank questions, handed them to his deskmate, and immediately began on the major problems. A smile gradually crept across his lips as system notifications began popping up before his eyes. 2 classmates have been taught partial problems by you. Double mathematical knowledge returned. 5 classmates have been taught partial problems by you. Double mathematical knowledge returned. 12 classmates have been taught partial problems by you. Double mathematical knowledge returned. Song He's excitement surged. Previously, when he explained problems to classmates, the knowledge returned was only a trickle, like a thin stream. But now new knowledge gushed into his mind like a mighty river in flood, accelerating with each passing moment. The handwritten problem explanations circulated among the class. Students gathered together to read them, each person mastering different problems, and the cumulative effect was astonishing. Indeed, the master capsule's rule of teaching others problems was quite flexible, explaining verbally counted and writing explanations for everyone to read counted too. Soon whispers filled the classroom, all discussing Song He's handwritten explanations. The Math Emperor's power is truly mighty. I actually understood this. Holy crap, this is even better than Teacher Band's explanations. I've never heard of this method for the 3rd problem before. Is this the thrill of being carried by a god? I've got goosebumps. With a master's guidance, math is this simple. Simple. Reading this explanation feels terrifying to me. Where do these cunning approaches and arrogant problem-solving techniques come from? Math really is all about talent. If you're not born with it, you're just out of luck. During previous math self-study sessions, the class atmosphere had been sluggish. After all, math problems were hard for most students to get excited about. The first half of this class was similarly dispirited, but the latter half transformed completely. Many students were now animatedly huddled together, discussing math problems with occasional cheers erupting as they solved tough ones, a vibrant, thriving scene of intellectual fervor. The catalyst for this dramatic change was, of course, Song He's handwritten problem explanations. It was no exaggeration to say that the students treated Song He's explanations like rare cultivation manuals or sacred relics bathed in holy light. They passed them around with reverence and excitement, and after reading felt as if their minds had been purified, their understanding of math greatly advanced. The uninitiated saw only the surface, the initiated saw the essence. Most students simply followed the explanations to solve the problems, and then worshipped Song He. In the middle of the classroom, Ning Mo and Zhang Zhilei stared at the problem explanations with expressions of disbelief. Wait, this kind of problem can be solved like this? Ning Mo was dumbfounded. It seems possible. Zhang Zhilei calculated on paper. Wow, what a bizarre approach. How did Song He come up with such a cunning method? This is too weird. Too weird. Ning Mo grew increasingly horrified as he read on. This is sorcery. Damn, if this trick is mastered, it could cut the time in half. Zhang Zilia's face paled as she held her forehead. I've been working hard on math hoping to close the gap with Song He, but now I feel that the gap hasn't shrunk, but doubled. Ning Mo's face darkened, the thought bitter. I feel the same way. Is Song He some kind of monster? It's not just doubled, it's squared. Zhang Zhilei sighed. It's so frustrating having someone constantly outshine me in math. Ning Mo was silent for a moment, then suddenly grinned, a smile of pure vindication. What are you complaining about? I've been suppressed by you for years. Thank heavens Song He stepped in to let you taste what it's like to be utterly dominated. Zhang, your day has come. Karma is real. The bell rang. Song He's smile, which had just appeared, vanished. He was still at bronze level 99. Why was it so hard to break through? Was he going to have to endure a tribulation lightning strike? At the classroom door, the class monitor from neighboring class 1 wandered over. This guy seemed fond of socializing and often hung around the entrance of class 2. You're working on this paper too, the class 1 monitor said sharply, spotting a classmate's math exam. Did your class do it as well? A curious student asked. No way. Too hard, nobody could solve it. Even our math competition prodigy old Zhao was banging his head against the wall in frustration. The class 1 monitor grimaced. We got the paper during last night's self-study, and many stayed up all night, but still couldn't solve half of it. Well, you guys are pretty pathetic. I finished the whole thing, a boastful student said, waving a completed paper. The class 1 monitor was shocked. No way. Master, teach me. Save our class of 52 souls. I can't teach you, but someone in our class can. He taught the entire class this paper. The boastful student said with a grin. Who? Who else? Song He, of course. You think it was me? The boastful student replied with exasperation. Song He is a busy man. Don't go empty-handed. Bring some gifts and beg him. Maybe he'll bestow a secret manual upon you, and your class will be saved. In the neighboring class, the class monitor brought back the news, immediately sparking a heated argument. No way, someone slammed the table. We, the elite class 1, have to gather gifts to curry favor with someone from class 2. Preposterous. Utterly ridiculous. Another chimed in, indignant. Is there no one in class 1 capable? Isn't it just a test paper? Damn it, the monitor is incompetent, bringing shame to our class. The monitor fumed. You ungrateful lot. If we can't solve it before math class, we're all doomed. If you're so capable, why would I need to bring gifts to beg for help? Is it really that laughable that our prestigious class 1 can't even handle a single test paper? We have our own expert. Old Zhao, someone shouted. The bespectacled man known as Old Zhao decisively shook his head. No can do. Better gather gifts and go ask for help. Old Zhao, step up. Song He is a competition student, and so are you. Are you saying you're inferior to him? We believe in you, the crowd exclaimed excitedly. True ability isn't something that changes just because you have faith, Old Zhao said, giving up. This paper has drained me dry. I've got nothing left. Go ask Old Song from the other class. Silence fell, the atmosphere extremely awkward. The monitor pulled out a large plastic bag and snapped it open. Immediately a dozen or so drinks were tossed inside. Stop. This is too humiliating. I won't agree, someone declared with unyielding resolve. If word of this gets out, where will our class dignity be? Won't the other classes mock us for lacking a math prodigy? You're so noble. Just don't look at the answers when they come, the monitor shot back. The unyielding one fell silent for 2 seconds, then pulled out a can of cola and tossed it into the plastic bag. Song He was frowning at his seat, laboring over a problem. Boom. An oversized plastic bag slammed onto his desk, filled with drinks, cola, orange juice, green tea. A motley collection as if pulled together by many. Great sage of mathematics. I am the monitor of elite class 1. I bring humble gifts, beseeching the great sage to bestow upon us the secrets of mathematics to rescue my classmates from the depths of our struggle. Song He stared at the monitor from the neighboring class, who had come bearing gifts, utterly speechless. The title Great Sage of Mathematics had actually spread to the other class. Was everyone really this cringe? I still prefer the title All-Nighter Warrior. We're all brother classes, you're too kind. How could I possibly accept such a generous gift? Song He declined. Does the great sage find it insufficient? It's not that. And please stop calling me that. Then take it. If you don't accept, how can our class improve? The monitor said with righteous indignation. Song He was left speechless again. This conversation was so bizarre. After some discussion, Song He learned that the neighboring class also needed the solutions to the same math paper. Delighted, he immediately began writing out the problem solutions, duplicating what he had already written and sending it over. During the self-study period at noon, the other class began circulating Song He's problem solutions, and before his eyes a torrent of return point notifications flashed. 8 students learned part of the problems from you, returning double math knowledge. 14 students learned part of the problems from you, returning double math knowledge. 39 students learned part of the problems from you, returning double math knowledge. A continuous stream of new knowledge poured into his mind. Song He used the momentum to accelerate, launching a final sprint through his competition problem book. The competition problems in the last few units were exceptionally difficult, featuring dozens of completely unfamiliar question types. Fortunately, the knowledge return points from the neighboring class flowed endlessly, and Song He encountered almost no obstacles, progressing smoothly. With the dual thrust of solving problems and gaining knowledge returns, his math level soared. Finally, there were only 5 minutes left until the end of class. Song He wrote the final set of numbers in his math competition problem book and tossed the pen. The 300-page competition problem book was complete. Almost simultaneously, a long-awaited system prompt appeared. Host has completed a large number of math exercises, and through the knowledge returns of the master capsule, has vastly broadened the boundaries of your knowledge, elevating your understanding of mathematics to a new level. You are hereby awarded the silver rank. Current math level silver 01. Song He was so excited he nearly teared up. He had been stuck at this rank for so long, and he had finally broken through. Thankfully, the homeroom teacher had handed out a paper that stumped the entire class, and thankfully, he had blazed a new trail by writing problem solutions and reaping massive knowledge returns in bulk, essentially activating a super speed boost. Otherwise, even if he studied until tomorrow, he might not have been able to reach silver. Thinking this, Song He broke out in a slight cold sweat. It was his first time pushing for a rank, and he had cut it too close. This was undoubtedly a lesson learned. Next time, he needed to reserve enough time. If advancing from bronze to silver was this difficult, advancing to gold would likely be a nightmare. Song He's mind raced with lightning-fast calculations, and he was horrified to realize how little time remained. There were about 20 hours left until tomorrow's math exam. Deducting an hour for sleep, an hour for meals and travel, he had only 18 hours of study time left. Lung Xiangwen was at math silver 08. He wouldn't stop and wait. He would probably reach silver 09 before the exam. If that guy had a sudden breakthrough and surged to over level 10, it wasn't impossible. Therefore, Song He needed to raise his math level by over 10 ranks within 18 hours just to be on the same starting line as Lung Xiangwen for tomorrow's exam, and that still didn't guarantee a win. The bell for the end of class suddenly rang. A figure flashed out of the classroom and was gone in an instant. The classmates were all stunned. Holy crap, who ran out so fast? Who just went out? Was that a flash step? It's Song He. His seat's empty. Damn, does the great sage of mathematics also have a talent for sprinting? That starting speed is insane. What is he, Song Bingtian? I dub thee the god of the cafeteria. Contrary to his classmates' expectations, Song He didn't head to the cafeteria, but sprinted all the way to the school library. The math competition problem book was finished. The college entrance exam problems were worn out. He had no more math problems left to level up with, so he had to go to the library to find a new secret manual. Students were trickling out of the library. Some unfamiliar faces even greeted him warmly. Song He responded with a bewildered look, then realized that last time on the library's 5th floor the crowd of onlookers had been huge, and some had probably remembered him. Soon Song He was in the math problem book section. At least 80% of the books were high school math problems, which he skipped directly, not worth wasting time on. Song He went to the end of the bookshelf where college math textbooks were concentrated. Usually few students borrowed them, so they were brand new. A vaguely familiar figure stood by the bookshelf, turning his head to look at Song He. Song He thought for a moment, then suddenly remembered. Good day, grade director. The grade director also remembered Song He. The last time he had gone to the principal's office to deliver a dumpling delivery, he had thought the principal was inviting him to dinner, but it turned out to be for this student. He had been disappointed and had sulked about it for a long time. Song He right. Here to find problems to do. The grade director's attitude was amiable, unable to fathom the student's background. Yes, sir. Are you a math teacher? Here to find materials for lesson prep. I'm a PE teacher. I'm thinking of applying for a part-time graduate degree, so I'm here to find some college math materials to study. The grade director then kindly explained, this section is college math. If you're looking for high school math problems, they're on the shelves ahead. I'm actually here for college math. I've already finished linear algebra and advanced math. Now I'm going to study probability theory and mathematical statistics. Song He said, casually scanning the shelves. The grade director's eyes widened, his pupils dilating in shock. You're studying college maths? Yeah, I'm a math competition student, Song, he said nonchalantly. You've finished advanced math. And you can understand it all, the grade director asked hesitantly. I understood the textbook and did the exercises, but the textbook and problems are pretty simple, right? You'll need to find a problem book to consolidate later. Song, he said lightly. The grade director nearly choked. He had been struggling with advanced math, recently finding many chapters a headache, and couldn't do a ton of the exercises. And now this student was calling it pretty simple. Simple, my ass. Did he think math problems were as easy as picking cabbages? Just do them and you've got it. Oh. The grade director was weeping inside, suddenly doubting whether he could even pass the graduate exam. Should he just give up? Found it. Song, he exclaimed with delight, pulling down a book with a blue and white cover. I'm off, director. Study hard. The grade director's voice lacked any conviction. Song, he went to the third floor of the library, found his usual spot, and sat down to study. With 5 mental calculation capsules down, his learning speed was incredible. Moreover, the probability theory book wasn't too difficult. Song, he flipped a page every 2 or 3 minutes, only pausing at sections with exercises. Song, he right. A gentle, scholarly male voice came from across the table. Song, he looked up and froze. A thin, bald boy sat opposite him. It wasn't a completely bare scalp. There were maybe 2 or 3 millimeters of hair, with the scalp clearly visible. The boy was smiling, yet he exuded an aura unique to a true powerhouse. Where this aura of strength came from was hard to pinpoint. Perhaps from his carefree smile, his absolutely confident gaze, and his domineering bald head. I saw you reading probability theory. You're only a freshman in high school. Have you gotten this far? The bald boy asked in a gentle tone. Just starting, Song, he nodded. If you have any problems you can't solve, you can come ask me. If you don't know what exercises to do, you can also ask me. Chu Long from Senior 3 Rocket Class 1, the bald boy said kindly. Progressing this fast as a freshman, you have a shot at a national award. Hearing this name, Song, he was instantly astonished, and a deep respect welled up within him. He had heard the name for a long time, but had never seen the person. So this bald guy was Chu Long. Though Song, he was engrossed in his studies, his deskmate, Zhao Yi, often whispered gossip to him, so he still had some knowledge of the most renowned campus celebrities. Chu Long was the highest tier among campus celebrities, a prodigy of learning. In last year's mathematics competition, Chu Long triumphed through every challenge and seized the National Silver Award, the sole silver medalist from Jinghai No. 4 high school that year. Rumor had it that several top-tier mathematics institutions had sent Chu Long direct admission offers. Though his choice remained unknown, it was certain he had secured a spot at a prestigious university without even needing the college entrance exam, a source of envy for his peers. For younger students, he was a legendary figure worthy of fervent admiration. Great God, Chu! Song, he exclaimed excitedly. Are you still on the competition team this year? I am, Chu Long replied with a serene smile, long accustomed to the adoration of juniors. Didn't you win a national award last year? Why are you still competing this year? Song, he asked curiously. I won silver last year. This year I aim for gold, Chu Long said gently. The school also tasked me to continue for another year and mentor the juniors. They probably want me as a benchmark. If anyone matches my level, they're close to a national award. Keep it up. Once you've mastered it, come challenge me anytime. Beat me and you'll have a national award secured. Chu Long smiled. There are many outstanding new competitors this year, but I have the highest hopes for you. With that, he rose and departed like an immortal drifting away after enlightening a mortal. I have the highest hopes for you. He probably said that to every junior, but Song, he still felt a thrill. This was a living national award legend. A living national award legend meant, if I defeat this great god, I become the new great god. Gazing at Chu Long's retreating figure, Song, he gritted his teeth, bought a combat power detector, and pulled the trigger. Chu Long Mathematics Gold Level 28, truly formidable. This was Song He's first encounter with a gold rank inspiring. Leveling up became increasingly difficult, and breaking through ranks was a major hurdle. The gap couldn't be measured by level differences alone. At his current rank, Song, he could only sense that Chu Long was immensely powerful, but the exact extent was beyond imagination. He suddenly looked forward to tomorrow's exam. After the quiz, the rankings and scores would reveal the precise gap with Chu Long. Then he could strive relentlessly to close the distance. Energized, Song, he harbored the goal of defeating great god Chu and plunged back into his studies with renewed vigor. As he worked through chapter after chapter, the system prompt finally popped up. Detected progress in mathematics upgraded from silver level 1 to silver level 2. Detected progress in mathematics upgraded from silver level 2 to silver level 3. Suddenly, a faint fragrance wafted over. Song, he turned to see Zhuang Qian sitting beside him, her school jacket unzipped, a cool, white tank top beneath her full chest gently swaying, enough to make one's nose bleed. Help me, Song, he. Zhuang Qian pulled out a notebook of mistakes, her bright eyes and white teeth a picture of charm, her tone pleading. Our senior year had a weekly test, and the last math problem was hellishly hard. We asked the teacher, and even they couldn't solve it for now. Song-hee quickly glanced at the notebook, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. No wonder even the teacher was stumped. It was a genuinely tough problem, a variation had never seen before. A single scan revealed no obvious starting point. Can you solve it, eh? Zhuang Qian bit her lip nervously. Let me study it, I'll get back to you with the answer. Song, he said, taking the notebook and sinking into thought. Give it a try, it's fine if you can't. Such a hard problem won't appear on the college entrance exam, and if it does, no one would get it. The examiner would be shot. Zhuang Qian joked, turning aside to do her homework. Song-hee didn't hear her jest, already fully immersed in the problem. This problem seemed like a chimera, stitching together sequences, inequalities, derivatives, conic sections, and normal distribution with a verbose and tedious prompt that exuded an aura of absolutely unsolvable. Most examinees would give up within a minute of encountering such a problem. But Song-hee wasn't easily intimidated. What absurdly difficult high school math problems hadn't he seen? He was long past being phased. Now facing this bizarre, monstrous problem, he felt a surge of excitement. He started by dissecting the problem, tackling the manageable parts first. Summing the sequence, continuously constructing an inequality from the sum, deriving the conic equation, which failed, requiring the normal distribution from the prompt to set value ranges. After listing the ranges, he plugged them into the inequality from the sequence, sum, finally solving the conic equation, then finding derivatives, plotting graphs, and constructing a new conic to find the eccentricity. Song-hee didn't use scratch paper. Long strings of equations materialized in his mind, as if a holographic projection floated before his eyes. The maze constructed by the problem gradually crumbled, the path to the answer growing clearer. Meanwhile, a girl ran over to Zhuang Qian and poked her. Yin, I asked around the math department about that problem. None of the teachers could solve it. They said they'd delete it, too obscure and bizarre, likely unsolvable. Zhuang Qian paused. Song-hee is already looking at it. He should have an answer soon. The girl glanced at Song-hee nearby and whispered emphatically, even the teachers couldn't do it. Song-hee can solve it, Zhuang Qian said with a blink. You have too much faith in him, the girl exclaimed, her voice as soft as a mosquito's. Why do you think he can? He's just sitting there spacing out, clearly stumped. Suddenly Song-hee spoke up. I've solved it. The answer is root of 33/7. I only have one method. I'll write down the steps and reasoning for you to share with your classmates. Zhuang Qian beamed. Thank you. I knew you could do it. Got any snacks? I skipped lunch, Song-hee said. Zhuang Qian quickly unzipped her backpack and handed over a meat floss bun and yogurt. Song-hee pulled out a blank answer sheet, and while sipping the yogurt began writing the problem's solution with swift strokes. Zhuang Qian leaned in to watch, and the girl who had just come over hesitated before joining her. Song-hee wrote without pause. 1 side, 2 sides, 3 sides, 4 sides. It took a long time filling an entire answer sheet to complete the explanation of that single problem. Both Zhuang Qian and the girl were bewildered. Song-hee wrote so fast they couldn't keep up. Before they could grasp one line, the next was nearly finished, and in this manner, he swiftly filled 4 sides. This problem is quite impressive. One problem worth 10, combining all the high-scoring knowledge points for the college entrance exam. It's like a Goo King problem, bread in a jar. Song, he said, pushing the solution over. After you learn it, remember to show it to your classmates. Song-hee had a clear plan. This problem had immense content, and if Zhuang Qian showed it to her classmates, he'd likely reap a substantial return of knowledge points. Okay. Zhuang Qian agreed, obediently taking the solution with joy. Song-hee glanced at the time. Unconsciously, the whole lunch break had passed with only 20 minutes left until class. He walked to the borrowing desk, checked out probability theory and mathematical statistics, and headed back to the classroom. Naturally, he wouldn't listen to the afternoon lessons, seizing every moment to sprint further in mathematics. At a table by the window, Zhuang Qian and the girl watched Song-hee leave, then together bent over the solution. This problem is amazing, the girl marveled. The teacher shouldn't have canceled it. If you understand it, this one problem reinforces many knowledge points, like a stew with everything balanced in nutrition. Indeed, Zhuang Qian nodded. There's math class tomorrow morning. When the teacher comes, he'll show her this. Maybe she'll explain it to the whole class. Hey, that sounds a bit odd, the girl suddenly said. What's odd? The teacher couldn't solve this problem, yet she has to rely on a freshman's solution to teach our senior class. Zhuang Qian smiled softly and said calmly, what's so strange about that? He's no ordinary freshman. He's Song-hee. What's so special about Song-hee? Isn't he just a freshman? Yin, you're blindly worshipping him. I'm not blindly worshipping. Zhuang Qian blushed. I'm just recognizing my junior's mathematical ability. Exam day. In the early morning, Song-hee buried himself in his studies within the dormitory, his expression tinged with anxiety. The probability theory and mathematical statistics in his hands had been borrowed from the library only yesterday, and now he had already completed a third of it. Such a pace was rare, even in high school, and compared to college students, it was extraordinarily impressive. An ordinary college student would need over 2 days to review the same material before an exam, let alone the fact that Song he was not reviewing, but learning it for the first time. In truth, Song he could have studied even faster, but an accident occurred yesterday. The previous afternoon's 4 classes were all consumed by exams. The first 2 for English, the last 2 for Chinese, causing him to lose an entire afternoon of study time. Misfortunes never come singly. Last night's self-study session was also taken over by the chemistry and physics teachers for pop quizzes, leaving Song he with no time for mathematics. The already precious and scarce study time was nearly halved. Song he was in a foul mood, wanting to quote a famous line from Ji Xianlin's Tsinghua Garden Diary. Damn it, these blasted professors, not only do they lack self-awareness, but they also keep testing us every day. If it's not your test, it's mine. What the hell are they testing us for? Detected progress in mathematics, upgraded from silver level 7 to silver level 8. Finally, the system notification popped up. Song he checked the time. It was time to head out. After slaving away all night, he had only caught up to the level Lung Xiangwen had achieved yesterday morning. Song he was filled with anxiety and couldn't help but regret spending too much time on biology earlier, which had indeed delayed his progress in mathematics. Lung Xiangwen wouldn't have stopped studying yesterday. He was probably 1 or 2 levels higher by now. If it were the bronze tier, a gap of 1 or 2 levels might not matter much and could be compensated by carefulness in the exam. But in the silver tier, leveling up was excruciatingly slow, with each level having a clear boundary. In an exam, this could mean a difference of 5 or 10 points. The more Song he thought about it, the more anxious he became. Was he going to fail this time? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There was still time. He had to fight a little longer. Song he got up and left the dormitory, flipping open probability theory and mathematical statistics. He kept his head down, studying while walking, his eyes glued to the pages. The stairway was packed with students, as it was the peak time for everyone heading to the cafeteria. Song he descended the stairs with his book, drawing many sidelong glances. Students consciously or unconsciously made way for him, leaving a spacious area around him. This avoidance carried a hint of awe, much like fragile minions in a game, keeping their distance from a fearsome boss, lest the boss suddenly grab and devour one of them. Is that Song he? Yeah, his study drive is insane. Yesterday when I went to the bathroom at 2 a.m., he was still studying there. Damn, what a freak. Is he planning to take the college entrance exam in his freshman year? There's no need to rush this much. Song he, the great god, is ramping it up again. He's even studying while walking. Unbelievable. I heard a rumor that he made it into the dual competition teams, but Vice Principal Yi set a condition: he has to rank in the top 80 in both subjects in today's competition team exam to stay. That pressure is terrifying. A freshman top 80 in 2 subjects. Impossible. Why even bother struggling? Just give up. Murmurs spread across the stairway. Song he ignored them all. Normally, he wouldn't study while walking down the stairs. He cared about his image. But this was a matter of life and death. He had to level up 1 or 2 more times before the exam, and he couldn't afford to worry about appearances. Half an hour later, at the school auditorium, the competition team exam venue. The morning session was for mathematics, with only 10 minutes left before the exam started. Competition students trickled in, munching on steamed buns and fried dough sticks, clutching math problem books with bloodshot eyes. Over 100 people had already arrived, the crowd buzzing with energy, yet there was hardly any conversation, only the rustling of pages being turned. Everyone stared fiercely at their problem books, their eyes blazing as if they wanted to devour the questions whole. All were ultimate grinders. The atmosphere of intense study was explosive. Although today's test was just a minor exam with no eliminations, none of the competition students took it lightly. The sophomores and juniors, often on their 2nd or 3rd attempt, harbored a burning frustration from their previous failures over the past year or 2. Many had been studying frantically, and for this first exam of the year, they were desperate to prove themselves and carve a path through their competitors. The freshman newcomers to the competition were equally eager to make their mark. In fact, many freshmen had the strongest fighting spirit, hoping to break into the top 100 and defeat some of the older students. What about the seniors? Were they so great? They were the ones to beat. Many freshmen harbored such audacious thoughts, fueled by the fearless spirit of youth. If young people aren't bold, are they even young? Song he huddled in a corner at the back, sweating on his forehead, flipping pages faster. Since acquiring the system, he had never panicked during exams, but today a long-lost sense of tension resurfaced. Calling it tension might be an understatement. It felt like a looming disaster of failure. Level up faster. Damn it, why isn't it leveling up? Song he gritted his teeth in frustration. At the front row of the exam hall, 2 figures sat conspicuously on the desks, calmly scanning the room like spectators. On the left, a lean boy with a notably bald head wore a gentle, scholarly smile, exuding an intimidating aura of a study god. It was Chu Long. On the right, a girl so thin she looked skin and bones, her hair cut close to a buzz cut, surveyed the crowd with disdain, her chin held high. a look unique to a victor. Qiu Lingshan from Class 2 of the Senior Rocket Program. She was indeed a victor entitled to her haughty demeanor. In last year's mathematics competition, Qiu Lingshan had won a provincial gold medal and signed an agreement with Fudan University's mathematics department guaranteeing admission as long as she passed the college entrance exam's first-year cutoff. For rocket program students, passing that line was effortless. She could practically do it with her feet. Both her feet were already through the gates of Fudan's mathematics department with only a tiny bit of her heel left outside. Chu Long and Qiu Lingshan were both victors participating in this year's competition only for extra credit. Winning another award didn't matter to them, so they were relatively relaxed, chatting briefly before the exam. In this first exam of the year, I wonder if any dazzling freshman will emerge. Qiu Lingshan said, a hint of disdain in her tone. I just took a look around. I doubt it. Many freshmen are still on problem books and haven't even reached page 200. Freshmen are cannon fodder anyway, we were too. Chu Long said, not taking them seriously. Sophomores and juniors are the main force. Even as cannon fodder, we were successful ones. We both made it to the competition exam hall in our freshman year, just missing out on awards by a few points, Qiu Lingshan said with proud laughter. Remember your first exam in freshman year? You ranked 70th, scaring many sophomores and juniors. You weren't bad either. You ranked 90th, right? We were both successful cannon fodder back then, Chu Long chuckled. But this year a few freshmen show promise. Who? One is Nie Junrin. I saw him in the library a couple of days ago. He's already finished advanced math and was working on graduate-level math problems with decent accuracy. Another is Gong Shasha. She's almost done with advanced math, speeding through the exercises. Those two should be the top freshmen. Nie Junrin should have no problem breaking into the top 80, and Gong Shasha can probably make the top 100. Qiu Lingshan nodded. I know them too. They're sharp. Chu Long finished speaking and glanced toward the back of the exam hall, spotting a familiar face. Oh, besides Nie Junrin and Gong Shasha, there's another promising freshman. Who? Qiu Lingshan asked curiously, also looking toward the back. Last row, 23rd from the left, Chu Long said, scanning and instantly pinpointing the number. Huh, there's a handsome guy on the math competition team. Qiu Lingshan was surprised when she saw the student. What do you mean by that? Chu Long's face darkened. Am I not handsome? You are too, but you fall a bit short compared to him. Qiu Lingshan laughed heartily. What's that handsome junior's name? Song He. Chu Long introduced. He has started studying probability theory and mathematical statistics, but I didn't ask him if he's learned higher mathematics. If he has, he might be stronger than Nie Junrin and Gong Shasha. But the possibility is very small. He is Song He. Qiu Lingshan exclaimed, taking out her glasses from her pocket and putting them on, observing carefully. No wonder he looks a bit familiar. I didn't wear my glasses when he received the scholarship, so I didn't see what he looked like. Qiu Lingshan, speak with your conscience. Is he really more handsome than me? You bald head, don't you have any self-awareness? You've seen my dashing appearance with hair? Chu Long looked troubled, reaching up to touch his bald head. What's wrong with being bald? The key is charisma, do you understand? Qiu Lingshan, you have serious issues. You should visit an art gallery to cultivate your aesthetic sense. Qiu Lingshan scoffed, even if you grow your hair, you can't compare to Song He. Chu Long clutched his heart, his eyes filled with hurt. Feeling hurt. Lies don't harm people. The truth is the sharp blade. Qiu Lingshan delivered a harsh strike. Chu Long sighed, fine, he's handsome, but does being handsome add any points? I want to see how well he does this time. Last year by this time, I had already finished learning probability theory and started on higher mathematics. What if his order is reversed? What if Song He finishes higher mathematics and linear algebra first, then studies probability theory? Qiu Lingshan provocatively suggested. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The normal order is to start with the easier subjects, then move on to probability theory, and finally specialize in higher mathematics. Who studies it in reverse? Chu Long refuted. This year, the strongest new student should be Nie Junrin. He has a chance to break my record from last year. Song He should just take it easy. Qiu Lingshan nodded. I don't think Song He can break your record either, but he is a dual competition student. He doesn't just study mathematics. Chu Long reached up to touch his bald head, realizing this point too. A dual competition student is indeed somewhat impressive. Why does it feel like he has already lost even before the exam? What's the use of being a dual competition student? In the end, it all comes down to winning awards. Chu Long insisted, if a dual competition student cannot win any awards, it's a foolish strategy, but it's better to specialize in one competition. That makes sense. Qiu Lingshan nodded with a smile, but no matter how poorly Song He performs, the fact that he is more handsome than you cannot be changed. Chu Long felt angry when he heard others say that Song He is more handsome than him. Resentment 100. Song He was busy studying when a resentment prompt suddenly popped up in front of him. He was a bit confused. What kind of strange resentment is this? Isn't it normal to be uglier than me? What's there to be angry about? Suddenly, there was a commotion in the front row and many students stood up. Song He looked up, and indeed Yi Lianghan had arrived, followed by several teachers, each carrying thick stacks of exam papers marching in with a solemn atmosphere. Yi Lianghan stood on stage, opened the microphone, and spoke with authority. The exam is about to begin. All students, place your bags and reference materials in the front. Do not leave any paper on your seats. Otherwise, it will be treated as a violation. After placing your bags, quickly sit according to the seating chart on the big screen. Make sure to leave an empty seat between students. Do not sit too close together. The big screen lit up and a huge seating chart appeared. All students looked up to find their positions. Song He quickly found his. Surprisingly, he was seated in the front row, first seat. The only classmate beside him was Lung Xiangwen. Song He's expression darkened. What a terrible stroke of luck. The auditorium became chaotic as all the candidates hurried to change their seats. The seating charts for each exam are different and randomly generated by the school to prevent cheating. Song He quickly found his seat in the front row. Just as he sat down, Lung Xiangwen also took the seat next to him. The two exchanged glances, and the atmosphere was charged with tension. Lung Xiangwen seemed to have pulled an all-nighter, studying with dark circles under his eyes and a much haggard appearance resembling a villain from a fantasy novel. He had been training intensely for this bet, pouring his heart into solving problems. He looked confident, staring at Song He with a cold and disdainful gaze, as if eyeing a defeated opponent. Remember the bet. Lung Xiangwen's lips curled into a slight smile. If you lose, keep your distance from Zhuang Qiyan. My biology experiment materials all depend on you. Song He retorted sarcastically. Lung Xiangwen snorted and turned away. Song He quickly bought a battle power detector, pulling the trigger. Lung Xiangwen mathematics silver level 09. Song He's expression turned grim. The study time before the exam had already ended, but his level remained at silver level 08. Only one level difference. Could he really lose? He could only adapt to the exam environment. A level does not mean absolute scores. Reducing mistakes and gaining more points might still give him a chance to win narrowly. The invigilators quickly distributed the papers. 6 teachers, swiftly handing them out from 6 different directions, their movements as synchronized and rapid as well-trained soldiers. When Song He received the paper, he was momentarily stunned. It was more like a question book than an exam paper. The exam booklet in his hand was a stack of A4 sheets filled with questions totaling 25 pages with a whopping total score of 1,000 points. No wonder the exam duration spanned for consecutive class periods. Song He suddenly understood the rumor that the competition team's exam is a battle of question Cs. With such high-intensity exams, many weaker students couldn't even survive copying answers. It was clear that the competition team had an average score of paper kings. Just looking at this thick question booklet reveals how monstrous the abilities of the students present are. After a brief moment of shock, Song He quickly began to write, answering questions calmly. The difficulty of the questions was manageable, slightly harder than the question booklet. After days of intensive practice, Song He had already adapted to this level of difficulty. Plus, he had taken 6 mental arithmetic capsules before the exam, putting him in excellent condition, and his speed of answering questions was astonishingly quick. He finished the first page. As Song He turned the page, at almost the same time the sound of page turning came from the adjacent seat. He turned to glance, and Lung Xiangwen had also just finished the first side, shooting him a hostile glance. Song He instantly felt adrenaline rush. So it's a race. He immediately increased his writing speed, gritting his teeth to accelerate his mind fully unleashed. He completed the second and third pages in less time, flipping the page. The sound of page turning from Lung Xiangwen's side also echoed, not slowing down at all. The atmosphere escalated to a boiling point as the two competed fiercely, writing at an intense speed. The sound of their pens scratching the paper echoed urgently. Fortunately, the exam paper was made of paper. Had it been made of metal, sparks would have flown. At first, Lung Xiangwen was able to keep up, but after 5 pages he started to tire, rubbing his temples vigorously. However, Song He had a boost. With the terrifying enhancement of the mental arithmetic capsules, he not only didn't tire out after 5 pages, but instead became even faster. The gap quickly widened as Song He surged ahead, unknowingly charging into the 10th page, while Lung Xiangwen was still hesitating on the 7th page. On the 11th page, Song He's expression tightened. The style of the questions had drastically changed, and the difficulty had increased. It had risen not just a little. If the hardness of the first 10 pages was like foam board, from the 11th page onward it felt like a wooden board. Song He adjusted his state, trying hard to adapt to the new difficulty. Although he had done quite a few problems since school started, he was encountering such difficulty for the first time, and he was starting to sweat. After a brief fatigue, Lung Xiangwen seemed to regain his strength and accelerated his pursuit, quickly entering the difficult question zone. As a veteran who had taken the exam 3 times, the difficult question zone was entirely within his expectations. His expression remained calm as he continued writing methodically. Song He barely maintained a 3-page lead, pushing forward despite the pressure. He had a vague sense of foreboding. The types and difficulties of the competition team's exam questions were something he was seeing for the first time as a newcomer, while Lung Xiangwen had encountered many times in the past 2 years, giving him an insurmountable disadvantage. However, this little disadvantage was not enough to intimidate him. There was nothing to fear, he just had to do it. 17 pages, 18 pages, 19 pages, 20 pages. Unknowingly, 2 class periods had already passed. The atmosphere in the exam room had noticeably worsened. Most candidates were sinking into anxiety and fatigue. The competition students from the second and third years were doing reasonably well, but the first-year competition students were on the verge of a collective breakdown. With more than half of the time gone, the first-year students generally only managed to reach the 8th or 9th page. At this pace, by the end of the exam, there would be a significant number of unanswered questions leading to a bottom ranking. There were 6 invigilators in the room, sternly patrolling back and forth, keeping a close watch on the first-year students, as they had the worst skill levels, the slowest progress, and were more likely to resort to dishonest tactics. A first-year student like Song He, who was racing ahead, was truly an anomaly. Whenever an invigilator passed by, they would look at him with astonished eyes. Finally, they reached the last 5 pages. Song He was momentarily stunned again. The previous 20 pages consisted of a mix of small and large questions, with at least 7 or 8 questions per page. In the last 5 pages, there was only 1 large question per page, leaving an entire page blank for the answer. A super large question. The difficulty had also suddenly increased, changing from a wooden board to a steel plate. Reading through the questions carefully, Song He felt a sinking feeling. The day's steel slope was indeed not easy, and he didn't have any ideas for the large question on page 21. Looking further at pages 22, 23, 24, and 25, he had no ideas. It seemed he had entered a knowledge blind spot. The math competition question booklet from last week did not cover relevant content. These few pages probably belonged to advanced questions. To put it bluntly, they were super syllabus questions meant to filter out the true strong students and to challenge the weaker competition students. Song He felt a bit pained, wanting to beat up the teacher who set the questions. He suddenly noticed that the last 5 pages were absurdly valuable. Each question was worth 80 points, adding up to a total of 400 points, while the previous 20 pages only totaled 600 points. These 5 concluding super questions were like luxury items in the exam. If he couldn't solve the super problems on the last 5 pages, his final ranking would be impossible to be high. If he fails to rank well in the exam, losing the bet would be minor, but being forced to withdraw from the team would be a major issue. A tremendous pressure enveloped Song. He couldn't help but curse the teachers who set the questions, every single one of them, including Tian Wenjing. He anxiously reread the questions, desperately searching for a breakthrough. He didn't expect to solve the entire question. Even just picking up some method points would be good. Each question was worth 80 points, so the method points were likely considerable as well. Next to him, Lung Xiangwen had finally also moved on to page 21. He paused his pen, frowned, tightly flipping back to examine the last few pages of the super large questions, his face showing signs of constipation. After all, he was only at silver level 09, just slightly higher than Song He. Facing the super large questions, he also found it painfully difficult, struggling to find a starting point. Song He felt slightly relieved. If Lung Xiangwen couldn't solve them either, it was a bit of comfort. But the relaxation didn't last long. After 5 minutes of deep contemplation, Lung Xiangwen suddenly began to write, starting on the first super large question on page 21. Lung Xiangwen frantically scribbled calculations across scrap paper, repeatedly striking out large swathes in mounting frustration. Clearly, the problem resisted his every effort. Yet despite the arduous pace, his progress advanced step by deliberate step. Equations emerged, lines lengthened, and soon filled more than half the sheet. After 30 long minutes, Lung Xiangwen completed the first colossal problem, the opening question of the 21-page examination. He glanced sideways at Song He's exam paper. 21 pages remained utterly blank, save for a solitary, pitifully sparse character solution. Victory was assured. A look of profound relief softened Lung Xiangwen's face as he cast a mocking glance towards Song He. Speed meant nothing. No points were awarded for haste. Only depth, accuracy, and completeness earned credit. Song He too activated his scrap paper, painstakingly assembling a cascade of equations in search of a breakthrough. Half an hour passed. He'd filled most of a sheet, yet achieved nothing. His thoughts remained tangled, growing ever more chaotic with each attempt to untangle them. His reasoning seemed trapped in an endless loop, circling endlessly, returning again and again to the same dead end. Song He took a deep breath. There was no alternative path forward. This single 80-point behemoth could not be compensated for elsewhere. To win, he had no choice but to solve it. 45 minutes remain until the exam concludes. Please manage your time wisely. Yi Lianghan's voice echoed from the podium as he switched on the microphone. Pressure crashed over Song He. 45 minutes sounded ample, yet mathematical blockage devoured time mercilessly. One stalled problem could swallow hours without yielding a single inch of progress. He had scrutinized the final 5 pages, the super problem, until their contours blurred before his eyes, yet discovered no foothold. These questions clearly exceeded standard curriculum boundaries. His inability stemmed not from carelessness, but from genuine gaps in knowledge. Gaps even a mental calculations capsule could not bridge. With 45 minutes remaining, and no miracle in sight, the wager would be lost, and he would be forced to withdraw from the mathematics team. Meanwhile, in class 1 of grade 12, a plump female math teacher stood at the lectern holding up a test paper to explain its problems. Below her, students wore expressions of profound distress, faces clenched as if enduring severe constipation. It was a reflexive act of self-preservation. The teacher frequently called students to the front to explain solutions, and anyone who looked overly confident risked becoming an obvious target. After half a lesson, she finally reached the last question. For the final problem, our math faculty discussed it yesterday. Even the teachers found it vexing. Rest assured it will never appear on the Gaokao. Let's simply strike it from the assignment. She added casually, has anyone solved it? Surely not. As she spoke, her gaze instinctively drifted toward Zhuang Kaiyan in the front row. Zhuang Kaiyan was the class's undisputed math champion. If she couldn't solve it, no one could. She raised her hand. Teacher, I obtained a solution from someone else. It's extremely detailed. Oh, someone actually solved it. The teacher sounded genuinely surprised and extended her hand. Instantly, a 4-page analytical solution was placed into her palm. The moment she glimpsed the analysis, she recoiled slightly, astonished by its sheer volume. The solution's step-by-step reasoning rivaled that of 8 or 9 standard major questions combined. As she studied it more closely, her expression grew increasingly incredulous. Only 1.5 pages contained the actual solution steps. The rest elaborated exhaustively initial approaches, key insights, prerequisite concepts, critical domains, where points were easily lost. Nothing omitted, nothing ambiguous. Whoever composed this analysis possessed extraordinary mastery, clarity of thought far beyond the norm, and an uncanny, almost preternatural grasp of grading rubrics. After several minutes of reading, the teacher suddenly exclaimed, "This question isn't beyond the syllabus at all. It elegantly synthesizes 6 or 7 major topics. Truly an exceptional problem. I'll project it onto the whiteboard. Everyone study it carefully. It will significantly deepen your understanding." Swiftly, she operated the projector, and the full analysis appeared magnified upon the board. Students tilted their heads upward, curious and attentive. A few skeptics had already waged grueling, fruitless battles against this very problem, suffering heavy casualties before surrendering. Some even insisted the question contained fatal flaws, rendering it fundamentally unsolvable. Now that the solution had materialized, fascination rippled through the room. The teacher offered no verbal explanation, only silent projection. The written analysis was so lucid, so meticulously structured that it surpassed even the clearest lecture. Minutes later, students in the front rows broke the silence with awed exclamations. Finally understood. It's insane. Who designed this? Brilliant, but what an abstruse angle. Even if I saw it again, I doubt I'd spot the breakthrough. Reading the solution feels effortless, but solving it myself? Impossible. Absolutely brilliant. Honestly, the question itself is ingenious, and the solver, nothing short of divine. As if jolted by memory, the teacher turned to Zhuang Kaiyan. Who gave you this analysis? Another teacher, or perhaps a student from the elite track class? From a junior, Zhuang Kaiyan replied. A junior? From grade 11's elite track? The teacher blinked in disbelief. She recognized the analysis as the work of a master, not a teacher certainly, but at minimum a top-tier grade 12 elite track student. For a grade 11 student to produce such insight was astonishingly rare. Not grade 11, grade 10's elite class. His name is Song He, Zhuang Kaiyan added, sensing the teacher's skepticism. He's on the math Olympiad team. Grade 10. The teacher gasped. Song He, the one who received the principal scholarship just days ago. Yes, that's him. Zhuang Kaiyan nodded. The teacher drew a sharp breath. How long had this freshman even been enrolled? This problem distilled the most intricate challenges of multiple Gaokao-level questions, and yet a grade 10 student had mastered it with such fluency. This transcended mere excellence. This was genius. May I borrow this? I'll return it tonight, the teacher said, shaking the analysis lightly. Even our regular track teachers couldn't crack it, but it is worth solving. I'll make copies for colleagues across all regular classes. They should study it too. Zhuang Kaiyan nodded, obediently agreeing without hesitation. She recalled Song He's request, bring the analysis back to teach classmates. Surely that included students from other classes as well. He had labored over this analysis with care, undoubtedly hoping it would reach, enlighten, and empower as many peers as possible. Yes, that must be it. Classmates continued craning their necks toward the projected analysis. absorbing its vast, intricate logic. Now and then a student grasped a key insight and sighed in quiet awe. In the school auditorium, a notification flashed before Song He's eyes. 10 students have learned parts of this problem from you. Double mathematical knowledge returned. 28 students have learned parts of this problem from you. Double mathematical knowledge returned. Song He jolted. Where did this knowledge return originate? A fleeting memory struck him like lightning. Zhuang Qian. He recalled writing the analysis for her at noon yesterday, yet no return notification had appeared until now. She must have just shared it with the class. And judging by the rapid success of notifications, she had likely presented it to the entire class during lecture. Salvation, miraculous, unexpected salvation. Tears nearly welled in Song He's eyes as he urgently organized the flood of new knowledge surging into his mind. On this battlefield, depleted, cornered, facing imminent catastrophic defeat, Zhuang Qian had just airdropped a full arsenal of fresh ammunition. Old Zhuang truly was his savior. Absorbing a wealth of new knowledge, Song He reignited his combat state. Adrenaline surged, electrical currents crackled through his brain cells, and countless thoughts flew like flocks of birds, violently shattering the mental deadlock of problem-solving. Got it. Found the solution. Overwhelmed with ecstatic joy, Song He flipped back to the colossal problem on page 21. He trembled for a moment, then put pen to paper, scribbling down the steps in a flurry. He had just written a few steps when he suddenly stalled. But after only 5 seconds of hesitation, new knowledge surged into his mind, followed by a system prompt. 35 students have been taught partial problems by you, returning double the mathematical knowledge. Detected progress in mathematics, advancing from silver level 08 to silver level 09. Finally catching up to Lung Xiangwen's level. With the newly acquired knowledge fresh in his mind, the problem before him became instantly clear. Song He wrote with confidence, filling an entire page rapidly, then made a few minor adjustments and performed a simple mental check. The colossal problem on page 21 was complete. Another 80 points secured, tied with Lung Xiangwen's progress. Song He silently thanked Zhuang Qian profusely. The situation was akin to having his health bar critically low only to be revived by a divine teammate's timely heal. Old Zhuang was truly a god-tier healer. Archimedes once said, "Give me a powerful healer, and I can move the whole earth." Glancing to the side, he saw that Lung Xiangwen's earlier smug expression had vanished, replaced by shock, anger, and anxiety. At that moment, Lung Xiangwen was undoubtedly bewildered, even suspecting that Song He had been deceiving him all along. The once certain victory had suddenly reversed, like a long-distance runner being overtaken by a rival just before the finish line. Song He's outburst sent a cold sweat down Lung Xiangwen's back. He stared fixedly at the last few colossal problems, determined to make progress before the exam ended. This bet must not be lost. After a brief burst of excitement, Song He quickly calmed down. Time was running out, and he and Lung Xiangwen were nearly tied in progress. The outcome hinged on whether they could break through the final colossal problems. Securing even one more, or even half, would guarantee victory. Conversely, if Lung Xiangwen managed to solve one more, or even half a colossal problem, defeat was certain. Both were gripped by anxiety, clenching their teeth as they launched into the final sprint. In the mathematics office. The school had several math offices, and this one housed the teachers of the regular senior year classes. Desks, corners, and windowsills were piled high with exam papers from various classes, stacks rising like mountains, resembling a miniature city of white paper. The office doors suddenly swung open. A teacher from class 1 appeared excitedly, holding a large sheet of paper. I snagged a secret guide from a student. The solution to the last problem on yesterday's paper, written in incredible detail. Before the class 1 teacher finished speaking, 6 teachers in the office rose as one, scrambling to gather around and look. After years of teaching, problems that stumped an entire office were rare, and now that an answer was available, they were eager to see it. The teachers read, quickly breaking through the problem-solving approach after a few key points. Within just 2 minutes, exclamations of amazement arose. Impressive. This problem analysis is brilliantly written. How humiliating. It doesn't seem that hard now that I see the answer. Why didn't I think of it yesterday? Did a student write this? Was it written by a teacher from the elite class? To explain such a complex problem, so simply hitting all the deduction points and knowledge gaps with precision, it must have been a teacher. The class 1 math teacher shook his head with a bitter smile. Well, I'll be embarrassed to hear this. It was written by Song He, a first-year student. The office fell into instant silence. The teachers were stunned, then burst into laughter. Impossible. How could a first-year solve this? You're joking. Which teacher really wrote this? The class 1 math teacher sighed helplessly. It really was Song He from the first year. I didn't believe it at first either, but I confirmed it with my student, who witnessed Song He finishing this analysis. And Song He solved it quickly. He had the approach within 10 minutes. Silence fell again. The teachers stared at each other, at a loss for how to react. If an elite senior year student had produced this analysis, the teachers would have accepted it easily. Senior year top students often outperform teachers with younger, sharper minds and intensive training. Teachers could only guarantee scores above 140 on each paper, but some elite senior year students nearly always achieve perfect scores of 150, surpassing the teachers in ability. But Song, he was a first-year student, not even in the elite class, just an advanced class. This was deeply unsettling. The teachers were speechless, asking themselves, am I too weak, or is Song he too strong? Let me make a copy to show in my class next period, said the class 4 teacher, breaking the silence. Print one for me too. My class has PE next, and he'll have the PE teacher call in sick. What a coincidence, my class also has PE next period. The PE teacher is sick too, chimed in the class 8 teacher. Is the PE department having an epidemic? Giggled the class 3 teacher. It's spreading to the art department. My class has art next. The math teachers cackled as they crowded around the copier, queuing to print the problem analysis. The teachers wore sinister grins like villainous sorcerers, dividing a hard-won dark art. Minutes later, in senior year regular class 4. For the last problem on yesterday's paper, I've brought an analysis. Very detailed. I'll project it, and everyone study it carefully. Later, I'll call someone to the board to solve it. In senior year regular class 7. Class, good news and bad news. The bad news is the PE teacher is sick, so today's PE will be made up later. The good news is I've brought an excellent problem analysis. Study it well. I'm projecting it now. In senior year regular class 3. The art teacher isn't feeling well, so this period is math. We'll tackle a tough problem. Quiet down. Don't groan. This analysis is beautifully written, and I believe you'll be captivated by it. One by one, senior year classes lost their PE and art periods, with wails echoing down the hallway, swiftly suppressed by the teacher's ruthless reprimands. On the whiteboards of several classes, copies of the same problem analysis were projected, and the resentful students sighed as they looked up to study it. In the school auditorium. 10 minutes left to hand in. Yi Lianghan stood on the stage, opening the microphone. Those who are done can submit. Instantly, a dozen students rose and walked up with their papers, led by Chu Long. Song, he was secretly stunned. While he was still struggling, others had finished early. The gap was enormous. The bad news was that he had made no progress at all in this time, still clueless about the last 4 colossal problems. The good news was that Lung Xiangwen beside him had also made no progress. Song, he was ready to give up. Math problems were what they were, staring wouldn't conjure answers. Solving the problem on page 21 was already a miracle, and miracles rarely struck twice. He flipped back to the beginning of the booklet, planning to recheck everything and ensure he got full marks on what he knew. If Lung Xiangwen made a mistake, victory would be his. Just as Song, he turned the page, Lung Xiangwen did the same, as if adjusting his strategy in tandem. A rustling sound of pages turning filled the exam hall as similar mental struggles played out in countless students' minds. Despite the large volume of problems, time was ample, and those still unfinished were mostly stuck on difficult ones with no hope of turning things around, so they clung to the points they had, checking the simpler problems. Song, he had only checked one page when system subtitles appeared before him again. What the hell? Song, he was startled. This subtitle was unlike anything he had seen before. Song, he was taken aback. Where did all these students come from? 100. 200. Was the system mistaken, adding a 0 to the number of students? Even the cabbages on a vendor's cart couldn't match that amount. Song, he was baffled. The only source of knowledge points available to him was the problem analysis in Zhuang Kaiyan's hands, but it had already provided a knowledge point once before, so why was it triggering again? Could it be that the problem analysis flowed into other classes? How did Lao Zhuang manage that? As Song, he pondered, a flood surged in his mind. A torrent of knowledge points crashed into his consciousness, an intense wave he had never experienced before, each second feeling like dozens of pages of books were being forcefully crammed into his head. Song, he felt his mind overheating, his eyes uncontrollably twitching. He grasped the table with his hands, desperately trying to digest the incoming knowledge. Mathematical progress detected, rising from silver level 09 to silver level 10. Mathematical progress detected, rising from silver level 10 to silver level 11. He had advanced 3 levels, all within the silver tier. Song, he trembled for a moment, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, he frantically flipped through the pages until he reached page 22. With 5 minutes left, he scribbled like mad, disregarding the beauty of his handwriting, pouring every ounce of effort into writing. 1 line, 3 lines, 5 lines. Thoughts in his mind burst forth like a gushing fountain, the sensation exhilarating to the point of trembling. Beside him, Lung Xiangwen was instantly thrown into a panic, staring at Song, he in horror. Things had spiraled out of control. Lung Xiangwen's hair stood on end as he looked at Song, he who appeared like a monster. He had seemed utterly helpless before, yet suddenly he was frantically answering questions again. This was the second time. Could it be that Song, he had an epiphany? Did he suddenly figure it out? It wasn't unheard of to have a breakthrough while doing math problems, but such occurrences were exceedingly rare. To have 2 breakthroughs in an exam was simply unimaginable. Yet the reality was as such. Song he was writing fervently, rapidly advancing to the second major problem, showing no signs of hesitation. A sense of fear surged in Lung Xiangwen's heart. Time was running out. Stop writing. Any further writing will be considered cheating. Yi Lianghan on the stage suddenly announced, "Teachers, please collect the papers swiftly." Song he set down his pen with a sigh of regret. He had just finished writing the super problem on page 22 and had ideas for the problem on page 23, but it was already too late. However, it was enough. During the problem-solving process, he roughly estimated his score. With a total score of 1,000 for the exam paper, conquering the 2 major problems would guarantee him at least 700 points. Song he turned to look at Lung Xiangwen, who was filled with astonishment and revealed a faint smile, as if asking, "Xiao Lung surprised? Unexpected?" Noon in the library. Song he squatted in front of the biology bookshelves, diligently studying. The morning math exam had taken him by surprise. He had thought the questions would strictly adhere to the material covered, but the subsequent super problems had all gone beyond the syllabus. The teacher who set the questions was ruthlessly cruel, showing no mercy. If nothing unexpected occurred, the afternoon biology exam would likely be just as dreadful. With some time at noon, he decided to cram in some last-minute study. The standard for the phone reward was to break into the top 50. Achieving that in math was quite precarious, at best maintaining a position in the top 80. Therefore, he had to rely on his strong suit biology. He had to ensure he ranked in the top 50 without fail. Song he wandered around the bookshelf area searching for a biology book that caught his eye. As he turned the corner, he suddenly spotted an incredibly attractive senior girl standing across from him. Zhuang Kaiyan's eyes lit up instantly as she ran over excitedly. "Finally found you. I guessed you would be in the library. You came specifically to find me." Song he asked in surprise. "Are there more questions you can't solve?" "No, the teacher sent me to ask if you would be willing to sell some questions." Zhuang Qian shook her head. "Sell what questions? To whom?" "The problem analysis you wrote for me last time. The teacher said it could be sold to the question bank, and you could earn dozens of yuan from it." "Question bank?" Song he grew increasingly curious. "What question bank?" "There are many question banks, like question searching apps, learning software, tutoring materials, etc. If you sell the copyright to the analyses you wrote to an education company, they can use it." Zhuang Qian quickly explained. "In the end, you get the money and your analysis appears on question searching apps and in the reference answers of certain tutoring materials." Song he suddenly understood, feeling as if he had opened the door to a new world. He had never thought about where the questions came from while using phone apps to search for them. It turned out that education companies acquired questions just like vendors buy potatoes from farmers. They gather bags from here, and they're ultimately transforming them into powerful learning apps. Your problem analysis can be sold for 30 yuan, which seems a bit low, right? Because your analysis only supplements the reference answers. Zhuang Qian casually added, "If you can create new questions and provide analyses, you can earn 100 yuan or more per question." Just randomly creating questions can earn over 100. Song he caught a whiff of money's allure. Of course not. They have to be innovative. If you just churn out a bunch of 1 + 1 = 2, you definitely won't make any money. Those question-searching apps aren't fools. Zhuang Kaiyan's lively eyes blinked as she observed his subtle expressions. "So are you thinking of creating questions to make money?" Song he nodded, his gaze ablaze. Creating questions to sell to question-searching apps, making money was secondary. The key was to earn knowledge points. If netizens saw the questions and learned from the analyses, wouldn't that yield points? This was what Song he dreamed of, lying in bed while knowledge rained down from the sky. If thousands of netizens stumbled upon his questions, the knowledge points could reach an astonishing level. What if by some stroke of luck, he created a hot question that hundreds of thousands of students attempted? Wouldn't that make him leap into success and become a mathematician? "If you really want to create questions to sell, I can help you make connections." Zhuang Qian pondered briefly, then spoke astonishingly. "You have connections?" Song he was taken aback. "My family is also entering the online education industry and is currently investing in buying question banks." Zhuang Qian continued with striking revelations. "If you can produce some good questions, I can mention it to my family, and they can offer you a high price." Song he was stunned, and before him Zhuang Qian gradually transformed into the form of a wealthy woman. Investing money to buy question banks sounded like something only a wealthy company could do, far beyond the reach of a small business owner. At 2 in the afternoon in the school auditorium, the grand doors swung open with a bang as the robust, bald vice principal, Yi Lianghan, made his entrance, leading a group of invigilators who quickly retrieved the seating chart on the big screen. Song he was nervously sweating, searching for his seat. This time the seat was located in the last row, tucked away in a corner, with his only deskmate being Su Tingfeng. As Song he found his seat, he noticed that his deskmate had already arrived, a chubby girl with a round bun hairstyle. He was slightly surprised. Just by the name Su Tingfeng, he had expected a boy. It seemed he had made a premature judgment, or just because Feng was in the name didn't mean it had to be a boy. After all, even the teacher Feng Huayan had Feng in her name. No, wait. I am a pure-hearted youth and have no idea who teacher Feng Huayan is. Su Tingfeng had her pockets bulging as she occasionally pulled out a chocolate wafer, crunching it loudly as her cheeks puffed up like little dumplings, her eyes sparkling like a squirrel hoarding food in autumn. Pass out the papers. Yi Lianghan commanded, and the invigilators quickly distributed the exam papers. Just like the math exam in the morning, the biology paper was also 25 pages long. Having learned from past experiences, Song, he immediately flipped to the last few pages upon receiving the paper, and upon a close inspection, he nearly wanted to spit blood. Sure enough, it was a super difficult problem. Of course, it was beyond the syllabus. Was the question setter a sadist? Why, with a perfectly fine set of questions, did they have to include these atrociously difficult ones to torment the students? Was it really that satisfying to torture students? Did it make the question setters feel superior? Song, he felt furious, wishing he could punch the question setter side deeply, and began to write from the first page. The first 10 pages flowed smoothly, with many questions being direct from the biology textbook. To his pleasant surprise, the 16 questions he had corrected were all present. He could answer those even with his eyes closed. On the 11th page, the intensity unsurprisingly ramped up, with some bizarre and tricky questions beginning to surface. Song, he remained calm. His biology level was silver level 30, which was much higher than his silver level 10 in math, so he felt less pressure handling these questions and managed to maintain composure. As he was writing, he tilted his head to glance at his deskmate and was stunned. It had been half the exam duration, and Su Tingfeng had yet to write a single answer. She was merely flipping through the exam paper, casually browsing like she was reading a novel. Meanwhile, she kept munching, her cheeks puffed like a little squirrel, constantly stuffing her face with wafers. Eating. Su Tingfeng didn't seem like she was there to take an exam. She looked more like someone at a buffet, eating with great focus, her eyes sparkling. Song, he felt puzzled. It had already been a whole class, and the squirrel girl hadn't even picked up a pen. Was she just there to spectate? Looking around, all the hundreds of competitors in the auditorium were red-faced and tense, intensely answering questions, while Su Tingfeng was lost in her own world, munching away like she was holding a bucket of popcorn on a battlefield filled with machine guns and cannons. The contrast was striking. Could it be that the squirrel girl was a slacker? Did she come to fish for answers among the competition? A master of loafing around? Song, he suppressed his curiosity and continued to focus on his exam. After the second class, he had finished another 10 pages, leaving only the last 5 pages filled with incredibly difficult questions. With the end in sight, Song, he felt a deep fatigue. It wasn't due to his stamina, but the volume of questions in the competition exam was akin to a physical endurance test. Many students were exhausted after just one exam, yet he had 2 to tackle in a single day. During a brief break, Song, he stole a glance at his deskmate. Su Tingfeng was still eating, her eyes glowing with delight, deeply engrossed in her food. Occasionally, she glanced at the exam paper, her long eyelashes drooping like little brushes, looking serene and adorable. The brutal battle in the auditorium had nothing to do with her. She was just there to eat. Song, he was bursting with curiosity. Could she really be a slacker? Was she just blending in here to take advantage? Gritting his teeth, he bought a combat power detector and pulled the trigger. Su Tingfeng, biology level gold 19, gold tier. Song, he was shocked. She wasn't a slacker. She was the ultimate boss. Before he could fully process his shock, Su Tingfeng suddenly moved. She brushed off the crumbs from her wafers, picked up her pen, opened the first page of the exam paper, and began to write her answers without hesitation. She didn't pause for a moment. One answer after another flowed out with such speed that her hand left a blur. The biology exam had very few short answer questions with hardly any content that required writing. Song, he was dumbfounded as he watched her write, furiously flipping a page every few seconds, swiftly advancing. In just 10 minutes, Su Tingfeng completed the first 20 pages, catching up to Song He's pace. Song, he realized he had misjudged her. She wasn't merely a glutton, but was snacking while solving questions with her eyes. Now she was just writing down the answers. This was the real expert, casually munching snacks while surpassing everyone. After catching up to Song, she showed no signs of hesitation and continued tackling the super difficult questions, her speed remaining smooth and fluid as she effortlessly conquered each one. 5 minutes later, Su Tingfeng slammed her pen down, raised her arms, and submitted her paper. Song, he was stunned. Completely stunned. The overwhelming aura of a genius, the terrifying pressure of a powerhouse, made his breath feel stifled. From the moment Su Tingfeng started writing to the moment she finished all the questions and submitted her paper, it only took 15 minutes. Smooth, confident, rapid, invincible. The invigilators hurried over to collect Su Tingfeng's exam paper. Su Tingfeng stood up to leave, and just before she walked out, she suddenly turned her head to look at Song, he lightly raising an eyebrow and breaking into a smile like a blooming magnolia. That fleeting brilliance left Song, he momentarily dazed. Did she just pull off an impressive act? Was this truly the charm of a real academic genius? Song he took a deep breath, regaining his focus, and continued to tackle the super difficult questions. Having felt the terrifying speed of the genius up close, he suddenly realized he was still far behind. He couldn't let his guard down and had to keep pushing himself in his studies. The difficult biology questions were manageable. Song, he smoothly solved the first two, but didn't manage to complete the last three. However, he still wrote something down, likely scoring 2 to 3 points. One by one, top students raised their hands to submit their papers, leaving the room quickly amidst the envious and shocked gazes of others. Song he remained firmly seated with no thoughts of submitting his paper early. He turned back to review the earlier questions. Although he had solved the majority, many questions were still uncertain and needed revisiting. While checking the questions, he silently estimated his score. 100, 200, 400. After checking the exam, he estimated he would score around 750. The total score for the exam was 1,000. He estimated 700 in the morning's math exam and 750 in the afternoon's biology exam, both above 70 accuracy, which sounded quite good. In his first competition exam, Song, he felt fairly satisfied, but he wondered how the scores of the other students would measure up. The exam is over. All students stop writing. Any continued writing will be considered cheating. Yi Lianghan suddenly opened the microphone. The invigilators quickly collected the papers, and the long exam was declared over. The candidates rose one after another to leave, all casting their eyes around, assessing the performance of their competitors. Although the exam was over, the wait for the results would still be long and agonizing. Every competitor yearned for a higher rank. Contests were the most brutal battlegrounds where only the best could grasp the opportunity to leap through the Dragon Gate. The distinctions of the top 100, top 50, and top 10 were stark with drastically different fates. This was a small exam for the competition team, and the next would be a major test. If this small exam ranked poorly, it often meant one would likely be eliminated from the next major exam. If this exam yielded a good ranking, one would receive coveted rewards like a smartphone. The senior students in the competition team from the second and third years all knew that the learning smartphones provided to competition students by the school were absolute game changers. The resources and support for academic advancement within them far exceeded the imaginations of first-year students. During evening self-study in the classroom, Song he buried himself in mathematics with probability theory and mathematical statistics in his left hand and cell biology in his right, studying both subjects simultaneously, ensuring equal attention. What? The quiz is over. Ridiculous. Is studying merely for exams? He was simply addicted to learning itself. Besides, exams could never truly end. One test gave way to another with an endless sea of papers awaiting him. A campaign at 15, returning only at 80. As he studied, a long leg stretched over, casually resting on his thigh. Even through the fabric of his school trousers, he could feel it was a remarkably supple limb. What's up, Song? He asked, a mix of surprise and shyness, turning to his deskmate. I'm tired. Give me a hard pinch to wake me up. Zhao Yi kept her head down, feigning indifference, but her eyes secretly brimmed with anticipation. Don't you have hands of your own? Hurry up. I can't pinch myself hard enough. Song he acted decisively, grabbing the flesh of his deskmate's thigh through the thin school trousers and twisting fiercely. Zhao Yi yanked her leg back in pain, curling up in her seat, blushing to the roots of her ears. After a long moment, she recovered, slumped weakly onto the desk, breathing deeply, her body limp, as if she had found immense relief. How did the exam go today? Will you be kicked out of the team? Zhao Yi asked softly. As his deskmate, she knew the conditions Yi Lianghan had set to torment Song he. Right now, the teachers should be grading the papers with great urgency. Song, he said, his tone filled with anxiety. During the last evening's self-study, the school auditorium is holding a post-exam meeting for the competition students to announce the rankings. What kind of questions were on your exam? Give me a biology question to try. Let's see if I can solve it, Zhao Yi asked, tilting her head curiously. Why ask about biology instead of math? Because you know deep down you're hopeless at math. Song he asked. Zhao Yi feels indignant at your mockery. Resentment 15. Stinky Song he. You jerk. Can't you go a day without mocking me? Zhao Yi cursed, puffing with anger. Actually, there's no need for you to ask biology questions either, because you're bad at both math and biology. Song he delivered the finishing blow. Don't underestimate me. I've been studying hard lately. Don't think being on the competition team makes you so great. Zhao Yi clenched her little fists in fury, threatening him. Why are amber fossils so abundant from the Barremian to the Campanian stages of the Cretaceous? Where are the discovered amber fossils concentrated? What is typically found in the strata containing amber fossils? Silence. Zhao Yi kicked her legs in frustration. Are you just making up some nonsense question to mess with me? Zhao Yi blustered. You probably don't even know the answer yourself right. Just trying to make things difficult for me. During the Cretaceous resin period, high levels of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere and frequent volcanic activity altered the atmospheric composition, creating an environment conducive to the growth of conifers, which produced large amounts of resin leading to the formation of amber. Amber fossils are concentrated in the Laurasian continent of the northern hemisphere and the northern edge of the Gondwana continent in the southern hemisphere. The strata containing amber fossils typically contain fusane, a filamentous coal formed from burnt plants. Song He rattled off the answer. That was an easy question. Stop humiliating me. That's clearly a difficult question. How could it be easy? Zhao Yi was exasperated, angrily swinging her fists to hit Song He's thigh. Song He deftly grabbed her small wrist, immobilizing her, then gave her thigh a sudden fierce twist. Zhao Yi curled up like she had been shocked, instantly subdued. Song He felt satisfied and returned to his problem sets. Having a princess like Janning as a desk mate teasing her now and then was quite stress-relieving. Kid want to find a place after school and have a good fight. Zhao Yi extended her delicate little fist, poking Song He's cheek. Nonsense. Focus on studying. Song He dodged the fist. Next semester, I'm moving up to the rocket class. If you don't study hard, you'll drop down to the regular class, and there'll be one. No 2 layers of pathetic thick walls between us. Zhao Yi's eyes went blank at his words, her face frozen for a few seconds, a flicker of fear in her gaze. Then she abruptly sat up straight, picked up her pen, and began working seriously. In the school office building, the grading room. It was laid out like an internet cafe, rows upon rows of computers, the white glow of the screens illuminating the teachers' faces. All the exam papers from the competition team had been scanned and uploaded. 50 teachers had been summoned to grade them. Although there were only 300 test sets in total, each set was a hefty 25 pages, making the grading an absolute monumental task. On the computer screens, scanned images of individual questions kept popping up with no indication of which student had written them. This effectively prevented individual teachers from favoring their own students or unfairly marking down their rival students. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. Lu and Ban Jianya's computers were separated only by an aisle. As they sat down, the 2 teachers glared at each other, exchanging not a single word. Once seated, they both put on a tough exterior, but inside they were nervous, the same question echoing in their minds: how did Song He actually do? A thick layer of worry creased the brows of both teachers. The promising student Song He absolutely could not be given up on, but Yi Lianghan's higher rank could crush them. The ranking from this exam would undoubtedly decide Song He's fate. Lu secretly made up her mind. If Song He's results were unsatisfactory and he was cut from the biology competition team, she would definitely go to Principal Rin Ziyuan to plead for him. The school had a bunch of vice principals, but only one principal, who was Yi Lianghan. Principal Run was the true authority. If he nodded Song, he would definitely be allowed to stay. Ban Jianya was tense inside, also preparing for the worst. In all his years on the job, he had never begged anyone, but if Song He failed his math exam, he would have to go and beg Principal Rin Ziyuan. He had already figured out how to plead. He would just take Song He directly to the principal's office and have him perform an astonishing display of mental arithmetic, blowing everyone away. Even a stone-hearted principal would be swayed. Both teachers were extremely anxious, desperate to know Song He's scores. But there was no use rushing. Each student's exam paper questions were divided among a dozen teachers for grading. They had to wait for all the teachers to finish, and then the final rankings would be compiled. The grading room was silent, punctuated only by the sound of mouse clicks. Finally, some teachers stood up, taking a break with their thermoses full of goji berry tea. They had finished grading their assigned questions. More and more teachers stood up, leaving only 2 or 3 still grading. Once the last teacher finished, all the students' scores would be displayed instantly. "You little brat, you'd better not have messed up. If you did, I'll beat you flat." Ban Jianya muttered nervously. "Song He, you did study biology seriously, right?" Lu also whispered to herself, waiting in silence. Meanwhile, in the scanning room, several massive scanners and printing devices stood there. Boxes of test papers and answer sheets were stacked against the walls. The lingering smell of ink filled the air like a bookstore's warehouse. All the exam papers for the entire school were printed here. After each exam, the answer sheets were also sent here to be scanned and uploaded to the computers for the teachers to grade. Several teachers were busy organizing the test booklets, all submitted by the competition students, today piled in stacks on the table. The door suddenly opened and a burly, middle-aged, bald man stormed in, exuding an air of authority. Yi Lianghan. "Principal Yi." The teachers in the room quickly put on sycophantic smiles. Yi Lianghan was only a vice principal, but omitting the vice was a basic skill for any seasoned office worker. Just checking on the level of this year's competition students, Yi Lianghan nodded, his shiny bald head reflecting the light. "The competition students' papers are all here." A teacher quickly gathered the stacks of test booklets on the table. Yi Lianghan stood by the desk, swiftly flipping through stacks of exam papers. He had a knack for pinpointing the essentials, focusing only on the last few pages of each set before tossing them aside, with rapid decisive motions like slicing through vegetables. For the vast majority, the final pages were blank. A few had scribbled a couple of lines, but upon closer inspection, they were utter rubbish. Mere attempts to scrape a few pity points, nothing but wishful thinking. Those who could genuinely tackle the super difficult problems were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, and it was precisely these rarities that Yi Lianghan needed to focus on. He started with the mathematics papers. As he flipped through those containing solved super problems, the names were all familiar, veteran competitors from the sophomore and junior years. Yi Lianghan nodded with satisfaction. His attention was indeed on these seasoned competitors. After enduring the trials of a second or even third attempt, these veterans had finally reached a state of mastery. These were the ones with a shot at winning awards this year. Chu Long was the only one who had completed all the super problems, a true national award prodigy, standing head and shoulders above the rest. Qiu Lingshan had left only one super problem untouched and had written solutions for the rest. It seemed she had a promising chance at the national award this year. Several other familiar veterans, Jiang Xingye, Zhang Yuzhen, Zhang Ji, Qiu Yuan, and others, had also solved 3 or more super problems. It looked like the hot contenders for this year's awards were locked in. After finishing the papers of the sophomores and juniors, Yi Lianghan casually picked up the math papers of the freshmen. His demeanor was noticeably more relaxed, showing far less seriousness. What waves could these fresh-faced kids make? Most freshmen hadn't even finished half the exam, let alone reached the final super problems. Papers were tossed aside with a steady slap, swift as flowing water. Suddenly, Yi Lianghan's brow furrowed, and his hand paused midair. There was actually a paper that had solved 2 super problems. He flipped open the name. Songhe. A look of surprise crossed Yi Lianghan's face as he picked up Songhe's paper and leafed through it from start to finish. Was it his imagination, or were the answers actually decent? Could they even rival the mid to upper tier veteran competitors from the higher grades? It seemed Ban Jianya was right. This kid had a gift for mathematics. Solving super problems on his first exam reminded Yi Lianghan of Chu Long 2 years ago. Could Songhe become the second Chu Long? As he continued flipping, surprises kept coming. He uncovered 2 more freshmen who had solved super problems, Nie Junrin and Gong Shasha. Yi Lianghan placed the 3 outstanding freshmen's papers side by side for comparison. For a moment, he couldn't discern who had the edge. They seemed evenly matched. A smile crept across his face. This cohort had promising talent. 3 seedlings of Chu Long's caliber. Having finished the math papers, Yi Lianghan moved on to the biology papers. Minutes later, he had gone through the biology papers of the sophomores and juniors. There were almost no dark horses. All who had solved the super problems were familiar names. Yi Lianghan couldn't help but feel disappointed. He had hoped for more dark horses to emerge rather than the strong growing stronger and the weak stagnating. Without fierce competition from newcomers, all students would lose their fighting spirit. Finally, a pile of biology papers from the freshman competitors remained. Yi Lianghan held no expectations whatsoever. Dark horses had never appeared among freshmen. He merely flipped through a couple and was about to leave. Suddenly, he remembered something and returned to the desk, continuing to search through the freshman biology papers. Soon Songhe's paper was singled out. Since Songhe had performed so well on the math paper, it meant he had poured his energy into conquering math. His biology answers were bound to be a mess, right? Yi Lianghan turned to the last pages with keen interest. The next second, he stood frozen in place, his eyes wide with astonishment. Songhe had done even more on the super problems in biology. He had fully solved the first 2 and even scribbled a few lines for the last 3. He had attempted all 5 super problems. Noticing the odd expression on Yi Lianghan's face, several nearby teachers gathered around, curious. Principal Yi found a promising student. Yi Lianghan paused for 2 seconds, then tapped the paper before him. There's a freshman named Songhe, a dual competition student. He cracked the super problems in both math and biology. A wave of astonishment rippled through the room as teachers scrambled to examine Songhe's papers. Dual competition students hadn't appeared in years, and this one seemed remarkably well-rounded, excelling in both subjects. Songhe, isn't that the student who made the biology problem-setting team look bad? A teacher recalled. This kid's talent is razor-sharp. I heard he scolded the teachers pretty harshly. Well, gifted people often have a temper. The group of teachers buzzed with lively gossip. But Yi Lianghan didn't join the heated chatter. He abruptly turned and walked away without looking back. Moments later, in the grading room, Yi Lianghan burst through the door in a hurry. Is the grading done? Are the score rankings out? Almost. A teacher sweating profusely rapidly tapped at the computer screen. Yi Lianghan scanned the room and soon spotted Lu and Ban Jianya. Both teachers looked back at him, and as they exchanged glances, Yi Lianghan decisively walked over to them. Teacher Ban, once the scores are out, pull up Song. He's ranking first. Yi Lianghan said to Ban Jianya, then turned to Lu Lu. You too, Teacher Lu. Ban Jianya sensed something was off and asked cautiously, Principal, have you seen the papers? Did Song He do well? Yi Lianghan nodded. He solved the first 2 super problems in math. Ban Jianya was overjoyed, shooting a triumphant smile at Lu Lu, brimming with pride. Lu Lu's face paled. Principal Yi Song He's biology paper. He did even more. Solved the first 2 super problems completely and wrote a few steps for the last 3, Yi Lianghan said. The tables had turned. Lu Lu was momentarily stunned, then burst into joy, casting a smug glance at Ban Jianya. Ban Jianya's smile froze his face, darkening instantly. Silence filled the grading room as everyone waited tensely. It's out, someone suddenly shouted. A flash of white light crossed all the computer screens, the freshly minted score sheets. Ban Jianya and Lu Lu almost simultaneously pounded their keyboards, typing Song He's name and slamming the enter key. What a kid! Ban Jianya excitedly slapped his thigh, staring at the score and ranking that popped up. Song He's math total is 712 points, ranked 48th overall. Excellent! Lu Lu shouted with equal excitement almost at the same time. Song He's biology 759 points, ranked 40th. A flicker of shock crossed Yi Lianghan's face before he bent down to examine the screens, lost in thought. Instantly, the entire grading room's attention was drawn over. A crowd of teachers swarmed around, craning their necks to view the scores on Ban Jianya's and Lu Lu's screens. The onlooking teachers were deeply shaken. A wave of awe swept through them, punctuated by sharp intakes of breath. This Song He is incredible. A freshman breaking into the top 50. I've never seen a freshman this formidable. It's one thing to break into the top 50 in one subject, but both. This kid is a genius. Has his IQ been tested? Is it 180? No cheating, right? How could he score high in both? Absolutely no cheating. I was invigilating right next to him. He solved problems incredibly fast. I guess back then that his grades wouldn't be bad, but I never expected brilliance of this caliber. Ban Jianya and Lu Lu both relaxed, letting out long sighs of relief. At the same time, they were secretly awed by Song He's scores and rankings. Neither teacher had anticipated that the kid would not only break into the top 80 in both subjects, but also charge into the top 50. All right, the scores will be announced in the auditorium next period. Please head to the venue to help distribute the papers and answer keys. Yi Lianghan clapped his hands. The teachers left amid astonished murmurs, diving into their next tasks with urgency. The grading room emptied, leaving only 3 people, Yi Lianghan, Ban Jianya, and Lu Lu. Principal Yi Song, he doesn't have to leave the team, now does he? Ban Jianya asked, beaming. Yi Lianghan pondered for a long moment, his expression complex as he nodded. I was mistaken. This child has great potential, far beyond my expectations. For now, let him remain on both competition teams. He might just become another Yuanbang. You two must take him under your wings. Principal Ren's intention is that if Song He performs well under your guidance, you can advance with him when he moves to the rocket class next semester. This left Ban Jianya and Lu Lu dumbfounded. First, they were shocked by the principal's personal attention. As the principal, Ren's Yuan wielded authority akin to an emperor, focusing solely on school-wide affairs, such as recruitment campaigns, poaching senior teachers, and securing funds for new buildings. What were students to a principal? Mere numbers. They had never heard of him taking an interest in a single freshman, let alone issuing direct orders. Such micromanagement echoed the infamous quip about moving a machine gunner 5 meters left. Then came the shock of the promotion directive. Students advancing grades was common, but teachers following them was unheard of. It seemed as if the principal was assigning personal tutors to Song He, 2 of them no less. What imperial treatment! Had they not known Song He had met the principal over the error incident, Ban Jianya and Lu Lu might have suspected he was the principal's secret illegitimate child. What defines acceptable performance? Ban Jianya snapped back to reality and asked hastily. Ban Jianya quickly regained his composure and inquired. Teacher Zhai Zhu of the rocket class had long coveted Song He, often muttering about him in the office, hoping to snatch him away. This had left Ban Jianya feeling both humiliated and helpless, but now he saw a chance for redemption. No one would take away his treasure. Top 10, Yi Lianghan mused. Top 10. You mean Song He's overall score in the top 10 of the class? Lu Lu pressed. No top 10 in both competition teams' rankings. Yi Lianghan shook his head. For instance, if Song He ranks in the top 10 of the math team, Teacher Ban advances with him. If he ranks in the top 10 of the biology team, Teacher Lu advances. Top 10 in the competition teams. Ban Jianya and Lu Lu were stunned, doubting their ears. Impossible. Ban Jianya snapped back, first his mood foul. Does the principal think top 10 in the competition teams are a dime a dozen? The top 10 are at provincial award level. How many freshmen have won provincial awards in recent years? None. Does the principal expect Song He to win 2 provincial awards as a freshman? Lu Lu exclaimed in shock. Even Yuan Bong didn't achieve that in his first year. Has the principal lost his mind? I just passed by and heard someone speaking ill of me. A deep voice suddenly rang from the doorway. Ren Ziyuan strolled in holding a glass thermos. The atmosphere turned awkward. The atmosphere turned extremely awkward. Lulu quickly backpedaled. Principal, you misheard. I was just saying you are visionary, farsighted, wise, and experienced. Teacher Lulu's flattery skills were undeniable. Yi Lianghan and Ban Jianya quickly chimed in. Yes, yes. The older the wiser. Song, he made it into the top 50 for both subjects this time, right? A little more effort, and the top 10 are within reach. Ren Ziyuan said with a smile. Teacher Ban, Teacher Lu put in more effort. There's a month until the competition team exam. Get Song He into the top 20, and you'll be rewarded for success. Fail and face the consequences. A little more effort. Within reach. Ban Jianya and Lu were dumbfounded. Was the principal insane? The top 50 were strong, but they were not on the same level as the top 10. Ban Jianya and Lu were stunned. A little more effort. Within reach. Was the principal insane? The top 50 were formidable, but they were on a completely different level from the top 10. A vast chasm lay between them, one that countless students had tried in vain to cross, their dreams shattered just outside the top 10. It wasn't something you could achieve with mere words. Though Song He was a prodigy, weren't all the top 10 in the competition team's prodigies too. What was the competition team? A meat grinder where geniuses roamed freely and top students were a dime a dozen. Why do you look so troubled? Don't you trust my judgment? Ren Ziyuan smiled benevolently. I've worked in education for 30 years and have seen countless students. Song He will make the top 10 in both subjects. My judgment is sound. Ban Jianya and Lu were even more dumbfounded, but dared not argue. Yi Lianghan stood by, offering an awkward smile. It's better to have a strict leader than a delusional one. Ren Ziyuan was clearly intoxicated by Song He's performance, his head filled with unrealistic goals. Could he be showing signs of dementia? Yi Lianghan secretly rejoiced at the thought. If Ren Ziyuan had dementia, couldn't he seize the opportunity to rise? Ban Jianya and Lu fumed with frustration. Song He was a hot potato, and the principal needed to see a doctor immediately. You still don't believe me? Just wait and see. Ren Ziyuan laughed heartily, ignoring his subordinates' darkened faces, and left in high spirits. Meanwhile, in the biology competition exam setting room, 3 teachers hunched over their computers, exhausted with dark circles under their eyes. Their jobs used to be easy, watching shows or trading stocks, and the day would pass. But ever since the scourge Song He appeared, they had been unable to rest, frantically double-checking every exam question, scouring literature day and night, until their eyes teared up, one step away from a visit to the ophthalmologist. Teacher Ruan Qian yawned and casually remarked, the competition team exam was today, the grading should be done by now, right? Teacher Tong Xian's brows furrowed with resentment as she asked, how did that little bastard Song He do? Across from her, teacher Zha Jingye snorted dismissively. He's just a freshman. How could he score high? Probably rank below 100, destined to be eliminated in the big exam. The big exam is in a month, right? Good, let him be eliminated. The sooner the better. Teacher Tong Xian sneered, feeling vindicated at the thought of Song He being expelled from the competition team. Tong Xian sneered, feeling a sense of satisfaction at the thought of Song He being expelled from the competition team. Ruan Qian didn't voice her opinion, but she held no deep grudge against Song He. Yet she too hoped he would be eliminated quickly. The student was a sword hanging over their heads. As long as he remained on the team, he might dig into every corner of the exam materials and find minor errors to challenge them. Hey, the results are posted. Teacher Tong Xian suddenly exclaimed. Zha Jingye didn't look up. What rank did he get? Tong Xian clicked her mouse, and suddenly, as if she had opened something terrifying, her face turned deathly pale and her pupils trembled. Seeing her reaction, Ruan Qian hurried over to look at the screen. A moment later, she too was stunned into silence, unable to believe her eyes. Zha Jingye waited for an answer that never came. He looked up to see the 2 female teachers looking as if they'd seen a ghost, and he knew something was wrong. What? Did Song He make it into the top 100? Zha Jingye's face darkened as he suppressed his anger, his eyes still glued to the computer screen. It's fine. Even if he scored in the 80s or 90s, he'll be eliminated by the end of this semester at the latest. 40th. Teacher Ruan Qian swallowed hard and forced the words out. What? Zha Jingye jerked his head up, his voice unconsciously rising. Song He scored 759, ranking 40th. Teacher Tong Xian said, her face ashen as if waking from a nightmare. With this rank, it'll be hard to eliminate him. Impossible. Zha Jingye shot up and rushed over to see the score sheet, his face contorted with shock. How did he score so high? When did a freshman ever break into the top 50? Zha Jingye still couldn't believe it, his eyes wide. Is it a namesake? Are there 2 Song He's? Elite Class 2 of the freshman year, it's definitely him. Ruan Qian mercilessly crushed his last shred of denial. Silence fell over the office, stretching into eternity. The three exam setters were growing desperate. They had thought this scourge would be quickly eliminated, but his strength far exceeded their expectations. If he maintained this ranking, he would be hard to weed out. Song He's shadow would forever loom over them. At the school auditorium competition, students filed in the air thick with tension and anxiety. The exam results were about to be announced, making it feel like a random execution on a death row. As soon as Song He sat down, a system notification popped up before his eyes. Well, thank you three teachers for your generous patronage. Song He read the notification and felt a surge of delight. Jia Jingya learned of your outstanding biology grades, fell ill with envy and resentment, value increased by 800. Tong Xian witnessed your biology ranking, was startled and resentment value increased by 500. Ruan Xian worried that your remaining on the competition team would lead to overtime, for her resentment value increased by 300. Song He secretly anticipated if he could drive a teacher to illness with envy. Just how high was his own biology ranking? His palms were slightly sweaty and the classmates around him were extremely tense, with whispers occasionally drifting over. Panic this time, it's a disaster. Stay calm. Failing once is no big deal. You'll continue to fail in the future. We freshmen are just here to fill the ranks. The rankings are all beyond the top 100, a pile of rookies, no need to compare. Indeed, I heard that in previous years freshman competitors were weeded out after just 2 or 3 major exams, surrendering without a fight. You lot have no ambition. By the way, what rank do you need to avoid elimination? At least the top 50 to be safe. Isn't the reward for the top 50 a learning phone? Actually, the school's unspoken rule is that only those who get the learning phone are truly worthy of training for the battlefield. The rest will gradually be weeded out. Top 50. I give up. This is clearly targeting me, Fat Tiger. How could a freshman possibly rank in the top 50? Song He was surrounded by fellow freshman competitors, all in low spirits, immersed in the sorrow of defeat. Although the results hadn't been announced, everyone knew their own capabilities. They hadn't even finished half the test paper, so it would be a miracle if their rankings were decent. Song He remained silent, not joining in the complaints of his peers. A lion doesn't play with dogs. What does your failure have to do with me, the Emperor of Life Sciences? On the east side of the venue, Chu Long and Xiao Lingshan sat together, their expressions lonely, feeling the solitude of supremacy. This test was too easy, it made me drowsy. Xiao Lingshan said with a proud, faint smile. I should be close to a perfect score. Chu Long nodded, his smile refined and gentle. I asked all the capable seniors and juniors. Everyone's performance was somewhat lacking. Xiao Lingshan cast her gaze to the other side of the venue. I wonder if there's a dark horse among the freshmen. What counts as a dark horse? Chu Long asked curiously. Someone who surpasses our first competition team exam records counts as a dark horse. Xiao Lingshan said matter-of-factly. You scored 70th on your first try, and I scored 90th. If we take 70th as the benchmark, then there's definitely no dark horse. Chu Long chuckled, his tone gentle, but brimming with strong confidence. If we take 90th as the standard, it depends on Nye Junrin and Gong Sha's performance. What about Song He? Xiao Lingshan couldn't forget the handsome junior. Song He should be behind Gong Sha, maybe around the 100 mark, a standout among the freshmen. Chu Long wasn't dismissive. If Song He only took one subject, he might have a shot at the record, but since he's taking 2 simultaneously, I don't think he has the ability to enter the top 90. Xiao Lingshan nodded, fully agreeing with Chu Long's speculation. On the west side of the venue, Lung Xiangwen sat upright, his face etched with anxiety. Beside him sat several old acquaintances, chatting and laughing boisterously. Brother Xiangwen, can you break into the top 50 this time? Brother Lung has a bet with that kid Song He, right? How's it going, Brother Lung? A sure win. No need to ask, it's a guaranteed win. Are you underestimating Brother Long? A senior crushing a freshman is a pure and ruthless beatdown. How could it fail? Let that little brat Song He see the strength of us seasoned seniors. The surroundings were noisy, but Lung Xiangwen's face showed no smile. He remained silent throughout. He had personally witnessed Song He's explosive performance in the exam hall, and knew that Song He had the advantage of a super difficult question. This time, he was likely doomed to lose. The situation had spiraled out of control. Originally, the bet was meant to drive Song He away, but now it seemed like a noose tightening around his own neck. The chatter around him irritated Lung Xiangwen. Don't you idiots have any awareness? Can't you see my expression is off? Do I have to spell it out for you to shut up? Lung Xiangwen's face darkened, but he gritted his teeth and held back. The results weren't out yet. There might still be a turnaround. If Song He made many mistakes on the earlier questions, he might still have a chance to overturn the situation. Lung Xiangwen took a deep breath, praying that the graders would be strict with Song He and lenient with him. There was still hope until the very last moment. At the back of the venue, Su Tingfeng and Wu Xiao sat together, initially strangers, but bonded through the competition team. Su Tingfeng was the queen of biology competitions, and Wu Xiao often approached her with questions, clinging to her until they became friends. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Su Tingfeng was busy munching on nuts. Wu Xiao beside her pretended not to see, not even reaching for a snack. She knew Su Tingfeng was a squirrel protective of her food. As long as you respected her eating, they could get along harmoniously. Squirrel, can you still take first place this time? Wu Xiao asked. What else? Su Tingfeng said lightly, her tone absolutely confident. She had every reason to be confident. Last year, she had won a national bronze medal in the biology competition. In the competition team's major and minor exams, she had maintained a streak of over 10 first-place victories. An absolute supreme powerhouse. Isn't there anyone who can challenge your authority? Wu Xiao asked with a hint of jealousy. Su Tingfeng thought for a moment, then looked in a certain direction. Actually, there is. Who? Wu Xiao perked up instantly. Qiu Guang. Zhang Liangkai. Qiu Guang is forever second. He has an incurable weakness in genetic calculations, a bit slow-witted. Su Tingfeng sneered dismissively. Zhang Liangkai is even less likely, he's just a little pup. Wu Xiao's face turned green. Zhang Liangkai had won a provincial award last year and was consistently a top 10 contender, scoring about 20 points higher than her, yet Su Tingfeng dismissed him as a little pup. If he's a little pup, what am I? A dog's tail grass. After a brief, awkward silence, Wu Xiao grew more curious. So who can really challenge you? Who's stronger than both Qiu Guang and Zhang Liangkai? Su Tingfeng's eyes twinkled. Give me the lollipop in your pocket, and I'll tell you. Wu Xiao handed over the lollipop without hesitation. Su Tingfeng smiled sweetly, unwrapped the candy, popped it into her mouth, and looked satisfied. Don't just eat. Speak. Wu Xiao nudged her. I'm familiar with all the top seniors and juniors, none can challenge me. But among the freshmen, there's a very impressive junior, even more talented than I was in my freshman year. Su Tingfeng licked the lollipop noisily. However, I'm just saying this junior has the potential to challenge me. He's only a freshman, so time isn't on his side. He might achieve higher scores than me next year or the year after, but by then he'll have graduated. Who is it? Wu Xiao grew impatient. Stop being cryptic. Say the name. Song He. Su Tingfeng said. Wu Xiao suddenly understood. You rate him that highly. You were already invincible in your freshman year. He can't compare to you back then, can he? My first exam score as a freshman was 60th in the biology team. Song, he might rank even higher. Su Tingfeng bit her lollipop. Though he's still weak, now his potential is formidable. By the way, Xiao Xiao, you'd better watch out. Song, he might surpass you. Su Tingfeng suddenly turned to look at Wu Xiao. How is that possible? Even at my worst, I'm still in the top 40. A freshman like Song, he would be lucky to break into the top 100, isn't entering the top 40 a pipe dream. Wu Xiao couldn't accept it, shaking her head repeatedly. You're overestimating him. Is it because he corrected errors in the biology question bank? Wanna bet? Su Tingfeng suddenly raised an eyebrow. What if Song He makes it into the top 40? Wu Xiao's small face froze as she suddenly sensed a hint of danger. Su Tingfeng, who was usually not a gambler, was acting unusually today. Wu Xiao inexplicably felt an ominous premonition, but I firmly believe that Song He cannot make it to the top 40. Su Tingfeng shot her a provocative glance. 10 packs of chocolate beans, are you afraid to bet? Wu Xiao hesitated for a moment, almost impulsively agreeing, but that ominous feeling made her stop and shake her head vigorously. Boring. Su Tingfeng said disappointedly, continuing to rummage through his pocket for snacks to munch on. The class bell rang, and the atmosphere in the auditorium suddenly changed. Numerous whispering competitors stopped talking and sat up straight with seriousness. A robust, middle-aged, bald man hurriedly entered the stage. It was Vice Principal Yi Lianghan. This is the first small test for this year's competition team. The papers have already been graded. First, let's discuss the situation of the mathematics test. Here are the statistics of the scores. Yi Lianghan spoke with authority, clicking the mouse on the podium, and the large screen lit up instantly. The screen displayed a multitude of question numbers, each followed by the percentage of correct answers. The initial questions had correct rates above 90, but then it plummeted. By the time of the super difficult questions, only 20 of the answers were correct. The author of the super difficult questions must have been cursed by the examinees several times. Song He calmly estimated the scores, scanning the correct rates of each question with his eyes. He multiplied the number of correct answers by the score of each question, summed up the total scores, and then divided by the total number of students. The average score is 519. Song He said. A few classmates beside him were momentarily stunned, and someone behind poked him. Brother, how do you know the average score? I calculated it. Song He pointed to the large screen with his chin. The score rate of each question multiplied by the number of people multiplied by the question score, all added together forms a total score pool, then divided by the total number of people. The surrounding classmates were dumbfounded at first, then reacted with a burst of awkward laughter, thinking he was joking. The large screen showed 185 questions. If one were to calculate using Song He's method, it would require 741 calculations. Although the calculations were relatively simple, remembering the multitude of results was itself impossible. Moreover, the data had only been displayed for a few seconds. How could anyone complete over 700 calculations in just seconds? Utterly absurd. On stage, Yi Lianghan's face turned angry. The mathematics paper was out of 1,000 points, yet the average score is only 519. Did you all go to the exam hall to sleep? Or did you receive only half of the paper? The laughter around Song He abruptly ceased, plunging the room into silence. Classmates stared at Song He in disbelief, a chill creeping down their spines. The average score really is 519. It can't be. This is impossible. Is this really calculated within seconds? Classmates couldn't believe it. Such computational ability was far beyond their comprehension. They still leaned towards believing that Song He had received information in advance. Look at the score scatter plot for the 3 grades. The disparity is enormous. Yi Lianghan clicked the mouse. All students couldn't help but stretch their necks to closely observe the scatter plot on the screen. The scatter plot for the seniors was marked with green dots, most of which were concentrated in the upper center of the screen, with scores generally around 600. Each had a name next to it, but over half of the names were crowded together, obscured by the floating green dots, indicating that the majority of students' scores were very close. At the very top of the screen, a few small green dots appeared, quietly standing out. The topmost one was Chu Long, astonishingly hovering near the 950-point line, almost reaching full marks. The second green dot was Xiao Lingshan, stuck at the 920-point line. Several other green dots also exceeded 900 points, Jiang, Xingye Zhang Yuzhen, all of whom were renowned academic prodigies. Their high green dots looking down mercilessly at the crowded lower green dots. The gap was striking. The scatter plot for the juniors was marked with blue dots, mostly clustered in the mid-screen area, concentrated between 500 and 600 points, the blue resembling an ocean. A few lonely blue dots peaked above Zhang Ji, Qiuyan, etc., also scoring above 900 points, standing out among the crowd. The scatter plot for the freshmen was marked with red dots. Countless red dots were stuck at the bottom of the scatter plot, resembling ashes sparking on the ground. Most freshmen only scored in the 300s, which seemed quite pitiful compared to the juniors and seniors. There were some red dots in the middle of the scatter plot, indicating that a few students managed to achieve scores in the 4 to 500s, which was already quite excellent, barely catching up to the lowest tier of the juniors and seniors. Further up, after a long gap, 2 lonely red dots appeared, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Nie Junren's red dot was floating at the 620-point line. Gong Sha's red dot floated at the 610-point line. A wave of commotion erupted in the crowd. This score had already surpassed many competitors from the juniors and seniors. Wow, 2 geniuses have emerged from this year's freshmen. The juniors exclaimed. We all went through 9 years of compulsory education. Why are these 2 soaring so high? The freshmen were nearly in tears. This score is comparable to Chu Long's back in the day. The seniors felt a sense of déjà vu, recalling their first exam, when Chu Long's score was high above everyone else's. Suddenly, someone with sharp eyes noticed something amiss and shouted, "There's more above." In an instant, everyone's gaze shifted upward, and the room fell silent. The red dots of Nie Junren and Gong Sha were above, separated by a large blank space, where a solitary red dot appeared. Above the 710-point line, a high-floating red dot. Compared to the pile of red dots crawling at the bottom of the scatter plot, this red seemed to float in outer space. Next to the red dot was the name, Song He. In an instant, a prompt for resentment value appeared before Song He, bouncing continuously like flowing water. Bao Yongchang saw your score and turned green with envy, resentment value 100. Xiaoyao witnessed your high score and felt deep despair, resentment value 300. Duancheng was horrified by your high score, resentment value 200. Countless gazes in the crowd focused on Song He, emotions complex. The freshman competitors collectively turned green with envy, like an outbreak of red-eye disease, filled with jealousy. The seniors were more filled with a sense of awe, but there was no jealousy. The older students had a mature mindset, accepting that some beings belonged to a different realm, having no thoughts beyond simply exclaiming how amazing they were. In just half a minute, over 70 prompts for resentment value popped up. Song He's account, which originally had only a few hundred resentment points, skyrocketed to 14000. Once again, tasting the feeling of overnight wealth, Song He sincerely thanked the teacher who created the scatter plot. Teacher, you truly understand the art of showing off. This scatter plot is simply an excellent tool for inciting envy in public. Next time, just make my little red dot bolder and more noticeable for perfection. Currently, only the math scores have been announced. When the biology scores are revealed later, I might make another windfall. Song He's mouth involuntarily curled into a smile, but he quickly suppressed it, maintaining composure. In public, he couldn't be the crooked-mouthed dragon king. On the podium, Yi Lianghan clicked the mouse, and the overall mathematics report finally appeared on the large screen. Song He quickly found his own result: mathematics, 712 points, ranked 48th. Made it into the top 50. Song He was stunned. He originally thought his math level was far from the top 50, likely around 70 or 80. Making it into the top 50 means he has surpassed more than half of the juniors and seniors. Song He turned to look towards the area where the upper grades were gathered, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. He thought these seniors were strong, but it turned out they were just a bunch of small fries. Suddenly, he remembered something and turned back to continue looking at the score report on the large screen, searching for another person. Lung Xiangwen. Where are you, Lung Xiangwen? Finally, Song He's eyes lit up as he found the three characters, Lung Xiangwen. Meanwhile, on the west side of the venue, Lung Xiangwen was stretching his neck, sweating profusely as he searched for his ranking. A friend beside him found it first, pointing at the large screen. Lungu, you're there. As expected of Lungu, you did really well, 20 points higher than me. Lung Xiangwen, 78 points, ranked 65th. His heart surged with excitement. Last year, he had been stuck around the 80th place, unable to advance. Heaven knew how many nights he had struggled and how much sweat he had shed to climb the ranks. Heaven rewards the diligent. At last, he had achieved a breakthrough. Lung Xiangwen clenched his fists tightly. He hurriedly scanned the list past his own name, searching for Song He's score. After searching for a long time, he found nothing. The joy that had just welled up in Lung Xiangwen's heart instantly froze. Trembling with anxiety, he began searching ahead of his own name. Suddenly, his face stiffened and his pupils contracted. He truly saw the name of his archrival. Song He, 712 points, ranked 48th. Lung Xiangwen fell silent. His face darkened inch by inch, radiating intense bitterness and resentment. Could it be that he had actually been defeated by a freshman? How in the world did he manage this? Even Chu Long, the legendary prodigy of the math team, hadn't achieved such results in his first exam. Was Song He truly more gifted than Chu Long? His friends nearby also noticed Song He's ranking. They stared blankly for a moment, then turned to Lung Xiangwen with concern. Brother Lung, the guy you bet against, isn't his name Song He? Lung Xiangwen remained silent. Brother Lung, his ranking. A friend cautiously reminded. I saw it. Shut up. Lung Xiangwen's temples bulged with veins. Brother Lung, don't be upset. Victory and defeat are common in battle. Maybe that Song He just got lucky. The friend sincerely reached out to pat Lung Xiangwen's shoulder like a kindergarten teacher soothing a child. Take your paws off. Lung Xiangwen barely suppressed his rage. He was fuming. The scene of him issuing the challenge to Song He replayed in his mind like a revolving lantern. At the time, he had thought victory was certain, but now he had hit a wall hard, and an unbearable sense of self-inflicted humiliation washed over him. All Lung Xiangwen wanted now was some peace and quiet. This nosy, tactless friend of his. He felt like beating him to a pulp. Damn it, couldn't he see how dark my face is? Lung Xiangwen turned his head and looked at Song He on the other side of the venue. Song He happened to be looking back at him. Their eyes met, and Song He raised an eyebrow, rubbing his fingers together in a gesture that clearly meant, don't forget to pay up. Lung Xiangwen gritted his teeth and nodded, then turned away, pretending to be nonchalant. Since he had been the one to issue the challenge, he wouldn't be a sore loser. Reimbursing Song He for the biology experiment materials would cost no more than 10,000 yuan. As a bona fide rich second-generation, Lung Xiangwen went home during holidays with a butler picking him up in a Bentley. Losing a bit of pocket money wasn't something to agonize over. But Song He's outstanding score would undoubtedly elevate his standing in Zhuang Kai's eyes. That was the truly heart-wrenching crux of the matter. There was no way he would let a flower be planted on a pile of cow dung. She was his fiancée. Anyone who tried to steal her would have to step over his dead body. Lung Xiangwen clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with renewed fighting spirit. He and Song He were only 34 points apart. In a test with a total score of 1,000, that gap was actually quite small. Just one major question. The battle wasn't over yet. He would study like hell for a few more days and challenge Song He to a duel of questions. He refused to believe he could be toppled by a freshman. On the east side of the venue, Chu Long turned and cast a deep glance at Song He across the hall, lost in thought. Beside him, Qiu Lingshan was completely stunned, leaning forward to stare intently at the rankings on the screen. Song He actually made it into the top 50. Qiu Lingshan exclaimed softly. How did he do it? It seems your guess was right. He might have already finished learning advanced mathematics. Chu Long's expression was complex. Interesting. Very interesting. That's terrifying. He's a dual competition student. Qiu Lingshan was dumbfounded. He's better looking than you and studies better than you. Chu Long's face instantly darkened. If you want to be his fan, go ahead, but there's no need to put me down to lift him up. Just stating the facts. Qiu Lingshan blinked, deliberately provoking him. Saying he studies better than me is still premature. There are plenty of examples in the competition team of prodigies who fizzled out. He might have a strong foundation, but can he keep advancing? I doubt it. After all, he still has biology to study. Chu Long paused, emphasizing. And as for him being better looking than me, that's also debatable. I agree with the first part. For now, we can't say he's better than you academically. We'll need to keep observing. Qiu Lingshan nodded approvingly. And the second part? Chu Long stared at her. Huh. Qiu Lingshan snorted, glancing at his bald head. Chu Long wasn't angry and retorted stubbornly. I keep my head shaved to save study time. Once I score over 990, I'll grow my hair out. Then even Daniel Wu will have to show me some respect. Qiu Lingshan couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. Chu Long's face darkened again, and he couldn't help but glance once more at Song He in the distance. Damn it, why did this kid have to be so handsome? Shouldn't the school heartthrob be surrounded by beautiful girls drowning in early romance and fooling around with terrible grades? Song He, what are you even doing? Chu Long felt a strong sense of threat, like an emperor discovering a common youth with a five-colored auspicious cloud over his head. On the podium, Yi Lianghan continued the meeting, his tone stern. Now let's look at the biology scores. The average for biology is only 525 points. Students with low scores reflect seriously. In 1 month, there will be a major exam for the competition team. Those who fail will be eliminated directly. Yi Lianghan pounded the table in anger. No teacher could smile while announcing such results. The atmosphere in the venue turned solemn. In this minor test ranking low only meant embarrassment. But in the next major exam, they would be cutting people ruthlessly. Many students would inevitably be kicked out, losing their chance at this year's competitions. Only the gold would remain after the waves sifted out the sand. Yi Lianghan clicked the mouse and scatter plots of scores for freshmen, sophomores, and seniors appeared. Song He craned his neck to look at the big screen and quickly spotted himself at the top of the freshman scatter plot. In the math scatter plot, there were two potential rivals, Nie Junrin and Gong Shasha, who needed to be watched. But in the biology scatter plot, none of the other freshmen had scored above 500. They were all lagging behind Song He by over 200 points, huddled miserably at the bottom, a bunch of noobs. It's lonely at the top. How solitary it is to be invincible. Song He basked in his glory for a few seconds, then shifted his gaze to the scatter plots of the sophomores and seniors. He immediately spotted a familiar name, Su Tingfeng. Su Tingfeng's stat was terrifyingly high, almost touching the perfect score line around 970 points. Scary. Senior Squirrel was truly formidable. Song He suddenly felt a sense of awe, realizing there were always greater heights to reach. Compared to that, his own score seemed like nothing. He still had to strive harder. Then Song He also caught sight of Wu Xiao's stat, which was slightly higher than his own. Senior Wu Xiao had some skill, but not much. As a senior, she only scored a little more than he did. He could tease her about it when they met. While Song He studied the scatter plot, the freshman competition students around him were wailing in despair. Num, I'm 5th from the bottom. Noob, I'm 10th from the bottom. Want to consider becoming my disciple? I'll impart all my knowledge to you, without holding anything back. Those old-timers from the sophomore and senior years are really something. They've monopolized the top 100 spots. We freshmen are doomed to be at the bottom. You have to admit they didn't spend those extra years studying for nothing. Beating us newbies is a piece of cake for them. The freshmen's fighting spirit crumbled into deep despair. On stage, Yi Lianghan continued clicking the mouse, displaying the detailed score sheet and rankings. Holy crap, a freshman broke into the top 50. Someone immediately spotted the anomaly. No way. Damn, it's true. Really? Where? In an instant, the freshman competition students were in an uproar, their eyes wide as they scanned the top of the list. Song He felt the countless gazes around him, as if he were an ant scorched under a magnifying glass. The first-year competition students were collectively dumbfounded, experiencing a ghostly illusion. The math results were announced, and Song He was among the top 50. When the biology results were revealed, how was he still in the top 50? Having one subject that was ridiculously strong was already absurd enough. But having both subjects strong to such an extent wasn't. That just absurdity upon absurdity, a level of absurdity that could knock on the door of absurdity itself. Many first-year competition students were staring at Song He, their hearts unable to contain their roars. Why? What on earth? Everyone has been studying hard, so why is everyone at the bottom while you rush to the front? Students from the second and third years also began to notice. An anomaly had mixed into the top 50, and uproar erupted instantly. How is it possible that I was surpassed by a first-year student? Damn, the first-year students this year are unbelievable. They actually pierced through our ranks and made it into the top 50. This name sounds familiar. Wasn't he on the last report card too? Terrifying, him getting goosebumps. Isn't Song He the one who corrected the biology exam papers? Indeed, extraordinarily strong. A great humiliation. If Song He scores 10 more points, it will pierce through me. Before the major exam, I must study desperately. I, as a third-year student, cannot afford to be surpassed by a first-year. The resentment value prompt exploded before Song He's eyes, and the students in the entire auditorium were caught off guard. Yun Jifei studied hard for 2 years, but still couldn't surpass you the first year, and is now in despair resentment value 500. Qi Ningxin was frightened by your ranking, and found it hard to breathe resentment value 300. Wu Xiao realized you were just 10 points lower than her feeling threatened resentment value 100. In the back row of the venue, Su Tingfeng and Wu Xiao moved their gazes in unison, looking towards the distant Song He. I almost got surpassed. Wu Xiao was sweating coldly. What the heck? I've worked hard for 2.5 years, and I'm only 10 points higher than that stinky first-year brother. Next time he might surpass you. Su Tingfeng took out a bag of sunflower seeds from her pocket as she had been snacking all day. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wu Xiao angrily said, from now on I will start at the same line as Song He. I still have a slight advantage. If I study hard for a month, there's no way I can be surpassed by him in the major exam. He studies for a month, which is equivalent to 2.5 years of your time. Su Tingfeng added coldly, people are not the same. Some people have secretly evolved. I have, and so does Song He. Evolved. You big head. Wu Xiao stared wide-eyed, emphasizing each word. I. Absolutely not. Surpassed by Song He. A box of instant noodles, do you want to bet? Su Tingfeng sneered, deliberately provoking Wu Xiao. Bet. Who is afraid of whom? Wu Xiao, losing her mind, banged the table and made a fierce declaration. In the major exam a month later, Song He can only chase after my back. All right, let's bet. I bet you can only chase after his back, and you might not even see it. Su Tingfeng chuckled lightly. In the first major exam of the first year, I made it into the top 20. Song He might just scrape into the top 20. What about you? Absolutely impossible. Wu Xiao puffed her cheeks, her small fists making cracking sounds. Suddenly, the auditorium door opened, and several teachers entered carrying a large plastic box. The plastic box was transparent, revealing it was filled with cell phones. The entire audience's attention was immediately drawn to it. The top 50 were overjoyed while the other students sighed, and those who barely made it into the top 50 wished they could bang their heads against the wall. On stage, Yi Lianghan continued with the meeting. They had just announced the results, and the real agenda of the meeting was just beginning. Next, we will present the rewards for this minor exam, learning smartphones. The learning smartphones are specially customized at a high price by the school. Students who receive the phones, please take care of them. Damages must be compensated. When you leave the competition team, these phones must be returned. Before distributing the phones, I will introduce how to use the learning smartphones. Yi Lianghan took out a phone from his pocket and held it high for display. 76-inch screen, eye-protecting tempered glass. A wave of excited applause erupted, and there were even a few screams. Most of the applause came from the top 50, all of them wide-eyed with amazement. This atmosphere feels a bit like a new phone launch event. Song He secretly complained, then raised his hand to clap willingly, playing the role of a cheerleader. The school is giving out phones, it's only right to show some support. After clapping a few times, Song He suddenly realized something was off. Looking around, the vast area was filled with first-year students, all wearing gloomy faces and quietly sitting, while he was the only one awkwardly clapping, feeling extremely out of place. Song He was taken aback, then suddenly flashed a charming smile, raising both hands high and clapping even harder. Hao Wenlin saw you showing off, filled with jealousy, resentment value 400. Zhu Shi thought you were deliberately flaunting, wanting to hit you, resentment value 300. AI Liangsa wanted a phone, but couldn't get one, seeing you show off made him feel like ants were crawling all over him, resentment value 300. The resentment value prompts flowed out like water, and the first years were so jealous their noses were crooked, all glaring angrily at Song He. After the meeting ends, he needed to run away quickly. Moving slowly would be easy to get beaten up. Just putting on an act and then running away was too thrilling. Dear classmates, my clapping is just a heartfelt expression of joy, or it's not meant to mess with your mindset. Song He was so excited he was sweating, his heart filled with the thrill of flirting with danger. Yi Lianghan was very pleased with the audience's reaction. The purpose of the school awarding prizes was to stimulate students to study hard, and the more intense the students' reactions, the better. Ideally, those who received prizes would be ecstatic, while those who did not would be in tears. Once the applause and commotion calmed down a bit, Yi Lianghan continued. The learning smartphones have certain functional restrictions. They can only use the built-in apps and cannot download other apps. Next, I will introduce the main app functions of the learning smartphones. The first app is the mobile version of CNKI. Our Jinghai No. 4 High School has reached a strategic cooperation with Jinghai University. Thanks to Jinghai University for providing access to CNKI, students can check papers for free. Song He's lips curled into a smile. The biology competition involved cutting-edge research, and accessing the latest papers was essential. Under normal circumstances, checking papers on CNKI is prohibitively expensive, especially for a mere high school student like Song, he who would be close to bankruptcy after reading just a few papers. Now, with the school covering the expenses, he could read freely. The second app is the Campus Forum. Tonight, when we return to the dormitory, I will create a competition group. Everyone remember to join. All sorts of announcements will be made in the group. In addition to that, the campus forum on your phones may also have a surprise group, chat the alumni group. In the alumni group, there will be seniors who have used this phone. In previous years, seniors downloaded the campus forum on their phones and received lifetime access privileges. Now they are scattered across the world living their own lives and careers, but many seniors also log into the campus forum from time to check in on the new students. Song-hee raised his eyebrows. There was actually such a magical group chat. Students who had used the same phone, their accounts left in the same group chat, chatting casually. The connections were wonderfully mysterious. Some students in the back began excitedly discussing. I've heard of the alumni group, though it's an incredibly impressive tradition. Students who receive the phones can chat with seniors from previous years. It sounds so strange, like some treasure from a fantasy novel containing the remnants of powerful ancestors. The alumni group is an excellent opportunity to expand one's network. Seniors who graduated from the competition team often have good qualifications, and after years of carving out a path in various industries, getting close to them means connections in society. I've heard that the quality of the alumni group also depends on luck. Some phones are not very auspicious, and the group is filled with seniors who haven't done well. If one could get a lucky phone, it would be fantastic. The group would be filled with elite scientists and entrepreneurs, and just by associating with them, one could become invincible. Damn it, what's the point of saying all this? We're getting excited over nothing. We can't even get a phone. Only Song-hee in the first year has one. Yi Lianghan tapped the microphone, silencing the commotion in the hall. The first two apps were just appetizers. The third app is the main course. The famous Zhuangzhou Technology Company has signed a strategic partnership with our school. The educational game Question C Continent developed by Zhuangzhou Company has been downloaded onto all learning devices. This is a highly versatile strategy game set in the vast Question C Continent, where students can choose different professions and skills to upgrade and become stronger by mining ores, hunting monsters, and challenging bosses, among other activities. An important function of the game is to accelerate problem solving. By continuously solving questions, students can enhance their development speed. The specific gameplay can be explored by the students themselves. I have only one request for all the students: do not become overly addicted to the game. In previous years, some students have collapsed from staying up all night solving questions in the game, requiring medical attention during morning study sessions. The atmosphere in the auditorium changed dramatically, and all the students looked on with curiosity. Song-hee displayed a look of sudden realization. A Zhuangzhou Technology Company. Zhuang Qian shares the same surname, so the senior sister is indeed a wealthy heiress. Collapsing from staying up all night to solve questions. Sounds a bit outrageous. Is Question C Continent really that fun? Song-hee felt skeptical. A question-solving game doesn't sound good at all, much like strawberry mapo tofu. A bizarre combination and aberration among aberrations. There are a few more apps, all standard learning apps, which I want to elaborate on here as students can explore them on their own. Next, I invite the top 50 students from the mathematics and biology teams to come up and collect their learning devices. As soon as Yi Lianghan's words fell, the long-awaited award winners quickly stood up. In the senior year section, a crowd of students stood up with a clamor. In the second year section, a crowd of students stood up with a clamor. In the first year section, there was a dull silence with only one person standing up without any enthusiasm. The students' hearts turned sour like lemons. Amidst countless envious and jealous gazes, Song-hee joined the throng of senior and junior competition students, holding his head high and lining up to receive his award. Soon it was his turn to stand at the podium. The teacher swiftly took out 2 mobile phones from the box and stuffed them into a tote bag along with 2 headphones and a charger and handed it to him with a slap. Song-hee left in astonishment, carrying the tote bag. They actually gave him 2. Although he had made it into the top 50 for 2 subjects, he thought the school would only give him 1 phone. Such generosity was beyond his expectations. Returning to his seat, he noticed his classmates eyeing the tote bag with envy. Song-hee couldn't help but lament how unfair the world was. Oh, while a bunch of people had nothing, he had 2 phones. Wanna play? Song-hee looked at everyone with a sympathetic gaze. Instantly, a bunch of classmates nodded, their eyes sparkling. No. Song-hee was quite pleased with his mischievousness. His classmates collectively had dark expressions, their eyes filled with anger, and they expressed their resentment. Song-hee watched the resentment value in the system backend soar to 4600, feeling immensely content. Tonight's competition team meeting was practically a money-making event, earning over 40,000 resentment points in one night, with tips pouring in continuously. All the students present were qualified to join the fan group. At the end of the meeting, I announced the arrangements for the next month. Yi Lianghan announced loudly on stage. Starting this weekend, the school will organize classes for the competition team, held in the auditorium. Mathematics team in the morning, biology team in the afternoon. All students are to attend on time. Next week, the first batch of biology competition students will be arranged to learn practical skills in the lab. Oh, everyone just needs to wait for the notification. A month later, there will be a major exam for the competition team, so all students should prepare diligently. The meeting is adjourned. Song-hee jumped up and ran, fearing he would be cornered and beaten if he was slow. Just as he burst out of the auditorium, he suddenly saw a graceful beauty standing in the hallway. Her beige knee-length skirt revealed delicate white calves, and her white shirt accentuated her curvaceous figure with a refined face and hair like satin. Teacher Lulu. Upon seeing her beloved student rushing out, Lulu's eyes brightened immediately, and she waved for him to follow. Song-hee hurriedly caught up, trailing behind her down the stairs. "Are you going to reward me, teacher?" he guessed. "I feel so pained. Let's hurry and get it." Lulu's tone was somewhat mournful. "It cost me a month's salary. I'm already starting to regret it." Song-hee was shocked. His emotions instantly stirred, making it hard to resist. Teacher's salary must not be low. What kind of reward could be so expensive? It wouldn't be a luxurious test booklet with gold edges, would it? They headed to the office. Lulu took out her keys to unlock the door, pointing at the desk. "Just that, carry it away." "Wow, a laptop!" Song-hee exclaimed. On the desk sat a brand new laptop box, still unopened, which turned out to be an Alienware brand, a well-known high-end brand. Song-hee could hardly believe it. Such luxurious items were freely given by the teacher. "Hurry and take it. I'm in a rush to get off work." Lulu sighed and covered her face, unable to hide her pain. When buying the laptop, her fondness for talent overwhelmed her. She couldn't part with a cheap laptop, believing that excellent students should have excellent laptops. After paying and picking it up, Lulu came to her senses. High school students don't need such a good laptop for research. My salary. All the salary I earned through hard work in a month. Just like that, it's gone. Song-hee quickly picked up the laptop box, the heavy weight exciting him only to think of something else. "Teacher, electronics are forbidden in the dormitory. Should I ask you to write a note saying the laptop is a gift from you so the dorm supervisor won't confiscate it?" "Our dorm supervisor is a very bad person." Song-hee exaggerated dramatically. Lulu sighed and shook her head, her expression one of helplessness. "As a free babysitter, I already took care of it. The laptop has been reported to the school, so the dorm supervisor won't cause you any trouble. The broadband account and password will be sent to your phone tonight. Just turn on your phone when you get back." "Thank you, teacher. You're so thoughtful." "Teacher, you're simply remarkable." Song-hee kept flattering her, happily walking out of the office. Lulu locked the door and went downstairs with him. "To be clear, the laptop is a gift for you to study, to look up materials, and attend online classes. Don't play around. If I find out you're messing around, I'll take the laptop back." "Understood, understood." Song-hee nodded, eagerly promising, "As a student, I will never disappoint my teacher's good intentions. I will work hard in biology, no matter the cost. The principal has set a task. You must be in the top 20 for the major exam in a month." Lulu's tone was serious. "Top 20. Song-hee's face turned pale. "I'll do my best." "Not just doing your best, you must be. The principal means that if your rank doesn't improve, I will be penalized." Lulu raised her eyebrows, her tone filled with complaint. "I've spent so much on you and cared so much. Don't let me down." Song-hee felt a huge pressure. Looking down at the laptop box in his arms, he replied decisively, "Rest assured, teacher. If I don't make it into the top 20 in biology, I will come and see you with my head." Next week, the first batch of students going to the biology lab will be based on the top 25. "Do you want to break the rule?" Lulu shifted her tone. Song-hee reacted quickly. "Teacher, do you mean I can be arranged? I'll try to use my connections to let you go first. The first batch will have the longest lab time and the most resources." Lulu nodded, her tone caring. "Be prepared to go to the library and study some books related to biological experiments, especially about fungi cultivation." "Thank you, teacher. I'm deeply moved. I might even shed tears." Really? Really? Then cry." Song-hee hummed a few sounds, trying hard, but failed to cry. "The game on that phone, question C continent, you should enjoy it well." Lulu said seriously, "I've received news that this year the competition team rewards will be tied to the game." Song-hee was taken aback. "Playing games gives rewards? What kind of strange operation is this from the school?" "Once you play that game, you'll understand. The actual time spent playing is very little. Most of the time is spent solving questions. As long as you solve questions quickly, you can level up rapidly, summon wins, and call the rain and dominate. It's highly addictive." Lulu explained, "The laptop I gave you can also act as a physical cheat, to understand." The dormitory. With a thunderous crash, the door swung open. Song-hee strode in, cradling a laptop box with brisk, purposeful energy. Yuan Guang sat on his bed sipping soda. At the sight of his roommate's mysterious box, he nearly spat out his drink. "Where'd you get this high-grade gear?" Yuan Guang's face paled. "If a teacher catches it, we'll lose our heads. It's a gift from our teacher." Song-hee placed the laptop box on the desk, then reached into his pocket and pulled out a small shopping bag, extracting a smartphone. "Whoa, the hell? There's more. Yuan Guang gaped in disbelief. Song He smiled faintly and withdrew a second smartphone. Yuan Guang froze, utterly stunned, then slowly turned to regard his roommate anew, as if studying an extraterrestrial being. It struck him suddenly he knew astonishingly little about Song He. Only that his grades were legendary, his appearance strikingly handsome, his rapport with the school's beauty well known, and his favor with faculty unmistakable. Beyond that, nothing. Song He got to work, plugging both smartphones into chargers, then carefully unwrapping the laptop. Yuan Guang leaned in, eyes widening with each passing second. Damn, this thing must cost over 10,000 yuan. Hard to say, but it's certainly not cheap. Song He shrugged. After all, he hadn't spent a single cent. It was quite literally a windfall from teacher Lulu. 2 smartphones. That's brutal. Wait, this one isn't. Yuan Guang's gaze locked onto the devices. Correct, Song He confirmed. Prizes from the mathematics and biology Olympiads. Incredible. You go ahead. I'll wait my turn. Yuan Guang drooled with envy. Song He himself was hardly immune to awe. As soon as the laptop powered up, the dorm room bloomed with a dazzling, ethereal radiance. Truly worthy of its premium price tag, the screen gleamed luminous and crystalline. Both boys fell entranced, staring wordlessly at the machine, like lovers beholding a celestial beauty. Who would have imagined such a gaming laptop could ever grace the austere prison-like confines of a high school dormitory? Yuan Guang asked no questions about the laptop's origin. Everyone has their own fated opportunities, and he resolved silently to guard Song He's secret fiercely. This device was too extraordinary. If word leaked, it would summon a pack of ravenous, green-eyed wolves from every floor of the dorm. Yuan Guang mentally recalibrated his role. He would become Song He's devoted shadow, feasting on scraps when the master dined, hoping for just a few precious minutes at the keyboard. He dared ask for no more. A few minutes every few days would already feel like divine bliss, a rare sacred indulgence amid the relentless rigor of high school life. What more could he possibly crave? Yuan Guang retreated to his bed, watching eagerly from afar. Song He settled at the desk, absorbed in setting up the laptop and smartphones. After a brief charge, both phones powered on automatically. The interface was refreshingly minimal. Only a handful of academic apps graced the home screen. Song He opened the school forum app first, registered as a new user, and watched as his student ID auto-generated his account. Login succeeded instantly, and 2 notifications appeared. Lulu has sent you a friend request. Yi Lianghan has invited you to join the competition master group. Song He tapped accept twice, then scanned his contact list, yet found no trace of the legendary alumni group. What was going on? Could this be a brand new device? Unlikely. The phone vibrated. A new message popped up. Lulu, my name is your network username. The password is 88. Once the laptop boots, connect to the campus Wi-Fi. It'll log you in instantly. Song He searched for networks on the laptop, and there it was, Jinghai No. For high school. Clicking it brought up the campus portal. Entering Lulu's credentials granted immediate access. The laptop's online. Want to watch something? Song He glanced back at Yuan Guang. My brother. Yuan Guang leapt up, dashed to the balcony to wash his hands thoroughly, then settled before the laptop and began typing feverishly. A moment later. Wait, you're actually watching that? Song He recoiled in alarm. Huh? Yuan Guang flushed crimson. Didn't you say watch something? I meant movies. The kind with official censorship logos, not the kind that flash, warning adult content, before the opening credits song, he clarified. Yuan Guang stammered, deeply embarrassed. Right? I'll find something respectable then. Song He lowered his gaze back to his phone, but truth be told, he too was curious about what Yuan Guang might pull up. After all, teenage boys brim with restless vitality. Yet he feared malicious websites harboring viruses. This expensive laptop had been gifted freely. Its corruption would be tragic, and teacher Lulu would surely faint upon hearing of it. Still, Song He had discreetly glimpsed the website's name moments earlier. He quietly opened his phone's notes app, intending to jot it down. But the moment he opened notes, he raised an eyebrow in astonishment. The app overflowed with over 2,000 entries. The oldest dated back 6 years, the most recent from last year. Nearly all were meticulously organized. Mathematical concepts, biological principles, and annotated problem sets, exclusively covering mathematics and biology. Song He felt a surge of exhilaration. Had he just unearthed the sage's hidden manual? These predecessors had truly fought on the front lines of academia. Their hard-won wisdom was invaluable, even surpassing certain admonitions from teachers themselves. Mastering every one of these notes would surely deepen his cultivation immeasurably. Then, his eye caught a single note highlighted in a different color. He tapped it open and read astonished. To my junior brothers and sisters, I am Yuan Guang, your senior. When I wrote this note, I had already secured the national scholarship and earned guaranteed admission to university. Fate has brought us together across time and space. As your elder brother in learning, I sincerely hope you overcome every trial, claim victory, gain entry to your dream university, and one day serve our nation with distinction. In 1920, the novelist W. Somerset Maugham met the eminent Confucian scholar Gu Hongming, who spoke words then that have grown ever more resonant with time. These words became my inner compass through the fierce battles of high school, so I leave them here in hopes they may kindle courage in you as well. Below followed a long passage rendered in bold, clearly a quotation. Song he read it intently. Have you surpassed us in art or literature? Are your philosophers deeper, broader in thought than ours? Is your civilization more complete, more refined than ours? When you still dwelled in caves clad in animal hides, subsisting on raw flesh and blood, we were already a civilized people. Do you know that we once conducted an experiment unparalleled in human history? We sought to govern this great nation not by force, but by wisdom, and for many centuries we succeeded. So why do you white-skinned peoples hold yellow-skinned peoples in contempt? Shall I tell you why? Because you invented the machine gun. That is your advantage. But do you not know that we are a people born with innate genius for mechanics? Do you not know that we possess 400 million of the world's most pragmatic, most industrious souls? Do you truly believe it will take us long to master your technologies? When yellow-skinned peoples too can forge weapons of equal precision and fire them straight into your faces, what advantages will you white-skinned peoples retain? You rely upon the machine gun, but in the end you too shall stand trial beneath its barrel. In that instant Song, he sensed Yu Onbong's spirit, fierce, unyielding, ablaze with indomitable will. The sensation was uncanny, separated by years, yet connected through the same device. A junior brother reading words penned by a senior brother long gone. At that moment it felt as though Yu Onbong's mind reached forth from the screen itself, clasping Song He's hand with quiet, timeless strength. The font shifted back to normal, resuming Yu Onbong's voice. I've created a group chat. Its number is 123456778. A Panther number since I was the first to establish a group on the school forum. All juniors and sisters who receive this phone are warmly welcome to join. Senior brothers and sisters from past years will be present. We can share thoughts, exchange stories. We elders may yet offer fragments of wisdom worth passing on to you. Song he searched for the group number and indeed entered a small chat group. The group name was unbearably cliché, Loving Family, giving him goosebumps. The group owner was Yuan Bong, and there were only 3 members, all using pseudonyms: Aloof Senior Sister, Tactical Master, and Diving Champion. This phone had been passed down for at least 6 terms, so there should have been more members. Perhaps some seniors, having failed the competition, felt too embarrassed to stay in the group. As soon as Song he joined, someone immediately welcomed him. Tactical Master, a newbie, is here. Welcome. Math competition or biology competition? Song he, hello senior. I'm in both competitions. Tactical Master, both. Holy shit, really? Song he, absolutely true. Tactical Master, awesome. After so many years, a prodigy in both competitions has finally appeared. Our group owner Yuan Bong was also in both, but unfortunately he works in a confidential department now and rarely chats. Confidential department. Song he was secretly startled, recalling Yu Anbang's notes in the phone's memo. That guy seemed obsessed with weapons. Could he be making weapons? A true god. Song he felt a surge of admiration. When Yuan Bong came online later, he'd have to suck up to him properly. Tactical Master, I won a provincial prize in biology, so I can guide you in that. Aloof Senior Sister won a provincial prize in math, but she rarely speaks. She's a lurker. Aloof Senior Sister, am not lurking. Tactical Master. Song he. Tactical Master Diving Champion lives up to his name. He can really dive. I've been in this group for 3 years and never heard a peep from him. Maybe he's already dead. Just pretend he doesn't exist. Song he broke out in a sweat. Brother Tactical sure was blunt, a straight shooting guy. But since he dared to say Diving Champion was dead in the group, it meant Diving Champion truly never surfaced. Yuan Bong was busy in a confidential unit, Aloof Senior Sister was a lurker, and Diving Champion was dead. So after all that, the only one left to chat with was Tactical Master. Song he quickly opened the other phone and searched through the memos for the previous groups. The other phone's memo only had over 300 math notes, looking rather sparse. After digging for a while, he found a note in the corner that made his face turn pale. Junior, this is a cursed phone. For 6 years, no one who used this phone ever set foot in a competition hall. 3 users saw their grades plummet and were kicked out of the competition team early. 1 user died in a car crash on the street. Another, while working at a construction site during summer break, was impaled by a falling steel bar. As I write this, I've developed severe academic aversion. I've dropped out. The previous group has been disbanded. Gatherings of failures only deepen the sorrow. Our fate is cursed by this phone. I hope someone can break the curse, use this phone, and step onto the competition floor. If you succeed, please rebuild the previous group. A chill ran down Song He's spine. He quickly reached out to pat Yuan Guang beside him and showed him the cursed note. Yuan Guang snorted dismissively. A piece of cake. Exorcising bad luck and changing fate is simple. Leave it to me. The great Sage Yuan placed the phone on the floor, dragged a cardboard box from under the bed, and pulled out a pile of red strings, copper coins, candles, and yellow paper, busily drawing talismans and arranging formations. With a snap, the dormitory's power went out, plunging the room into darkness. With a hiss, the talisman paper ignited its flames, illuminating Yuan Guang's sharp-eyed face. Song He watched in awe. Yuan Guang had some skill in the occult, letting him perform an exorcism would make using that phone feel safer. The two phones Head received were polar opposites. One was lucky, connected to a supreme god like Yuan Bong. The other was cursed, with every previous owner meeting a disastrous end, some even literally dead. I probably won't die. I have the system, Song He reassured himself. The lucky phone vibrated with a new message. Tactical Master Junior Song He, have you entered the game yet? Song He, the Sea of Questions continent. Not yet. Tactical Master, get into the game quickly. Every second counts. Go level up, Rob, and develop. Tactical Master, the game is highly addictive and greatly boosts your studies, especially later when beating game bosses ties into competition team rewards. You need to start grinding levels like crazy now. Tactical Master, I can guide you. Your big bro here is a pro. Back in the day, I tore through the competition team, terrorizing everyone. I was a legend. Song He's anticipation was piqued. He found the Sea of Questions continent app and launched it. Welcome, new user. Please choose mathematics or biology. The game will provide corresponding exercises. Song He tried, but couldn't select both, so he casually chose mathematics. He had two phones anyway, he could just open another account for biology on the other one. Please enter your game nickname, Song. He typed All Night Warrior and confirmed. Please choose your class. It cannot be changed once selected. Gunner, Zombie, Mage, Swordsman. Song He's eyes widened in surprise. This game was more complex than Head imagined. You even had to pick a class at the start. He quickly sought help in the group. Tactical Master Senior. Which of the four classes is best? Tactical Master, each has its strengths and weaknesses. It depends on your preference. Let me explain. Gunners have good attack power but low HP and are fragile. They level up by eating metal ores to craft guns and cannons. Early on, they hide in bushes for sneak attacks. Later, they can unleash an armored horde for massive bombardments. Zombies have fast health regeneration but weak attacks. Their advantage is turning defeated monsters into puppets, eventually leading a zombie army to conquer cities and territories. Swordsmen charge in with a giant sword. The downside is no ranged attacks early on, making them easy to kite by gunners and mages. The upside is they're flashy later. One sword strike can split a mountain, and they can fly around on their swords. Mages are more supportive. Usually top-tier players in teams choose mages to buff teammates crazily. In team battles, both sides protect their own mage and go all out to kill the enemies. Song He was amazed. There are teams. This game allows grouping. I thought it was single player. Tactical Master, of course you can team up. All competition students fight together, bullying the weak and oppressing the small. It's incredibly satisfying. Once you enter the game, you should find 4 teams. Song He, which 4? Tactical Master Math Sophomore Army, made up of the Math Sophomore competition team. Similarly, there's Math Junior Army, Biology Sophomore Army, and Biology Junior Army. Song He, no freshman team. Tactical Master, ridiculous. How could little freshmen qualify for a phone? By the way, what grade are you in? Song He, freshman. Tactical Master was silent for a moment, then retracted his previous message. Tactical Master, then you're screwed, little bro. In this game, everyone gangs up. If no team accepts you, you'll have to wander alone and get bullied by groups every day. Song He, can't I just single-handedly take them all down? Tactical Master, not realistic. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. You'll only end up getting beaten passively. I suggest you pick Gunner or Zombie. Gunners can hide in bushes for sneak attacks, and zombies are good for developing in the wild. Song He, alright, I'll pick 1 Gunner and 1 Zombie. Thanks for the advice, Senior. Tactical Master, what? You're picking 2. How can you pick 2? Don't tell me you have 2 phones. Song He, yes. Tactical Master, holy shit. Don't mess with me, little bro. A freshman who broke into the top 50 in both math and biology. Are you an alien? Yuan Bong was also in both competitions, but he didn't join until sophomore year. Song He didn't reply. He returned to the game interface and selected Gunner. Instantly, the game screen appeared. The main city. Though named the main city, it boasted no pavilions or towers. Only crude wooden stockades reminiscent of bandit lairs exuding a chieftain's bravado. Muddy dirt paths wound through the area as various NPCs roamed back and forth. The main city served as the player's home base for taking quests and purchasing equipment. Weapons were prohibited here, fostering an atmosphere of peace. Song He tapped the screen to control his level 1 gunslinger, All Night War God. The character was a burly, muscular, bald man clad only in a pair of shorts, wielding a pistol. On the city streets, a vast throng of players surged, with new characters occasionally spawning. It seemed his classmates had all rushed back to their dorms to log in. Mages draped in large cloaks exuded an air of mystery. Swordsmen brandished massive blades, their edges gleaming with menace. Zombies were grotesque, slimy monsters, hideous beyond compare. As a few zombies shuffled past, they left trails of green viscous sludge on the ground. Ugly was one thing, but did they have to defecate everywhere? After a brief moment of disorientation, All-Night War God set off to explore the main city, sidling up to various NPCs, with an obsessive fervor, patting and touching them all over. Soon he had figured out the functions of several NPCs. An apothecary selling health potions, a blacksmith purchasing metals, a butcher buying wild beast pelts. He noticed the butcher's acquisition list also included zombie meat. Could zombie players make money by cutting their own flesh? These NPCs were irrelevant for now. A new player's backpack was utterly empty, without a single coin. Finding the quest-giving NPC was the top priority. Wandering to the main city square, he was stunned by the crowd before him. Dense masses of players packed the square, layers deep, heads bobbing as they squeezed together, so tightly the models nearly clipped. His phone was noticeably lagging. Biology dogs, get out of the way. Math dogs, go die. Biology brothers, charge forward with me. Push all those math dogs out. Hurry up and level up tonight. Chief Chu Long has given the order. Our Math Third Army will attack the Bio Third Army at dawn. Many hot-tempered classmates were cursing over voice chat as players shoved each other. Had weapons not been banned in the main city, powerful skills would surely have been flying everywhere, leaving corpses strewn across the ground. At the center of the square stood the city lord, NPC, a stern old man with white hair. All-Night War God hopped and squeezed through the crowd. This was indeed the place to take quests. Newbie quest: rush to mine copper or go to the Sand Sea Desert to find open-pit copper mines. Work hard to mine copper ore and deliver it to the blacksmith for trade. Warning: copper ore is limited. Those who mine more will receive greater rewards. Beware of fellow players who might kill you for your loot. All-Night War God accepted the quest, and the map instantly marked the Sand Sea Desert. He bounced out of the crowd and hurried toward the destination. Copper ore needed to be snatched up. Arriving a minute earlier meant more rewards. Being late meant there would be nothing left. After walking a few steps, a prompt appeared. Normal travel will take 5 minutes. Would you like to use high-speed teleportation? Yes. He clicked decisively. As expected, a math problem popped up. What is a permutation with an odd number of inversions called? What about a permutation with an even number of inversions? Odd permutation, even permutation. He typed quickly. This was knowledge from linear algebra, utterly trivial. Answer correct. The scene shifted instantly. Endless yellow sand, rolling dunes, venomous scorpions skittering across the sand, dead old trees buried in the dust. The Sand Sea Desert. As soon as All-Night War God landed, a pitch-black, venomous scorpion charged ferociously. The wretched scorpion was level 5. One sting, and he would surely die. A new player had no dignity with a level lower than the wild monsters. All-Night War God dodged hastily, drew his revolver, and fired wildly. 3 shots rang out, dropping the scorpion's health by a third. It fled in fright, burrowing into a dune and vanishing. Ammunition remaining 3 rounds. This place is fraught with danger. Refill ammunition. Yes. What is a matrix called whose rank equals its number of columns? A full column rank matrix. The pistol's ammo instantly replenished. He suddenly understood the game question. C continents. Gimmick: young man, do you crave power? Then solve this problem. All-Night War God advanced, cautiously searching for copper mines among the dunes. The game scenes were vividly realistic, with gusts of sand occasionally blowing in his face. Though sitting in his dorm, he felt as if he could smell the sand. Finally, a massive mine appeared. He had never seen a copper mine before, but now several gunslingers were gathered at its base, swinging pickaxes furiously. Or fell everywhere, and the players picked it up into their backpacks. As they mined, a gunslinger with the ID Laughing Slayer flashed with light. His shorts transformed into military green trousers. He had reached level 2. The instant he leveled up, Laughing Slayer suddenly drew his gun and aimed at a nearby level 1 gunslinger, pulling the trigger. A point-blank headshot. The poor level 1 gunslinger dropped instantly, his corpse spraying blood as it fell, spilling a pile of copper ore. 2 nearby level 1 gunslingers were startled and quickly fled to the other side of the mine. Laughing Slayer didn't pursue. He calmly picked up the loot, turned around, and continued digging with his shovel. How dark. Openly killing for loot. Does having a higher level make you better? Does it give you the right to bully others? No, I need to level up quickly and rob that bastard Laughing Slayer. Uphold justice. Punish evil. He quickly maneuvered All-Night War God to the other side of the mine where no one was around, pulled out his shovel, and secretly began to dig. After digging twice, a math problem appeared. What is n-dimensional linear space called? N-dimensional linear space. The image TVN of a linear transformation T is a linear space. What is it called? The image space. He answered rapidly. With each correct answer, the mountain wall shattered with a boom and large amounts of copper ore rained down. The mining progress was supercharged. The copper ore in his backpack grew more and more. Each correct answer yielded 10 copper ores, and all-night war god's experience bar also rose, inching closer to leveling up. Song He answered excitedly, feeling the game's addictive pull. He was already hooked. A few minutes later, the copper mine had been hollowed into a deep cave filled with smoke and dust. All-night war god's figure disappeared into the mine shaft. From within came the constant sound of rock walls bursting and dust billowed into the sky. The girls' dormitory. Wu Xiao, dressed in a pure white silk nightgown, lay on her bed, hugging a pillow, tapping frantically on her phone with both hands. She was controlling a gunslinger who had already reached level 3 with the ID Laughing Slayer. Laughing Slayer was diligently mining the towering copper mine. Faint bloodstains dotted the ground nearby. She had already killed 3 passing players using the stolen experience to level up quickly. Qianqian, man, come back over, Wu Xiao said over the team voice chat. 2 level 1 gunslingers ran over and began mining beside Laughing Slayer, acting as if they were peaceful. After a while, a level 1 gunslinger passed by from a distance, clearly a new player. The newcomer was startled at the sight of the level 3 Laughing Slayer and hung back, warily, afraid to approach. But looking around, he saw 2 level 1 gunslingers mining peacefully without any trouble. The scene seemed harmonious. He cautiously moved closer, and seeing Laughing Slayer focused on mining without reacting, he breathed a sigh of relief. He rushed to the mountain wall and tentatively began to mine, then immediately turned his head to check on Laughing Slayer. She still ignored him, single-mindedly digging for, or as if she were a good person. Reassured, the new player started mining boldly. Wu Xiao smirked slyly from her bed, then tapped the screen to strike. The level 3 gunslinger had already switched to a rapid-fire pistol. She spun around and opened fire fiercely, a hail of bullets tearing into the new player, sending blood mist flying. The new player dropped instantly with no time to react, spilling a heap of copper, or as he died in disgrace. Shameless, he yelled into the mic in his last second. A gust of wind blew sand over the corpse, gradually burying it. Only faint traces of blood remained, telling the tale of this place's sin. The moment of the kill, the 2 nearby level 1 gunslingers sprinted away, feigning panic. They were the bait arranged by Wu Xiao, and their panicked flight was all part of the act. If any other newbie players passed by and saw them not running, they might guess this was a trap, that the miners were all in cahoots. If word got out, the fish wouldn't bite. After a moment, seeing no one around, Wu Xiao opened her mic and said, Qianqian, man, come back. The 2 level 1 gunslingers returned to Laughing Slayer's side and resumed mining casually. Xiao, look at 170 degrees. There seems to be smoke, Man suddenly said. Wu Xiao rotated her view and indeed saw a plume of desert smoke rising steadily from the back of the mine. That's mining dust. Someone's digging on the other side of the mine. It looks like a solo player. Only 1 plume of smoke. Wu Xiao judged immediately. Go check it out. They'll keep fishing here. That fish is ours. We'll go kill it, Man said excitedly. Be careful. Sneak up from behind and strike. Tunon should be an instant kill. The game just launched, so you won't run into anyone high level. Wu Xiao advised. Come back quickly after the kill to keep fishing. The 2 level 1 players immediately set off toward the direction of the smoke. Wu Xiao continued mining. No fish came for a while, so she focused on solving problems, breaking through the rock wall ahead. Suddenly, urgent shouts came through the team voice chat. Dead. I got 1 shot. Man exclaimed in terror. It's a gunslinger named All-Night War God. I got 1 shot too. The enemy is level 2 and ambushed us in the mine shaft. What a sneaky bastard. Qianqian yelled furiously. Wu Xiao, avenge us. That guy in the mine killed both of us and stole all 200 copper ores we saved up. Damn it. Wu Xiao fumed. Respawn and come back quickly. They'll keep leveling up a bit more, then we'll gang up on him and take back the ore. Deep within the mine, in a corner, lay 2 corpses of level 1 gunners, copper ores scattered all around. Dare to ambush me? You're asking for death. Song, he sneered. A flash of light enveloped the midnight warrior as he switched to a camouflage skin and leveled up to level 3. You have reached level 3. Choose your reward weapon upgrade. Equip a more powerful weapon. HP upgrade. Increase max HP and regeneration rate. The same prompt had appeared when he leveled from 1 to 2. The game's logic was brutally simple: either boost attack or bolster health. Song, he decisively chose the weapon upgrade. The pistol in his hand grew larger, promising a more satisfying firing experience. No sooner had he completed the upgrade than the rock face before him suddenly trembled with a thunderous roar. A Cavian. The midnight warrior hastily retreated. The next second, the rock wall exploded and a pitch-black figure burst forth, menacing and aggressive. A level 5 scorpion. Song, his expression shifted. Could it be the same one from before? Was it that vengeful chasing him underground? The midnight warrior fled in terror while rapidly firing back. Urgent gunfire erupted and the scorpion's health plummeted. Unexpectedly, the scorpion didn't pursue. Instead, it pounced on the 2 corpses in the corner, devouring them greedily. In a few bites, it had consumed half a body. The scorpion's health bar surged rapidly, as if it were replenishing itself by eating the corpses. A flash of insight struck Song He, and he vaguely grasped what was happening. This must be the game's corpse-clearing mechanism, sending a wild monster to consume the bodies while it regenerates health and grows stronger. Since the beast was busy eating, perhaps it wouldn't fight back. Go for it. Song He frantically tapped his phone screen. The fleeing midnight warrior instantly halted, raised his gun, and unleashed a relentless barrage of fire at the scorpion. The scorpion took several hits, blood gushing from its wounds, its health bar halved in an instant. After emptying the magazine, a math problem instantly appeared, a multiple-choice question on linear algebra. Song He determined the answer in a split second, responded instantly, and got it right. The bullets were fully replenished. The midnight warrior fired wildly again, emptying the magazine once more. The scorpion was left with a sliver of health. Having finished both corpses, it flicked its tail and turned to flee. How could Song He let it escape? A new math problem popped up, and he answered it in an instant. The midnight warrior's magazine was full again, and without hesitation, he opened fire on the scorpion. Boom. The scorpion exploded, its health bar reduced to 0. A jade-green venom gland dropped out, glowing faintly in the dark mine like a motion sensor light in a restroom. The midnight warrior cautiously approached, and a game prompt appeared. Common drop sand scorpion's venom gland. You may choose to consume it. You will be severely poisoned and must rely on your willpower to resist the toxin. Success will greatly increase your HP. Failure will result in instant death. Rely on willpower to resist poison. He'll bet $10 that willpower just means solving math problems. Hilarious. Mere math questions. How could I, the emperor of mathematics, be afraid? Song He snorted coldly, decisively clicked to consume it. On the screen, the midnight warrior grimaced in disgust as he picked up the venom gland and devoured it voraciously. Sure enough, a math multiple-choice question appeared with a 60-second time limit. The problem was quite easy: an improper integral of an unbounded function, a topic from advanced mathematics. For other competition students, this might have been a challenge, but Song He had long mastered it. A single glance, an instant mental calculation, and he selected D. Resistance successful. You are a person of great willpower. Your HP cap has increased from 10 to 20. He was still level 3, but his health had thickened. It seemed that the path to power in this game wasn't limited to leveling up. There were many other means. The gunner was one of the squishier classes among the 4 professions, and the sand scorpion's HP boost perfectly compensated for this weakness. Song He decided to shift his focus to capturing sand scorpions, building up his health to become an unkillable cockroach. As for the copper ores, surely some kind-hearted players would deliver them, and he would gladly accept. Song He switched to the loving family group chat to gather intel. Song He am in the copper mine in the Sand Sea Desert and want to catch some sand scorpions. Where should I look for them? Tactical Master, look for water. Follow the water sources, and you'll find the scorpion nests. Be careful. Those things are called advanced math scorpions by the math competition students. Fighting them is all advanced math problems. Tactical Master, also you can't raid a scorpion nest yet. Song He, why? Tactical Master, you're only level 1 or 2. Scorpion nests are full of level 4 and 5 scorpions. If several swarm you, you'll be dead in no time. Wait until you're level 10 to take them on, that's safer. Song He, I can't wait that long. I need to develop quickly. There are too many classmates around here, and a big brawl might break out soon. I want to take the copper ores with me, but I have to fight my way out. Otherwise, what's the point of all my mining? Someone will just come and kill me, steal everything. This damn place is full of bad people. Tactical Master, but you can't develop by raiding a scorpion nest. That nest will only become your grave. Wake up, you're a rookie. A scorpion nest isn't something you can solo. Song He thanked his senior and quickly switched back to the game, starting work with great enthusiasm. Fortune favors the bold. His brief earlier encounter with the scorpion hadn't been that terrifying. He had to go through with this. Success would make him invincible in the copper mine area, allowing him to kill any classmate he encountered. A water vein ran through the mine, likely an underground stream. The midnight warrior changed his digging direction, following the water flow. After solving over a dozen small problems and shattering countless rock walls, he suddenly broke through to an open space. His phone vibrated, issuing a warning. A massive underground cavern revealed itself, with dozens of sand scorpions lying motionless in slumber, mostly level 4 or 5. In a corner lay a pile of pale white scorpion eggs. The atmosphere was eerie and repulsive. Yuan Guang sidled over to watch Song He play. Seeing the screen, he was horrified. Damn, you've stumbled into a monster nest. They're sleeping, run. I did it on purpose, Song, he said calmly, silently counting the number of monsters. Are you insane? They're all higher level than you. Are you volunteering to be their snack? Yuan Guang was dumbfounded. Don't panic. Watch my moves. Song He took a deep breath, popped 2 mental arithmetic capsules into his mouth, and initiated the battle. The Midnight Warrior charged in with his gun, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. The scorpions jolted awake, brandishing their large tails as they surged forward. The scene was terrifying and spectacular, dozens of scorpions swarming at once as if they would engulf the intruder in an instant. The Midnight Warrior turned and fled. As a level 3 gunner, his movement speed was slightly faster than the scorpions. He needed to lure the monsters out of the cave and pick them off one by one with Hitandran tactics. If he recklessly charged in, he would only be surrounded and stung to death. Watching Song He's character flee, Yuan Guang couldn't help but cover his face. He acknowledged Song He's academic brilliance, but when it came to gaming Song, he was clearly clueless. Suddenly, another message popped up on the phone. Tactical Master, don't be impulsive, kid. Dying will cost you experience and loot. Whatever you do, don't raid a scorpion nest. You'll only waste your strength. Already raided. Song He ignored it completely, his fingers flying across the screen. He had been a clumsy player before, but after taking the mental arithmetic capsules, his movements became incredibly slick. On the screen, the movement speed of each scorpion, the running speed of the gunner, and the firing rate were all crystal clear in his mind. The mine tunnels were dotted with rock pillars, and the optimal route to weave around them, and by time, was vividly mapped out. Professional esports clubs would have dedicated personnel calculating such data to devise a sound strategy. But Song He didn't need that. With simple mental arithmetic, he could determine the next move in an instant. And as the scorpion's positions shifted, Song He's terrifying calculation ability adjusted the route in real time, controlling the kiting distance to the millimeter, as precise as a computer program. The mine tunnels echoed with intense gunfire. The scorpions were frequently stunned only to resume their relentless pursuit. Math problems popped up on the screen, and Song He selected the correct answers in half a second every time, continuously replenishing his pistol ammo before rapidly emptying it again. The battle rhythm grew increasingly frenetic. In just 1 minute, Song He solved 18 math problems, turning his pistol into something resembling a submachine gun. If the pursuing scorpions had intelligence, they would surely be baffled. How could a pistol have such firepower? One by one, the scorpions were shot dead, tumbling into corners and dropping glowing green venom glands. A flash of light enveloped the Midnight Warrior as he broke through to level 4. Without a second thought, Song He chose the weapon upgrade, and the pistol immediately transformed into a short-barreled shotgun. Boom, boom, boom. The mine echoed with thunderous blasts as buckshot sprayed out, mowing down the pursuing scorpions en masse. The Midnight Warrior stopped running, stood his ground with the shotgun, and fired relentlessly. The tide of battle turned in an instant. The roles reversed. The scorpions became cannon fodder, dying one after another. Their complete annihilation was only a matter of time. Yuan Guang stood by, having witnessed the entire ordeal, his heart pounding with overwhelming shock. He had actually pulled it off. Yuan Guang stared blankly, utterly dazzled by the display. Just now, Song He's series of actions made his scalp tingle. The flamboyant and precise movements. The swift and accurate problem-solving. Playing games, skillfully excelling in studies, and looking handsome. Doesn't old Song have any weaknesses? Yuan Guang silently sighed to the heavens, an unusual wave of inferiority washing over him. Song He didn't notice his roommate's astonished expression. He was focused on the battle. A steady stream of sand scorpions rushed in, attempting to break through the firepower blockade with a swarm strategy. But the all-night war god was as steady as an old dog, continuously firing his short-barreled shotgun, unleashing a storm of bullets that formed an insurmountable metal wall, ruthlessly harvesting the remaining sand scorpions. Just over 10 minutes ago, Song He first encountered sand scorpions and was scared into a frantic escape. Now, however, he could stand and shoot without fear, even too lazy to dodge. This seems like a lawn mowing game, Song He concluded. Yuan Guang's face turned pale upon hearing this. You can mow the lawn because you can solve those math problems in seconds. If someone else were here, they would have been wiped out in no time. What kind of gunner uses a shotgun like a heavy machine gun, continuously firing? What's the difference between your fire density and hacking? A flash of light, and the all-night war god leveled up again. Unexpectedly this time, it wasn't a weapon upgrade or health upgrade, but a skill. You have leveled up to level 5 and can choose from the following skills: roll, instantly roll a distance to dodge attack, scatter, shot, does not consume ammo, rapidly shooting randomly within a range for 5 seconds. Song He decisively selected scatter shot, then, without hesitation, activated the skill. The shotgun in his hands shook wildly, firing at double speed, pouring forth a storm of firepower. The remaining sand scorpions couldn't withstand it at all, bursting apart like fireworks, all falling within 5 seconds. Looking at the ground strewn with green scorpion venom sacs, Song He let out a long sigh. A message popped up in the group chat: "We are one big happy family. Tactical Master, why haven't you spoken for half a day? Did you really go poke the sand scorpion nest?" Song He: "I did." Tactical Master: "Reckless. Are you dead now? Ignoring the advice of the elders, you suffer the consequences." I warned you to fight after reaching level 10. Songhe, I didn't die, the scorpions did. Tactical master, your body is weak, but your mouth is still tough. Without saying another word, Song, he sent a screenshot of the mine filled with sand scorpion corpses in the group. The tactical master fell silent, then repeatedly retracted his earlier messages, probably with a very pained expression. Songhe switched back to the game, controlling the all-night war god to collect the venom sacks. As each venom sac was consumed, a series of math problems popped up. Problems on indefinite integrals using the substitution method, distribution integral formulas for indefinite integrals, rational function integrals of trigonometric functions, simple irrational function integrals. The dazzling array of questions seemed as simple as addition and subtraction in Songhe's eyes, after all he had long mastered them. His health bar shot up continuously, reaching 30, 40, 50. After consuming the last venom sac, the all-night war god's health bar astonishingly broke 400. Songhe became addicted, continuing the search for sand scorpion caves. Following the flow of water, he kept breaking through rock walls, and within a few minutes, he discovered another sand scorpion nest. This time there was no need to run. The all-night war god picked up his shotgun, activated scattershot, and amidst the crackling gunfire, large groups of sand scorpions met their tragic end, dropping venom sacs one after another. The all-night war god's health bar grew longer, and his level kept rising: level 7, level 8, level 9, level 10. The weapon in hand continuously enhanced: long-barreled shotgun, dual shotgun, submachine gun, dual submachine guns. It truly is a lawn-mowing game. Songhe reaffirmed his previous judgment. Meanwhile, outside the mine, 5 figures gathered together. Level 5 gunner Xian Sha Ren, level 2 gunner Man Man, level 2 gunner Qian Qian. Along with the 2 helpers he had just called for: level 4 swordsman Blood Demon, Heavenly Sovereign, level 3 mage Hua Tuo Reborn. Great. A powerful lineup. It's a sure win. Xian Sha Ren exclaimed excitedly. Let's kill that wicked all-night war god and share the copper or drops. Kill. Everyone echoed. Xian Sha Ren led the charge, taking his 4 teammates forward, charging fiercely to the back of the mine. From within the mine, smoke and dust occasionally erupted, and faint sounds of walls shattering and gunfire could be heard. Listening to the sounds, it was as if a monster was rampaging in the mine, sending chills down their spines. Man Man opened her mic, her tone tinged with fear. What a huge racket. Did the all-night war god level up again? Will his level be very high? How long has it been? When he killed us, he was only level 2. At most, he might have leveled up to 4. What's there to be scared of? Qian Qian retorted angrily. We need to settle the score. Blood for blood. Sister, don't worry. In such a narrow mine, gunners don't stand a chance against us swordsmen. Blood Demon Heavenly Sovereign raised his great sword, laughing arrogantly. When we find him ill, just charge in and chop him into meat paste. Hua Tuo Reborn also opened his mic, his tone steady but confident. You guys just go ahead and gang up on him. He'll heal you. Rest assured, I've allocated all my skills to healing spells, and with me here you'll receive luxurious healing. Alright, no more nonsense. Can 5 of us not defeat him alone? Charge. Xian Sha Ren said confidently, leading the way into the dark mine. The 4 teammates hurriedly followed, and the team surged forward with great momentum into the depths of the mine. The mine was deeper than expected. They thought they would encounter the enemy in just a few seconds, but they walked for 3 minutes without reaching the end. Everyone had an ominous premonition, but having already charged in, they couldn't let fear stop them, so they gritted their teeth and continued forward. Suddenly, a red streak appeared at the end of the mine. What is that red thing? Hua Tuo Reborn asked in confusion. Is my screen lagging? The frontmost Xian Sha Ren suddenly froze, stopping in his tracks. Several teammates were startled and also stopped, asking in confusion, why aren't we moving? That red thing seems to be a health bar, Xian Sha Ren said with a terrified tone. At the same time, the long red bar in front began to move. It was indeed a health bar, long and thin like a track moving from the pitch-black distance, yet its owner was still unseen. The 5 began to panic as the length of the health bar occupied more than half of the mobile screen and continued to extend. Could it be that this mine was not being fought by players, but by some rare boss? Finally, a figure appeared at the end of the mine. A gunner with an extraordinarily exaggerated health bar overhead, his ID boldly reading All-Night War God. His level was even more terrifying, level 10. Xian Sha Ren and his teammates were collectively dumbfounded, their hairs standing on end. Level 10. This guy actually reached level 10. Why could he level up so quickly? Even reaching level 10 shouldn't result in such an exaggerated health bar. This must be over 1,000 HP. This was obviously like carrying a blood bank. He'll buy time. Everyone run. Blood Demon Heavenly Sovereign suddenly drew his sword, dashing out tragically toward the enemy. At the end of the mine, the all-night war god magically pulled out a rocket launcher, shouldering it. Blood Demon Heavenly Sovereign was terrified, instantly retreating. Hua Tuo, heal me. I'm going to be instant killed. As soon as he finished speaking, the dark mine lit up. A piercing wail sounded and the all-night war god fired the rocket launcher. Huatuo, reborn in a panic, desperately threw out a multitude of healing spells, dumping them all onto the charging Blood Demon, Heavenly Sovereign. A massive explosion. Blood Demon Heavenly Sovereign was engulfed in flames, his health bar instantly drained to zero. Run! Xian Ren yelled in terror. Huatuo, what happened to the luxurious healing we talked about? The healing was successful. I used all my ultimate skills. Huatuo, reborn, turned to flee, but the patient is dead. We can still run out. Each rocket requires a calculation problem. We have time. Qian said angrily. Well, take revenge for Blood Demon, Heavenly Sovereign later. At the end of the mine, a rocket appeared on the all-night war god's launcher, firing. Impossible. Qian screamed in terror. The rocket precisely flew into the midst of the fleeing players, exploding. The explosive flames dissipated. For players with low health lay sprawled on the ground, their bodies twitching in a pool of blood. Xiaosharan had only 3 health points left, while Qian and Man barely had a sliver of health. Huatuo, reincarnated, was on the verge of demise, his health bar appearing almost empty. The most tragic part was that Huatuo's healing skills had all been used on the Blood Demon Sovereign and were now on cooldown. As a healing mage, Huatuo found himself unable to heal, feeling utterly humiliated. Clear footsteps approached. The all-night war god appeared, shouldering a rocket launcher, exuding an aura akin to that of death. The 4 bloodied players trembled, struggling to comprehend why this individual, who had entered the game around the same time, was at such a high level. This is absurd. Don't kill us. We mean no harm. We're just passing through. Xiaosharan quickly spoke up. Mine. The all-night war god replied. The players on the ground were bewildered. What? Xiaosharan asked cautiously. I want half the ores you mine. Once I've gotten enough, I'll let you go. The all-night war god threatened, raising his rocket launcher. Otherwise, it'll blow you all to smithereens. This is too much. Huatuo rebuked angrily. How could we become your slaves? It's better to be killed than to be humiliated. Don't you all agree? He'll mine. Xiaosharan pleaded, quickly getting up and obediently starting to mine copper. Qian and Man also got up, vigorously mining. Huatuo, get to work. The all-night war god pointed his rocket launcher at Huatuo, scolding him. Huatuo grumbled as he got up, swinging his pickaxe at the rock, while humiliatingly taking on the role of a laborer. The 4 captives lined up in a row, earnestly mining copper ores. In the distance, the Blood Demon Sovereign lay frozen, likely having respawned back in the main city by now. Copper ores were scattered all over the ground, and the all-night war god kept bending down to pick them up, stowing them in his backpack. In the dormitory, Yuan Guang curiously asked, why are they willing to mine for you? Even if you blow them up, can't they just respawn? Dying will cause them to lose a lot of experience, and most importantly, all the items in their backpacks will drop. Look at Xiaosharan. I've been watching her for a while. She has been killing and looting ores all night. If she works hard all night only to have her savings wiped out by me, she'll probably cry. Yuan Guang suddenly understood. Song, he handed his phone to Yuan Guang. Play for me. In half an hour, you can use the rocket launcher to blow them all up and steal the dropped ores. Wait, didn't you say to let them go? Yuan Guang was bewildered. How could that be? Do you really believe that? Song, he asked in surprise. Do you think a bird would let itself be caught? I'm just tricking them to extract the remaining value. It was so dark. Yuan Guang took the phone, keeping an eye on the 4 slaves while picking up copper ores. Song, he picked up another phone, opened the game, questioned C continent, and registered a new account. After a night of playing as a shooter, he got tired of doing hundreds of math problems. Switching to biology questions, he thought he should keep grinding, especially since he had promised teacher Lulu that the competition team would aim for the top 20, a daunting task. After a brief loading time, the game interface appeared. Choosing the subject biology. Choosing the profession zombie. Entering the nickname King of Poisons. Songhee's new account was successfully created, and the King of Poisons appeared in the main city, looking like other zombies with a pale green skin and covered in sticky corpse fluids, the stench of decay, palpable even through the phone screen. The King of Poisons moved through the streets and quickly found the main square, triggering a dialogue with the City Lord NPC. The City Lord, humph. Stinky zombie, get far away. The City Lord, I hate zombies the most, go away. Songhee was dumbfounded. Was his approach to receiving a quest wrong? Why was this NPC so rude? You dog of a City Lord, know your place. Shouldn't you be assigning me tasks? Why start with discrimination? What has a zombie done to you? Did a zombie eat your rice? Wait, let me find out some information. Songhee realized something was off with the plot and took back the phone from Yuan Guang. He switched to the Loving Family group chat to gather intel. Songhee, I created a zombie account to get a quest from the City Lord, and he started cursing at me right away. Tactical Master zombies are the antagonists. You can't get quests from the City Lord. Songhee, is that so? I thought the 4 main professions were equal. How can there be a distinction between good and evil? Zombies need to survive in the wilderness, gather corpses, assimilate them into zombies, and form a zombie army. In the early stages, zombies find it hard to develop with many NPCs attacking you in the wild. Players of other professions are also keen on hunting zombies because zombie meat can be sold for a lot of money. What about later? Songhee asked. Tactical Master, if you survive the early stages, you'll be invincible in the later ones. The zombie tide will become large-scale and other professions will find it hard to resist. When the zombie tide attacks a city, they will kill the resisting players, and those players' bodies will also be assimilated into zombies, snowballing into a terrifying situation. If you play for a while longer, the city lord will issue a quest for the good professions to eradicate zombies, and a great battle will erupt. Every game's ending is different. In my session, the zombies won and swept the entire world. In Yu Ambang's session, humanity won the Great War and wiped out the zombies. Songhee was shocked. This game actually has different plot endings. Regardless of how it ends, it seems he wouldn't lose. He could play a good character on one account and an evil character on another, betting on both sides, ensuring a profit. Maybe he could use both accounts to coordinate. Songhee fell into deep thought, the existing information inspiring endless possibilities. It seemed that the combination of 2 phones and 2 accounts could lead to many exciting operations. His phone vibrated, interrupting his thoughts. It was a message from the competition group. Yi Lianghan, I saw from the backend data that all students have created accounts for Question C continent and have been practicing problems for a while. Students who are faster have already completed over 300 questions tonight. Songhee calculated and realized they seemed to be talking about him. However, there must be others who completed 300 questions as well. There were likely many top students. After all, strong competitors were everywhere. Songhee had already experienced the addictive nature of this game. Usually he needed willpower to stick to the problem set, but in the game, he unknowingly completed a large number of questions. Songhee stared at the number of people online on his phone, which was rapidly increasing. Clearly, Yi Lianghan's words had drawn everyone out. As the leader of the school's competition team, even the strong Lu Lu and Ban Jinya had to bow to him. With a single word, he could change the rules of the competition team and determine the fate of the competitors. At this moment, everyone probably temporarily left the game to listen to Brother Yes' speech. Would those 4 slaves take the opportunity to escape? Songhee swiftly switched back to the game, and sure enough, the villain Laughing Killer was sneaking away. Hua Tuo reincarnated was even more arrogant. As he fled, he diligently healed his teammates without stopping. The overnight war god decisively raised his rocket launcher. No! Laughing Killer screamed. Boom! The 4 mining slaves exploded, collectively falling to the ground in a state of despair. Another explosion startled Song. Did these guys have a backup plan? Could their corpses self-destruct? Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be copper ore. An astonishing quantity of copper ore erupted from their corpses, shaking the mine tunnel, as if a torrential rain had fallen, with hundreds and thousands of copper ores rolling chaotically on the ground. An incredible sight. Thieves must be eradicated at all times. Songhee murmured, it's too dark. All the loot was confiscated. Wu Xiao suddenly sat up in bed, angrily pounding the wall with his fist, hitting it twice before feeling pain and holding his hand in frustration. Overnight war god. I will tear you to pieces. Wu Xiao roared. What's wrong? What's wrong? His roommates were startled, having never seen Wu Xiao so agitated. I worked hard all night to gather 3,000 copper. All of it was stolen by this bully. Our entire team wasted a night. Calm down, Xiao Xiao. We'll find him later and take revenge. His roommate consoled him. People nowadays have such dirty hearts. Their hearts are pitch black. How can they steal from their classmates? They have no shame at all. Those coppers were all mine by you tonight, right? Not really. Wu Xiao's voice suddenly lowered. I stole from others. Wu Xiao blushed. You deserve it, Xiao Xiao. His roommate was speechless. Wu Xiao was furious. I can steal from others, but others can't steal from me. Tomorrow I will gather an army to hunt him down. Let him eat what he has and spit it back out. I don't believe that calling a few more people won't take him down. After saying this, Wu Xiao trembled as he took out his phone to search for friends. First he searched for Songhee. The junior was handsome and capable, perhaps willing to help. Yi Lianghan snapped his fingers and tossed out 2 photos. The first photo made Song. He breathed heavily like a lecher seeing a wet beauty. Xiong Jinsheng's Lectures on Point Set Topology. Yang Zixis Modern Algebra. Ding Shisun's Introduction to Algebra. These were all renowned mathematics books, and they were the reference materials Songhee had longed for. He had looked for them in the school library, but couldn't find them. If he could get his hands on these books and thoroughly study them, his mathematics level would undoubtedly surge again. The second photo also made Songhee's eyes light up. A biological laboratory filled with a dazzling array of instruments and equipment, some of which were shockingly expensive. Fully automated nucleic acid extraction machines, imported ones costing hundreds of thousands, and domestically produced ones costing over 100,000. Flow cytometers capable of stem cell and immune cell phenotype detection costing 5 to 600,000. Ultra-high-speed centrifuges, the kings of centrifuges, starting at 1 million. Transmission electron microscopes that can clearly photograph viruses, starting at 10 million. There were even some large and bizarre instruments that Song he had never heard of, but just looking at their size exuded a sense of extravagance. There were likely many machines in the tens of millions and beyond that he dared not imagine. Even many lesser universities' biology departments would find it hard to gather such equipment, even if they could. The usage frequency was very low. For example, thermal analyzers with probes costing tens of thousands had a very high failure rate. Transmission electron microscope sample rods costing 200,000 were also prone to damage. Poor schools would quickly go bankrupt from trying to maintain these, the principal's heart would tremble, and the laboratory teachers would flee in the night. In short, the message was experimental zones, no entry for idlers. Yi Liang-han, the two pictures I released represent the rewards provided by the mathematics competition team and the biology competition team. Yi Liang-han, the mathematics reward is a set of precious reference books with limited availability. Only 10 sets. Students need to fight hard for them. Yi Liang-han, the biology reward is an opportunity to operate in the laboratory. In addition to completing experimental tasks, students can also freely operate on projects of interest. Limited spots, only 10 students. Yi Liang-han, this biological laboratory is a strategic cooperation between our school and Jinghai University. Our school's parents donated 20 million, and Jinghai University invested 400 million, with continuous donations from social individuals in recent years, making it the strongest biological laboratory in the city. Yi Liang-han enthusiastically tempted the students, and they truly couldn't resist flooding the group with exclamation marks. Song He's eyelids twitched. He had heard of this, and the parents of our school seemed to mainly refer to Zhuang Kaiyan's mom and dad. He also recalled Lung Xiangwen, grateful that the wealthy Lung Xiangwen was covering the material costs, otherwise he wouldn't dare use the expensive lab equipment. He hoped the generous young Master Lung would help him successfully create some new things. Hopefully when young Master Lung sees the bill, he can respond calmly and won't fall into a panic. Yi Liang-han, the method for competing for the rewards is simple: the boss battle in Tide of Questions. Yi Liang-han, deep in the white bone forest of Tide of Questions, there is a boss called Kunbone King. We have already imported the latest biology competition and mathematics competition question sets into the program, and students need to complete the learning of these subjects within a week to challenge Kunbone King. Yi Liang-han, the strategy to defeat Kunbone King is to hit its weak points, and the way to hit weak points is by answering questions. Correct answers will weaken Kunbone King, while incorrect ones will enrage it. Yi Liang-han, throughout the battle, Kunbone King will throw 140 difficult questions at you, covering all aspects of the competition question sets. Song he was dumbfounded. Facing a boss meant 140 questions. Wasn't this just an exam? Just transformed from paper to mobile. Kunbone King, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, I've long seen through your true form as a test paper. Yi Liang-han, tomorrow morning during the study period, we will distribute the new biology competition and mathematics competition question sets. Students work hard on the questions. Yi Liang-han, this time the question set is relatively thin, only 200 pages, and I believe students can easily complete it within a week. Song he felt numb. Others had 200 pages, but he had 400. Easy my ass. I will be exhausted. Fortunately, tomorrow is the weekend. With a full day of self-study, I can grind the competition question set in the library for a day. But the competition team's top students would likely also swarm the library, fiercely attacking the competition question set. The pressure was immense, and Song he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Lulu, have you seen the notice from Principal Yi? Lulu, originally the school planned to send the top 25 students to the laboratory. I asked the leader, and they agreed to allocate 10 spots to the winners of the boss battle. The opportunity has been created for you. Whether you can seize it depends entirely on yourself. Lulu, this task is much more challenging than the small test for the competition team. Within 7 days, you must complete a 200-page biology workbook, mastering the content thoroughly to have any chance of victory. Song he students are moved to tears. Tomorrow, once the biology workbook is released, I'll write until I'm exhausted. Lulu, the most critical point is that both math and biology have boss battle rewards, so you should not compete in math. Song he silently acknowledged that although he had successfully remained in 2 competition teams, the rivalry and jealousy between Lulu and Ban Jianya had not subsided. In fact, it had intensified. His phone vibrated. Ban Jianya has sent you a friend request. Song he quickly accepted and typed, "Teacher, are you asking me to compete for the math boss battle reward while giving up the biology reward?" Ban Jianya, you little brat, have I been raising your roundworm in my belly? Ban Jianya, the math boss battle reward is extremely important and will greatly help you improve in math. As for the biology laboratory, if you can't go in the first batch, you can join the next batch. It's just about getting familiar with the equipment and papers, which is not crucial. Since the old teacher can't see Song, he shook his head vigorously at his phone. For an ordinary high school student to go to the laboratory, it was indeed just to mix in. However, Song, he was ambitious. With system assistance and the support from Cold Young Master, he wanted to utilize the precious resources of the laboratory to attempt some new inventions, so he had to seize this opportunity. Of course, the idea of a high school student engaging in scientific research is too unconventional to share with the old teacher. Ban Jianya, my requirement for you is that you must obtain the Math Boss Battle reward. Otherwise, you will regret it. Songhi, yes. Teacher, I promise to study math hard and throw away biology for now. Ban Jianya, good child. A week later, the seating arrangements in class will change. You understand what I mean, right? Understood. Songhi replied immediately, as winning means choosing a seat freely, while losing means sitting next to the trash can. Just when he had dealt with the old teacher, Lulu sent another message. Lulu, I'm talking to you, respond. I must say this up front, you must secure the biology reward. Otherwise, the teacher will be very petty. Songhi, yes. Teacher, I promise to study biology hard and throw math away for now. Lulu, good child. If you perform well, there will be rewards. The specific rewards are temporarily confidential. Songhi forced a smile. Caught in the middle of the teacher's rivalry, he felt quite uncomfortable. Especially since the reason for their rivalry was precisely over him. It felt as if Ban Jianya was pulling his left arm, while Lulu was tugging at his right, pulling him in a tug-of-war. He felt as if he was about to split apart, unable to shout, stop, stop, stop. Only able to cheer for both sides. Tug me to death, teachers. As for the instructions from the two teachers, he resolutely pretended to obey. He would strive for both subjects and win awards in both. The main drive was rebellion. Isn't it the nature of youth to rebel? Isn't it just fighting on two fronts? Isn't it just progressing in both subjects simultaneously? Such high-difficulty operations are not unfamiliar. If I can stay in both competition teams, then I can secure rewards from both. How could the math and biology emperor be just a name? After dealing with the two teachers, his phone vibrated again. Wu Xiao has sent you a friend request. Songhi raised an eyebrow in surprise and accepted it. Wu Xiao, help. Junior, please help me. Songhi, don't panic, explain in detail. Wu Xiao, I've been robbed. There's a shooter called All-Nighter War God, despicably wicked, a complete scoundrel. He ruthlessly wiped out my entire team and stole the, or we had painstakingly gathered overnight. It made me furious, shedding small pearls of sweat. What the hell? Wu Xiao laughing to the point of killing. Songhi widened his innocent eyes as if he had stumbled upon a terrible secret. Songhi, wow. This person is too wicked. Even robbing fellow students, that's just outrageous. Don't cry, senior sister, what can I do to help you? Wu Xiao, I'm gathering a large army to surround this scoundrel with heavy forces tomorrow. I urgently need helpers. A junior, please assist. That person is very strong, cunning, and sly. If we are outnumbered, I fear we will fail. Where am I cunning and sly? I am clearly pure and kind. Songhi, but I need to cram for the competition workbook tomorrow. I don't have time to play games. Wu Xiao, why are you in such a rush for the competition workbook? There's still a month until the big exam. Your ranking won't easily be eliminated. Songhi, but I want to compete for the boss battle reward. Oh, I need to finish the competition workbook in 7 days to go kill the Kunbone King. Time is of the essence, so I truly can't help you. I'm sorry, senior sister. Wu Xiao, boss battle reward. Junior, are you mistaken? There are only 10 spots and you're outside the top 40. How is that possible? Songhi, that's why time is even tighter. The opponents are both numerous and strong. Once the competition workbook is released tomorrow, I must work like a madman to solve questions, or I won't have any chance of victory. Wu Xiao, wake up, junior. You don't even have a slim chance. Look at the last exam results. The top 10 scored 100 points higher than you. The gap is not small. Trust me, I am an old hand in the competition team. You cannot imagine how terrifying the strength of the top 10 is. Wu Xiao, think it over again. Join my group chat first. Once we have news about that All-Nighter War God tomorrow, we will plan our attack in the group chat. If you can take down the All-Nighter War God, I will express my gratitude handsomely. After saying this, Wu Xiao sent over a QR code for the group chat. Secret operation group for hunting the All-Nighter War God. Song, he was startled and decisively joined. While other infiltrators put in great effort to enter the enemy's ranks, entering as an undercover agent myself was too smooth. The enemy invited me into the highest command. Unable to decline, and with such warm hospitality, I could only comply respectfully. Night falls, please close your eyes. Oh, werewolves, please open your eyes. Songhi revealed a villainous smile. Sunday, 6 a.m. Songhi arrived at the library and headed to his familiar old seat. To his surprise, the self-study area was full of familiar faces. Upon closer inspection, almost all were competition students. Most competition students were glued to their phones, fiercely battling in Question C continent. their expressions resembling that of internet-addicted youths. Each competition student playing on their phones had a draft paper and textbooks beside them, occasionally frantically flipping through the books or desperately calculating something. Song-hee looked on, feeling exhausted, playing a game while preparing draft papers and reference books. Wouldn't that affect the gaming experience? Is it really necessary to calculate such simple questions by hand? As he walked by Song, he sneaked a glance at the levels on several students' phones. Level 4, a level 5, a level 4, a level 3. A bunch of noobs. The leveling speed in Question C continent depends on the speed of answering questions. The faster you answer, the faster you level up. In this aspect, Song-hee happened to be a freak. After taking a few mental calculation capsules, his mind was filled with abacuses. The only thing limiting Song-hee's score was the amount of knowledge he had, which was precisely the opposite of the senior students. The senior students in their second and third years had an advantage of an extra 1 or 2 years of study, possessing more knowledge. Song-hee sat down and took out the newly issued competition workbook from his backpack. Suddenly, 2 people sat down across from him, one male and one female, their faces showing the freshness of first-year students. After they sat down, they stared intently at Song-hee, their expressions complicated, as if facing a formidable adversary, their eyes filled with awe and battle intent. Song-hee wondered, do I know you? Why do they look like they want to fight as soon as they arrive? What grievances or grudges do they have? Suddenly, Song-hee's eyes brightened, and he tentatively asked, Nie Junrin Gong Sha Sha. Exactly. Nie Junrin nodded firmly. Song-hee, you are the strongest in math among the first-year students. We are here to challenge you today. The arena is the newly issued math competition workbook we just received. It's very fair. Gong Sha Sha slammed the math workbook on the table, sitting upright. We can compete on accuracy or speed in solving problems. You decide. Song-hee was taken aback and suddenly couldn't help but laugh. Nie Junrin and Gong Sha Sha exchanged glances, frowning as Song-hee smiled displeased them. After a moment, Song-hee stopped laughing and raised an eyebrow. Where does your confidence come from? Instantly, the resentment value notification popped up. Nie Junrin felt despised by you, anger surging within him, resentment value 300. Gong Sha Sha felt belittled by you, indignation filling her heart, resentment value 300. Song-hee, although you scored high on the quiz, that's a thing of the past. Nie Junrin slapped the math workbook onto the desk. A brand new workbook with brand new knowledge. We'll learn and solve problems together. Who will emerge victorious is still uncertain. This edition of the math workbook focuses on geometry, a completely different domain from the previous algebra edition. Your mastery of algebra is utterly useless. Gong Sha Sha's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. We're all starting from the same starting line. Song-hee shook his head. As the champion of the first-year high school math competition, he held the second and third place in complete contempt. His true rivals were the seasoned students in the second and third years. Sorry, but I plan to study biology today, Song-hee said, flipping open his biology workbook. Afraid to take up the challenge? Nie Junrin demanded, his brows furrowed. Chickening out. Gong Sha Sha deliberately snorted. Your provocation won't work on me. The two of you combined are no match for me. I have no interest in accepting your challenge. Song-hee yawned. You want a challenge, so I have to change my study plan. On what grounds? Nie Junrin and Gong Sha Sha both frowned deeply, their expressions dark with displeasure. As the second and third place holders, challenging the top dog was an urgent instinct for battle. Song-hee's passive attitude left them both frustrated, their fighting spirit sharpened, but nowhere to be unleashed. Then let's wager something, Nie Junrin said. If we lose, we'll treat you to a week's worth of meals at the school cafeteria. How about that? Song-hee let out a snicker, pulled a meal card from his uniform pocket, and handed it over. Nie Junrin and Gong Sha Sha took a look, stunned and bewildered. Why is your meal card different from ours? Gong Sha Sha asked, puzzled. It's a faculty meal card awarded by the principal. I eat at the cafeteria for free, all expenses covered. Song-hee said, retrieving his card. Nie Junrin and Gong Sha Sha were instantly astounded. A student possessing a faculty meal card. The two were clearly at a loss, utterly stumped. As students, there wasn't much they could wager. The only thing that came to mind was treating someone to a meal. And now their opponent turned out to be a cafeteria VIP. What were they supposed to do? Then what do you propose we wager? Gong Sha Sha frowned. Whatever conditions you name, I'll accept. If you two lose. Song-hee narrowed his eyes. You'll work as my laborers. Laborers? Their expressions shifted. 2 blocks west of the school gate, there's an internet cafe called StarNet. They have a printer there, Song-hee said. They'll give you my CNKI account. You'll search for and print out academic papers for me, then pack them up and bring them back. Let me be clear from the start. The papers I need are far more than you can imagine. This labor won't be easy. Song-hee smirked as he pulled out his math workbook, his tone brimming with absolute confidence. Dare to bet. If you dare, we'll start right now. What's there to be afraid of? We came here to win. Gong Sha Sha declared, her face full of defiance. Hold on. There's something we need to clarify. Nia Junrin raised a hand to stop them. Song-hee's pupils contracted. Damn, it was Nia Junrin not falling into the trap. Had he seen through my scheme? If we lose this time, well be your printing labors. Nia Junrin said earnestly. But from now on you must accept our challenges without hesitation, not like today, making excuses left and right. Until the day we finally defeat you, our labor will come to an end. Holy crap, not only did this guy not see through my trap, he was digging an even deeper one to jump into. Song-hee's face showed surprise. That's not good. Wouldn't that mean you'd be my laborers for life? Taking it that far, Song-hee, don't underestimate us. We might not lose. Gong Sha's face flushed with anger as she ripped off the answer key from the back of the workbook with a sharp crack and slapped it aside. I may not be your match in algebra from the quiz, but geometry is my strong suit. Nia Junrin also tore off the answer key with a crack. Song-hee followed suit. If you're not convinced, then let's fight. They'll beat you until you're completely convinced. We'll battle continuously for 4 hours. Within that time we solve problems freely, and at the end we tally the total scores. Whoever scores higher wins. So it's a contest of both speed and accuracy. Nia Junrin squinted. Good. Just what I wanted. The moment the words fell, the battle erupted. The three of them simultaneously flipped open their workbooks. But then their actions diverged. Song-hee merely stared at the pages while Nia Junrin and Gong Sha both pulled out thick stacks of scratch paper. A faint smirk curled at the corner of Song-hee's mouth. Scratch paper. The mediocre students have too many tools. From the very start you've already lost the upper hand. Nia Junrin and Gong Sha, however, were secretly pleased. Song-hee didn't even bother with scratch paper. Clearly he was underestimating them and not in top form. All three simultaneously sensed the scent of victory, then focused intently on their workbooks. The first 5 pages were extremely simple, covering high school geometry content. Hyperbola equations, slope, normal vectors, proving positional relationships, intersection angles, distance formulas, center symmetry, tangent equations, interior and exterior real axis, imaginary axis. Song-hee had long committed these concepts to memory. He could recite them from start to finish with his eyes closed. So he skimmed through the knowledge pages and went straight to the problem pages, picking up his pen to start solving. Compared to algebra problems, geometry problems consumed much more ink, especially proof-based ones. They were filled with because, therefore, because, therefore, and couldn't be skipped. He had to write each step to earn points. Song-hee could only push his writing speed to the limit. The rapid scratching of pens filled the air like pearls large and small falling onto a jade platter. His hand speed simply couldn't keep up with his thinking speed. Song-hee swiftly tackled several proof problems, drafting the detailed steps in his mind within 3 to 5 seconds, but writing them out took a painstaking 2 minutes. My fingers, you're useless. Song-hee fumed inwardly. It had been a long time since he'd done a system lottery. When he got back to the dormitory tonight, he'd have to try his luck and see if he could draw an item like a hand speed capsule to boost his attack speed. The main bottleneck in his problem-solving speed was his hand. If he could have fingers as fast as Lang Lang's blurring into motion, his problem-solving speed would be unstoppable. He finished the first 5 pages in just 20 minutes, and he could guarantee a perfect score, leaving no survivors. Turning to the 6th page, Song-hee's expression turned serious. A new knowledge section had appeared. It had moved beyond high school geometry and into university-level geometry. Was this where the real challenge began? Song-hee stopped writing, his brows furrowed as he rapidly scanned the new concepts. A warning bell rang in his mind. His memory wasn't that great. Some concepts he had seen just a week ago, but upon rereading them now his train of thought stumbled. Forgetting after memorizing, memorizing after forgetting. This was the bane of learning. Mental calculation speed didn't equate to memory strength. There was still a weakness in his memory. Pull yourself together and give it your all. Across from him, Nia Junrin and Gong Sha also stopped writing, starting to read the new knowledge section. At this moment, the three were barely on equal footing. All had to learn new material and then apply it on the fly to tackle the subsequent problems. Success or failure hinged on who could absorb the knowledge faster and more thoroughly. The library was dead silent, but murderous intent surged through the air. The silent battle reached a fever pitch. Their young faces were set with determination, their pupils blazing with the fierceness of lions. Finally, the sound of pages turning rang out like a sword being drawn. Song-hee was the first to enter the problem section, his pen hitting the paper to solve the problems. Right-hand rectangular coordinate system, spatial affine coordinate system. Medians of a tetrahedron, inscribed sphere of a tetrahedron. Affine equivalence classes the intersection of a hyperbolic cylinder and a plane is non-empty. A series of entirely novel problems unfolded before him, and Song-hee was haunted by strange phantoms stepping into a realm of geometry utterly different from before. If his past mathematical studies were merely superficial knowledge, now he had finally touched the edge of the abyss of mathematics. At the same time, system notifications kept flashing before his eyes. Detected mathematical progress level up from silver 13 to silver 14. Detected mathematical progress level up from silver 14 to silver 15. Hormones surged wildly through Song He's body. These problems were intensely stimulating, and before he knew it, he had entered a state of fierce bloodshot focus. If this issue of the competition problem set was a hearty main course, the previous one was merely a plate of peanuts. The difficulty had escalated by more than one level. In retrospect, could the first problem set have just been a beginner's tutorial? He was both exhilarated and awed. Was this the true face of the mathematics competition? Page 6 took 8 minutes. Page 7 7 minutes. Page 8 5 minutes. Song He grew more proficient, hitting his stride. His writing speed increased rapidly, and the frequency of page turns grew higher and higher. He began to lose track of time, forget the bet, and even forget the two challengers opposing him. He was lost in the ocean of mathematics with rapturous delight, every vector and every tangent line captivating him. However, the two challengers across from him had not forgotten him. Nie Junrin and Gong Xiaxia wore troubled expressions, grinding to a halt, both stuck on page 7. And on the preceding page 6, they had also left several problems blank, writing only a pitiful solution or proof before giving up. The difficulty of the problem set completely exceeded their expectations. Although as competition students Nie Junrin and Gong Xiaxia had dabbled in college mathematics, they had only scratched the surface. But the problems before them required a thorough synthesis of various college-level mathematical concepts, and the difficulty was daunting. The two gripped their pens tightly, their faces flushed with frustration. They constantly flipped back to the knowledge review section, then returned to the problem pages to attempt solutions. They used one sheet of scratch paper after another, yet their problem-solving speed remained agonizingly slow. Across from them, Song, he presented a completely different picture. His demeanor was light and effortless as he continuously turned pages, advancing forward without ever looking back. Song He's frantic writing speed gradually attracted the attention of students in the nearby study area. The vast majority of those nearby were competition students holding the same problem set. Everyone was struggling, but someone was writing with astonishing speed. It was impossible not to notice. Whoa, isn't that Song He? His hand speed is so fast it's leaving afterimages. Song He is incredible. His hand speed is comparable to Kata's. Is he working on biology? Biology problems are all simple and trivial, like writing an essay. Sorry, take a closer look. He's doing math problems. Our biology problems are really hard. Looks like your math problems are trash. Ridiculous. How is that possible? Is Song He copying the answers? Doesn't he need to ponder over the problems? Ponder? Hell no. Look at Chu Long solving problems, he's the same. Dives right in, no foreplay. Many students in the study area couldn't help but look up, their eyes filled with shock as they watched Song He. A stream of resentment values appeared continuously. Pei Xingxiu, stuck on a problem, watched you slaughtering with ease and felt terrible. Resentment 100. Su Song, who saw you as a target to catch up to, saw your incredible speed and lost all confidence. Resentment 200. Song Wei, who scored 10 points higher than you on the last quiz, fears you'll catch up. Resentment 300. Song He was completely oblivious to the stares around him. He was busy leveling up. Detected mathematical progress level up from silver 15 to silver 16. Detected mathematical progress level up from silver 16 to silver 17. Solving math problems was the biggest time sink, especially when you were in the zone. Time felt like it was on fast forward. Perhaps because of the challenge, Song He was in an exceptional state. Normally he was on 2x speed, but today it felt like 4x speed. 3 hours had passed before he knew it. Song He had already reached page 30. According to his plan to finish the 200-page math problem set in 7 days, he needed to complete 28. 5 pages per day. Today's task was already done, and he had entered the phase of overlearning. This way he would have time in the afternoon to work on the biology problem set. Across from him, the two challengers looked ashen. Nie Junrin had just reached the end of page 10, while Gong Xiaxia was slower, just starting page 10. The two looked like they were about to cry. Seeing Song He solve problems in seconds made them anxious, and the more anxious they became, the more muddled their thoughts grew and their speed plummeted. Before the challenge, they had been full of fighting spirit, not knowing their limits. Little did they expect that shortly after the challenge began, Song He would exude an overwhelming aura of a top scholar, his terrifying presence suppressing them completely. Nie Junrin and Gong Xiaxia refused to admit defeat. They struggled desperately for the past 3 hours, barely managing to finish 1 page, only to hear Song He flip 3 pages. The gap widened, and each rustle of Song He's pages felt like a knife stabbing into their hearts. It was dark, so dark. Nie Junrin's scalp tingled. He was so thoroughly dominated that it left a psychological shadow. He couldn't help but write on his scratch paper. There's still 1 hour left. We can't turn this around. Let's surrender. After writing, Nie Junrin cautiously pushed the scratch paper toward Gong Shasha. Gong Shasha had a strong personality, and this challenge was her idea in the first place. Nie Junrin was worried she would be too stubborn and refuse outright. To his utter surprise, Gong Shasha sighed, picked up her pen, and wrote on the scratch paper. I've been wanting to surrender for a while now. It's too painful. She even used 3 exclamation points. It seemed Gong Shasha was truly defeated, completely switching from a hawk to a dove. Nie Junrin signaled with his eyes for her to speak up. Gong Shasha quickly shook her head as she was too embarrassed to admit defeat out loud. Nie Junrin sighed, tore a blank sheet from his scratch paper, and handed it to Song He across the table. Song He looked up. Thanks, but I don't need scratch paper. It's a white flag, Nie Junrin said, awkwardly embarrassed to say the word surrender only to be misunderstood. White flag. Song He's gaze was confused for a moment, still immersed in the math problems. Oh, a white flag. Song He finally caught on, breaking into a smile. He grinned and looked at Gong Shasha beside him. And your white flag? Gong Shasha's face instantly flushed and her voice was as faint as a mosquito's. I am with him. His surrender is my surrender. Song He took the white flag, scrawled a string of numbers on it with a flourish, and pushed it back. Nie Junrin and Gong Shasha looked down at the numbers in confusion, then up at Song He, their faces full of question marks. It's a CNKI account. Keep it safe, Song He said. I need to read paper versions of articles as soon as possible. I have a lot of materials to print. The teachers won't let you use the school printer for free, so you'll have to go outside and pay for it. Have you ever sneaked out of school? No, Nie Junrin said, his face pale. But I've heard you can climb over the wall behind the basketball court. Good. Be smart when you climb the wall, don't get caught by the teachers. They'll tell you what materials to print. Write it down and get to it as soon as possible. Song He nodded, his tone calm, like a master instructing his servants. Students at several nearby tables pricked up their ears, some stealing glances at Song He. Everyone was curious. What kind of materials were these two being sent to print by climbing over the wall? Song He lowered his voice and whispered to the 2 laborers. The 2 laborers hurriedly wrote things down on paper, their expressions growing more astonished with each word. Nie Junrin seemed to guess something and looked at Song He in disbelief. Are you trying to? Keep it quiet, Song He nodded. Go on. Nie Junrin and Gong Shasha got up and hurriedly left to run errands for Song He. Song He watched them leave with satisfaction, a slight curve tugging at the corner of his mouth. Originally, this task would have taken him a long time, but with 2 free laborers delivered to his doorstep, he saved a huge amount of time. It was a great relief since time was what he needed most right now. Students at several nearby tables were itching with curiosity, their faces contorted in agony. They hadn't overheard anything. What kind of materials were they going to print? What the hell are you up to, Song He? Song He didn't continue solving problems. Instead, he closed the problem set and got up to head to the bookshelf area. He had just encountered a few novel problem types and had found only one solution, but his intuition told him there should be multiple ways to solve them. He remembered a certain reference book that covered related content. He had to go find it and read it. The students in the study area silently watched him walk away, restless and eager. The moment Song He entered the bookshelf area, chaos erupted in the study area. Several students stealthily got up, ran to Song He's desk, and began flipping through the problem set on it. Whoa, he actually solved this one. The answer key says omitted for this problem, which pissed me off. I'm copying it to learn from. Don't grab, don't damage it. Someone should keep watch. If we get caught snooping, the rules say we get 3 cuts and 6 holes. More and more students gathered, furtively flipping through Song He's problem set like thieves. Meanwhile, in the library's bookshelf area, several burly figures huddled in a corner, each holding a book on graduate mathematics exams, their faces etched with difficulty. The figure at the head was none other than the grade director. The other figures were the physical education teachers from various classes. Lately, the PE teachers had been caught up in the craze for graduate school exams, aiming to earn an in-service master's degree. Other subject teachers could climb the school ladder through their teaching skills and high-class exam scores. But for the frequently ailing PE teachers, the only way to get a bit of an official position was to boost their academic credentials. There was no other path. This problem is driving me crazy. I haven't been able to solve it in a whole class. The PE teacher from class 4 pleaded for help. The other teachers immediately craned their necks, eager to read the problem. Which problem? Watch me solve it in a minute, the grade director said confidently, leaning in. He'll settle it in half a minute, a teacher immediately boasted. 10 seconds for me. Then a long silence ensued with no one speaking for a while. The physical education teachers who were looking at the problem looked awkward and exchanged embarrassed glances. Upon hearing that a teacher from class 4 had a problem they couldn't solve, everyone gathered around with a "you can't, but I can" mentality, ready to show off. Yet the problem proved to be so tricky that it left them completely stumped, and the PE teachers fell silent collectively. The PE teacher from class 4 glanced at the grade director. You said you'd solve it in a minute. Go ahead, solve it. Huh, I never said anything. The grade director looked astonished. I haven't spoken at all. A chorus of pfft sounds erupted around him. The PE teachers, being straightforward and lacking the refined air of other teachers, expressed their disdain without reservation. I have no idea. Isn't there an explanation for this problem? Asked the PE teacher from class 3. Are you daft? If there were an explanation, why would I ask you? The class 4 teacher retorted. The answer is C and the explanation is omitted, said the teacher from class 1. I came across this problem yesterday too. After 20 minutes with no solution, I gave up. At this, the PE teachers let out sighs from their capacious chests and began to grumble softly. The person who wrote the answers is so irresponsible. Who is an omitted explanation supposed to help? Would writing omitted on an exam earn points? What's most infuriating is omitted followed closely by obvious. I get a headache every time I see them. Studying for the postgraduate exam is so hard. I want to go run laps on the track. Maybe we should switch to a graduate program that doesn't require math. Damn, I don't want to study for it either. Every day I'm faced with a bunch of problems I can't solve. The grade director coughed twice, his brows furrowed. Enough with the defeatist talk. It's normal to have problems you can't solve. If you could solve everything, why bother studying hard? What we need to do now isn't back down, but figure out how to solve this problem. The class 4 PE teacher nodded, staring at him. That sounds reasonable, but how do we solve it? The grade director fell silent. Facing the gazes of the other teachers, he chose to look around, feigning nonchalance. Suddenly his gaze fixed on a distant figure, a handsome student at the end of the bookshelf. His eyes lit up. I know a student who's excellent at math. He's over there borrowing books. Shall we go ask him? The grade director suggested impulsively. A student? Chulong. The class 4 teacher shook his head frantically. We can't go to Chulong. His math teacher is my wife. She constantly mocks me, saying I'm all brawn and no brains, and that I could never understand postgraduate math. If she finds out I asked him for help, she'll mock me for the rest of my life. It's not Chulong. The student's name is Song Hee, said the grade director. Song Hee. Isn't he the new high school freshman? The one who got the biology exam group penalized, a teacher recalled. Director, you're so unreliable. Of all the students to ask, why would you pick a freshman for a postgraduate math problem? Sneered the class 3 teacher. The other teachers joined in laughing and jeering. Director, have you lost your mind? Use your common sense. Would a high school freshman be able to solve a postgraduate problem? Students on the competition team have some skills, but at most they've dabbled in a bit of advanced math. Our problem here is an advanced challenge. Ridiculous. Asking a freshman about postgraduate math. If he can answer it, he'll eat this bookshelf on the spot. The grade director grew agitated. Hey, don't underestimate him. Last time I was here borrowing books, Song, he was already studying probability theory. He's devoured advanced math ages ago. He's better than you muscle-bound blockheads. The PE teachers couldn't help but laugh, looking at him as if he were a fool. A normal person would seek out a familiar math teacher, trade a PE lesson for help with a problem, and everyone would be happy. Even if they were to ask a student, they'd at least pick a top math student from the senior year for a slim chance. How long had the freshmen been in school? They probably hadn't even finished the first elective textbook. How could they possibly solve a postgraduate math problem? If a freshman could do what a group of teachers couldn't, what did that make them? You don't believe me? Come with me and ask if you dare, the grade director fumed. The PE teachers all shook their heads, unwilling to embarrass themselves by going with him. The grade director stomped off, exercise book in hand, heading straight for the end of the bookshelf. At the end of the bookshelf area, Song, he crouched in front of the shelves, busy searching for books, his fingers flying over rows of titles in search of key knowledge. At that moment, his intense focus as he searched for books already hinted at the aura of an academic giant. Except unlike a scholarly old man, he was younger and more handsome. Suddenly, a system prompt appeared before his eyes. 5 students have been taught part of the problems by you returning double mathematical knowledge. 9 students have been taught part of the problems by you returning double mathematical knowledge. Huh? What's going on? Song, he was bewildered. Although he had been taking the master capsule consistently, he hadn't written any problem explanations for anyone recently. Why had so many disciples suddenly appeared? Was the system bugged? Then more system prompts popped up, revealing the truth instantly. Pei Shio peeked at your math notebook, was greatly astonished, resentment value 100. Su Song peeked at your math notebook, lost all confidence, resentment value 200. Song Wei couldn't understand your solution steps, felt extremely uncomfortable, resentment value 300. Lu Chong couldn't understand your solution steps, thought you were talking nonsense, resentment value 200. Song He moved to the edge of the bookshelf area and peered through the shelves into the study area. Holy crap, what the hell is going on? He was startled. The table where he had been sitting was now swarming with a huge crowd of students, bustling like a night market snack stall. Students were scrambling to look at the notebook on the table. Over a dozen people were leaning over the edge, frantically copying from his notebook. Unbelievable. Why is everyone copying mine? Song He was utterly perplexed. During the 3 hours of problem-solving earlier, he had raced through everything completely absorbed and hadn't noticed the students watching him. To the other students, the speed at which Song He solved problems was a spectacle. The laymen watched in awe, but the knowledgeable were terrified. Just from his lightning-fast writing, everyone unanimously decided he was a geometry master, and his notebook must contain the correct answers. Especially since many problems in the competition notebook had answers with only a simple omitted, the students seized the chance to secretly copy the expert's solutions to ponder later. Initially, there were fewer people, and the copying students were still warily looking around. But as the crowd grew, the copying students developed a mentality akin to jumping a red light in a group. They stopped looking around and began copying recklessly with fierce expressions. Thus, more prompts appeared before Song He's eyes. 16 students have been taught part of the problems by you returning double mathematical knowledge. 20 students have been taught part of the problems by you returning double mathematical knowledge. 27 students have been taught part of the problems by you returning double mathematical knowledge. Song He shrugged and returned to the bookshelf to continue his search. As he searched, someone tapped his shoulder. Song He turned to see the smiling grade director. "Hello, director." Song He stood up to greet him. "There's a small matter I need your help with," the grade director said with a smile. Song He looked at him in confusion, wondering if it was his imagination, but the director's smile seemed to carry a hint of ingratiation. The head of the grade opened the exercise book and asked, "What do you think of this question?" Song He looked at the question, then frowned and remained silent. The head of the grade nervously wiped the sweat off his palms, feeling a sudden weight in his heart as Song He stayed silent. Could it be that this kid doesn't know? I just boasted in front of my colleagues, and if this kid can't solve it, won't I be embarrassed? The head of the grade forced himself. "Are you out of ideas?" "I feel there's no problem with this question, Song." He frowned. "Isn't it just choosing C? Is there any doubt?" Yes. Then let's go with C." The head of the grade was overjoyed. "You really can. Why didn't you say so earlier?" "I was hesitating just now, thinking that such a simple question didn't need to be asked. There might be hidden traps in it." Song He felt awkward, but I looked closely and didn't find any traps. That's just a very simple question. The head of the grade's expression stiffened momentarily. Such a simple question didn't need to be asked. "Listen to this. Is this human talk? How did you work it out? Can you write down the steps?" The head of the grade took out a pen. "Steps? What steps?" This kind of question can be seen at a glance. Song He was surprised. The head of the grade's face twitched, feeling offended. Was this kid pretending to be confused or intentionally mocking him? "Write quickly." The head of the grade was anxious. The head of the grade suspects you are mocking him sarcastically. His resentment value 100. With the resentment value secured, Song He stopped teasing him and quickly took the pen to write down the solution steps without any hesitation. "Good, thank you." The head of the grade smiled, patted Song He on the shoulder, and got up to leave. In the distance, a group of PE teachers waited silently, watching the head of the grade return while exchanging wicked smiles. "I guess he hit a wall. Is there even a need to guess? Song He is only a freshman. If he can solve a graduate exam question, I'll eat my bookshelf. I bet that when he comes back, he will surely change the subject if we ask him what he just did. He will say he went to the restroom to practice taking a dump. Impressive. A prophet." The PE teachers couldn't hold back their laughter, unanimously agreeing that asking a freshman for math questions was utterly embarrassing, a self-inflicted humiliation. The head of the grade returned to the circle of PE teachers, looking at the faces full of mockery, suddenly snorted coldly with a sense of pride. Song He said the question was very simple. He didn't even understand why it needed to be asked. Here's the solution process. The solution steps were clearly displayed in black and white. The smiles on the faces of the PE teachers instantly froze, their pupils filled with disbelief. He really solved it. A wave of shock surged through everyone. How is that possible? Several teachers spoke in unison, muttering. The teacher from class 4 studied the solution steps, seriously astonished. It seems to be correct. But Song He is only a freshman. Is this kid a math genius? How embarrassing, we can't even compare to a freshman. The teacher from class 3 held his forehead. I don't want to take the graduate exam anymore. The other teachers exchanged glances, their expressions clearly starting to waver. Although it was just asking a student a question, managing to get the answer was a significant psychological blow. If even a freshman can solve this question, how can we as teachers preparing for the graduate exam not understand it? Such a gap. Oh, what's the point of taking the exam? I have another question I can't solve. The teacher from class 4 flipped through a couple of pages, pointing at a difficult question. Does anyone know how to do this? The teachers craned their necks to peer and eager to try. After a moment of silence, the teachers collectively turned their gaze to the head of the grade. Why me again? The head of the grade frowned. Can't you all ask yourselves? Can't you ask yourself? We're not familiar with Song He. The teachers spoke in unison. In the self-study area, a large group of competition students crowded around a table, their expressions excited as they scrambled for a chance to copy. The crowd was packed tightly, bustling, as if it were a scene from a zombie movie, except that the zombies were eating people, while the competition students were fighting for a copy of a math problem book. Arguments erupted one after another as the high school students were getting fired up. Are you done copying? Quit dawdling, it's our turn to copy. First come, first served. If you want to copy, wait in line. That's unreasonable. If the study notes left by the genius are for everyone, why do you keep monopolizing them? How unethical, do you not have any shame? Stop talking nonsense. If you want to copy, wait. Let's just not copy at all. Someone at the back suggested. Who do you think you are? The person in front shouted angrily. I'm Song-hee. The person at the back shouted loudly. The chaotic scene suddenly fell silent. The crowd parted and the students at the front turned back to see Song. He's standing at the back with a blank expression, holding a few newly borrowed books under his arm. You've been copying for a long time, it's time to stop. Song-hee looked around, warning them with a strong aura. These people were competitors. If they were allowed to cheat off the problem book, what if they taught their disciples and left him behind? If everyone learned it, how could I compete for the top 10 or top 20? The competition students felt ashamed and dispersed, covering their faces and returning to their original seats. Song-hee sat down, seeing that the competition problem book was still relatively new, and breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it wouldn't be worn out from copying, as it seemed everyone had been somewhat restrained. Suddenly, a series of prompts popped up in front of him. 1 PE teacher, learn some questions from you, returning double the math knowledge. 4 PE teachers, learn some questions from you, returning double the math knowledge. Song. He was puzzled. Did I teach the PE teachers math? He recalled earlier in the book area a group of muscular teachers had gathered together to read. The aura of the PE teachers was quite obvious. Could it be that the head of the grade shared that question? Song-hee shook his head and chuckled, flipping open the problem book. Just as he was about to continue solving problems, a familiar fragrance wafted over. A girl with an impressive figure sat down beside him, her face delicate and fair, her smile youthful and vibrant, immediately attracting many nearby gazes. It's the weekend, oh Lao Zhuang, aren't you going home to rest? Song-hee felt pleased. Compared to the aggressive challengers and the crowded students copying answers, having the school beauty sitting beside him was much more comfortable. Zhuang Qian smelled delightful, likely the scent of shampoo, a dual sensory delight. The moment Zhuang Qian sat down Song, he saw some resentment points flash up coming from the surrounding students. Qi Rue was distressed to see his goddess being close to you. Resentment value 200. Jean Jie thinks you have a girlfriend, feeling lemon-colored inside. Resentment value 90. Han Wenwen doesn't understand where he lost, sighing endlessly. A resentment value 100. Fortunately, these were only minor resentment points, a little bit of jealousy, not like Lung Xiangwen, who could easily rack up thousands of resentment points. It's a pity he had never seen Lung Xiangwen in the library. Otherwise, if Lung saw this scene every day, he would undoubtedly explode with jealousy, madly rewarding resentment points to help Song he achieve resentment freedom. I came back home this afternoon to specifically deliver some intel to you. Zhuang Qian grinned mischievously, opening her backpack and pulling out a thick paper book. Song-hee took the thick book, which was about 300 pages heavy and cumbersome. As soon as he opened the first page, a line of eye-catching red characters appeared. Internal data of Problem C continent, strictly prohibited from leaking, severe consequences for violations. The bottom right corner was stamped with the official seal of Zhuang Zhou Technology Company, a strong aura of commercial secrecy wafting over. Song-hee's expression changed and his breath became slightly stagnant. This. Don't leak it out. I stole it from home last week thinking you might need it. If it leaks, my parents would kill me. There's a lot of game intel in here, a practice according to this, and you'll make progress with half the effort, saving time. Zhuang Qian leaned in closer, lowering her voice. Song-hee was touched and quickly tucked the thick intel into his backpack, zipping it up. For him, this information was undoubtedly a timely help alleviating his urgent needs. Many senior competition students had played Problem C Continent before and had rich gaming experience, giving them a first-mover advantage. And this was Song-hee's first time exploring the game. He lacked experience severely. With this authoritative information leaked from the game company, playing the game and leveling up in the dormitory at night would be smoother, and in 6 days challenging the Kuanbone King would have a much higher success rate. Unexpectedly, Lao Zhuang was so reliable, a divine teammate. Song, he was so grateful, he nearly wanted to kiss her. What was with all those people surrounding you just now? Zhuang Qian asked curiously. Just a bunch of copycats. I went to the bookshelf area to borrow books, and the head of the grade pulled me to explain a question, which took some time. As a result, a bunch of competition students took the opportunity to come and copy my problem book. Song-hee lamented, the world is going downhill. Humanity is no longer what it used to be. Keep boasting. Go on. Zhuang Qian laughed, thinking he was joking. What status does the head of the grade have to ask you to explain questions? It's true, the head of the grade was preparing for the graduate exam and asked me a graduate math question. The question was very simple, yet he surprisingly didn't know it. I feel he might not pass. Song he recalled sneering at the head of the grade's math level. You're really blowing it with a nose and eyes. Zhuang Qian chuckled, covering her mouth with a smile. Look, he's coming. I bet he has another question he can't solve and will come over to ask me. Song he suddenly pointed in one direction. I bet he's not coming to find you. Zhuang Qian turned her head and saw the head of the grade in the distance. The head of the grade was looking around searching for something. Finally, his gaze landed on Song He, and his eyes brightened as he hurried over. Zhuang Qian was shocked, staring at the head of the grade. Could it be that he was really coming to ask Song He a question? No way. How is that possible? Zhuang Qian stared in astonishment at the grade director as numerous gazes from the study area gathered in shock. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the grade director walked over to Song. He opened the exercise book in his hand and said, please take a look at this problem. Song He glanced at it. It was a very routine calculus problem, the kind one could solve with eyes closed. Such a simple question still needs asking. Song He looked bewildered. The grade director's forehead veins bulged. He was certain the boy was deliberately mocking him. Utterly audacious. As the grade director, he had never been taunted like this by a freshman in high school. His dignity as a teacher was shattered, and he was so furious he wanted to kick the boy under the desk. Calm down. Calm down. He needed a favor, so he had to endure it. The grade director took a deep breath. Zhuang Qian stood nearby, eyes wide with terror as she stared at Song He, her breath suspended in fear. In her view, Song He's words were like an old man seeking death, utterly reckless. How could a student be sarcastic toward a teacher? And not just any teacher, but the powerful grade director. An existence even higher than the homeroom teacher. The grade director confirmed you were mocking him, suppressing his anger. Resentment value 400. A system prompt flashed before his eyes, and Song He dared not push further. 400 resentment points were no small amount, indicating the grade director was genuinely angered. He quickly grabbed his pen, his demeanor shifting dramatically. He began explaining the problem in a low voice while writing out the steps neatly. Director, look, this problem seems complex, but it's actually a patchwork type. Breaking it into 4 parts makes it easy. The first part is verifying that the given function is the general solution or a solution of the corresponding differential equation. The second part involves converting the integral equation into a differential equation, and then finding the general solution of the differential equation. The third part is solving homogeneous equations, paying attention to separating variables and integrating. The fourth part uses the structure of linear differential equation solutions to discuss the problem, then finds the solution of higher-order constant coefficient homogeneous linear differential equations. Song He spoke gently, his explanation clear and logical. The grade director listened intently, the initial flicker of anger quickly subsiding, and even a hint of fondness for the student emerged. Zhuang Qian listened from the side. Her math level was still within high school range. Hearing Song He lecture on college mathematics, she felt it was profoundly deep and uniquely impressive. She stole a glance at Song He, her admiration swelling uncontrollably. After finishing his questions, the grade director thanked him and hurried back to the bookshelf area. Soon a system prompt appeared before Song He. Another physical education teacher had learned math from him. Detected math improvement level up from silver 17 to silver 18. I need to go. They'll leave you some food. Zhuang Qian unzipped her backpack, took out 2 cartons of yogurt, and placed them on the table. By the way, are you sure you want to sell problems? Definitely. Song He nodded vigorously. I played the problem Sea Continent last night. The problem types in the game are common, and I can try creating some unique ones. I want to try both math and biology problems. Then I'll ask my parents when I get home. If nothing unexpected happens, they should let you sell problems. Zhuang Qian smiled radiantly, stood up, and waved her hand. I'm off, bye. Bye. Thanks for your help. Song He waved back. With old Zhuang gone, Song He drank the yogurt she had given him while continuing to battle through the math competition workbook. By noon, he didn't go to the cafeteria. He had a breakfast pancake in his backpack, which he washed down with the yogurt for lunch. Though the pancake left over from the morning had lost much of its texture, he was long accustomed to such meals and ate it without a frown. From the very first day of high school, Song He had been in a state of relentless preparation. Like a soldier waiting for the charge in a trench, he would grab whatever food was available to replenish his energy, eating quickly before rushing into battle. Under such immense pressure, taste became irrelevant. Living so hard. A familiar voice came from behind. Then Wu Xiao and Su Tingfeng sat down across the table, unloaded their backpacks, and pulled out biology workbooks. Su Tingfeng produced a large tub of toffee and placed it on the table, tossing a few pieces into her mouth. Song He worried that this girl might develop diabetes at a young age, as she was always eating, yet she was only slightly plump. Su Tingfeng's workbook was already over 40 pages in, and Song He lost any desire to catch up. But when Wu Xiao opened her biology workbook, she was only on page 5. Song He's eyes lit up, and he pulled out his own biology workbook, opening it to the first page. We'll want to compete. Wu Xiao squinted. No, how dare I compete with you, senior? Song He paused. I just want to crush you in problem-solving speed. Ha, arrogant. Su Tingfeng widened her squirrel-like eyes and patted Wu Xiao. Xiao Xiao, you can't let that slide. Destroy him. Song He, little brother, I won't let you surpass me in biology. Wu Xiao perked up instantly. Song He and Wu Xiao both lowered their heads, pens in hand, beginning to solve problems. Another battle erupted in haste. Outside the school at the Star Internet Cafe, Nie Junrin and Gong Shasha pushed open the door, greeted by a torrent of keyboard and mouse clicks. Most of the computers were occupied by internet-addicted youths. Here they were like Huitzubing commanding armies, with their mice from one end of the screen to the other, bloodshed filling the display. So many dyed hair guys. Gong Shasha whispered in awe, visiting an internet cafe for the first time. Nie Junrin spotted a few middle school students and breathed a sigh of relief. Before coming, he had worried about being underage and unable to use the internet, but this cafe seemed lax, allowing all ages. Manager, how much does the printer cost here? Nie Junrin asked. The manager was a long-haired girl in white, resembling Sadako at first glance. She was probably a college student from nearby Jinghai University, working part-time. Hearing a customer's question, the Sadako-like manager paused the empresses in the palace on her computer and set down her milk tea. Black and white, single-sided 3 mao, double-sided 5 mao. Color, single-sided 1 yuan, double-sided 2 yuan. She pulled out a QR code label. Add me on WeChat and send the files you want to print. Nie Junrin and Gong Shasha looked troubled. We don't have phones. No phones. The sister manager looked surprised. Good students. Afraid to bring phones to school. Nie Junrin and Gong Shasha suddenly felt ashamed. As good students, they felt inferior for the first time. No problem, there's WeChat on the computers too. How many machines? 2. We have many files to print, and working together will save time, Gong Shasha said. Machines 28 and 29. The manager pointed to the nearest computers. These 2 are them. Nie Junrin and Gong Shasha sat down, pulled out the CNKI account Song he had written for them, logged in quickly, and began searching. Soon the manager's phone buzzed with a WeChat friend request. Sis, it's me. Nie Junrin raised his hand. I'm sending you the files to print. The manager nodded and accepted the request. Then a PDF paper was sent over. The manager was drinking her milk tea when she saw the paper's title. She spat out the milk tea, spraying it all over Zhen Huan on the computer screen. Why are you printing my thesis? The manager stared at Nie Junrin in panic. What are you 2 here for? What's your angle? Both Nie Junrin and Gong Shasha were startled, not understanding why the internet cafe manager was so agitated. The manager's expression was one of terror as she repeated, why are you printing my thesis? Nie Junrin finally caught on, exclaiming in surprise, that was your thesis just now. Your name is Yi Chun Xiao. Yes, that thesis is mine. Yi Chun Xiao's eyes widened. Confess. What's your games? Gong Shasha quickly explained, we don't know what these theses are for either. A classmate asked us to do it. He told us to search for the names of teachers and students from the School of Life Sciences at Jinghai University, then find their theses according to the list. We were to print every thesis we could find online. Yi Chun Xiao furrowed her brows. Her first thought was, could a spy be trying to pilfer academic secrets? Many domestic universities have long been engaged in counterespionage, especially those developing cutting-edge technology. Spies infiltrate by day, hackers attack by night. More thrilling than any movie. But she immediately thought of her own watered-down undergraduate thesis. In terms of academic value, it was pure dross. What kind of spy would treasure such a thing? The enemy's academic level would surely go astray. The professor's theses were solid, but those were all publicly available, freely downloadable from CNKI, and welcome to be cited. They hardly counted as valuable intelligence. I'm a student from the School of Life Sciences at Jinghai University. Yi Chun Xiao asked suspiciously, what's your classmate's name? Song He. Yi Chun Xiao racked her brains for a long time, utterly baffled. She had never heard of this person. Besides printing the theses of our school's teachers and students, did Song He ask you to print anything else? Did he say what he was going to do with all this? Yi Chun Xiao asked sternly. Nie Junrin hesitated for a moment, then explained, I think he wants to do scientific research. Scientific research? Yi Chun Xiao was dumbfounded. Nie Junrin nodded earnestly. He asked us to gather information on the biology labs at Jinghai University. What equipment is in the labs, the specific models and instructions for use? We need to print that too. Song He is on our school's competition team. Next week, they're selecting a group of students to study in the lab. Maybe he wants to get a head start. As for printing your theses, it's probably to figure out a direction and do some small-scale research. After all, if he reads your theses, he'll know what projects the lab can handle. Yi Chun Xiao listened stunned, unable to come to her senses for a long time. A high school student collecting theses and lab equipment info from a university planning to do scientific research. The matter was so absurd that she didn't know how to react. Her mind went completely blank. Gong Shasha and Nie Junrin waited for a while, but Yi Chun Xiao remained frozen in shock. They exchanged glances and Nie Junrin asked cautiously, Sis, can we print it? We can, but this is too ridiculous. Yi Chunxiao said, since when do high schoolers do scientific research? I couldn't even do it as an undergraduate. What is your friend Song He thinking? Gong Shasha and Nie Junren's faces flushed with embarrassment. They hadn't even mentioned that Song, he was only a freshman in high school. Saying that would make it even more absurd. We think it's absurd too. We've never heard of a high schooler doing research. Nie Junren's tone was helpless. But Song He insists on us printing these materials. We can't really refuse. Yi Chunxiao shook her head with a wry smile. In her view, a high schooler dreaming of research was pure fantasy. The funniest part was, could a high schooler even understand a university thesis? They should focus on understanding their college entrance exam questions first. Fine print whatever you want as long as you pay. Yi Chunxiao shrugged. Send me the files and I'll print and staple them for you. Thanks, sistery. Nie Junren was overjoyed. But I suggest you don't print too much. It's just a waste of paper. University theses aren't something you high schoolers can understand. Your friend Song He is too arrogant. Yi Chunxiao advised. Nie Junren and Gong Shasha nodded and busied themselves at the computer screen again. Yi Chunxiao sighed and used a tissue to wipe the milk tea she had sprayed on the monitor. It took a while to clean. She stood up, walked to the printer, and turned it on. Amidst the humming of the machine, theses were rapidly spit out one after another. Kids these days have such outrageous ideas. Yi Chunxiao shook her head with a wry smile. Next week, the competition students from Jinghai No. 4 High School were to visit the lab. Yi Chunxiao happened to be working for a professor there lately. The professor was always busy, so she would probably be the one to guide the high schoolers. She was actually looking forward to meeting Song He, an arrogant, naive brat. She'd have fun teasing him when they met. Bullying a clueless high school boy sounded pretty satisfying. Yi Chunxiao smirked, daydreaming, as she stapled the theses. Suddenly, she yelped in pain, jerking her hand back. A bead of blood welled up on her finger. She had been distracted and stapled her own finger. At the library, Song He is only 3 pages behind you. Su Tingfeng chewed on some candy. I know. Wu Xiao frowned, writing furiously. Song He is only 2 pages behind you. Song He is only 1 page behind you. Shut up. Wu Xiao raged helplessly. You keep talking to me, interrupting my train of thought and messing with my head. Fengfeng, are you on my side or not? If you hadn't been nagging, I'd have finished several more pages. Su Tingfeng pouted, looking wronged. I'm just giving you a status report, helping you track the enemy's movements. How is that messing with your head? Since you don't want to hear it, I'll tell Song He instead. Su Tingfeng looked at Song He and whispered, you're only half a page away from catching up to Wu Xiao. Song He grinned broadly, speaking arrogantly. Wu Xiao? She's nothing to fear. Watch me crush her in no time. Wu Xiao's composure shattered. Her face was a mask of agitation. Both of you shut up. Wu Xiao sees you solving problems with lightning speed, closing in on her, and is terrified. Resentment 200. Wu Xiao is enraged by your taunts, her heart full of fury. Resentment 300. Song He smirked devilishly. Even a little resentment was worth earning. In life, one must live by the principle of getting rich through hard work. At first, Wu Xiao was 5 pages ahead of Song He in the biology workbook. But as they both continued solving problems, the gap gradually shrank. Song He caught up at an astonishing speed. On knowledge-based questions, their typing speeds were evenly matched. But once it came to calculation problems, Song He was like a cheat code, bulldozing through them and rapidly closing the gap with Wu Xiao. They were like runners on a track. On the straightaways, they were neck and neck. But when they hit the curves, Song He transformed into a crescent moon blade, surging forward at breakneck speed. Wu Xiao was helpless. She gritted her teeth and tried to speed up, but she kept hearing Su Tingfeng report the bad news. He's caught up. Su Tingfeng was so excited she ate several more candies. Wu Xiao sighed in frustration, angrily grabbing her hair, which instantly became a tangled mess. Song He wanted to stick out his tongue and taunt her, which would probably make Wu Xiao explode like a volcano. But that was too mean and would ruin his scholarly image, so he held back. Yi Chunxiao, distracted by you, staples her finger. Resentment 500. Staring at the sudden system notification, Song He was full of questions. Yi Chunxiao. Who's that? Do I know anyone with a name that sounds like a spring dawn? Could it be that my reputation has spread so far that even strangers are terrified by my brilliance? Hey. Song He, what are you spacing out for? You're falling behind again. Wu Xiao is half a page ahead. Su Tingfeng tapped the table with a pistachio. Catch up. Are you even on my side? Wu Xiao was shocked. I finally managed to pull ahead a bit. Why are you reminding him? It's the catfish effect, Su Tingfeng said, patting Wu Xiao's shoulder with an expression that said, I'm doing this for your own good. Having this big catfish Song He chase you will make you study faster. I'm a shark and I'm going to chew her up. Song He swore fiercely as he put pen to paper. Song He, don't you dare. I've dominated the biology competition team for years. I'm not a pushover. Wu Xiao was frantic. The furious scratching of pens clashed violently as both of them wrote at breakneck speed. But the outcome of this battle was almost a foregone conclusion. Song He was simply too fast. Wu Xiao struggled for another 2 minutes before Song, he overtook her in one go. From then on, Wu Xiao's defense crumbled like a landslide, and she was left far behind by the accelerating Song He. 3 pages, 5 pages, 10 pages. The gap kept widening. Su Tingfeng watched in silence. She stopped talking. Song He's advantage was now obvious. Reporting the situation would only shatter Wu Xiao's morale and make her give up on fast problem-solving. When Su Tingfeng looked at Song He, there was a hint of surprise in her eyes. Although his current problem-solving speed was far inferior to hers, and his accuracy rate was even less impressive. One had to remember that Song He was just a freshman in high school. Su Tingfeng recalled that when she was a freshman, her speed was not even a third of Song He's current pace. Given time, this person would surely become a dominant force on the biology competition team. His future prospects were also limitless. 2 hours passed. Wu Xiao had completely given up. She had only made it to page 20, while Song He had long since reached page 40. Bringing humiliation upon herself, Wu Xiao now only regretted why she had started this battle in the first place. Though she was loath to admit it, a chill ran down Wu Xiao's spine. This junior's problem-solving speed was simply outrageous, especially with calculation problems. Song He's advantage was terrifying. Wu Xiao felt utterly crushed. After all, besides being a biology competition student, he was also a math competition student. The only thing that could comfort Wu Xiao was accuracy. Solving problems quickly didn't earn extra points on exams. Although Song He was lightning fast, his scoring rate might not be higher. She was still confident she could beat him in the next exam. 2 extra years of study weren't for nothing. She had a wealth of knowledge stored up. Thump! A huge cardboard box was placed on the table and quickly pushed towards Song He. Nie Junrin and Gong Shasha were drenched in sweat, panting heavily as they sat down beside him. "Thank you, my dear laborers." Song He's face lit up with pleasure as he opened the box, which was filled with stapled theses. The first thesis had the author as Yi Chun Xiao. Song He was instantly curious and picked it up to read. "This thesis is interesting. It's the Internet Cafe Managers." Nie Junrin laughed. She's a senior from the School of Life Sciences at Jinghai University. When she saw we were printing her thesis, she was so shocked, she spat out her milk tea. Song He suddenly understood. He immediately knew where that earlier resentment had come from. The manager also said you wouldn't understand these theses and that printing them was a waste of paper. Gong Shasa's expression was sullen. Carrying that heavy box of theses back had nearly exhausted her and Nie Junrin to death on the way. Su Tingfeng and Wu Xiao were also curious. They each grabbed a couple of theses from the box and looked at them in surprise. University biology theses. What did Song He want with university theses? Had competition problems already failed to satisfy his ambition? The manager's right. Why would a high schooler read university theses? You can't understand them anyway. Wu Xiao said casually. What's there to not understand? These undergraduate theses are so shallow they even have obvious mistakes. Song He flipped through the thesis, sneering. At his words, everyone at the table was stunned. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Gong Shasha was taken aback. Is it true? You can actually spot errors in university papers. Nie Junrin was incredulous. No way. These papers are public. If there are mistakes, wouldn't the reviewing teachers notice them? The review process for undergraduate papers is quite lenient because undergraduates haven't entered the research stage yet. Teachers know that a chicken can't lay golden eggs, so they only check the format and the sources of the data during the review. Su Tingfeng said, it's normal to have minor errors. Song He praised, exactly. Su Tingfeng, you understand the field well. So you found errors in the data, right? Some textual description errors? Su Tingfeng asked. No, it's precisely the data errors. Song He denied. As soon as this was said, the atmosphere fell silent again. The others looked even more skeptical, and even Su Tingfeng began to doubt seriously. Undergraduate papers may be subpar, but they are still reviewed by the university, and the primary focus of the review is the data. Severe data errors or data falsification, if discovered, would be considered academic misconduct, leading to the revocation of the degree. After revoking the degree, not only would the unfortunate student have wasted their time in university, but the relevant program at the university would also be affected. If academic misconduct is found in the first year, the scope of checks will be expanded in the second year. If there are further issues, the entire program might even lose its qualification to operate, resulting in teachers and school leaders being suspended with severe consequences. Thus, any publicly available undergraduate paper under normal circumstances, while being a flood of irrelevant and non-nutritious academic trash, at least consists of correct trash with no obvious errors. When Song He claimed there were errors in the data, the others couldn't help but doubt. What obvious errors could a high school student spot at a glance? Could the professors reviewing papers at the university not notice errors that a high school student could? Tell me where the mistakes are. Su Tingfeng's curiosity piqued. Let me judge. I'm afraid you won't understand if I tell you. Song He chuckled lightly. The others rolled their eyes at him, feeling like they were being toyed with. claiming that the paper has errors, yet finding excuses not to specify what those errors are. Isn't that lying? I am the champion of the biology competition team. Su Tingfeng reminded. That's true, let me explain it to you, you might understand. Song he laid out Yi Chungxiu's paper on the table. Everyone present immediately crowded closer. I'm explaining it to Su Tingfeng. Why are you all crowding around? Can you understand it? Song he was astonished. I scored higher than you in biology. Wu Xiao snapped angrily, showing her teeth. Song, he stopped acting like a big shot. What mistakes can you possibly find in an undergraduate paper? I want to expose your trick right here and now. Wu Xiao feels looked down upon and is filled with resentment value 200. Gong Shasha feels disrespected and is unhappy resentment value 100. Nie Junren felt slightly awkward resentment value 100. Successfully harvesting a wave of resentment. Song, he stopped teasing and flipped to the data page of the paper. Look at this set of data, the random bacterial counts from over 100 petri dishes. Oh, what do you notice about the leading digit? After staring for a long time, several people frowned and looked confused. In the leading digits, the proportion of 1 is only 5, while that of 8 reaches as high as 20. The distribution of other digits is as strange as an electrocardiogram. Have you heard of Benford's law? Seeing that everyone was wearing a blank expression. Song, he sighed helplessly, his expression one of frustration. A large set of real-world data typically has about 30. 1 of 1 as the leading digit 17. 6 for 2, and it decreases from there with only 4. 6 for 9. For a set of average growth data, the time for the initial digit A to grow to another digit starting with A1 will inevitably require more time than for a number starting with A1 to grow to A2, resulting in a higher occurrence rate. This should be easy to understand, right? Song, he explained. Wu Xiao was stunned, as she had always been bad at math and felt as if she were hearing a foreign language. Nie Junren and Gong Shasha pondered thoughtfully. They had some understanding of pure mathematical theories. I've heard of Benford's law. It's used for a simple judgment of data falsification. Su Tingfeng nodded. But the sample size of this paper is not large enough. Or what if it's just a coincidence? After all, Benford's law is not 100 applicable. There are always some special cases. Exactly, you can't just randomly apply a mathematical law and accuse this paper of falsification, can you? Wu Xiao's eyes lit up and she hurriedly agreed. Nie Junren and Gong Shasha exchanged glances, feeling that Song he was not in the right. Don't rush. Benford's law is only a rough check to alert you. Next, you need to use knowledge from the field of biology to make judgments. Song, he said calmly. The 4 people present looked at him skeptically. The experiment in this paper can be applied to the classic Luria-Delbruck experiment. Old Su, you should know about this, right? As soon as Su Tingfeng heard this, her face suddenly changed, and she grabbed the paper to examine it closely. Then her eyes lit up with understanding. So that's how it is, Su Tingfeng exclaimed. The other 3 were still confused, looking at Song he with uncertainty. Song he felt helpless. With a genius like Su Tingfeng, they could communicate in an instant, but it was troublesome to explain to other less knowledgeable people, requiring more words. The Luria-Delbruck experiment is one of the most important experiments in modern molecular biology. The problem the experiment seeks to solve is how to determine whether bacterial mutations in a petri dish are due to environmental influences or if the bacteria themselves are mutating out of boredom. If the number of colonies follows a binomial distribution with the mean and variance being almost the same, it indicates that the bacteria mutated due to environmental influences. If the colonies exhibit a typical long-tail distribution, it is highly likely that the bacteria mutated out of boredom. Song he flipped through the paper, poking at the text with a decisive tone. Yi Chungxiu's paper is a similar situation. There may be errors in the data, but the overall trend will not change. That's why I deduced there are errors in the paper. Either she falsified the data and did it unprofessionally, or there were issues with the experimental environment, such as contamination of the petri dishes or failure in preserving the bacterial samples, leading to interference from miscellaneous bacteria, etc. In any case, there are no mistakes in Yi Chungxiu's paper. I can directly consume it. Wu Xiao, Nie Junren, and Gong Shasha listened in confusion and turned to Su Tingfeng. Su Tingfeng did not make a direct judgment. Instead, she dragged over some draft paper from the side, picked up a pen, and started calculating for a long time. What Song he could calculate in his mind, she needed to work through with tedious calculations. It wasn't that her math skills were poor, it was just that Song he's math level was too extraordinary. After a long wait, Su Tingfeng finally slapped the pen down. Song he is right. The data indeed has issues. Su Tingfeng looked up, her eyes filled with admiration as she gazed at Song. He impressive. Sharpie. Wu Xiao was instantly dumbfounded, her cheeks flushing, feeling a sting of being slapped in the face. Has Song he already reached this level? Even Feng Feng is praising him. Could it be that in the next big exam, this annoying younger brother could really surpass me? Wu Xiao felt apprehensive, her expression filled with worry. Nie Junren and Gong Shasha were shocked. Both of them thought that Song he couldn't understand university papers, and this errand was purely a waste of time. They never expected that Song he actually understood and could point out mistakes. Everyone present suddenly remembered that Song he had previously corrected biology exam questions, causing quite a stir throughout the school. They all stared at Song he with strange expressions, wondering if he was truly a correction master. After finishing Yi Chungseo's paper, Song he quickly wrote down the basis for judging the data errors in the blank space and passed it to Nie Junrin. Nie Junrin took it looking confused. "Why are you giving me a biology paper? I'm a math competition student. Tomorrow you two go print the papers, and on the way give Yi Chungseo's paper to her, and tell her there are errors to save her from disaster." Song he instructed, "There will be random checks of papers for several years after graduation. If the higher-ups catch her paper before she corrects it, she could avoid a big disaster. Tomorrow we still need to print papers." Nie Junrin's face turned bitter. "Not just that, the box we printed today is merely an appetizer. Tomorrow we might have to print 7 or 8 boxes." Song he smiled. "If the labor isn't hard, can it still be called labor?" Nie Junrin feels like you've assigned him hard labor. His mindset collapsed. Resentment value 500. Gong Shasha felt so exhausted, she almost fainted. Greatly alarmed. Resentment value 700. Detected biological progress, leveling up from silver level 32 to silver level 33. In the evening at the dormitory, the sound of keys clattering outside was heard, followed by the dormitory door opening. Song he entered the room, quickly closed the door, and locked it, looking quite sneaky. Bang! A box of papers fell to the ground from his arms, and he kicked it, sliding it toward the corner. The dormitory was spacious enough, with a wide corner that could probably hold many boxes of papers. Song he sat down, panting. Usually he would only return to the dormitory after evening classes, but today he sneaked back before evening classes began. He had something private to do, and it wouldn't be good if Yuan Guang saw him. "System!" Song he shouted, inwardly feeling an extraordinary thrill. Every time he summoned the system, it brought him a sense of immense power. Seeing the balance of resentment points, his smile widened. 67000 points. He hadn't been spending much lately. By day, master capsules, by night, deep sleep capsules, and mental arithmetic capsules were consumed like candy around the clock, costing about 7,000 resentment points daily. Though the expenses were heavy, the number of top students he had crushed was even greater, so his savings steadily rose. Song he rushed to the sink to wash his hands vigorously, using the act to summon good fortune. Then a 10-pull draw. The blacktech roulette wheel spun rapidly, and as usual, mental arithmetic capsules popped out one by one. Calmly, he unscrewed the vitamin bottle. Almost all of its contents had been replaced with mental arithmetic capsules. He spread his palm over the bottle's mouth, and with a series of soft pops, the capsules leaped into the bottle like fish released into the wild. Soon came the thrilling bonus draws. The first bonus draw yielded a master capsule. Song he's face remained expressionless. The second bonus draw brought something new, and his eyes instantly lit up. "Congratulations! You have obtained the memory capsule purchase qualification, now available in the system shop. Memory capsule 100 resentment points per pill. After taking a memory capsule, any content browsed within 1 hour will be instantly memorized and retained long-term. Moreover, each memory capsule taken will stimulate the growth of memory-related brain neurons, gradually enhancing memory capacity." Upon seeing the price, Song he initially flared with anger. The system was going too far, pricing things with no restraint. But after reading the system shop's description, his anger gradually subsided. Short-term photographic memory and long-term brain enhancement. By consuming a certain number, his memory would gradually reach a photographic level, and eventually, he could maintain that level even without the capsules. Satisfied, Song he initiated a second 10-pull draw. Soon another 11 mental arithmetic capsules dropped into the vitamin bottle. "Congratulations! You have obtained the Insight Capsule purchase qualification, now available in the system shop. Insight Capsule 0 resentment points per pill." Song he was startled by the price. Prices were skyrocketing, and the host was suffering. If all capsules were priced like this, even punching classmates every day wouldn't yield enough resentment points. The Insight Capsule, when taken, greatly enhances comprehension when encountering challenging knowledge within 1 hour, allowing you to draw analogies and connect related knowledge. Song he fell into thought. This seemed like an aid for learning new knowledge. Learn one piece of knowledge and master multiple related ones through association. He didn't know the exact effects, but expensive items from System Daddy never failed to deliver. His phone suddenly vibrated. He pulled it out and saw a notice in the competition students group chat. "Yi Lianghan. Tonight from 7 to 10 p.m. biology competition students are to gather in the school auditorium for a lecture. Yi Lianghan. The lecturer is Lu Lu, and the topic is the connection between biology and chemistry. Yi Lianghan. It will be challenging, so take good notes and ponder over anything you don't understand later." Song he checked the time, 20 minutes left. He hurriedly stood up and left the dormitory. The school auditorium. Biology competition students filed in the front rows, already occupied. Some top students were eating while writing in their notebooks, the atmosphere thick with intense study. Song He had just settled into a back row when Wu Xiao and Su Tingfeng sat down beside him. Xiao Xiao wants to challenge you. Su Tingfeng set a lollipop in her mouth. She's not satisfied with today's competition. Wu Xiao shot him a defiant glare full of stubbornness. She had already made Song He her imaginary rival. Defeating him was her sole academic goal. As a senior in her third year, being defeated by a freshman brat was a blow to her pride. The thought stirred her emotions, turning her into a bull seeing a red cloth. Challenge you. Now. Song He was surprised. I didn't bring my problem book, only lecture notes. I admit I can't beat you in speed, but tonight I'm competing with you in thinking ability. Wu Xiao declared with blazing battle spirit. Teacher Lu Lu's lecture focuses on developing thinking skills. There will be a competition opportunity later. Stay sharp. Developing thinking. Song He was puzzled. In his impression, lectures were just large classes. He had attended Lu Lu's biology classes before. They were routine lessons, nothing special. But whatever the challenge, Song He was confident. With System Daddy and his own hard work, crushing Wu Xiao would be a breeze, right? Suddenly, the noisy competition students fell silent. The eating top students hastily packed away their food. Lulu appeared wearing a figure-hugging white shirt and black skirt, her smile elegant and charming. In his time at Jinghai No. 4 high school, Song He had never seen a teacher more beautiful than Lulu. She was a delight to behold. Everyone brought their notes. Lulu turned on the microphone. Yes, the auditorium responded in unison, the top students' voices powerful. Lulu held up a book. Yang Ronghua's Principles of Biochemistry, a great book. Do you want it? Yes. The students shouted even louder, their eyes lighting up like wolves spotting prey. I only have one copy, and it goes to the best performer. Stay alert. Don't doze off. Bang the tables. Lulu's voice rang out. A thunderous noise erupted. The seniors from second and third years didn't hesitate, pounding their fists violently on the desks. The drumming continued without pause. The freshmen were startled for a moment, then realized this was probably a tradition passed down in the competition team, like singing before meals in the military. They quickly joined in, banging on the tables with all their might. The deafening noise ignited the atmosphere. The students sat up straight, not drowsy at all. They were nearly excited to the point of collective high blood pressure. Stop, Lulu suddenly said. Instant silence fell. The competition students were flushed with energy, their fighting spirits soaring. It was just a book after all, at most 100 yuan. But the atmosphere was created by people. Everyone wanted the beautiful teacher's gift, and standing out among 150 people was a thrilling challenge for these competitive students. None of those in the competition team were laid back. They were all combative and eager to excel. Even if Lulu's prize was a piece of tissue paper, these top students would fight like mad for it. Was it about the tissue? No, it was about the intense pleasure of beating everyone else. Song He was also infected by the atmosphere, his eyes fixed obsessively on the book in Lulu's hand. So this is the fervent atmosphere of the competition team. I love it. My lectures don't just dump knowledge. I inspire you to discover it yourselves. Lulu began, her tone forceful, a stark contrast to the teacher's Song He saw in class. Biology and chemistry are inseparable. Chemical reactions bring life to biology. To master biology, you must understand chemistry. In this lecture, I'll present some cases, simple ones. You freely associate the biochemical knowledge behind them. Whoever associates the most wins the book. Associative ability is crucial. On a small scale, it improves your adaptability to problems. On a larger scale, it's key to your research capability. Lulu clicked the mouse on stage. A PPT appeared on the big screen, showing a simple piece of knowledge. In 1921, Joseph Barcroft discovered that highly purified hemoglobin has a much higher affinity for oxygen than hemoglobin in whole blood. Lulu picked up a list and scanned the room expectantly. Seeing this discovery, what comes to your mind? Imagine you're a scientist in a lab who stumbles upon this phenomenon. Do you ignore it, or do you keenly sense the hidden information behind it? The room fell silent. The students stared wide-eyed at the screen, reading the text repeatedly. Suddenly, someone in the front row raised a hand. Lulu nodded immediately. The student stood up, instantly drawing everyone's attention. If a patient is hypoxic, they shouldn't receive whole blood transfusions, but highly purified hemoglobin. Having spoken, the student looked nervously at Lulu. But Lulu shook her head, gesturing for him to sit. Clearly, it was a wrong answer. Silence fell again, as over 100 people pondered deeply. After a moment, Wu Xiao raised her hand high. Wu Xiao, go ahead. Lulu clearly knew her. Highly purified hemoglobin has high oxygen affinity, while whole blood hemoglobin has low affinity. This suggests there must be something in whole blood that inhibits oxygen from binding to hemoglobin. Wu Xiao answered nervously. Excellent. Lulu's smile showed approval. You've discovered a new substance called BPG, or D2,3-diphosphoglycerate. BPG increases hemoglobin's ability to release oxygen in peripheral tissues. Lulu made a mark on the list in her hand, clearly adding points for Wu Xiao. The students breathed heavily. Someone had already scored. Why didn't I think of such a simple deduction? Many lamented, but after a brief moment of regret, they pushed themselves to think harder. Wu Xiao sat down and jabbed Song. He hard with her elbow, a smug expression on her face. Song he turned to see her triumphant grin. She raised an eyebrow, as if to say, "Not so tough now, little bro." Wu Xiao leads Song he 10. Su Tingfeng leaned in reporting the score eagerly. Song he frowned slightly, now roughly understanding the game of Lulu's lecture. Drawing analogies from a single piece of information, wasn't that precisely the effect of the insight capsule? He opened the system, spent 200 resentment points, and purchased an insight capsule. The insight capsule was transparent, containing a liquid as clear as water. Song he secretly swallowed it, and in an instant a sensation arose in his mind. His thoughts surged with activity as vast amounts of previously acquired knowledge interconnected, sparking countless inspirations like an exploding bomb with flames scattering in all directions. The potency is fierce. No wonder it's the 2 million resentment-priced pill. Song he muttered to himself. He quickly turned his gaze to the large screen, re-examining the line of text. A miracle unfolded. The knowledge he had learned before became animated, rushing toward the sentence on the screen, like iron filings drawn to a magnet. Then an explosion of inspiration. Song he raised his hand with a snap, startling Wu Xiao and Su Tingfeng beside him. On stage, Lulu noticed Song he's raised hand, a flicker of surprise passing through her mind. Based on her experience from previous lectures, it was rare for first-year high school students to answer. They lacked both the breadth of knowledge and sufficient training. Association was not mere fantasy, but built upon a foundation of knowledge reserves. Regardless of how Song he answered, the fact that he dared to raise his hand showed that his knowledge base was far from novice. Even if his answer was nonsensical, he was still far ahead of other first-year competition students. Lulu felt gratified. He was indeed the beloved student she had vouched for. She nodded. Song he, go ahead and speak. The entire audience's attention was drawn to him, and the veteran competition students were somewhat astonished. But most were not optimistic. Lulu cultivated scientific thinking. Would a freshman possess it? Even if Song he answered, it would likely be far-fetched and superficial. Song he deliberated briefly before answering. Teacher, I recall a term called food coma. When people eat too much, they get sleepy because blood and oxygen concentrate in the gastrointestinal tract, leading to insufficient oxygen supply to the brain, causing drowsiness. And BPG greatly affects hemoglobin's oxygen affinity. I speculate that BPG might be related to glucose metabolism. Lulu's expression shifted to surprise. Excellent. BPG is an intermediate in glycolysis. Please sit down. The top students in the hall were amazed. This freshman indeed had some substance. But Song he shook his head. Teacher, I have more associations. Lulu was taken aback. Go on. In high-altitude environments, the human body experiences hypoxia, and hemoglobin's oxygen binding decreases by about a quarter. At this point, BPG concentration should increase appropriately to reduce hemoglobin's oxygen affinity, prompting it to release more oxygen to the body. Lulu was surprised again. Correct. Very good. Just as Song he was about to sit down, a flash of insight struck him, and he thought of another aspect. During fetal development, the fetus and mother share blood circulation. Therefore, BPG concentration in the fetus should differ from the mother's to ensure the fetus can obtain oxygen from the maternal blood. Lulu was almost in awe. Your reasoning is correct, but the actual situation differs slightly. Fetal hemoglobin exists as an alpha-2 gamma-2 tetramer, which has a lower affinity for BPG than adult hemoglobin and a higher affinity for oxygen. But fundamentally, it also uses BPG to ensure fetal oxygen supply. The fact that you reached this step earns you another point. Lulu nodded approvingly. Anything else? We could also use BPG concentration regulation to treat respiratory diseases, alleviating hypoxia symptoms in patients. Song he said, that's all I've thought of for now. 28 students were taught some knowledge by you, double biology knowledge returned. 57 students were taught some knowledge by you, double biology knowledge returned. Biology progress detected upgraded from silver level 33 to silver level 34. Excellent, truly excellent. You've earned 4 points. Lulu nodded repeatedly. In all my years of teaching, students who can earn 4 consecutive points are few and far between. Silence fell over the hall as students stared at Song he in astonishment. Suddenly someone applauded. Soon the applause spread and hundreds of top students willingly offered their applause. To derive so much knowledge from a single piece of information using other common sense, such associative ability, was simply terrifying. If Song he had only mentioned 1 point, everyone might have thought it was pure luck. But listing 4 points in one breath was undeniably a testament to his solid strength. Lulu's gaze toward Song, he changed as well. This beloved student often surprised her, making it hard to gauge the extent of his talent. Wu Xiao was dumbfounded, frozen like stone. What she prided herself on most was answering numerous questions during Lulu's lectures and routinely earning rewards. She had thought this was her home turf where she could easily defeat Song He. But the situation took a sharp turn, and she was outshone by her junior. Wu Xiao was on the verge of collapse, unable to accept reality as a flood of resentment silently built up inside her. If she had a knife in hand, she would have dearly wished to stab her flashy junior to death. Even Su Tingfeng was astonished. The score is now 4-1. The tide has turned. Please stop reporting the score. Wu Xiao wailed, also wanting to stab Su Tingfeng to death. Lulu waited a moment longer. Seeing no other students raise their hands, she switched the PPT and began the lecture, elaborating on the knowledge related to BPG. The entire class listened with rapt attention, and the rustling sound of note-taking filled the room. Song He stared at the screen, listening with complete focus. The effect of the insight capsule persisted, granting him an unprecedented lecture experience. For every sentence Lulu spoke, countless associations burst forth in his mind. Seemingly unrelated pieces of knowledge extended tendrils and connected with each other. Beyond the knowledge points Lulu directly taught, he continuously grasped a multitude of associated insights. His previously loose knowledge structure gradually tightened, transforming from scattered sand into a dense whole. Thorough comprehension. Song He's eyes lit up. Could this be the legendary thorough comprehension? Biology progress detected upgraded from silver level 34 to silver level 35. Biology progress detected upgraded from silver level 35 to silver level 36. The pace of biology leveling accelerated significantly. Previously, a whole lecture yielded no upgrade prompt, but now just a short period of listening led to a level up. Song He was in a state of both exhilaration and exhaustion. Exhilarated by the accelerated leveling, exhausted by the constant eruption of associative knowledge in his mind, requiring immense mental energy to process continuously. There was an unexpected bonus. Chemistry progress detected upgraded from black iron level 80 to black iron level 85. Chemistry progress detected upgraded from black iron level 85 to black iron level 90. After 20 minutes of lecturing, Lulu displayed another piece of biological knowledge. Class continued to associate. If you discovered this phenomenon in the lab, what would you do next? Wu Xiao stared intently at the large screen. She had to reclaim her ground. But Song He raised his hand almost instantly. Wu Xiao looked at him in despair, feeling a surge of impulse to stab him with a knife. Lulu's eyes sparkled. Song He, how many points have you come up with this time? Too many this time, teacher. I thought of 8, Song He said. The entire hall erupted in uproar. Wu Xiao was even more despondent, hugging Su Tingfeng beside her and letting out a sobbing whimper. Song He cleared his throat and rapidly listed the points one by one, displaying a torrent of eloquence. The entire class listened in a daze while Lulu nodded mechanically, her expression a mix of astonishment and delight. Soon after listing 8 points, Song He did not stop. Teacher, I just thought of 5 more. The hall erupted again as top students couldn't help whispering among themselves. The auditorium filled with murmurs. Damn, this Song He is incredible. How is his brain wired? Is he more evolved than us? Look at teacher Lulu's expression. Even she is stunned. Sweat is forming on my forehead. Is that Song He even human? Su Tingfeng held Wu Xiao in her arms and whispered, we're going to lose. Wu Xiao did not answer. Her eyes lost their luster, and her only wish was to commit seppuku and leave this dark world behind. 10 o'clock. On the auditorium's massive screen, the PPT flipped to its final page, revealing several homework problems. Lulu let out a weary sigh of relief. The lecture ends here. You all performed exceptionally well. The day after tomorrow evening, there will be a lecture on the theory of evolution. Please attend on time. For this lecture, student Song He has achieved a stunning 78 points, a crushing victory. Step up to claim your prize. The rest of you may return to the dormitory. Song He decisively rose and hurriedly ran onto the stage. Lulu smiled with gratification, handing him the thick volume Principles of Biochemistry. Rewarding her beloved disciple felt like keeping the benefits within the family. I didn't know you had this in you, Lulu praised. So many sharp and accurate ideas. You're cut out for scientific research. Your student is but rotten wood. It's all thanks to the teacher's excellent instruction. Song He casually flattered. Lulu said nothing, but her smile was radiant, clearly pleased. Master and disciple left the auditorium side by side, chatting as they walked. Go back tonight and train hard. You must rank in the top 10 for the Kuan Bone King to enter the lab next week. Get familiar with the lab environment early to build a foundation for your future university research. Lulu instructed. Teacher, regarding the Kuan Bone King, there's something your student doesn't understand, Song He asked. Speak, and your master shall dispel your doubts. In the sea of questions continent, the higher the level, the greater the attack power. To successfully slay the Bone King, I need to level up as much as possible these days, right? Of course, it's best to level up to the top 10 in the entire server and then perform well during the fight. Lulu nodded. What don't you understand? Principal Yi Lianghan said the Bone King will throw out 140 questions. Does that mean regardless of level it's always 140 questions? Fighting the Bone King at level 1 means answering 140 questions, and at level 100 it's still 140 questions. Doesn't the time to defeat the boss depend purely on answering speed? Why should I bother leveling up? Songhe asked seriously. Do you misunderstand the boss battle ranking as whoever kills the Bone King faster ranks higher? Lulu laughed. Is that not it? Songhe was astonished. The Bone King is an undying boss. It can't be killed. Lulu shook her head. Songhe was stunned. Can't be killed? Then how is it ranked? By injuries. The more severe the injuries you inflict on the Bone King, the higher your rank. You must cut off as much of its health as possible. Lulu said, for each question you answer correctly, you can strike the Bone King once with a maximum of 140 attack opportunities. The higher your level, the more health you can remove. Songhe suddenly understood, instantly grasping the school's cunning scheme. To cut more health from the Bone King required both a high level and high accuracy. A high level depended on diligent training in the Sea of Questions continent akin to finishing homework after school every day. High accuracy was about exam performance, the on-the-spot performance during the battle with the Bone King. Combining both, the top 10 strong players would be selected to earn rewards for the competition team. Got it. They'll go back and train like crazy. Songhe nodded. Lulu smiled with relief, reached out, and ruffled Songhe's hair, then turned and went downstairs. In the dormitory, Yuan Guang sat before the computer engrossed in watching a video. Being able to binge-watch shows in a high school dormitory was a heavenly pleasure. At this moment, Yuan Guang's heart was filled only with gratitude towards his roommate, so much so that he would readily serve him like a beast of burden. Songhe pulled a thick intelligence book titled Sea of Questions Continent from his backpack and slammed it onto the desk with a thud. Curious, Yuan Guang leaned in to look. What's this? A love letter a beauty gave me. No peeking. Songhe shifted aside. A love letter. Yuan Guang was shocked. A love letter hundreds of pages long. Is your secret admirer a novelist? How could one love letter be hundreds of pages? This is a bound collection of hundreds of love letters. Songhe said solemnly. I'm so handsome my admirers could line up from the school gate to the Arc de Triomphe. This thick volume is just a periodical. Next week it'll receive another few hundred love letters. Yuan Guang was speechless and shrank his neck. Though curious, since his roommate refused to show him, he obediently stayed aside, his eyes fixed back on the computer screen. Songhe opened the intelligence book and began reading earnestly. The items Zhuang Qian had stolen from home were indeed of extremely high value. All the back-end information of the Sea of Questions continent, maps, wild monster distributions, skill combinations, secret treasures, and more, was listed crystal clear. In other words, this was an official strategy guide, far more authoritative than any guide discovered by classmates, because the rules of the entire game world were generated based on this very book. After reading 2 pages Song, he began to marvel at the game's complexity. The strategy was exceedingly hard to memorize. The information he read turned into a jumbled mess. By the time he flipped to the second page, half the data from the previous page was already forgotten. At this rate, it would take 2 weeks to finish this strategy guide. He had no choice but to cheat. Songhe summoned the system, purchased a memory capsule, and reluctantly spent 10,000 resentment points. A pink capsule appeared in his palm, the color of fresh brain matter. He nervously swallowed it with water, praying for the medicine to be effective. The moment he took the capsule, his brain reacted. A feverish dizziness, a dull ache at his temples. It's heating up. Songhe quickly looked at the guide. His eyes swept rapidly across a page, and a miraculous thing happened. The entire page of text and images was poured into his brain, unchanged, as clear as a scanner. It didn't even feel like superficial rote learning, but rather a profound memory of something recited countless times. Tasting the sweetness, Songhe murmured excitedly, awesome. Is this the legendary photographic memory? He quickly scanned the guide with his eyes, testing the limits of his memorization speed. His fingers initially maintained their usual page-turning rhythm, but soon accelerated, flipping backward faster and faster until the pages rustled noisily. Songhe was astonished to discover that a page needed only 2 or 3 seconds to be fully imprinted in his mind. He flipped frantically, devouring the guide's contents like a book-eating monster, his spirits soaring. System, oh system, why didn't you bring out such a wonderful thing sooner? Why hide it? A torrent of strategy poured into his brain, etched deep in his memory like chiseled carvings. Previously, he had been clueless about the content of the Sea of Questions continent, but as he devoured the guide page by page, the entire game gradually became clear. Much of the strategy information could clearly help him level up quickly, and he couldn't help but feel thrilled. Beside him, Yuan Guang looked puzzled, staring at his roommate, who kept flipping pages noisily, as if possessed. Maybe he's looking for a specific page, Yuan Guang guessed. Song He finished the guide joyfully and put it back in his backpack, hiding it away. Only 20 minutes had passed. There were still 40 minutes of the capsule's effect left. He absolutely couldn't waste it. Song He stood up, dragged the large cardboard box of theses from the corner, and pulled out theses to flip through even faster. Each thesis was only a few dozen pages. He would flip through them in a whoosh, toss them back into the box, and grab another. One thesis after another was mercilessly discarded, a sea of knowledge rushing into his brain, and his levels began to skyrocket. Detected progress in biology rising from silver level 38 to silver level 39. Detected progress in chemistry rising from iron level 95 to iron level 99. You have read a vast amount of biochemical knowledge, forcing a breakthrough in chemistry, hereby awarding the bronze rank. Detected progress in chemistry rising from bronze level 01 to bronze level 03. Song He couldn't help but laugh, his expression gradually turning manic as he frantically flipped through theses, greedily absorbing knowledge. Beside him, Yuan Guang's heart pounded with fear. He shakily pulled a few Cinnabar Mountain ghost coins from his pocket. His roommate's behavior was bizarre. It looked like he was possessed. Yuan Guang quickly pinched his fingers to calculate, but after a long while he couldn't figure anything out. But Song He at this moment looked truly eerie, flipping pages like a madman. If eerie sound effects were added, it would be a scene straight out of a horror movie. Brother Song. Yuan Guang trembled as he spoke. What are you doing? Reading theses, Song He replied without looking up. Don't disturb me. I'm in a hurry. Yuan Guang calmed down a bit. The voice was still familiar, seemingly not possessed by a ghost or demon. He hesitated for a moment, then placed the mountain ghost coins on the table and quickly set up a simple formation. If something went wrong later, this small formation could buy a little time. Meanwhile, in the restroom, in a corner, Ding Yangze and Ning Mo each held a biology book and a math book, burying their heads in arduous study. However, the two were somewhat distracted. Whenever someone entered the restroom, they would look up, then lower their heads again with disappointed expressions. Finally, Ding Yangze couldn't hold back and spoke first. Brother Ning Song, he didn't come last night, and he's not coming tonight either. What's going on? Ning Mo seemed to have been holding back for a while and quickly replied, I'm wondering too. Could he be tired from studying? Giving up? Ding Yangze narrowed his eyes, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. It's possible. It seems his motivation isn't inexhaustible after all. He has his moments of slacking off. We can seize the chance while he's slack to catch up. Ning Mo pondered for a moment. Should we go check on him in his dorm? Ding Yangze hesitated for 2 seconds. Let's go take a look. We'll quietly push the door open. If he's asleep, we'll come back. Ding Yangze and Ning Mo walked through the corridor, arriving at the door of Song He's dormitory. They gently pushed the door, only to find it locked. The two exchanged glances, realizing that the situation was not simple. Dormitory doors typically aren't locked unless something unspeakable is happening inside. I have a bad feeling. Could Song He be secretly closing the door to study? Ning Mo's expression darkened. He fears we might outdo him and is using this insidious tactic to catch us off guard. Impossible. Song He is straightforward. He would boastfully study in front of us and then mock us mercilessly. Ding Yangze spoke with authority. I suspect he is either asleep or playing. He would never be studying. Ning Mo raised his hand and knocked on the door. After a moment, a voice from inside said, We're full. Please leave guests outside. Ning Mo and Ding Yangze were momentarily stunned, feeling speechless. What did full even mean? What kind of place is your dormitory? Ding Yangze called out, It's me, Old Ding, and Old Ning. We are looking for Song He. Song He hasn't been to the restroom to study for 2 days, and we are quite worried. We fear he might be unwell, so we came to visit you. Ning Mo said with concern. We want to check on his condition, and once we are reassured, we will leave. Ding Yangze raised an eyebrow and gave Ning Mo a thumbs up. As for pretending to care about health, it was clearly Ning who was the master of disguise, coming to gather intelligence on Song He's study progress. So Old Ning, you are quite the schemer. Inside voices could be heard seemingly between Song He and Yuan Guang. A moment later, Yuan Guang's voice rang out. Song He says he takes health supplements daily. He can live to at least 200. He's in good health. He added, You two are insiders. If there is something, you are welcome to enter. However, once you enter, you must not reveal a word of what you see. If there is any leak, it will lead to campus violence. Ding Yangze and Ning Mo exchanged glances, their faces full of expectation. Indeed, there was a secret inside. What kind of secret could a student dorm hide? Could it be that they had a blow-up doll in there indulging in debauchery? We are tight-lipped. The two at the door said in unison. They had to see inside, or they would be restless and unable to sleep at night. After a moment, the door opened slightly. Yuan Guang cautiously peeked through the crack like a spy making contact. Seeing no one else, he quickly opened the door and roughly pulled the two inside. Immediately, the dormitory door slammed shut with a bang, clicking locked. After entering, Ding Yangza and Ning Mo were stunned by the sight before them, their eyes widening in shock. On the table sat a computer, an authentic internet-capable computer. The screen was playing footage of the turning point of World War II in Pinggan County, thrilling and intense. Am I dreaming? A computer in a high school dormitory. Ning Mo rubbed his eyes frantically. Where did you get this computer? Do you have such strong connections in the dormitory? It was awarded to Song He by the teacher. It's all above board, and the school has been informed, Yuan Guang warned seriously. This matter must not leak or your lives will be in danger. Not a trace left. Ding Yangza and Ning Mo nodded vigorously, understanding the unspoken rules of the world. At Jinghai, 4th middle school students are strictly forbidden from using electronic products on campus. Occasionally, if a classmate sneaks in a phone or MP4, everyone keeps it a secret. However, to openly have a computer in the dormitory was simply too shocking. It was so high-end and domineering, it was unheard of. It was like police confiscating civilian firearms. While most people hand in small pistols, someone suddenly turns in a Maxim machine gun. Ding Yangza and Ning Mo then turned their eyes to Song He. Song He, the Emperor of Life, was stepping on a cardboard box, continuously pulling out documents, flipping through them manically, and then putting them back into the box. He was completely focused, flipping pages at an astonishing speed, evidently reading at quantum wave speed. Ding Yangza and Ning Mo felt a chill in their hearts. The ruthless Song He was actually closing the door to secretly study. How insidious and despicable, utterly unfilial. They hurried over to check on his studying situation. But as they got closer, the scene became strange. Song He was flipping pages furiously with great seriousness, glancing at each page before turning it, not like studying, but rather as if he were in a fit. From the moment Ding Yangza and Ning Mo entered until now, he had maintained this state throughout. Who could study that quickly? In just a few seconds, he flipped through an entire page of content. What could he possibly comprehend? What exactly was Song He doing? Ding Yangza and Ning Mo exchanged terrified glances. Especially since Song He was sweating profusely, his face flushed red, as if possessed, and unable to free himself, he could only repeat simple actions until he literally wore himself out. Ding Yangza and Ning Mo watched for a moment, feeling a sense of unease from the scene, and instinctively took a step back, their expressions filled with fear. Old Song, what are you doing? Ding Yangza asked tremulously. Studying, Song He replied without lifting his head, continuing to flip pages desperately. Ding Yangza and Ning Mo turned to Yuan Guang, casting pleading looks. Yuan Guang shrugged helplessly. It's been almost an hour, he's been like this the whole time. Ning Mo, gathering his courage, stepped closer and stood by waiting. After Song He finished a document and tossed it into the box, Ning Mo swiftly grabbed it, then quickly retreated to observe his reaction. Song He showed no reaction, calmly pulling out another paper from the box and flipping through it quickly. Ning Mo felt as if he had struck gold, taking the document to share with Ding Yangza. Yuan Guang also leaned over, and the three of them held their breath, flipping through the materials. A university thesis? Ding Yangza's pupils shook. Old Song is actually reading a university biology thesis. Ning Mo was startled. University theses are written by seniors graduating, and it seemed excessive for a high school student to read such material. Can he really understand it? What use is there in reading this? Ding Yangza mustered his courage and ran to the box, pulling out a few more discarded theses. The three heads crowded together again, curiously watching. All were biology theses covering various topics, including bachelor's, master's, and even doctoral papers. The authors of the theses were all students from Jinghai University, seemingly a complete collection of papers from the biology department. As they flipped through these theses, Ding Yangza and Ning Mo were already confused, completely unable to grasp the situation, finding it hard to imagine Song He had been busy flipping through these things. What was he actually doing? Finally, Song He let out a long sigh, tossing the last thesis into the box. The time for the memory capsule had expired. Coincidentally, he had memorized an entire box of papers. I'm exhausted. I need to take a break, Song He said, rising to grab a cup of tea. Seeing Song He free from his possessed state, Ding Yangza and Ning Mo stopped sweating, feeling slightly relieved, but still retaining some wariness. Old Song, what have you been doing all this time? Ning Mo asked. Ding Yangza and Yuan Guang also looked on with curiosity. Studying. Can't you tell? I'm studying biology theses from Jinghai University. Next week, I will likely go to their lab, so I'm reviewing the papers to see what kind of results can be achieved in the lab. Studying. Flipping pages like that counts as studying. Did you really read all those words before turning the page? Ding Yangza's expression was one of disbelief. What exactly are you doing? I am indeed studying. Most of the theses are fluff. 2 to 3 seconds is enough to memorize a page. Song, he said calmly while drinking tea. Memorizing. Ning Mo questioned in disbelief. Yes, I memorized the entire box. Song, he kicked the box of theses by his feet. When I'm in a good state, I memorize things quickly. Oh, I have photographic memory. Ding Yangzi, Ning Mo, and Yuan Guang were all slightly dazed, then exchanged looks, their faces filled with disbelief. It would be insane to believe that university theses are after all obscure and difficult to grasp for high school students. For such obscure and difficult papers to read through half a box in an hour would be remarkable, yet old Song claimed he memorized them all. We're asking you serious questions, don't joke around. Ding Yangzi urged anxiously, what exactly were you flipping through? I am really memorizing theses. Song, he replied helplessly. After saying that, he kicked the box of theses by his feet again. If you don't believe it, grab one and ask. I'll answer any question. Song, he spoke with utter composure, as if the box before him contained not dense academic papers, but merely a few lines of simple, easily memorized classical verse. Across from him, the three men stared at one another in stunned silence, their faces etched with disbelief. Disbelief was only natural. Even a camera required time to focus. How could the human mind possibly process information so instantly? Though they knew the divine emperor of mathematics was extraordinarily powerful, such strength still had to abide by the laws of reality, not defy them so outrageously. Ning Mo snatched up a paper, unwilling to concede, and flipped it open. How do we test you? Any way you like, Song, he replied. You may read just a sentence or two. I'll recite what follows behind my back. Or even the title and page number. Song, he added unruffled. Very well. Ning Mo flipped randomly to 2 pages and read aloud. The biological sources of microbial pharmaceuticals include penicillin and actinomycetes. Their targets are. Before he could finish, Song, he responded without hesitation. Their targets are antibacterial agents, anti-tumor drugs, antiviral agents, herbicides, enzyme inhibitors, and immunomodulators. Their mechanisms of action include inhibitors of cell wall synthesis agents, disrupting cell membrane function, and compounds interfering with protein synthesis. Silence fell. An uncanny stillness settled over the dormitory. Ning Mo stared rigidly at the paper in his hands, his fingers trembling on the verge of shaking. Impossible. Ding Yangzi cried out in shock, crouching down to rummage frantically through the box. He seized a paper and scrambled backward until his back pressed hard against the wall. All right, your turn to prove it. Song, he gazed calmly at old Ding. Listen carefully. Ding Yangzi flipped open a random page and read. Microbial desulfurization of flue gas offers advantages, including low investment, minimal operating costs, reduced energy consumption, and effective mitigation of environmental pollution. Immobilized microbial technology owing to its unique merits. Next comes a description of 2 methods for purifying low-concentration sulfur dioxide using microbes. One is the suspended microbe method, Song, he answered effortlessly, and the other is the immobilized microbe method. Ding Yangzi's eyes bulged. Turn to the next page. It contains a data table. I can recite every figure in that table. Would you like to hear them? Song, he smiled faintly. Ding Yangzi flattened himself against the wall, his face pale as parchment, as though confronting a monster. Recite them, he snapped, jaw clenched. Desperate now? I refuse to believe you've memorized such minute details. Recite the final column, the percentages. Song, he chuckled softly and smoothly rattled off a string of numbers. 22, 88, 24, 53, 21, 19. Ning Mo and Yuan Guang rushed over, each grabbing one of Ding Yangzi's shoulders, peering urgently at the data table. Their expressions suddenly relaxed. Stop, you made a mistake. Ding Yangzi interrupted with a laugh. Ning Mo and Yuan Guang exhaled in relief. A mistake meant Song, he was still human after all. I made no mistake, Song, he said calmly. I simply recited them backward. At those words, the three who'd just loosened their grips froze, and instinctively turned their eyes downward to the bottom of the data table. Reading it backward, the final column indeed read 22, 88, 24, 53, 21, 19. Perfectly accurate, down to the last decimal place. The three stared up at Song. He utterly unnerved, their gazes wide with fear. Ding Yangzi trembled, convinced Song he was no longer human. His resentment surged by 700 points. Ning Mo, witnessing Song he's flawless recitation, felt profound dread. His resentment spiked by 800 points. Ning Mo suspected Song he had been possessed by a spirit. His knees knocked together, nearly buckling beneath him. His resentment rose by 500 points. Yuan Guang, awestruck by Song he's ability, felt his own resentment swell by 200 points. Whoa, I mean seriously impressive. Yuan Guang drew a long, deep breath like a whale surfacing, then declared solemnly, Brother Song, if your talent ever became public knowledge, there would be only 2 possible outcomes. First, you'd be captured and dissected for research. Ding Yangzi interjected. Second, you'd be placed under national protection. Ning Mo swallowed hard. You're overthinking it. This is merely photographic memory, a modest feat. Among true geniuses, I'm hardly ranked among the elite. Song, he replied, unperturbed, waving his hand dismissively. The three stood dumbfounded. Modest? Photographic memory, a miracle-level gift, was something one described as modest. If this was modest, what did that make them? Have you heard such absurdity? Echoed silently in their minds. Song, he took a sip of water and asked, Old Ning, did you come here for something specific? Nothing at all. Ding Yangza and Ning Mo waved their hands frantically, turned in perfect unison, and fled the room, as if pursued. Inside, both men wept inwardly. They'd assumed Song he avoided studying in the restroom out of laziness, or worse, slothful sleep. They'd arrived fully prepared to mock him. After enduring his dominance for so long, this chance for retaliation was too precious to miss. Instead, Song he had unveiled a godlike mastery of instant recall, delivering a psychic blow of catastrophic magnitude. Their confidence shattered into irreparable fragments, despair bloomed in unison within their hearts. The psychological trauma I've just endured is immeasurable, Ning Mo groaned. Song He's talent has driven me to cellular dissociation from sheer envy. Ding Yangza sighed deeply. We're all human, so why has he secretly evolved? Back in the dormitory, Song, he pulled out 2 smartphones and placed them side by side on the desk. He tapped both screens simultaneously. After a brief opening animation, the game interface appeared. Ocean of Problems continent. The gunslinger Night Warrior had already reached level 11. The zombie Venom King stood at level 6. With one hand on each device, Song, he began maneuvering both characters, Night Warrior and Venom King, across the map. Having memorized the entire strategy guide, his mind brimmed with accelerated leveling techniques. Tonight's objective was clear: cultivate, hunt, loot, and surge upward in power. Yuan Guang watched astonished. You're controlling 2 phones at once. Can you really manage both? Need help? No help needed. This game requires solving problems. Song, he shook his head. Math isn't my strength, but biology. You can trust me completely, Yuan Guang declared, thumping his chest. I've been studying biology intensely lately. My skills have skyrocketed. Without a word, Song, he slid the Venom King phone toward him, just as a question popped up. What forms describe the interaction between enzymes and substrate molecules? Multiple choice. A. Proximity and orientation effect. B. Substrate distortion and induced fit. C. Covalent catalysis and acid-base catalysis. D. Nucleophilic attack. Yuan Guang stared blankly. Never mind. I'll let you get back to work. Song, he reclaimed the Venom King phone, tapped AB decisively, and activated rapid movement. On both screens, Night Warrior and Venom King raced forward relentlessly. Every few seconds, a new question flashed. Yet Song, he selected answers for both games almost simultaneously, his fingers a blur of precise rapid taps. Yuan Guang watched speechless. He'd never seen such audacious multitasking, managing 2 distinct games at once, one demanding math, the other biology, yet maintaining flawless accuracy in both. Your brilliance is dazzling. I cannot match it. Song, he remained utterly focused, not performing for show, but driven by urgency. To claim rewards from both upcoming academic competitions in 5 days, he needed to level both accounts in parallel, maximizing efficiency and amplifying his odds of victory. Soon Venom King arrived at its cultivation site, the edge of the Serpent Swamp Forest, a vivid emerald pond where faint greenish miasma drifted in the air, coalescing into ghostly shifting shapes. According to the guide, this was a sanctuary exclusive to zombies. While they thrived amid the toxic vapors, other classes suffered continuous damage upon approaching. Venom King stepped into the pond, lowering its head and hunching its shoulders, breathing in strange rhythmic pulses, as viridian poison flowed steadily into its body. Splash! Ripples erupted across the pond's surface as dark serpentine shadows surged upward from the depths, crashing toward Venom King in violent waves. These were giant pythons. If too many coiled around its body, the zombie would be crushed and torn apart. To evade them, Venom King had mere seconds to solve each question flashing on screen. Biological multiple-choice questions appearing one after another. Song He's fingers flew across the screen, striking the correct answer with unwavering precision. In the pond, Venom King struck back, razor-sharp claws lopping off python heads in swift succession. Blood sprayed wildly as it raised each severed head to its mouth and drank deeply, its cultivation base surging instantly. The scent of blood drew more serpents from the depths, black shadows converging from every direction, lunging relentlessly at Venom King. Questions appeared faster and faster, first every 10 seconds, then every 5, then every 3. Yet Song He's reflexes grew swifter still, tapping ABCD in frantic succession, selecting the right answer every single time. Venom King danced through the onslaught, parrying, slashing, evading, its movements fluid, agile, utterly unzombie-like. with each python head consumed Venom King's level sword, level 7, a level 8, a level 9. Far away, 2 zombies entered the serpent swamp forest, one trailing slightly behind the other. The larger zombie stood at level 8, massive and muscular, its back studded with ink-green tumors. Its ID read Corpse Scholar King. The smaller scrawny zombie was only level 4, frail and feeble-looking. Its ID Skunk. Skunk glanced around nervously and opened voice chat. Brother, where exactly are we headed? Corpse Scholar King activated his mic. To an unparalleled cultivation pond, known only to me in the entire school. I discovered it purely by accident last year. Sheer unbelievable luck. Skunk brightened. Really? So I can train in peace. No other players will interrupt me. Corpse Scholar King chuckled confidently, his tone brimming with absolute certainty. Absolutely no interference from other players. Rest easy. That pond is our private sanctuary, yours and mine alone. After a moment, the Corpse King arrived at the edge of the pond, filled with joy, only to suddenly freeze in place, falling silent. The skunk also reached the pond, standing side by side with the Corpse King, both gazing into the water. Xiangwen, didn't you say this place was unknown to others? The skunk whispered. Shut up. The Corpse King awkwardly replied, wondering how he ended up with such a dim-witted little brother. Why do you have to speak up when your big brother is in an awkward situation? In front of them, a massive zombie, an astounding level 15, with the ID King of 10,000 Poisons, stood tall. The water around the King of 10,000 Poisons was stained red with blood, and numerous snake corpses were piled in the water, clearly having gone through an unimaginable fierce battle. At this moment, the King of 10,000 Poisons remained motionless, slowly inhaling the green poisonous gas to enhance his cultivation. Big brother, it seems he is leveling up while idle. The skunk exclaimed joyfully, should we attack? The Corpse King hesitated. A zombie of such high level could yield a massive amount of cultivation if defeated, if it was possible to level up several times. If the opponent is indeed idling, it would be a great opportunity. But what if he is faking it? The Corpse King was only level 8, and the skunk was level 4. Combined, they were still lower than their opponent's level. In a real fight, they would definitely be defeated instantly. You go first. The Corpse King took 2 steps back. You are at a lower level. You need the leveling opportunity more. The skunk was stunned. Big brother, you are so nice to me. Stop talking and hurry. The Corpse King urged decisively, hiding behind a tree. The skunk gathered his courage, jumped into the pond, and slowly swam towards the King of 10,000 Poisons. Once he entered the attack range, the skunk decisively launched an attack, spitting out a series of green slime that hit the King of 10,000 Poisons right on the forehead. The zombie's initial skill spit. The King of 10,000 Poisons took the hit, remaining unmoved. His health bar dropped slightly, but after just 2 ticks it rapidly healed back up, and in the blink of an eye his health was full again. Big brother, my level is too low, but attacking him is like scratching him. He doesn't lose health, the skunk said helplessly. Attack up close. The Corpse King commanded. The closer you are, the higher your attack power. The skunk hesitated for a moment, then continued to approach the King of 10,000 Poisons timidly, getting right in front of him, spitting with a loud pop. The health bar of the King of 10,000 Poisons fluctuated, finally starting to drop, but the speed was extremely slow. At this rate, it would take 10 minutes to grind him down. The Corpse King peeked for a moment and gradually felt reassured. It seemed that the opponent was indeed idling. Let's take the risk. A bicycle can turn into a motorcycle. Splash. The Corpse King jumped into the pond, swiftly rushing towards the King of 10,000 Poisons. In the dormitory, Brother Song, there are wild monsters attacking you. Yuan Guang sat at the desk watching the computer and turned to glance at the 2 mobile phones next to him. From the bathroom, Song, he shouted, are there still wild monsters? I'm coming. Yo yo yo. Another wild monster has come, and it's a high level. Yuan Guang exclaimed loudly, what the hell, it's not a wild monster, it's 2 players. The sound of flushing and hasty hand-washing came from the bathroom. As Song, he pushed the door open, wiping his hands on his pants, and hurriedly sat down at the desk. Both mobile phones were idling. The overnight battle god was quietly mining in a deserted area of the Desert of Sand, while the King of 10,000 Poisons was being attacked in the pond of the Snake Marsh Forest. 2 small zombies were jumping up to attack, and the King of 10,000 Poisons' health bar had been reduced by half. The 2 attacking small zombies were even chatting casually over voice chat. The skunk shouted, go Xiangwen, go. You've already knocked down half his health. He'll deliver the final blow. If I kill this big zombie, I can reach level 10, and I can walk sideways in most places. From then on, you can just follow me and benefit. Xiangwen Ge, can you become the strongest zombie in the whole server and trigger a zombie-tide apocalypse? The Corpse King replied easily. Last night, I just borrowed a phone. From today, I will focus on leveling up. In a week at most, I will be able to summon wind and rain and dominate. Song, he squinted, turning up the phone's volume. The Corpse King's voice sounded very familiar. Hey, isn't that the voice of Lung Xiangwen? Song he suddenly realized, feeling a touch of familiarity. I didn't expect to encounter Lung Xiangwen in the game. I remember he ranked 65th in the small exam, not making it into the top 50, so normally, he wouldn't qualify for the phone reward. However, it's common for students to borrow phones to play in private, especially since young Master Long is a genuine rich kid. Spending a bit of money, there are definitely top 50 students willing to lend him their phones. Meeting an old acquaintance in a foreign land, should I not say hello? Song he tapped the screen, and the king of 10,000 poisons suddenly turned around, striking out with one palm. Zombie level 10 skill zombie poison palm. A fierce wind swept across the pond, and with a thunderous sound the two small zombies were instantly sent flying. With two splashes the thrown small zombies landed at the edge of the pond. The skunk was left with only a sliver of health, while the Corpse King's health dropped by half. The sudden slap left the skunk and the Corpse King terrified, and they rolled away in unison, fleeing towards the shore. The king of 10,000 poisons suddenly squatted down, and with a howl he shot out, crashing down in front of them, producing a terrifying sound effect. King of 10,000 poisons, spare us. The Corpse King exclaimed. Don't harm my big brother. The skunk declared loyally. Song he activated a voice changer, adopting a dragon-like voice. You can't run away. Wanna live? Call me daddy. The Corpse King and the skunk fell silent. The king of 10,000 poisons suddenly unleashed a zombie poison palm. Daddy, daddy, daddy. The two small zombies shouted in panic. The zombie poison palm veered off course, crashing into the nearby pond, creating towering waves that drenched the two small zombies. The Corpse King and the skunk trembled in fear. The level difference was terrifying, leaving them with no hope of resistance. All they felt was regret for provoking such a monster. The old tortoise hanging for too long. Pleasant to the ears. The king of 10,000 poisons praised. Daddy, can you let us go? The skunk pleaded pitifully. Did I say I would let you go? You can escape the death penalty, but you can't escape the living penalty. After finishing, the king of 10,000 poisons formed a seal with his palm, and suddenly a green light prison appeared in the pond, trapping the two small zombies. What the hell, king of 10,000 poisons, you have no limits. The Corpse King yelled in terror. Skunk, break through. He wants to imprison us to give birth to small zombies. Give birth to small zombies. The skunk was horrified. What does that mean? This is a level 15 forbidden technique, zombie prison. It can trap two zombies together and let them give birth to small zombies until they die. The small zombies that are born will automatically follow the king of 10,000 poisons, but you and I will lose all our cultivation. We will drop back to level 1. The Corpse King spoke rapidly. How do we break out? The skunk nearly screamed. Wait a moment. Once the light prison is formed, if we collide, a question will pop up for us, and the king of 10,000 poisons will get a question at the same time. The Corpse King said nervously. As long as we finish our 10 questions first, we can break free. With the two of us, the king of 10,000 poisons should get 20 questions right. That's right. He needs to answer 20 questions to trap you and me. The Corpse King's tense tone eased a bit. Humph, king of 10,000 poisons, you don't know your own limits. As soon as he finished speaking, the green light condensed, and the zombie prison formed. The Corpse King and the skunk almost simultaneously charged outward. Song He's phone vibrated and questions popped up. 20 biological questions, all multiple choice. Song He reached out and began clicking the options as one question after another flashed across his phone. On Lung Xiangwen's side, there were math questions, while Song He's phone displayed similarly challenging biological calculation questions, genetic analysis, base, pairing, peptide chain, count, pH calculations. After 3 minutes, Song he completed the 20 biological calculation questions, all correct. The zombie prison emitted a loud bang as the two prisons fused together tightly, binding the Corpse King and the skunk. What the hell, I just reached the second question. The skunk was devastated. Impossible, the Corpse King shouted. You finished 20 questions already. Who are you, king of 10,000 poisons? Unfilial son, don't you recognize your father? Song he laughed using the voice changer. All right, you two behave and give birth to small zombies. The skunk and the Corpse King wailed. Two grown men being forcibly locked up to produce small zombies in a game was utterly embarrassing. Yet the zombie prison had completely formed, and the two could not struggle, only wade in tears. Soon the Corpse King's level began to drop. A green level 1 small zombie floated out from the pond, cleverly following the king of 10,000 poisons. The king of 10,000 poisons returned to the pond to practice, and the small zombie followed suit. Inside the zombie prison, the levels of the Corpse King and the skunk continually dropped as more and more small zombies floated from the water, running to the side of the king of 10,000 poisons. 5 minutes later, there were already 10 zombies beside the king of 10,000 poisons, the highest level reaching 3, while the lowest remained a level 1 baby. The zombie prison burst open, and the Corpse King and the skunk shrank, their levels dropping to level 1. King of 10,000 poisons. Just wait until I develop, I'll tear you to pieces. The skunk gritted his teeth. Little brat of 10,000 poisons, my connections are vast. Unless you give us all the small zombies right now. The Corpse King warned through gritted teeth, otherwise he'll hunt you down every day. The King of 10,000 Poisons raised his hand in response. The small zombies behind him collectively charged forward instantly, overwhelming the Corpse King and the skunk, beating them to death and gnawing on their bones. Unfilial son. The King of 10,000 Poisons snorted coldly, continuing to meditate in the pond. In the dormitory, Yuan Guang watched his roommate play the game dumbfounded. Wow, zombies have such gameplay. Yuan Guang bit his fingernails. Old song, your style seems quite villainous. That's how zombies play. High-level zombies use zombie prison to trap others, lowering their levels and spawning a bunch of small zombies. Once the small zombies level up, they can be trapped again to breed even more small zombies, Song, he explained. Thanks to these two filial sons, I've gathered enough zombies to start breeding a zombie army. Once I raise a few thousand high-level zombies, I can begin to slaughter other players en masse, conquering human cities and turning them into a zombie hell. Song, he said with anticipation. A few thousand. How long will that take? Yuan Guang looked on with longing. Soon I can help them grow quickly. Song, he replied. He poked his phone screen and green gas emerged from the King of 10,000 Poisons, flowing towards the nearby small zombies. Questions began to pop up, and for every 10 questions answered correctly, he could help one small zombie level up. Song, he clicked the screen rapidly, furiously answering questions. As he did, the small zombies' levels jumped and their bodies grew larger. At the same time, the system also displayed upgrade notifications. Detected biological progress, leveling up from silver level 41 to silver level 42. Detected biological progress, leveling up from silver level 42 to silver level 43. Song, he smiled with satisfaction. The increase in biological level indicated that the question quality in question C continent was quite good. Buzz buzzed. Suddenly another phone vibrated. It was a group chat message. Song, he raised an eyebrow, continuing to answer biology questions with his right hand while checking the group chat with his left. Wu Xiao, everyone, I've found the location of the overnight battle god. This bastard is mining in the deepest part of the desert of sand. Coordinates 4406, 0183. Everyone gather quickly. Wu Xiao, we must kill the overnight battle god 3 times tonight to relieve my hatred. Yesterday when Song, he joined the group, it was still a desolate new group. Today the number of members has surprisingly increased to 31, a strong force. Is Wu Xiao a natural leader? In just one day, she has managed to recruit 1/9 of the competition students from the entire school. Her ability to gather troops could easily allow her to carve out her own territory and become a great lord. Thinking of this, Song, he glanced at the group, name his face twitching. The secret operations group of the all-night battle god. Oh no, so many people are coming to get me. His all-night battle god had just reached level 18, and it would be difficult to match the entire group. Song, he decisively chose to escape. Anyway, he had more than 10 suitable leveling spots in his mind. It wasn't wise to stay here for long, so he decided to change locations. As soon as Wu Xiao spoke in the group, it immediately became lively, with everyone rallying to the designated location, preparing to besiege the all-night battle god. If you can go type 1 and report your level. I will estimate the strength of our coalition. Wu Xiao said in the group. 1, I'm level 7. 1, or I'm level 5. 1, or I'm level 6. The group quickly reported, and soon 25 people had responded, with 6 still silent. Wu Xiao, Ling Xiongwen, why aren't you coming? Ling Xiongwen, don't mention it, I was wiped out by a level 15 zombie named King of 10,000 Poisons who forced me to give birth to a bunch of little zombies and then commanded them to bite me to death. This person truly deserves to be called the King of 10,000 Poisons. His methods are cold-blooded and sinister. He's simply inhuman. Ling Xiongwen continued. I'm feeling a bit broken right now. I just want to find a quiet place. It'll help you once I've leveled up a bit. Otherwise, as a level 1 squishy, any wild monster I encounter will easily stomp me to death. Wu Xiao, so King of 10,000 Poisons, huh? This guy is finished. Once we take down the all-night battle god, we'll turn around and deal with the King of 10,000 Poisons. The group members echoed enthusiastically, their spirits high. Xueling. Let's take down the all-night battle god. Let's take down the King of 10,000 Poisons. Do lie, this King of 10,000 Poisons is too wicked. Such a villain must be eradicated. Let's chop off his head and use it as a ball to kick. Who dares bully us? Brothers, grab your weapons. Let's show them what a mighty army looks like. Songhe, this is too evil. Is there no law or justice left? We must act for the heavens, capturing the all-night battle god and the likes of the King of 10,000 Poisons in one fell swoop, promoting righteousness in the Jianghu. The group's atmosphere surged, shouting for blood. They didn't seem like students, but rather a band of ruthless bandits gathering in the mountains. Many group members began to head towards the coordinates sent by Wu Xiao. The entire group fell into silence, everyone busy traveling, unable to spare time for idle chatter. A tense and fierce battle was about to break out. A few minutes later, they missed. Ji Yun, we missed the cunning all-night battle god has escaped. Shuelin, damn it. No wonder he's such a villain, he's scurrying around like a rat. Wu Xiao, he shouldn't have gone far, everyone spread out and search. Don't rush, and once you find him, he's very strong. Report the coordinates in the group, and we'll gather to beat him up. The group immediately replied with a chorus of yes. Song He was amazed Wu Xiao had quite a few loyal followers, all obeying her orders as if they were military commands. This group chat had a strong sense of cohesion. Too bad it's useless because I'm also in the group. Song He sneered coldly. He controlled 2 phones with both hands ready to showcase his speed. The all-night battle god relocated to the Qingyan volcano, hiding in a secret cave, continuing to mine for metal ores. In the game, shooters must mine stones to level up, and the mined metals are used to manufacture bullets while also leveling up. Mathematics problems popped up, equations of rotational surfaces, projections of spatial curves, limits of multivariable functions, composite function expressions. Song He frowned continuously, selecting the correct answers, as the all-night battle god shattered the rocks, accumulating a large amount of metal ore. His backpack was filled with ores, and his mathematics level kept rising. Detected progress in mathematics, advancing from silver level 19 to silver level 20. Detected progress in mathematics, advancing from silver level 20 to silver level 21. Detected progress in mathematics, advancing from silver level 21 to silver level 22. Meanwhile, in the water pool of the Snake Marsh Forest, a large group of zombies' shadows swayed in the thick fog, resembling a gathering of hundreds of ghosts. The number of little zombies had multiplied to 50, crowding more than half of the pool, entangled with the giant snakes swimming nearby. In the center of the pool, the king of 10,000 poisons had risen to level 20, transforming into a burly giant zombie, standing tall alongside the giant trees at the pool's edge. Song He discovered the secret to the zombies' growth. The little zombies killed snakes and brought the heads back for the king of 10,000 poisons to consume. As the king's level increased, he accelerated the growth of the nearby little zombies. The game's mechanics seemed flawed. If the king of 10,000 poisons and the little zombies trained separately, their leveling speed was slow, but if they trained together, both would level up rapidly, akin to a perpetual motion machine. As the king of 10,000 poisons consumed the snake heads, a series of biology questions kept popping up: enzyme activity determination, enzyme activity characterization, Michaelis-Menten equation for enzyme catalysis inhibitors and activators, non-competitive inhibition, artificial enzymes, and mimetic enzymes. Song He's fingers kept tapping the correct options, and the number of little zombies around the king kept increasing, their bodies growing like bamboo shoots after rain. The zombie army gradually formed, and the biology level also rose. Detected progress in biology, advancing from silver level 43 to silver level 44. Detected progress in biology, advancing from silver level 44 to silver level 45. Detected progress in biology, advancing from silver level 45 to silver level 46. Song He clicked madly with both hands, his brain feeling as if it were about to burn out. No matter how tired he was, it was worth it. Once both accounts leveled up, he could give his group friends a big surprise. In Jinghai City, by the Riverside Villa area, a luxurious 4-story villa is situated amidst a Chinese garden with rockeries and cypress. The villa is brightly lit with wooden carvings of auspicious clouds and dragons on the walls, a potted green pine bonsai in the corner, and a pure gold carved incense burner by the window. In the dining room, a majestic 10-meter Zelkova dining table is filled with fruits and vegetables in ice-cracked porcelain plates. The Zhuang family sits around the table, happily enjoying their late-night snack. The stern-faced Zhuang father sits at the end of the table using chopsticks to pick up radish strips and inquires, "Why is the pharmaceutical factory in Malaga pulling out after just half a year of breaking even? The market is poor, and even our family is pulling out, so we might as well withdraw as well. We won't earn the last copper coin." The cultured Zhuang can replied, having taken over part of the family business as the mature eldest son. "The local economy has been a mess these past few years. There's no profit to be made. Next, we'll also withdraw the Madrid warehouse and exit entirely. We're done." Zhuang Xia, the second son, chimed in, having just graduated with a master's degree this year and now working under his elder brother. Zhuang father frowned, then knocked on the table, saying sternly, "We must protect our territory in France, Germany, and Italy. Feel free to mess around with the others. The progress in developing new drugs is too slow. Think of a way. Our family is rushing as well. If they get ahead, our 800 million will go down the drain. Go find the president of Jinghai University and borrow more biology teachers and students to help. Make sure to be strict. Don't find any hacks. We need capable talents." "Understood, father." Zhuang Can replied respectfully, putting down his bowl. "Got it, dad," Zhuang Xia said casually. You just enjoy your meal, we'll handle the rest. Stop, stop, stop. It's not easy to come back from a business trip for a family reunion dinner. This dining room isn't a conference room. Zhuang's mother reproached, giving her husband a glare. Okay, no more work talk. Let's discuss Yan Yan's studies instead. Zhuang's father smiled, his tone softening. Zhuang Qian looked up, a joyful smile on her face. I improved 30 places in my monthly exams and got full marks in math. Biology went up by 10 points. Zhuang's father looked pleased. Not bad, don't overwork yourself. How did you improve so quickly? Zhuang's mother asked in surprise. I have a brilliant classmate who taught me. I couldn't do the big math problems before, but after he taught me I got it. This winter vacation don't hire that tutor. He's useless and not as good as my classmate. Zhuang Qian said proudly. I told you about him, his name is Song. He's in the dual competition team and is really impressive. A boy. A glint flashed in Zhuang's father's eyes. Oh, Zhuang Can and Zhuang Xia both exclaimed in surprise, looking at their sister. Zhuang Qian's face turned red. What do you mean by oh? It's purely a classmate relationship. Zhuang Can smiled, but said nothing while Zhuang Xia raised his eyebrows. Oh right, Song, he wants to sell me some questions and I promised to ask you about it when I got back. Zhuang Qian looked hopefully at her mother. Is that okay, Mom? Our family's question bank is just lacking questions. Sell questions. Zhuang's mother looked at her daughter in astonishment. How could a freshman like Song he sell questions from the high school question bank? Oh, Song he just started his first year of high school. Zhuang's father dropped the chopsticks he had just picked up, causing the radish strips to fall on the table. After hearing his daughter boast about her talented classmate, he instinctively thought that Song he was a senior, never expecting he was just a naive first-year student. Zhuang's mother nodded, furrowing her brows as she spoke. That child has some talent in mathematics. Although he is in the first year, he can teach our daughter math problems from the third year. However, even so, it's too absurd for a first-year student to sell questions. Are we supposed to let second and third-year students tackle questions posed by a first-year junior? Where does such a thing happen? Calm down, sister. Don't let love cloud your judgment. Zhuang Xia teased with a grin. Zhuang Qian's face flushed deeper as she picked up a cherry and threw it at her brother's face. Shut up. This matter is indeed inappropriate. If Song he were a third-year competition student, selling a few questions could be considered. But he is only in the first year, and there's no precedent for this. Zhuang's father gently refused. Dad, Zhuang Qian said anxiously, defending in the last competition team exam Song. He ranked in the top 50 in both subjects. Many third-year competition students couldn't even surpass him. Zhuang's father and mother exchanged incredulous glances. It really sounded like he had some capability, not to mention the competition team. He actually managed to defeat many senior students. But after a moment of shock, the couple remained unmoved. Even if Song he had great talent, how high could his level be at such a young age? One exam can't prove anything. Luck plays a large part. The couple felt their daughter's description was exaggerated and her motives were quite suspicious. Dad, Mom, I already told him he could sell questions if you refuse. I'll be so embarrassed. Zhuang Qian's little face was downcast. I beg you. There is a way that can give you face while ensuring he isn't qualified to sell questions. Zhuang's father suddenly said. A few days ago, Principal Yi sent over a question bank to input into the Kuan King Boss program. In a few days, the competition team will be competing against the Kuan King. Tell Song he must get into the top 10 to prove his strength before he can sell questions. The top 40 should be fine. Zhuang Qian frowned. Students in the top 40 of the competition team are already quite strong. Top 10. No negotiations. Zhuang's father calmly sipped his soup. Zhuang Qian's face twisted in frustration, but after a moment her eyes became determined as she glared at her parents. Fine, top 10 it is. His goal this time is to be in the top 10. I believe he can make it. Don't go back on your word then. Absolutely no breaking promises. Zhuang's father smiled. If he truly makes it to the top 10, it indicates that his level is indeed sufficient, and he would certainly be qualified to sell questions. Zhuang's mother nodded. Your father has never gone back on his word. All right. Zhuang Qian stood up. I'm going upstairs to sleep. I have to go to school tomorrow morning. Good night. The whole family said in unison. Zhuang Qian stomped upstairs, her footsteps fading away. In the dining room, only Zhuang's father, mother, and two brothers remained. Is Yin Yan in her first love? Zhuang's mother lowered her voice. She has been frequently mentioning this Song. He recently speaking of him with an adoring tone like a fan. Most girls her age are into celebrity crushes. Oh, why is our daughter idolizing a mere first-year boy? I'm skeptical too. Zhuang's father nodded seriously. Even if she isn't in love, yet she certainly has a good impression of that boy. What do we do? Zhuang's mother sighed helplessly. It's not like we can control her. Oh, let's influence her subtly. For instance, we should stop this question-selling matter, which will reduce their contact. Zhuang's father's eyes flickered. What if Song he really gets lucky and makes it into the top 10? Zhuang Can voiced his concerns. As the eldest brother, he felt a natural sense of crisis regarding his little sister possibly being led astray. How is that possible? Zhuang's father laughed lightly. He's just a first-year kid. The second and third-year students are not pushovers. If you're worried, check the backend data. Song He's account level is probably at the bottom. Zhuang Can immediately took out his phone and started tapping around. Question C Continent is a game developed by their own company, and as the heir of the family business, he naturally had access to the backend data. After a moment, Zhuang Can's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "Dad, it's bad. Song He has two accounts. One is a level 20 gunner currently ranking 8th among all accounts. The other is a level 25 zombie ranking 3rd among all accounts. This kid practices his accounts at an astonishing speed. From the backend data, he seems to be leveling both accounts together, averaging less than 3 seconds per multiple choice question. With a correctness rate of over 95. The family was instantly taken aback, scrambling to grab the phone to check the data. The data was terrifying. The wild boar that was messing with the cabbage was incredibly strong, and in the brief moment they were sharing the data, both of Song He's accounts leveled up simultaneously. Zhuang's father and mother exchanged glances, feeling completely caught off guard. It was unscientific. It was unreasonable. How could a first-year kid be so formidable? Practicing two accounts at the same time, and both managing to rank in the top 10. This is bad. Zhuang's father's expression stiffened. He finally lost his composure. This kid really has a chance of making it into the top 10. We can't let him make it into the top 10. Zhuang's mother said worriedly. If he gains the qualification to sell questions, he will definitely send questions to our daughter every day, and their relationship will become closer. Zhuang Xia suddenly spoke ominously. Since Song He is so capable, let's increase the challenge for him. The whole family looked at him, their expressions filled with confusion. I remember the Kuan King has a hidden boss state which normally has a 1 in 1,000 trigger rate. Zhuang Xia grinned wickedly. Let's give Song He a little more luck. Hidden boss? Zhuang's father asked, puzzled. The Kuan King, in its normal state, throws out 140 questions. In the hidden boss state, it will throw out a full 280 questions. Zhuang Xia explained. The Kuan King has extremely high attack power. If players are not careful, they will get killed. By not careful, I mean making a mistake during the process of answering questions. If Song He encounters the hidden state of the Kuan King, he must answer twice as many questions, and if he makes too many mistakes during this time, he will be turned into meat paste on the spot by the Kuan King. If he dies, he will not have the challenge score. Zhuang Can frowned, but have you considered that if Song He makes very few mistakes, he could survive until the end? Because the questions have doubled, he will directly become the first place. How could he possibly survive until the end? Zhuang Xia scoffed with a sneer. You overestimate a first-year student. The questions in a boss battle are inherently difficult, and answering 280 questions in a row would make even a deity kneel. How could a mere Song He not kneel? All right. Zhuang's father tapped the table. Then let's wish Song He good luck. With his luck bursting. After a long silence, a new message popped up, stirring the waters. Song He, I saw the all-night battle god coordinates 3,738, 2,611. Everyone hurried to take him down. The group chat instantly erupted. Wu Xiao, full assault. Don't let that scoundrel escape. Shui Luan, finally found him. We're close. I'll intercept him first. Hurry over. Du Lai, this fiend must be captured. Torn apart by 5 horses, ground to paste, bones crushed, and ashes scattered. Doomed to eternal damnation. Song He stared at the screen, his facial muscles twitching. Du Lai, what grudge or grievance do we hold? Why such a meticulously escalating sequence of posthumous punishments? Are you truly a demon? Silently, Song He pulled out a small notebook from his mind and inscribed Du Lai's name. Before him sat 2 smartphones. One showed the all-nighter god tirelessly mining in a mountain cave. The other displayed the 10,000 Venom King cultivating zombie troops in a murky pond. The coordinates he'd released were merely a feint to lure the gullible group members far away and safeguard his cultivation without disturbance. As expected, they rushed off once again, only to find nothing, and exploded into furious curses in the chat. Shui Luan, I'm seething with rage. How did he slip away again? Ji Yun, let's split up and search. He can't have gone far. With over 30 of us in the group, surely we can corner those 2. Du Lai, search relentlessly. Even dig 3 chi deep. Spill blood to consecrate our banners. Sever his head and display it publicly. Mutilate his corpse in broad daylight. Song He stared wordlessly at the flood of messages. Du Lai had just devised yet another novel method of execution, never repeating himself. Was he perhaps the modern-day minister of punishments? Why are you so versed in such elaborate methods of slaughter? Enjoy your moment of arrogance. I'll reach level 30 soon, and then a grand surprise awaits you. Group members scattered like headless flies, searching blindly across the map. From time to time, someone claimed to spot the all-nighter god and reported coordinates in the chat. Song He, absorbed in leveling up, solved math problems with his left hand and biology questions with his right, his fingers aching from relentless tapping. Each time a coordinate appeared, he glanced briefly, saw the distance was vast, and sneered contemptuously before returning to his training. Unknowingly, it had already turned to a M. The All-Nighter God ascended to level 28. The 10,000 Venom King reached level 35. Though the All-Nighter God's account had begun leveling earlier, and both accounts maintained similar problem-solving frequencies, the level gap was staggering. Perhaps because the 10,000 Venom King was a villain. As is universally known, corruption strengthens one twofold, while redemption weakens one by a third. He glanced back at the group chat. Members still scurried blindly across the world map. These people truly possessed unshakable resolve. Not a single one leveled up all night, instead dashing frantically east and west. What began as a serene problem-solving game had devolved into a marathon simulator. At last someone spoke up, the self-proclaimed minister of punishments. Do lie, fellow students, scholarly prodigies. We cannot continue like this. Do lie. On my way here, I met others whose accounts had already surpassed level 10. We've spent half the night chasing phantoms, while our own cultivation lags several levels behind. Ji-yun, well said. While others train relentlessly, we waste precious hours hunting shadows. The chat buzzed with discontent, frustration simmering beneath every line. Song He chimed in too, joining the chorus of criticism against Wu Xiao, fanning the flames. After an entire night's futile effort, not even catching a glimpse of the All-Nighter God, who could remain calm? Wu Xiao, everyone please stay calm. I know of a supreme cultivation sanctuary, deep within a secluded valley. Wu Xiao, the Orgunners need to mine, the swordsmen need to fell ancient trees, the mages need to absorb spiritual energy. All abound there in extraordinary abundance. Training there multiplies your progress twofold. Wu Xiao, most crucially, this sanctuary is known only to me. I discovered it by sheer serendipity last year. No one else has ever learned of it. I'll now share its coordinates. Let us go together. The group chat exploded with cheers. Though the game map was vast, overt sanctuaries teemed with lethal competition. Players fought to the death for dominance, making tranquil cultivation nearly impossible. To find a hidden Eden, untouched, undisturbed, devoted solely to focused cultivation, was nothing short of a celestial boon. Wu Xiao, coordinates 0488-1717. Hurry there and keep it secret. Take care not to be followed by outsiders. This sanctuary belongs exclusively to our group family. In his dormitory song, he grinned broadly. I am part of the group. I am no outsider. Surely I must join my family for this reunion. Sword Edge Canyon. A fathomless eerie gorge where sunlight never pierced the depths, perpetually shrouded in darkness and chill. So remote was it that even wild monsters rarely ventured there. According to the game's lore, Sword Edge Canyon was cleaved millennia ago by a primordial sword sage. The jagged razor-sharp rocks scattered throughout the canyon, seeming to bear silent witness to the legend. Boom. Gunner Xiao Shaoran slid down a vine into the canyon's abyss, glancing left and right. Indeed, no one was there. Moments later, over 20 gunners, swordsmen, and mages descended in succession, marveling aloud as they explored the valley. This game is astonishingly vast. How could such a hidden sanctuary exist? Excellent. No outsider knows of this place. We may cultivate in peace and plot our grand designs. The day we emerge from these mountains shall be the day we sweep across the realm. Ha ha. At this very moment, the All-Nighter God and the 10,000 Venom King no doubt cower in terror, fearing our righteous campaign, utterly unaware that we stand here cultivating in sublime tranquility. The group's tone brimmed with exhilaration, as if already beholding their glorious, invincible future. Xiao Shaoran spoke up. You may begin training nearby. Shall we assign sentries for vigilance? If sentries are needed, I'll draft a rotating watch schedule. Everyone in the canyon shook their heads in unison, a chorus of firm denials. No need. This place is utterly secure and concealed. No demonic or heretical forces could possibly locate it. Utterly unnecessary. Who could possibly find this place? Let us train swiftly. With so many of us present, even if enemies storm in, could they possibly withstand our overwhelming assault? Xiao Shaoran nodded. Her comrades' logic was sound. One by one, they sought secluded corners of the canyon and immersed themselves in solving problems to level up. Having lost half the night to futile pursuit, most stood at level 6 or 7, desperate to catch up with their peers' advancement. Xiao Shaoran climbed a towering cliffside boulder, intending to survey the terrain and count her forces. Just as she reached its crest, she froze. Across the chasm, standing alone on the opposite precipice, was a familiar figure. The All-Nighter God. Before excitement could surge, she registered his level 28. A wave of icy dread seized her heart. She keyed her mic and shouted, "Attention, all units. The All-Nighter God is due north, level 28. Everyone training in the valley jolted in shock, frantically spinning their viewpoints to locate the enemy. Then, horror struck. The all-nighter god slowly wheeled forth a colossal, oversized howitzer, its barrel trained directly upon the canyon. Piercing cries of terror were cut short by a deafening blast, one shell screaming into the canyon's heart. A shockwave hurled billowing sand and shrapnel in all directions. 3 players instantly vaporized, their health bars vanishing as they respawned in the capital city. 7 or 8 others saw their life bars plummet violently. Survivors shrieked into their mics. What devilry is this? Who was followed? Wasn't this place supposed to be unknown to outsiders? He's right in our faces. Damn, how did he get that high? Scatter. Climb the canyon walls. Clumping together makes us perfect artillery targets. Xiao Shaoran swiftly regained composure and commanded over the mic. Don't panic. That howitzer is a high-cost ultimate. Each shot consumes one solved problem. We have at least 5 minutes. Charge him and eliminate him. 5 minutes. He's reloading right now, someone yelled. They looked up in terror. The all-nighter god, arms thick with muscle, slammed another shell into the howitzer with a metallic clang. Its barrel subtly adjusted, locking onto the densest cluster of targets. In that fleeting instant, 10,000 wild llamas stampeded through their minds. Another thunderous detonation. Another shell screamed forth, detonating in the canyon and sending bodies flying in all directions. More players' hemorrhaged health burst into flame and rained crimson droplets across the gorge. Everyone scrambled desperately for healing potions. Mages wildly waved their staves, casting healing spells solely upon themselves, ignoring teammates engulfed in fire. In such peril, survival came first. Better a dead friend than a dead self. Run, just run. Escape if you can. Xiao Shaoran's voice dissolved into pure despair. Resistance had vanished entirely. The all-nighter god stood at level 28. His basic attacks alone could obliterate level 67 novices in the canyon. Against such a devastating ultimate, resistance was unthinkable. Before she finished speaking, everyone had already bolted, scrambling for any exit route from the gorge. High above, the all-nighter god remained unruffled, calmly reloading his howitzer. The cannon roared repeatedly. Shell after shell arced, lethally blasting climbers off the cliffs into midair disintegration. The entire Sword Edge Canyon trembled. Trees swayed, thick smoke billowed skyward, and blood flowed in rivulets across the canyon floor. Corpses piled higher and higher, resembling a slaughterhouse. Loot spilled from players' inventories across the ground, glittering, chaotic, absurdly reminiscent of flashy MMORPGs, boasting one-hit level 999. Within 2 minutes, all 28 members Wu Xiao had led and were annihilated. The all-nighter god remained perfectly composed, sheathed his howitzer, and departed with serene nonchalance, as if clocking out after work. Then vast swathes of emerald figures emerged atop the ridges. At their vanguard stood the 10,000 Venom King, radiating malevolent aura, flanked by over 100 zombies, his legion overwhelming in number and dread. The 10,000 Venom King formed arcane seals, activating his level 35 zombie skill, Grand Reanimation. Fresh corpses at the canyon's base began to shudder and twitch. Where the sea ends, the sky becomes the shore. Where the undead peak, I stand supreme. The 10,000 Venom King's arrogant laughter echoed through the gorge. The next afternoon at the library, Song he slung his backpack and hurried toward his usual seat. Several familiar faces were already waiting, and rose collectively the moment he appeared. A total of 6 students rose to welcome Song He. 3 were expected. One was Zhuang Qian, with her striking figure and skin as smooth as congealed fat, bathed in sunlight streaming through the library's floor-to-ceiling windows. She was as always a feast for the eyes. When Song He appeared, her eyes lit up with joy, only for her face to fall again, as if recalling something disheartening. 2 newly recruited helpers, Nie Junrin and Gong Shasha, had been waiting wearily for a long time. Seeing Song He, they both let out sighs of relief, as if to say, finally you're here. Unexpectedly, 3 others were also present. The refined and gentle bald prodigy, Chu Long, the supreme deity of mathematics across the entire school. Why would he grace them with his presence? Finally, there were Ding Yangza and Ning Mo, old acquaintances from the time they took turns kicking the wall to turn on the light in the restroom late at night. Surrounded by such an esteemed gathering, Song He smiled awkwardly, momentarily unsure whom to address first. Fortunately, Nie Junrin spoke first. Any papers to print today? If there are, well, go now. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can head back to the dorm and rest a bit. Gong Shasha let out a weary sigh, like a long-suffering laborer tormented by a landlord. Forget about resting. There's a lot to print today. You two will be busy at least until noon. Song He gave his instructions calmly. After printing, pack them in boxes. Nie Junrin will trouble you to deliver the boxes to my dorm. As soon as the words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the room shifted subtly. The others cast strange glances at Nie Junrin and Gong Shasha, then turned even more peculiar looks towards Song He. Ding Yangza and Ning Mo were the most astonished. They had heard of Nie Junrin and Gong Shasha. Both were top students in their respective classes, formidable figures in their own right. Yet here they were, two such powerhouses actively seeking tasks from Song He. Had old Song's standing risen so high that he could now command the top students from other classes. Song He took off his backpack and pulled out a large sheet of paper, handing it to Nie Junrin. Nie Junrin's face turned pale. Gong Shasha leaned in to look and let out a despairing "damn it." The paper was densely covered with keywords for theses, each one annotated with instructions, like print at least 6 copies of master's theses, print all related theses from the past 3 years, translate at least 5 foreign language papers. By the end, it seemed today would require printing 7 or 8 boxes of theses. No way. Nie Junrin shook his head frantically. Song He frowned. We've put all our money into our meal cards. We don't have much cash left after paying for that box we printed yesterday, Gong Shasha explained, her face bitter. With this much to print today, we can't afford the printing fees. Right, we're flat broke. You'll have to reimburse us for the printing costs. Nie Junrin chimed in, playing up their poverty. They'll cover it. Zhuang Qian suddenly spoke up. She pulled out a wallet from her pocket, a small crocodile leather one that exuded an air of wealth. Opening it, she revealed a stack of bank cards, membership cards, and cash nearly bursting out. Everyone present was taken aback. They looked thoughtfully from Zhuang Qian to Song He, their expressions gradually shifting to one of understanding. No need. Song He raised his hand to stop her wallet. You two go ask Lung Xiangwen for the printing fees. He'll write you a note. He turned to the 2 laborers. They were stunned for a moment as he pulled out a pen and paper from his backpack, scribbled a line, and tore off the note. Dear Master Lung, Nie Junrin, and Gong Shasha are printing biology theses for me, which will be used for lab research. Please reimburse the printing costs and give them the cash, Song He. While Song He wrote the note, the others present looked at him with renewed astonishment. Lung Xiangwen was highly renowned on campus, famous enough to be described as legendary. Everyone knew Master Lung was wealthy and regarded him with a measure of respect. Could Song He really just write a note to ask him for money? What was their relationship? Chu Long watched with a flicker of curiosity. Ding Yangzi and Ning Mo felt they barely recognized old Song anymore. Was he really this well-connected out there? Someone to run errands, and someone to foot the bill. Zhuang Qian was briefly taken aback, then silently put her wallet away. Take it. Song He handed the note for money to Nie Junrin. Do you know where to find Lung Xiangwen? Yes, his dorm is close to ours. Nie Junrin took the note, examined it, and looked uneasy, hesitating. Will he really give us the money? Are you underestimating Master Lung's wealth? The spare change he pulls out of his pocket could print a truckload of theses. Song He waved his hand with a smile, signaling the 2 laborers not to ask further and to go quickly. Nie Junrin and Gong Shasha left, their minds heavy with doubt. They wondered if this simple scrap of paper could really be cashed like a check. As they descended the stairs, Gong Shasha couldn't hold back her worry. Rumor has it he and Master Lung don't get along. It's been described in vivid detail. How can he still write a note to ask Lung Xiangwen for money? I don't know. I just asked him and he definitely knew what I was getting at, but he didn't answer directly. Just cracked a joke. Nie Junrin scratched his head. No other choice. Let's give it a try. If Lung Xiangwen refuses to pay, we'll be turned away and have to make another trip. Gong Shasha's face darkened with resentment. I don't think this is reliable. I don't think so either. Nie Junrin sighed. Master Lung is rich, but he's not stupid. Why would he just hand over money? Their hearts pounding with doubt, they left the library and trudged toward the dormitory buildings, sighing. Nie Junrin believes your note is useless. Resentment, 300. Gong Shasha doesn't understand what you're up to. Resentment, 400. Having dispatched the 2 laborers' Song, he turned to the other 4. We don't have anything urgent. Ding Yangzi quickly spoke up. We just came to study with you. You all go ahead and talk. Ning Mo nodded in agreement. Old Ding and I talked it over last night and decided to skip our afternoon naps from now on and come to the library to latch onto your coattails. If we have any questions we can't solve, we hope you'll enlighten us, Brother Song. Ding Yangzi and Ning Mo exchanged a glance and spoke in unison. Song He was surprised. Old Ding and Old Ning had always been driven, eager to defeat the Math Emperor and split the title between themselves, each claiming the throne. He hadn't expected these 2 rebels to suddenly surrender without any pretense, openly admitting they wanted to ride his coattails. Welcome, welcome. Let's improve together. Song He responded amicably, taking them under his wing. After all, explaining problems to them earned him knowledge points. Why not? Ding Yangzi and Ning Mo seemed relieved, as if grateful that Song He had agreed. The 2 sat down happily and buried themselves in a thick problem set. Song He turned to the last pair, the bald Chu Long and the school beauty Zhuang Qian. After you. Chu Long gestured politely. You go first. My matter requires taking Song He aside for a private chat. Zhuang Qian also deferred. Chu Long nodded in sudden understanding, then looked at Song He. Brother Song, I have something to ask you. Have you heard of the 10,000 Poison King? Chu Long asked seriously. Song He's eyelids twitched, and he quickly nodded, cursing. I've heard of him. He's a very, very bad person. Absolutely wicked. Song He dared to leap and bound in the game, acting arrogantly and killing his classmates, all because no one knew his true identity. Only his cringy online aliases like All Night War God and Plague King. At that moment, Chu Long mentioned the Plague King, startling him. He wondered if his identity had been exposed. In an instant, a flood of excuses raced through Song He's mind. My account was hacked, I lent it to a friend, I was helping classmates build resilience. All absurd justifications. Chu Long reacted with surprise. You know the Plague King? Song He breathed a sigh of relief. I've never met him, but I've heard of him. An evil zombie slaughtering classmates to level up. And just from the name, he's clearly no good man. What upright person would call themselves the Plague King? Well said. Chu Long nodded. This morning when I logged in, the City Lord had posted a bounty calling everyone to hunt down the Plague King. The reward is 10,000 gold. The City Lord? Song He was startled. The NPC in the Central Plaza. Exactly. Do you know what it means when the City Lord issues a wanted notice? Chu Long's expression turned serious. Song He had read the guides and knew it all, but now he shook his head, feigning ignorance. It means the Plague King has become a real threat, on the verge of sparking a zombie apocalypse. That's why the City Lord sensed it. Chu Long explained patiently. The game exam continent has multiple endings. One where humanity survives, another where zombies wipe out everyone. We humans have to do our best to achieve the first outcome. By the way, what class are you? Did you pick zombie? Chu Long suddenly squinted. Of course not. Zombies are too ugly. Song He said. I chose Gunner. Gunners are so cool. Chu Long nodded, reassured. What level are you? Reached 10 yet? Just hit 10. Song He lied without flinching. He could crush a dozen level 10 players with one hand. A bit slow, but it's your first year playing, so it's normal not to be familiar with the game. Chu Long didn't suspect a thing. I came to you today for two things. First, I wanted to ask if you have any leads on the Plague King. Everyone's guessing who he is. I have no idea. I'm just a freshman, I don't know many seniors or juniors. Song He looked utterly harmless, as pure as a white blossom. The Plague King must be pretty strong, probably among the top ranked in the competition team, right? Chu Long nodded. I suspect so too. There are rumors, and they basically point to the top 20. You are the only dual competition student. They'll look into things on the math team side and ID like you to check on the biology team. See if the Plague King is one of them. Song He had a sudden realization. So he was being recruited as a spy. But the spy you're recruiting is the very villain behind it all. You couldn't have picked a better person. Leave it to me. I know plenty of people on the bio team. I'll let you know as soon as I hear anything. Song He thumped his chest in assurance. Thanks. Chu Long beamed. Second thing. I'm planning to organize a squad to wipe out zombies and prevent the apocalypse ending. I'm inviting you to join. Sure. Chu Long pulled a slip of paper from his pocket and handed it to Song He. It had a group number on it. This group must be kept strictly confidential. It's only for people ranked 25th to 50th. They're clean. I didn't dare invite anyone higher since the Plague King is probably in the top 25. If I accidentally let him in, it'd be like inviting a wolf into the henhouse. Chu Long whispered, if you run into the Plague King in the game, send me his coordinates anytime. Got it. Secret squad. Song He thought to himself, the wolf is standing right in front of you, and you're so clueless. Alright, I won't bother you two anymore. Chu Long glanced at Zhuang Qian, then shot Song He a meaningful, slightly envious smile, before turning to leave. Song He tucked the group number note away. Wu Xiao's group chat was mostly bio-competition students, and now Chu Long had started another group likely filled with math competition students. By being in both groups, he'd hardly be ambushed. He'd have a full view of the situation. Being a double agent was incredibly satisfying. Song He marveled at how effortlessly he'd become a mole. It was all by invitation. At the end of the day, it was because his rank was safe, outside the top 40 and near the bottom of the game, so people naturally underestimated him. Both Wu Xiao and Chu Long instinctively assumed the powerful villain must be among the top ranks, overlooking the students at the bottom. Song He turned back to Zhuang Qian. You needed to see me? Good news and bad news. Which one first? Zhuang Qian bit her lip. The good news is you can sell the problems. The bad news. There are conditions, aren't there? Song He smiled. Zhuang Qian's eyes widened in surprise. How did you know? The conditions are a bit tough. My parents aren't fully convinced of your skills, so they want you to finish in the top 10 of the Kuan Bone King boss battle. Zhuang Qian looked ashamed. I begged them, but my dad won't budge. That's not bad news at all. Song He raised an eyebrow, grinning easily. I was already planning to break into the top 10. But can you really make it? Zhuang Qian whispered worriedly. I can. Song He's expression grew serious, then he nodded firmly. I can. There was no turning back now. Every pressure demanded he fight into the top 10. The rewards for both math and biology were enticing. The math prize was a set of books he'd long coveted, and the biology prize, a lab opportunity, was even more critical. He had already planned to do some small research in the lab to see if he could make interesting inventions with the system's help. Ban Jianya had threatened him with a seat change, and Lu had threatened him too. If he didn't make the top 10, both teachers would cause trouble. Now there was added pressure from Zhuang Kai's family. Song he was desperate to sell the problems. With the insight capsule to help expand his thinking, he was confident he could turn simple problems into something brilliant. If he succeeded in selling the problems, he'd get a steady stream of knowledge points much faster than grinding through problems. Such a temptation was truly hard to resist. No retreat, only victory. From one triumph to the next. Song he sat down, pulled out his problem book and pen, and entered battle mode. Meanwhile, at male dormitory building No. 2, Nie Junrin approached a closed dorm door and glanced down at the note in his hand. He couldn't help complaining internally. This note was ridiculously messy. Song He's handwriting was sloppy, the tier was uneven, and when Lung Xiangwen saw it wouldn't, he burst out laughing. Nervously, Nie Junrin tore off the edges of the note as neatly as he could. Then, taking a deep breath, he raised his hand to knock. The door swung open instantly, and a chubby stranger stared at him in surprise. "Hey, who are you looking for?" "I'm looking for Lung Xiangwen, Brother Xiangwen." Nie Junrin was tense. "Is he in?" "He just went to the public restroom to take a dump. Should be back soon." The chubby guy asked curiously, "What do you need Xiangwen for?" "A classmate sent me to ask Brother Xiangwen for some money." Nie Junrin was so nervous, sweat dripped down his face. The chubby guy eyed Nie Junrin suspiciously. "Ask for money. Xiangwen spends money like water himself, but he never gives it to anyone. Are you sure that classmate of yours isn't messing with you? How could that ever happen? If he wants money, why doesn't he come himself?" Nie Junrin was momentarily speechless. To be honest, he didn't understand why Song he had sent him to ask Lung Xiangwen for money either. The whole thing seemed absurd from start to finish. What did printing a biology paper have to do with Lung Xiangwen? Seeing Nie Junrin hesitate, the chubby guy laughed. "Don't wait. Go back. That classmate of yours is just messing with you. I've been Lung Xiangwen's roommate for 3 years, and I've never heard of anyone getting money out of him. Lung Xiangwen has a hot temper. He might just curse you out." Nie Junrin immediately got cold feet, his face flushing with awkwardness. "Third brother, are you bad-mouthing me again?" A voice rang out from a distance. Lung Xiangwen walked over, wearing only a pair of shorts, his upper body well-defined with muscles, and his sharp eyebrows and eyes made him look like a young version of a domineering CEO from a novel. The chubby roommate said, "This junior is here to ask you for money." Lung Xiangwen turned his head to evaluate Nie Junrin, his expression disinterested. "You look somewhat familiar. You were on the competition team in your first year, right?" "We are not that familiar. Why should you ask me for money?" After saying this, he turned around and walked towards the dormitory, showing no intention of continuing the conversation. "Xiangwen, go." Nie Junrin nervously greeted him, stammering, It's Song He who sent me here." Lung Xiangwen's footsteps instantly halted. His expression changed as he turned to stare at Nie Junrin, his attitude suddenly serious. "What the hell did that guy Song He say?" Lung Xiangwen's face showed a hint of annoyance as he recalled many unpleasant experiences. Nie Junrin started to sweat a little. Could the rumors be true? Song He and Lung Xiangwen don't get along. He timidly handed over the note to Lung Gongzi. "Song He wrote this and asked me to give it to you." Lung Xiangwen took the note and read it carefully, his frown deepening. "Damn it, Song He actually pulled this on me." Seeing his roommate's displeased expression, the chubby roommate asked, "Are you kicking him out?" Nie Junrin's face turned pale. Had he really angered Lung Xiangwen? "I shouldn't have come." "Come in," Lung Xiangwen said instead. The chubby roommate was taken aback, but stepped aside to let his roommate and then looked at Nie Junrin outside with curiosity. Nie Junrin was also shocked. "Is he letting me into the dormitory? What for? He won't lock me in and beat me, right?" He cautiously entered the dormitory, which was quite extravagant for a senior's dorm, filled with scattered exam papers, textbooks, reference materials, and a mountain of Red Bull cans. The atmosphere was akin to that of a trench. Lung Xiangwen stood by the desk and abruptly pulled open a drawer. Inside the drawer was a thick stack of red bills, thicker than a large pack of toilet paper beside it. Nie Junrin was stunned. No wonder Lung Gongzi was renowned as the rich kid in school. Lung Xiangwen quickly pulled out 5 red bills and casually handed them to him. "Is this enough?" Miraculously, that tattered little note really exchanged for money. Nie Junrin's pupils dilated as he took the bills with both hands, hesitating. "Good, this is too much." "What paper did Song He ask you to print?" Lung Xiangwen furrowed his brows. "We can't understand it either. They are all university biology papers. He sets the scope, and we scrape them from the knowledge network." "How many copies do you need to print?" Lung Xiangwen asked curiously. "We printed a big box yesterday, and today the scope he set is even larger. We need to print 7 or 8 boxes." Nie Junrin smiled wryly. Lung Xiangwen's eyes flickered, snorting softly. "I know what he's up to, damn it, he's really bold." While cursing, he opened the drawer again and pulled out another 5 red bills, slapping them into Nie Junrin's hands. If I'm not mistaken, he'll ask you to print a lot of papers. Here, keep some extra money to spare you from running back and forth. Long Xiangwen paused. You must be pretty miserable running around printing papers for him. The leftover money is your compensation for the hard work. After finishing, Long Xiangwen waved his hand and sat down at the desk to look through the exam papers. Thank you, Xiangwen Go. Nie Junren, astonished, tucked away the 1,000 yuan, asking, should I write a receipt or something? No need to trouble yourself, Long Xiangwen said nonchalantly. A mere 1,000 yuan is nothing to fuss about. Nie Junren thanked him again, leaving the dormitory excitedly and carefully closing the door behind him. Only Long Xiangwen and the chubby roommate remained in the dormitory. The chubby roommate looked surprised. Song He. Is he the same Song He from before? Yes, it's him, Long Xiangwen nodded. Aren't you two in conflict? Why did you still give him money? The chubby roommate couldn't understand, rubbing his fleshy chin. 2 reasons, Long Xiangwen explained. First, I lost a bet to him last time. A gentleman's word, I must pay up. Second, he's printing so many papers, he probably wants to get into the biology lab for research. The biology lab at Jinghai University has investment from the Zhuang family, and many of the teachers and students in the biology department go to work for Zhuang's pharmaceutical companies to help develop new drugs. If Song He really makes a name for himself in the lab, Jinghai University might allow him to be directly recommended. After being recommended, he is likely to work for Zhuang's pharmaceutical company in the future. When I marry Zhuangqi and Song, he will essentially be our employee. Investing in him is also investing in my future subordinate. As for my grudge with Song He, it's easy to resolve. I'll completely defeat him in the next exam, and Zhuang Qian won't be able to be swayed by him. The chubby roommate was dumbfounded. The amount of information overwhelming, and it took him a while to process. You're planning that far ahead. The chubby roommate was astonished. But isn't Song He only in his first year? What kind of research can a first year do? If he goes to the lab, it would be impressive if he can clean the test tubes. Long Xiangwen pondered for a moment, his eyes slightly squinting. You're right, but Song He isn't an ordinary first year. I have a feeling he might actually come up with something. The chubby roommate shrugged, unimpressed. He's just a first year. What waves can he make? Long Xiangwen is merely a fool with too much money making blind investments. Gong Shasha stood anxiously by the roadside, kicking small stones. She silently cursed Song He in her heart for writing a tattered note to ask Lung Gongzi for money. The more she thought about it, the less plausible it seemed. Fortunately, Lung Gongzi was in the boys' dormitory, so she couldn't go up. Only Nie Junren went to face the music. I saw Long Xiangwen. Nie Junren ran over. Gong Shasha looked up, noticing his excited expression, and guessed something, surprised as she asked, could it be? He really gave you money? He really did. He gave me a full 1,000. Nie Junren held up a finger. The news hit like thunder. Gong Shasha's eyes and mouth widened in disbelief. Don't be ridiculous. You're not pulling my leg, are you? Nie Junren pulled out the crisp red bills from his pocket and quickly counted out 5 to share with her. He felt anxious with too much money all on him, so he decided to split it for safekeeping. Wow, he gave so much for printing fees. Is he going to print a library? Lung Gongzi said the leftover money is our labor fees. Nie Junren said happily. Gong Shasha was too shocked and instinctively felt the anti-counterfeit features of the bills, quickly realizing how foolish she was. Lung Gongzi's family background could only be described as affluent. How could he use counterfeit money? Her face was filled with astonishment as she carefully tucked the bills into her pocket. Song He has quite a bit of face. Just writing a tattered note can exchange for so much money. So the rumors are false. He and Lung Xiangwen have no grudge and are actually on good terms. After reading the note, Lung Gongzi was cursing, so it seems their relationship is average. Preposterous. What authority do you possess to judge me, the #1 mathematical sovereign? Teacher. Song He hastily rose to his feet. Teacher Zhai. Standing behind him was none other than Teacher Zhaizhu, bespectacled and smiling warmly. Once during evening self-study, Ban Jianya had taken Song He to the office to work through a problem set. Coincidentally, Teacher Zhaizhu was staying late and witnessed his astonishing mental calculation speed. She immediately extended an invitation, urging him to join her elite accelerated class. Song He deeply admired her. Her discernment was extraordinary, her insight piercing. How else could she have recognized the student with the greatest latent potential? Teacher Zhaizhu was truly a modern-day Bo Lu, a master connoisseur of talent. I saw you sitting here studying just now. I'd hoped to witness your miraculous mental calculations once more, but instead you're tackling topology. Teacher Zhai sat beside him and placed a stack of lesson plans on the desk. Is topology really that difficult, teacher? Song He asked, puzzled. Topology differs profoundly from geometry. It is far more abstract. If geometry resembles a crisp, lucid photograph, topology is Van Gogh's Starry Night. Teacher Zhai smiled. Based on years of teaching experience, the vast majority of competition team students stall at topology. even top performers like Chu Long and Xiao Lingshan. Chu Long took roughly a week to grasp its fundamentals. Xiao Lingshan required a full month, teacher Zhai recalled. Song He felt a quiet shock. Of course, he knew Chu Long and Xiao Lingshan. They were twin deities of the mathematics team, so revered that lesser students strained their necks gazing upward until they nearly snapped. He had assumed the path of such prodigies was smooth and unimpeded, yet even they faced formidable barriers. His mood soured. Flipping through his mathematics competition workbook, he found a staggering 80 pages devoted entirely to topology problems. If topology ensnared him, even for a few days, the Kuan Gubon King boss battle would collapse outright. A top 10 finish would be utterly out of reach. Disaster loomed. Was this truly the moment defeat would cascade again and again? Tonight's lecture in the auditorium is mine. I'll introduce first-year competition students to topology, teacher Zhai said with a gentle smile. Over the next 2 weeks, I'll hold several such lectures. Attend them diligently, and within 14 days you'll begin to glimpse topology's threshold. But teacher, I'm pressed for time. Song He's expression tightened with distress. Pressed? Teacher Zhai paused, startled. I'm racing for the mathematics Kuan Gubon King reward. It's scheduled this week. Nearly half the problems in this term's workbook are on topology. I must master them all before the weekend. Song He furrowed his brows tightly. Teacher Zhai chuckled softly and shook her head. A fighting spirit is admirable, but impractical. The workbook you hold is designed for competition students across all 3 grades. Seniors and juniors have already studied topology once, while you're encountering it for the very first time. Naturally, you're at a disadvantage. To compete for a top 10 ranking against peers who've studied 1 or 2 years longer is simply unrealistic. Learning demands humility and patience. You must advance steadily year by year. At the words year by year, Song He's head reeled. Damn it. Does that mean I must wait another entire year? How can my impetuous nature endure such delay? By then, even the cucumbers would have turned cold. Breaking into the top 10 cannot wait until next year, or the year after. It must happen this week. Teacher Zhai spoke of ordinary human developmental timelines, not those of the #1 mathematical sovereign. I shall master the boundless multiverses. I shall validate the Tao through sheer force. Fueled by fierce resolve, Song, he summoned his system and gritted his teeth to purchase a single insight capsule. 200,000 resentment points per capsule, a prohibitively expensive last resort reserved only for moments of direst extremity. He feigned taking a sip of water, swallowed the capsule, and threw himself over the workbook, launching an all-out assault on topology, second by precious second. Beside him, teacher Zhai watched Song He slip into deep concentration, her expression a mixture of astonishment and wry amusement. Faint shimmering fragments of memory, accumulated over years of teaching, flickered across the lenses of her glasses. Long ago, Chu Long and Xiao Lingshan had burned with the same indomitable fire. Back then, teacher Zhai had told them plainly, topology is exceedingly difficult. Don't rush. Take your time. Chu Long heard her words with one ear and let them vanish from the other. For nights on end, he burned the midnight oil, his body drained to the point of collapse. Yet within a mere week, he shattered through mid-level topology problems with unstoppable momentum, leaving the mathematics faculty quietly astounded. Xiao Lingshan said nothing, but during evening self-study, she attacked topology problems with equal ferocity. When stumped, she gnawed pens absent-mindedly, until one day the pen cap vanished entirely, likely swallowed unconsciously amid intense contemplation. And finally, after a full month, she too conquered mid-level topology problems. As for the rest of the competition students, some required half a year, others a full year. Most never breached topology's threshold before graduation, missing provincial awards by a hair's breadth, departing heartbroken for cities scattered across the land and sea. A pang of sorrow touched teacher Zhai's heart. Every discipline has its pitfalls, some shallow, some deep, where countless students strive relentlessly to climb upward. Mathematics, however, is a sheer obsidian cliff, so dark and bottomless that only a handful of celestial beings soar freely through its void. She turned her gaze towards Song He, and saw reflected in his fervor the ghosts of Chu Long and Xiao Lingshan. Youth is always brimming with fiery ambition, eager to swallow the world whole in a single gulp. Yet reality will teach them patience. There is no need to rush. Progress unfolds gradually. Inwardly, teacher Zhai wondered, with each generation new talents rise. How long, she mused, would it take Song He to pierce topology's veil? 1 week. 2. She dismissed the thought, opened her lesson plans, and began preparing her lecture. Meanwhile, Song He had already dissolved into rapt absorption. Under the dual enhancement of the insight capsule and mental calculation capsule, his brain surged like a volcano, molten, seething, brimming with colossal energy, straining to erupt. Vast torrents of knowledge flooded his eyes, streamed into his mind, and were torn apart, ground down, and reassembled into understanding. Geometry and topology shared kinship, yet remained fundamentally distinct. Within geometry, a sphere is a sphere, a cube is a cube, entirely separate concepts demanding wholly different formulas. Yet in topology, a sphere and a cube are identical. One may be transformed into the other solely through bending or stretching, never requiring cutting or tearing. Before Song-hee's mind bloomed the image of dough upon a cutting board, pale, pliant, endlessly kneaded into myriad forms, yet always remaining at its core the same dough. Pressing onward in topology, one-dimensional spaces reduce essentially to only two types, lines and circles. A circle may twist and coil endlessly, but unless severed it can never become a line. Two-dimensional surfaces, meanwhile, are classified by genus, the layman's term for number of holes. A sphere bears 0 holes. Its genus is 0. A donut possesses 1 hole. Its genus is 1. Donuts are delicious, Song-hee murmured, briefly adrift, then shook his head sharply and plunged back into mathematics. Time slipped forward minute by minute as topology's intricate architecture accumulated within his mind. The insight capsule wielded its full power. Every absorbed concept took root, like a seed sprouting branches that multiplied, entwined, and thickened, until a dense, impenetrable forest of knowledge unfurled within his consciousness. Song-hee felt exhilarated. At first, topology had been a blinding, featureless void, but now his knowledge forest stretched ever wider, vibrant, and teeming with life. It seems not quite so difficult after all, he whispered. Strange, spontaneous notions began to bloom. He furrowed his brow and sketched feverishly on scrap paper. Bizarre, amorphous shapes emerged, clusters of bubbles spreading across the page like a surreal contagion. Were it not for the mathematics workbook lying openly before him, he might easily have been mistaken for a deranged soul lost in delusional artistry. So inexplicable were his drawings. Beside him, teacher Zhai finished her lesson plans with a soft sigh, tidied her things, and prepared to leave. Then, she glanced sideways at Song-hee's scrap paper. Stuck, doodling to pass the time. A playful smile flickered across teacher Zhai's lips. She hadn't imagined this earnest boy possessed such charm. But then Song-hee uttered a single sentence, and her smile froze, her pulse leapt, and her mind roiled with seismic shock. Teacher, is there some tool that can connect topology and geometry? Song-hee asked thoughtfully. Zhai Zhu's body instantly stiffened, her eyes wide as she stared at this student. He has already reached this level. No, impossible. How long had he been studying? Barely an hour and a half. He probably hadn't even grasped the basics, let alone comprehend such profound depths. It must have been a casual remark. Many people have fleeting thoughts like that. It's nothing unusual. Zhai Zhu calmed herself and asked gently, why do you say that? Topology and geometry are two different subjects. Song-hee nodded thoughtfully and fell silent. Seeing that he wasn't going to speak further, Zhai Zhu's racing heart gradually slowed. She let out a sigh of relief, picked up her bag, and prepared to leave. She had only taken a step when Song-hee's voice sounded behind her again, this time with a note of conviction. Teacher, although geometry and topology are considered separate subjects, I feel this division is merely superficial. Zhai Zhu's heart rate spiked again. She whirled around, fixing him with an intense stare. Oh, let me use a biological analogy. Every zebra's stripes are unique like human fingerprints. Suppose geometry is the zebra studying the stripe pattern of a single individual. Topology, on the other hand, is the macroscopic study of a whole herd of zebras.